You're so poor you can't even afford a meal. Even your talent attributes are extremely low. Yet you chose the most pay-to-win profession, the swordsman. Your classmates all think you're crazy. Even the homeroom teacher thinks you're a lost cause for life. Because the swordsman profession has incredibly high attack power, but it heavily relies on equipment, talent, and skills. Every aspect requires a large amount of coins to support it. However, they don't know that you possess the coin explosion system, which allows you to start killing monsters as long as you successfully change professions. Not only can you explode coins, but also resurrection coins. Even if you chose a priest profession, you could still spend money to become invincible. At this moment, you stand on the awakening platform, starting to operate on the job change god stone. A virtual professional page appears in front of you. You directly skip all the life professions, then stop at the combat profession swordsman. Without hesitation, you click the confirm button. On the job change god stone, your job change information is immediately displayed, accompanied by a notification sound. Ding! Congratulations on successfully changing professions to the swordsman profession. Everyone watching shakes their heads helplessly at this scene. Even the beautiful female guide shakes her head in sighs. But you pay no heed, because your system has finally activated, starting at 1 star, with a 100% kill rate on monsters and earning coins multiplied by the monster's level. Killing elite monsters or packs will double the drop rate. The current base rate for monster gold drops, as the host advances, will automatically unlock the corresponding star level. The higher the star level, the higher the base rate. Currently, only gold has been unlocked, other currencies have not been unlocked yet. After reading the system introduction, you are overjoyed. But you did not show it. Instead, you hid in the corner, silently waiting for other classmates to complete their job changes. Soon, 2 hours passed, and hundreds of students finally chose their respective professions. At the same time, the voice of the beautiful female guide also sounded, asking all students to get ready, as you are about to embark on the trial of the battlefield ruins. The next moment, magical teleportation arrays appeared under the feet of hundreds of students. Immediately after, hundreds of students disappeared at the same time, only to reappear in the battlefield ruins. Looking up, you couldn't see the end of this battlefield at a glance, shrouded in mist everywhere, with a hint of decay in the air. In the battlefield, there are monster and human skeletal remains, as well as unyielding battle flags, and broken weapons of monsters and humans. Seeing this scene, hundreds of classmates were stunned on the spot, with some timid students even trembling. You quietly left the team alone, with the initial attack power of a swordsman, enough to kill some of the weakest monsters with a single blow. While other classmates began to team up, I am a super support player. Able to deal damage and tank, a strong team is sought after by support players. The appearance of this instance serves two purposes. Firstly, it allows these students to witness the true battlefield traces and experience the cruelty of war. Secondly, this is actually a benefit for newly graduated students. In this instance, they all start at the lowest level, making it easy for these students to reach level 10. The most important aspect is that in this instance, after reaching level 10, you can draw 3 skills and talents for free. If you want to continue drawing, you will need to spend gold coins. So for students from wealthy families, their parents have long given them a large sum of gold coins so they can draw good skills and talents here, giving them a significant lead over others. Moreover, in this battlefield, there is a specialized merchant selling beginners top-quality equipment, but it requires too many gold coins. Even for classmates from wealthy families, their parents have advised them not to easily purchase equipment inside, as the most important aspect here is still the drawing of talents and exclusive skills. As for leveling up, as long as you're not too reckless, everyone can reach level 10. In this world, equipment quality ranges from white, blue, green, purple, orange, red epic, gold legendary, to colorful myth. In this battlefield, there are green beginners equipment available. While these classmates are still forming teams, you have already set off to kill the 1/10th level minor monsters, earning 100 gold coins. At this moment, you have arrived in front of the shop selling beginners equipment and spent 100 gold coins to buy a green bronze sword. With this bronze sword, you are capable of sweeping all the low-level monsters here. You directly arrived at the area of level 5 monsters, 1 sword per little treasure. While those classmates were excited to reach level 2, you had already reached level 5 and returned to the novice equipment store. This time, you bought all the best equipment pieces in the store, including clothes, shoes, headgear, necklaces, and 11 other equipment items. You were clad in green quality gear from head to toe, which may not sound good, but in this battlefield, you were invincible. With great joy, you headed straight to the level 10 monster area, standing among the level 10 monsters. They couldn't break through your defense, and with a simple swing, you took down a monster. Alone, you went deep along a path, crazily hunting monsters to accumulate experience. You were determined to draw the most awesome talent. Time flew by, and 3 days later, most students had also reached level 10. Once you reached level 10 here, you couldn't gain more experience. As no items would drop, everyone immediately returned to the safe zone to start drawing talents and exclusive skills. The reason you are back in the safe zone now is that you had already slain all the monsters in the depths of the battlefield. Seeing you arrive, those students didn't react much. After all, the early damage of swordsman is the highest among all melee professions, so solo leveling to 10 is not difficult. My dad prepared 10,000 gold coins for me. I didn't even buy novice equipment, all for the sake of drawing talents. I'm sure I can draw talents above purple rarity. Speaking is Xiaoyan, one of the top 10 tycoons in the F zone, the only son of the Xie family. Not only does his family have mines, but he also has considerable magical talent. Starting intelligence has reached an astonishing 18 points. The onlookers were all stunned. The wealth gap in this world is huge. Not to mention 10,000 gold coins, many families can't even produce 100 gold coins. You, standing aside, witnessed this scene silently. Seeing the millions of gold coins in your backpack, a slight smile crept onto your lips. You then placed your hand on the skill godstone, and the next moment, a roulette wheel engraved with intricate patterns appeared before you. There are 5 options on it: attack skill, agility skill, defense skill, control skill, and healing skill. Occupational skills are also divided into grades, ranging from FBS grade. The higher the level, the greater the power. Drawing exclusive skills and talents is all a matter of probability. Most draws end in failure, not even a single hair obtained. Even if you manage to draw one, it's often the worst. That's why the 3 free drawing chances really depend on luck. You chose the exclusive attack skill. Each draw costs 10 gold coins. You drew over 100,000 gold coins and even obtained an S-level skill, the signature divine skill of the swordsman, flying sword technique. After drawing skills, the real highlight is drawing talents. Talents determine the cap, and this is where luck and spending money matter the most. When you place your hand on the talent godstone, a talent roulette wheel appears. The center button still shows 3 free draws. After 3 draws, each subsequent draw costs 50 gold coins. The roulette wheel displays white, blue, green, red, epic gold, legendary, colorful myth, offering 8 talent level options. You clicked 3 times in a row, unexpectedly, and actually drew a very lucky one. Congratulations, you drew the white talent of archery specialization. Drawing talents is for all professions, talents are random, and to draw a talent that matches your own profession, especially a high-quality one, shows how difficult it is. Without hesitation, you choose to spend gold coins to draw. In this world where monsters devour people, only the top-tier talents can dominate. After drawing nearly 1,000 times, spending nearly 50,000 gold coins, you finally drew an orange talent. For the vast majority of people, an orange talent is a dream talent, but you seem to be unimpressed. As you continue to draw talents, the rich second-generation Xiaoyan suddenly bursts into laughter. Ha ha ha, I drew an epic level talent, the perfect match for the fire mage's flame golden pulse. I'm taking off. You see this scene, just giving a disdainful smile. An hour later, you drew the golden legendary talent, Warlock's Body. Even if a legendary talent doesn't match your own profession, it's enough to be considered a genius. Throughout the history of the human race, there are less than 100 recorded cases of individuals who drew a golden legendary talent. After some contemplation, you consider choosing this talent, but you decisively choose to cancel. How can you face the favor of the system, Dad, without drawing a myth-level talent? The classmates next to you see you still drawing talents and can't help but shake their heads. Soon, only you remain on the field. Another hour passes, and you finally draw the colorful myth-level talent, Sword God's Heart. Moreover, this mythical talent is a perfect match for the swordsman profession. With this talent, you can declare yourself invincible at the same level. You chose this talent without hesitation. When you teleported out, everyone else had already left, only your homeroom teacher was still waiting for you. Seeing you come out, the homeroom teacher Jean Ruojie had a bit of doubt as to why you took so long to come out. You can feel the homeroom teacher's concern, but you still don't want to reveal your talent and skills, so you casually come up with a reason to get past it. Now that you have so many coins, you want to improve your family's living conditions, especially your 2 sisters who are as thin as bamboo poles. They need to make up for their nutrition. You opened the Alliance Mall, anonymously put up for sale 50,000 coins at once, and not long after the sale, your phone received a notification that all the coins you put up for sale were sold, deducting a 10% handling fee, and your savings account was credited with 45 million Alliance coins. Upon hearing the notification, you were slightly dumbfounded, but upon second thought, coins are currently a scarce currency with huge demand, so it's normal for someone to be watching closely. With this money, you can buy a big house in the big city area, ensuring a worry-free life for your parents and 2 sisters. Moreover, safety in the big city area is much better than in the small city area. You took a taxi to the top hotel, bought a bunch of high-end delicacies, packed them in your backpack, always keeping them fresh. When you brought out the 5-star delicacies from your backpack, both of your sisters were stunned, suspecting that you had taken out a high-interest loan. Luckily, you convinced the 2 sisters with your eloquence. The next day, you took the 2 sisters to the city center, and without hesitation, bought a large house with 5 bedrooms, 3 living rooms, and 3 bathrooms. You also bought them new clothes, accompanied them to the city center, and had a few days of great fun, making up for the bitterness and hardship of the past decade. As the 10 days were up, you had to return to school and head to the war zone. Before leaving, you left them a sum of money for their daily expenses, reminding them not to feel reluctant. By the time you return to school, there will be a group of high-level professionals riding massive battle pets, with the leader riding a flying battle pet. When you saw Xia Yan standing next to the principal, you guessed that an elite team was sent from the war zone to escort her, probably because of Xia Yan. Only geniuses recognized by the Birth Alliance will have an elite team sent to escort them. Sure enough, after the principal finished speaking, the escort team leader personally took Xia Yan, while the others had to ride on the mounts of other team members. You did consider reporting yourself and receiving training from the Alliance headquarters, but then you remembered you have the violent coin system and don't need to rely on others. Moreover, flowers in a greenhouse can hardly become towering heroes, so you decided to train yourself, develop as a lone wolf, and live freely. At this point, the escort team leader Yang Zhang spoke up, warning that once out of the safe zone, they could encounter monster attacks at any time. Don't assume absolute safety just because they are being escorted, and stay alert at all times. Upon hearing these words, all the students were shocked. They had already lived through 18 years of peaceful life, and what awaited them next was a life of licking blood from the edge of a knife. A moment of distraction on the battlefield could mean life or death. A day later, the team safely arrived at Dragon City. On the way, they encountered several waves of monster attacks, but none were above level 100. With the powerful combat strength of the escort team, these monsters were as fragile as paper. However, this also made everyone realize that these high-level monsters were different from the trial dungeons. They possessed intelligence, organization, teamwork, and were fearless of death. Under the leadership of the escort team, you have arrived at the rookie camp, where various combat zone vocational schools are located. All the newly promoted vocational trainees are gathered here, with tens of thousands of people. And like Xia Yan, those who drew epic-level talents as vocational geniuses. They were then arranged to leave separately. They have been assigned to dormitory 9527 at the rookie dormitory, with 10 people in each dorm. It's a bit like a large university dormitory, just very simple. At this moment, a chubby person with a round belly, squinting eyes, and a familiar tone greeted everyone, saying, "Hello, I'm Tong, an assassin. Please guide me in the future." Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but think, indeed, a chubby person weighing at least 200 caddies choosing the assassin profession is even more absurd than a poor person choosing the swordsman profession. By the way, I have maps of monster distributions in various leveling areas. Do you want to buy one? I'll give you a 50% discount, 5 gold coins per copy. You pondered for a moment, having witnessed the true horror of monsters on the way to the battlefield, but you are not afraid. You want to quickly take down these monsters, to test the power of your divine level talent. The only thing to consider is that all the new members of the Alliance are concentrated in the battlefield. There are only 18 training areas, and without a map guide, it is difficult to unleash divine level talents without being discovered. If you have a map of monster distribution, you can easily find an uninhabited place and comfortably grind monsters. Moreover, you plan to monopolize the treasures in each training area, so you can accumulate more gold coins. With this in mind, you decisively bought 18 maps, then set off alone towards a training area. Monster territory of F rank, Dark Tomb Forest. Lord-level monsters can erode the real world, forming a monster territory, with the territory expanding as the Lord grows stronger. As long as the Lord does not die, the monsters spawned by the Lord will not truly perish, and they can respawn periodically. The Lord of this Dark Tomb Forest was captured by the human strongmen and imprisoned on this side of the newbie camp as a leveling area for newbies. Of course, if a newbie kills the Lord here, the human strongman will capture another level 30 Lord-level monster to replenish. At this moment, Lu Chen arrived at the entrance of the Dark Tomb Forest. Looking up, a visible huge magic array enveloped this leveling area, preventing the monsters inside from escaping. Many newcomers, either in teams or solo, had already entered the Dark Tomb Forest. After Lu Chen submitted his identity card, the soldier in charge verified it without error, then let Lu Chen in and kindly reminded him, "Be careful when soloing monsters, the monsters inside won't go easy on you." "Thank you." Lu Chen entered the monster territory and headed straight for a route, passing through a hidden mountain cave to reach a new graveyard. Lu Chen's arrival immediately alerted the undead monsters guarding this place. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Numerous zombie-like monsters crawled out of the graveyard, with dog heads and human bodies, their crimson claws gleaming like metal. Name, Dark Bite Ripper, level, LV15, Tisk. Those damn human rookie job changers are here again. This time, we'll make sure they all die. The leading elite monster launched the first attack. "It's your turn." Lu Chen's gaze sharpened, holding the azure shadow sword, he lightly shouted, "Talent, release." Shoo! A dazzling colorful light suddenly surged from under Lu Chen's feet, creating a wave of energy that rushed straight towards his head. "What is that?" The Dark Bite Rippers saw this scene and deep fear appeared in their pupils, sensing an immensely powerful pressure from the light. In an instant, Lu Chen's aura underwent a drastic change, like an invincible divine sword descending from the sky, about to reveal an unbeatable edge. Lu Chen's short hair had turned into flowing long hair, his clothes transformed into ancient white battle attire, his eyes and brows shining uniquely. Under the effect of the sword god transformation, the azure shadow sword also became like a peerless divine sword, emitting an intense green light. Lu Chen was confident. Now, even facing a lord-level boss, he could stand undefeated. With a sword in hand, the world was his. This was the invincible momentum of the sword god. Let's see the power of the sword god technique. With those words, Lu Chen assumed a sword-drawing posture, his eyes bursting with brilliance, a terrifying aura enough to scare these monsters swept out. At this moment, the Dark Bite Rippers finally came to their senses, each of them shouting in fear, "Run! This kid is OP." But it was too late. The next second, Lu Chen's figure appeared behind the monsters. Demon Slayer sword technique. Shoo! -1,500. -1,500. -2,000. Almost simultaneously, the heads of over 100 Dark Bite Rippers soared into the sky, their health bars disappearing instantly. Even the elite Dark Bite Rippers were instantly killed. Is this the sword god technique? Truly powerful. Introduction to the sword god skill. This skill's damage is related to one's strength and agility attributes. The higher the strength and agility, the higher the damage bonus. It's true damage with 100% penetration effect, and also has a demon ceiling effect. Of course, the damage of this skill is far more than 2,000, but the elite monster only had 2,000 health, hence showing 2,000 damage. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 15 times 10 is equal to 150 gold coins. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 15 times 10 is equal to 150 gold coins. Ding! Congratulations on winning 15 times 10 times 2 is equal to 300 gold coins. Killing elite monsters, the gold coins dropped or doubled. Not bad. Lu Chen was overjoyed. I wonder how many times the gold coins will be doubled when killing the boss. After checking the level, he leveled up by 3 levels, and killing monsters above his level gives extra experience points. At this rate, before the sun sets, he should be able to reach level 30, provided he defeats the Lord Boss. So, Lu Chen headed towards the direction of the final boss. The passive bonus attributes of the mythological talent have no time limit, only the transformation has a cooldown. Therefore, even if he only wears a set of level 10 green equipment, Lu Chen can easily kill the monsters here. And these monsters pose no threat to Lu Chen. After all, with 10 times the movement speed and defense bonus, as well as 50% damage reduction and 30% lifesteal effect, he can easily kill monsters without taking any damage. Before long, Lu Chen alone reached the depths of the Dark Toon Forest, and no monster could stop his pace. Even the powerful boss-level monsters could not withstand a sword god's technique. At this moment, as the sun was about to set, once night falls, monsters will gain a dark power bonus, enhancing their attributes. Lu Chen opened the map. That's right, that's the final boss's stronghold, the Skeleton Castle. There is a small defensive magic array covering the castle, presumably set up by human powerhouses to prevent the boss from attacking newcomers, keeping it confined to the stronghold. Otherwise, with the strength of a level 30 boss, it would be enough to slaughter level 10 rookies, turning it from a beginner leveling area into a beginner death zone. It seems that the Alliance headquarters has considered it thoroughly, greatly reducing the leveling risks for newcomers. With that in mind, Lu Chen transformed into a sword god once again, and with sword in hand, he charged straight into the skeleton castle. Hee, daring to come in alone, should I commend your courage, or call you foolish? You little ghost, I will make you a soul under my giant club, using your blood to wash away the shame of my imprisonment. A skeleton warlord at least 10 meters tall, clad in dark gray armor, wielding a huge skeletal club, appeared in front of Lu Chen. Name, Dark Lord rank, F level Lord boss level, LV 30 health, 30,000. Monsters of various forms quickly emerged around the castle, totaling hundreds, all of elite level, surrounding Lu Chen. There were also 4 boss level guards beside the skeleton warlord. It can be said that with this lineup of monsters, perhaps only a level 30 Alliance Genius team can challenge them at the moment. Even others who reach level 30 and purchase level 30 equipment would find it difficult to defeat this Lord boss. Block the castle, don't give him a chance to escape. The Dark Lord immediately gave the order. Roar! A large group of monsters began to move in an orderly manner, like a well-organized formation, showcasing the terrifying aspect of Lord-level monsters. They were very powerful. And not mindless, they understood tactics. But, it was useless. In the face of absolute power, they were just experience points. Divine Sword Storm. Lu Chen swung his sword, releasing the most powerful sword god skill. In an instant, a terrifying sword blade tornado formed around Lu Chen, with thousands of swords dancing. And this sword blade tornado spread out at an extremely fast speed. All the monsters caught in it were torn to pieces before they could even scream. This is impossible. How can a newly promoted human player have such a terrifying skill? The Dark Lord was shocked, his jaw dropping. It couldn't understand. Why could a human player, not even level 30, unleash such a wide-ranging sword technique with such power? According to its knowledge, first-tier job changers, no matter what profession they are, do not have such terrifying skills. Could it be a talent skill that surpasses legendary level? The Divine Sword Storm quickly enveloped the entire skeleton castle, and the Dark Lord could only stop and think, trying his best to resist. But this Divine Sword Storm's damage was too high, and it was continuous sustained damage that his health couldn't withstand for long. Sure enough, the Dark Lord only resisted a few times before being shredded into bone mud by countless sword blades, dying beyond death. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 30 times 10 times 10 is equal to 3,000 gold coins. Ding! Congratulations on killing the Dark Lord, level +1. Ding! Your level has reached LV 30, you need to advance before continuing to gain experience points. Please go to the Advanced Divine Stone location to obtain the advancement task. Did he just kill the Lord level big boss in seconds? Lu Chen marveled at the power of the divine talent. And this is not even the true power of the divine talent, because as his level increases, the damage of the sword god's technique will also increase. Perhaps when he advances to the 10th tier, he may be able to sweep the entire extraterritorial battlefield alone. In addition, killing the Lord boss resulted in a 10-fold increase in the amount of gold coins dropped. Really cool. Outside, 2 gatekeepers were talking. Hey, I heard that this batch of new genius students is more than in previous years, and even 3 supernovas who drew golden legendary talents matching their professions have appeared. Yes, it is said that those 3 supernovas have already formed teams, challenged to reach level 30 within a day, and taken down a Lord boss. I wonder if they can succeed. In a day? How is that possible? Even the weakest F-grade Lord is not something they can easily deal with in the early stages. It will take at least 2 days. During the conversation, a dazzling pillar of light suddenly erupted from deep within the dark tomb forest. The soldiers were instantly dumbfounded. This is the magical pillar of light that is triggered only after the Lord is killed. Oh my god! Someone has killed the Dark Lord. These 2 soldiers were greatly shocked. It's only been half a day. A new student has killed the Lord boss? But the problem is, none of the 3 supernovas came here to grind monsters. To kill the Lord in half a day, it must be at least a legendary talent, and they must have high-quality level 30 equipment to achieve it. As for why they didn't suspect that a high-level person had infiltrated, it was because all the new students had their information checked when they gathered, including family information, school information, level checks, etc. Moreover, the concentration camp was heavily guarded, and if an unidentified high-level job changer appeared, they would be able to detect it immediately. After the 2 soldiers reacted, they immediately reported the situation. Killing an F-grade Dark Lord in half a day? Send me the information of the new student who will be leveling up in the Dark Tomb Forest. Zhao Liang, the highest person in charge of the concentration camp, received the list of information and quickly saw a name, by Li Tong, along with his information. Except for the name and photo being real, all other information was fake. So it's the grandson of that person, killing an F-grade Lord boss in half a day. There's nothing surprising about that. That person's grandson sneaked in, and you didn't even notice at all. What are you guys eating? The descendants of those big shots usually have special guidance and leveling places, so they shouldn't come to this rookie concentration camp. Deep in the Dark Tomb Forest. At this moment, Bai Li Tong was staring blankly ahead. He did draw a golden legendary talent. He did have a complete set of level 30 purple equipment, but he's not even level 30 yet. No matter how strong the assassin is, leveling up alone won't be too fast. He was only at level 28, preparing to come to the skeleton castle to grind some small monsters to reach level 30, and then challenge the Dark Lord alone. But as soon as he arrived here, he witnessed an extremely shocking scene. Lu Chen, his roommate. Alone, Lu Chen broke into the skeleton castle. He thought Lu Chen was looking for death. But the next second, a huge sword storm appeared in the skeleton castle. It only lasted for a few seconds. All the monsters in the skeleton castle were killed. The Dark Lord was also annihilated. What kind of monster is this? Tong is very familiar with the skills of various combat professions. He was sure that there was no skill within level 30 of the swordsman profession that was so abnormal. There is only one explanation. His roommate must have drawn extremely outrageous talents, all of which are legendary level talents. Thinking of this, Tong squinted his small eyes, bursting with brilliance. People who dare to choose the swordsman profession and draw such high-quality talents have boundless prospects. We must find a way to make friends with the other party. At this time, Lu Chen had already left the skeleton castle. As the saying goes, gold will always shine. Someone as awesome as Lu Chen will eventually be exposed. He had already figured out a strategy to recklessly kill the lords here. At this point, Lu Chen's level had reached level 30, allowing him to purchase a set of level 30 swordsman equipment and upgrade his skills to level 30. In this way, even without transforming into a sword god, he could easily kill the monsters in the beginner leveling area. Ding! You spent 360 gold coins to upgrade the flying sword technique to level 30. Tip: skill level cannot exceed your own level. You need to level up before you can continue to upgrade your skills. Lu Chen smiled slightly. Having money is really good. He finally understood the pleasure of playing games like those rich people who spend money. Then, Lu Chen opened the outer domain store. All transfer players will automatically activate the outer domain store function upon arriving in the frontline area. No one knows why the outer domain store appeared, but on this store, you can use gold coins to purchase equipment, props, materials, treasure chests, and other items. Of course, the premise is that you have enough gold coins. Lu Chen opened the equipment page suitable for the swordsman profession, showing 12 equipment slots. Lu Chen clicked on the weapon item. There were swords of various levels, but the highest quality was only orange. To purchase equipment above orange quality, you could only do so by buying equipment treasure chests. If you were lucky, you could get epic or legendary equipment. As for whether you could get mythical equipment, that was unknown, because throughout human history, no one has owned mythical equipment. The first place on the equipment leaderboard was a legendary level holy sword at level 300. Name: Equipment Treasure Chest. Introduction: has a chance to open an equipment, but the applicable profession, quality, and level are all random. This is the only way to obtain equipment above orange quality. Price: 50 gold. Wow. A treasure chest cost 50 gold coins, and the probability of getting a top quality equipment matching the profession and level was so low. Lu Chen had learned in school that the blueprints and equipment dropped by monsters were at most of orange quality. And for the swordsman to maintain T0 level combat power, they needed at least orange or higher quality equipment in the mid to late game. This was a universally recognized fact. Without resources, do not easily choose the swordsman profession. Although Lu Chen had reached financial freedom, he did not buy equipment treasure chests. Because he was only level 30 now, opening equipment treasure chests was not very meaningful, and he didn't know how long it would take to open equipment above orange quality that he could wear, which would be a waste of time. So, Lu Chen directly purchased a complete set of level 30 orange equipment. A piece of level 30 orange equipment cost 900 gold coins. Even if they had resources at home, at level 30, they would not be willing to buy, let alone buy a whole set. After changing into the equipment, Lu Chen immediately opened his attribute panel to check. Name: Lu Chen. Occupation: Swordsmaster level, LV 30, first tier, health points, 60-50 mana points, 2250 physical attack, 2271 physical defense, 18150 talent X 1000%. Magic resistance, 6750, talent X 1000%. Strength, 157 plus 600 endurance, 5 plus 600 intelligence, 7 agility, 6 plus 560 spirit, 5 plus 220 free attribute points, 0, increase by plus 5 per level. Talent, Heart of the Sword God skill, S-rank flying sword technique, first tier LV 30. Lu Chen's attributes have been significantly boosted, combined with the bonus from the divine level talent. His physical defense has reached an astonishing 18,150. It can be said that even second-tier physical output monsters may find it difficult to break through his defense. Perhaps only magic-based monsters can inflict damage on Lu Chen. With a casual attack, Lu Chen instantly defeated an elite-level monster. My goodness! One normal attack to kill a level 30 elite monster? This damage is incredible. Lu Chen's companion, Bai Li Tong, was dumbfounded. Therefore, Bai Li Tong took the initiative to show up and approached Lu Chen. Who? Lu Chen suddenly turned around, thinking he had been discovered by a top player in the game. When he saw that it was his roommate, Bai Li Tong, he was slightly surprised. Brother Yu, don't worry, it's me, Bai Li Tong, your lovely and friendly roommate. Lu Chen was very surprised. With his divine-level talent speed boost, his speed far surpassed others at the same level. How could this bulky assassin roommate keep up with him? Brother Yu, your heroic and graceful defeat of the Lord Boss has left me in awe. I admire you so much and I want to be friends with you officially, hee. Lu Chen looked at the chubby Bai Li Tong, furrowing his brows slightly. He naturally wouldn't resist making friends. This chubby guy could see him defeat the Lord Boss and keep up with his speed, which was truly remarkable. This guy definitely had a background. Moreover, he had to make sure he kept his secrets. With these thoughts in mind, Lu Chen smiled and said, I'm fine with being friends, but if the higher-ups don't find out about me here, I hope you can keep my secret. I understand, no problem at all, I swear by my assassin faith. Snap. And so, the two of them shook hands, sealing the bond of friendship. Brother Yu, I'm only 2 levels away from level 30, want to team up? Sure, but let's not fight small monsters for now. Then what should we do? Let's go after the lords in other leveling areas. Oh, that's perfect, let's go. Death Cave Leveling Area. Headquarters of the Death Spider Lord. Brother Yu, help me. There are too many small monsters, I'm not level 30 yet, I can't handle it. Bai Li Tong scrambled and dodged the attacks of a large group of death spiders in a sorry state. Bai Li Tong was completely green, with green damage numbers constantly appearing above his head, and he had to keep taking medicine to heal. But what Lu Chen didn't notice was Bai Li Tong's sly expression. I want to see how many cards you really have. Lu Chen was completely unafraid of these toxins, as the health he gained from a normal attack was more than the health lost from the poison. The physical attacks of the Death Spider Lord had no effect on Lu Chen at all, as they couldn't break through his defense, relying solely on magic poison damage output. Flying Sword Technique. Lu Chen had no choice but to use his only attack skill against the small monsters surrounding Bai Li Tong. Swish! The flying swords streaked like meteors. In a flash, all the elite Death Spider monsters were pierced through, their health bars disappearing. Wow! Brother Yu, this flying sword is so cool, I suddenly regret believing in the Assassin Creed. After clearing the small monsters, Bai Li Tong put on a relieved expression. It didn't take long. Lu Chen beheaded the Death Spider Lord with a single sword strike. Ding! Congratulations on killing the F-grade Death Spider Lord. Ding! You have not advanced to the 2nd tier, so you cannot gain experience. Buzz! The sealing array was triggered, and the magical pillar reappeared. Ha! The Death Spider Lord was also killed by someone? Zhao Liang received a report from the soldiers guarding the Death Spider leveling area. Report to Officer Zhao, yes. It wasn't done by Supernova. Did a chubby guy named Bai Li Tong go in? The soldier immediately replied, yes, officer, half an hour ago, Bai Li Tong and a newcomer named Lu Chen went in together. Then it's fine. Zhao Liang rubbed his chin, shook his head, and smiled helplessly. It seems that the grandson of that person is using the Lord Boss to train himself, only teaming up with one teammate. Lu Chen. Zhao Liang looked at the information and found that Lu Chen was a swordsman by profession, and came from a civilian background, with both parents in low-level life professions, and 2 younger sisters still in school. However, Zhao Liang didn't think much about it, thinking that Bai Li Tong was using Lu Chen to increase the difficulty of monster hunting. What a willful child. At this moment, Lu Chen and Bai Li Tong had already rushed to the next leveling area. Brother Yu, not to brag, but I'm now level 30, wearing level 30 equipment, and I can easily take on an F-grade Lord solo, you'll see my performance later. Bai Li Tong's small eyes were full of confidence. Is that so? Who was it that said they easily defeated the Death Spider minions just now? Lu Chen said disdainfully. Swish! Bai Li Tong blushed, saying, it was mainly because the Death Spider monsters were not honorable, constantly using silk control skills to restrict me, and then continuously poisoning, I was really helpless. Soon, the two arrived at the new leveling area, Frost Wolf Valley. Frost Lord's headquarters. Brother Yu, help me. The passive area freezing effect of this Frost Lord every 30 seconds is too disgusting. It's like it was born to counter me. Bai Li Tong dodged in a sorry state, shouting for help to Lu Chen. It must be said, this chubby guy's acting skills are much better than some fresh meat idols. Put. In less than 3 minutes, Lu Chen had defeated the Frost Lord along with the minions. Brother Yu, don't look at me like that, if it was another F-grade lord, I could definitely win against it. You know, assassins can't get close, so it's as good as useless. By the way, brother you, why is the freezing time of this frost lord so short for you? Bailey Tong's small eyes were full of curiosity. Because I have control reduction effects. After 2 team hunts of lords, Lu Chen also roughly understood the battle power of Bailey Tong. This fat guy was definitely at the top assassin level. Especially his movement speed was extremely amazing, just a little worse than his own, completely unaffected by body size restrictions. At present, the fat guy's speed and agility were top-notch, but in other aspects, it's hard to say. Alright, we need to hurry up and sweep the lord bosses. Those who draw high-quality talents probably have reached level 30 by now. Alright, let's go straight for the lords. So, the two roamed through various leveling areas, quickly killing F-grade lords. It caused quite a stir for a while. Damn, the lords are being killed again? I've just reached level 20. Many newcomers were shocked and bitter. Why is the gap between people so big? Brother you, there's only one magic ape lord left. Should we let this one go too? Bailey Tong asked. Previously, Lu Chen saw 2 lords being hunted by a team, so he chose to let it go. This last magic ape lord also had a 6-person team hunting it, including a schoolmate, Xian. At this moment, the magic ape lord's health bar dropped to 10%. Good job, keep up the output, Xian, leave a skill to finally end the boss. The leader is a Western beauty with blonde hair and blue eyes, wearing a priest robe emitting orange light, giving orders in the Alliance language in the center of the team. Name, Daisy, occupation, priest, level, LV30, brother you, I know this person, from the Ross family, a major family in Zone A, and the only assistant of the 3 superstars of this generation. Bai Li Tong said, the Ross family? The family that is known as the richest in the Alliance? Exactly. Hearing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but look at Bai Li Tong more, even knowing the daughter of the richest person in the Alliance, truly worthy of being called Bai Li Tong. However, in Lu Chen's view, this chubby guy's identity should also be extraordinary. Brother you, why are you looking at me? Shouldn't you be looking at the beautiful Daisy? Women only affect the speed at which I draw my sword. Just as Lu Chen was preparing to release the Lord of the Magic Apes, brush off a few small monsters for gold accumulation, and then return, a mutation occurred. When the Lord of the Magic Apes' health dropped to 5%, it suddenly erupted with a huge momentum, its eyes turning crimson, and its fur growing wild. Roar! Just one roar. The powerful sound wave pushed back the 6-person team. Oh my gosh! This Lord of the Magic Apes has mutated, advancing to the level of an E-rank Lord. Daisy's angelic face immediately changed, showing fear in her eyes. E-rank Lord. Even with only 5% health left, it is definitely not an opponent they can easily deal with now. Moreover, when a Lord advances, the monsters around it will also advance 1 level. Only the remaining 2 Lord of the Magic Apes advanced to F-rank Lords, and a dozen elite Magic Apes advanced to the level of Lords. With such a terrifying lineup, not to mention Daisy as a priest, even a high-burst mage profession would only have a chance to escape. How could this happen? Xiaoyan's face also changed drastically. He is the main output of the team, hoping to perform well on this occasion to win the favor of the beauty, but he didn't expect to be so unlucky. It seems that it's time to explain things here. Quick, output, we only have a chance if we can kill the Lord of the Magic Apes in seconds. Daisy made a decisive decision. But the Lord of the Magic Apes is very clever, not giving the others a chance at all, ordering its subordinates to block the skills, quickly retreating, and planning to slaughter these 6 people after its health recovers. It's over. Daisy and the others looked desperate. At this moment, the big shots in the camp were too late to come to the rescue. Brother you, they are in a desperate situation, this is the best time to snatch the boss. What are we waiting for then? Let's make a move. The Lord of the Magic Apes stood on a boulder, bloodthirsty, looking at Daisy and the others. Suddenly, backstab. Flying sword technique. Put. -500. -3000. The Lord of the Magic Apes, with only a little health left, never expected that 2 old 6s would ambush it, causing such high damage, and just like that, they killed it. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 30 times 10 times 20 is equal to 6,000 gold coins. Ha! Killing an E-rank Lord increased by 20 times? Lu Chen was pleasantly surprised. An E-rank Lord of the Magic Apes was killed in seconds? Daisy and the others were collectively stunned. After the E-rank Lord of the Magic Apes was killed in seconds, its subordinates immediately started screaming and fleeing. Ha! Brother you, this lord actually dropped a skill book. Bai Li Tong handed the skill book to Lu Chen. Name, block, type, active defensive skill, grade, E-rank, applicable occupation, all melee occupations. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. This is a defensive skill suitable for him. Although the grade is not high, it doesn't matter at all, as the extraterritorial mall has skill-related treasure chests for purchase. In addition to being able to obtain skill books, there is also a chance to obtain scrolls that can increase the grade of skills. If an S-level scroll is opened, any skill can be directly upgraded to S-level, but the probability of opening it is very low. But for the current Lu Chen, as long as it involves money, it's not a problem. So, Lu Chen decisively learned the skill of blocking, and spent more than 300 gold coins to upgrade it to LV30. After Xia Yan saw the appearance of the person clearly, he couldn't believe it. Is that Lu Chen? It's impossible. Lu Chen is a swordsman profession, and he's poor. It's impossible for him to defeat an E-level lord in seconds. It must be the fat guy next to him. It must be this fat guy who defeated the E-level lord. But who is this fat guy? How can he have such high damage? Xia Yan, do you know them? Daisy noticed Xia Yan's expression and curiously asked. I know one of them, named Lu Chen. He is my schoolmate, but he chose the swordsman profession, and his family conditions are very poor. He seems to have given up on himself. The boss should have been defeated by the fat assassin he's trying to please. Xia Yan replied. Although Daisy didn't see who defeated the boss, she didn't think Lu Chen was a simple person. She is a member of the Ross family, well informed since childhood, and she can see at a glance that Lu Chen has an extraordinary temperament. Daisy didn't chase after the fleeing monsters, but came to Lu Chen and Bai Li Tong. Thank you very much for helping out. I'm Daisy. As a token of gratitude, I owe you a favor. If you need any help in the future, you can contact me. After speaking, Daisy sent a friend request to the two. This made Xia Yan envious and jealous. He had always dreamed of being friends with Daisy, but she said she would only accept after he helped her defeat the demon ape lord. Why can this poor Lu Chen get the friendship of the Ross family's pearl? It's just because of the fat assassin, who assisted in killing the demon ape lord. Bai Li Tong, agree. Lu Chen, reject. No need to add as a friend. What did I just hear? Miss Daisy's friend request was rejected? Everyone was shocked. It's just a small favor. After saying that, Lu Chen left. Beautiful Miss Daisy, then I'll take my leave too. Bai Li Tong turned and followed Lu Chen. Leaving Daisy in a state of confusion, she muttered to herself, this is the first time someone has rejected me. This Lu Chen is quite unique. Brother you, tell me honestly, are you playing hard to get with Daisy, trying to get her interested in you step by step? We've just changed jobs not long ago. Leveling up and getting stronger is the priority. Without strength, everything is just a mirage. Lu Chen doesn't dislike beautiful women, it's just not the right time now. When his strength is strong enough to ignore any monsters in the future, he won't have trouble finding a suitable partner. At this moment, Lu Chen suddenly thought of something and looked at Bai Li Tong. Fat guy, do you know about a mysterious organization called Soul Hidden? Soul Hidden Organization? Bai Li Tong was surprised. Brother you, are you planning to assassinate someone? As long as it's not you, it's fine. Do you know about it or not? The current Lu Chen is not only worried about his parents in the war zone, but also about his two younger sisters who have no one to look after them. After all, there is no absolutely safe place in this world. Even in the peace zone, there is a possibility of monster invasion. Most importantly, sometimes, human hearts are more terrifying than monsters. Bai Li Tong smiled awkwardly and said, I know, the Soul Hidden Organization is mysterious and powerful. It's not an exaggeration to say that even the three major war gods overseeing the alliance forces are wary of it. Lu Chen had only heard a little about this legendary mysterious organization. As long as you can afford enough gold coins, this organization can help you assassinate anyone you want to kill. Of course, you can also hire them to protect anyone you want to protect. Do you know how to find members of the Soul Hidden Organization? Bai Li Tong squinted his small eyes, leaving only a slit. He looked at Lu Chen, smirked, and said, you can find them as long as you have gold coins. Lu Chen also smirked and said, money is not a problem. 2 days later, Lu Chen and Bai Li Tong appeared on Street 7 of Dragon City and entered a dimly lit small bar. This was a privately owned bar. Many career changers returned to Dragon City and would occasionally come for a few drinks. What can I get you too? The female bartender dressed as a bunny ears maid warmly welcomed them. Brother you, give her 500 gold coins and say we want to see the landlady. Bai Li Tong reminded in a low voice. Although Lu Chen was free with gold coins now, he was still slightly surprised that the introduction fee was 500 gold coins. Lu Chen took out 500 gold coins and smiled, saying, I would like to see the landlady. Please follow me. The beautiful bunny-eared maid remained calm upon seeing the 500 gold coins, as if she was used to it. Soon, Lu Chen was led into a dimly lit small black room, while Bai Li Tong waited at the bar. There was a young woman in a cheongsam with a prominent badge on her chest, consisting of a coin and a skull. Seeing Lu Chen approaching, she thought to herself, so young, must be another rich second generation wanting to get rid of some unlucky commoner. To avoid trouble, these wealthy second generations often did this. The young woman in Cheongsam stood up slowly, revealing her fair long legs, and said, "Follow me." Lu Chen nodded and followed the young woman in Cheongsam into another small black room. Unexpectedly, there was a teleportation array hidden in this small black room. The young woman in Cheongsam gestured for Lu Chen to enter the teleportation array. Without hesitation, Lu Chen entered. As the teleportation array shimmered, the young woman in Cheongsam did not follow. In the next moment, Lu Chen appeared in a dimly lit space. In this space, there was only a chair and a figure in a black robe. The figure in the black robe sat quietly in the chair, his face and body completely hidden under the black robe. Seeing someone being teleported in, the figure in the black robe raised his head to look at Lu Chen, his tone cold as he asked, "To kill or to protect?" "To protect," Lu Chen replied, handing over the prepared information. A moment later, "You want to protect 4 people, and for a period of 2 years? Naturally, Lu Chen wanted to protect his parents in the F war zone and his sister in the peace zone for 2 years. Lu Chen nodded towards the figure in the black robe. The figure in the black robe glanced at the information in his hand and said, "The cost for 2 years of protection might be quite high. How much gold coins do you need?" Lu Chen asked directly. The figure in the black robe looked Lu Chen up and down, feeling a bit puzzled. Although Lu Chen looked very young, he exuded a sense of calmness. 100 gold coins per person per day for protection, for 4 people, totaling 292,000 gold coins for 2 years. If you pay in full up front, I can offer you a discount, let's say 290,000 gold coins, if. Deal. Lu Chen immediately transferred 290,000 gold coins to the figure, signed the contract, and left, leaving the figure in the black robe in a state of confusion. Are the youngsters these days also arrogant? They don't even need installment payments. With his family now secured, Lu Chen could now focus on completing advanced tasks and leveling up by fighting monsters with all his might. Concentration Camp. Advanced Hall. Here, you can take on second-tier advanced tasks. At this point, many newcomers had already reached level 30 and were queuing up here to take on advanced tasks. Brother Yu, after advancing, do you plan to participate in the Alliance Legion assessment, or join other guild forces? Bailey Tong had a smile on his face, his eyes rolling around. Legion. Lu Chen had his own plans. Guild organizations have too many restrictions, and there are not as many benefits as in the Alliance Legion. In the areas under the jurisdiction of the Alliance, it is natural to prioritize joining the Legion, where you can earn military merits by killing monsters and completing Legion tasks. With military merits, you can not only obtain military ranks and increase permissions, but also exchange for some special tickets. For example, the Sky Arena, Star Tower, Dragon Valley, etc. are special rewards obtained from battles outside the human realm. There are also fog coins, mystery coins, abyss coins, etc. that appear in the burst coin system, which can only be obtained by entering these special areas. And the drop rate is even lower than gold coins. These places have a certain number of slots for entry into the Legion every year. Of course, powerful monsters will also enter and compete with humans for the rewards inside. This is a special instance belonging to the monster world, and even the monsters covet the rewards inside. The Alliance headquarters stipulates that only those who have obtained a certain amount of military merits and meet the conditions are eligible to receive tickets. This is also the main reason why Lu Chen chose the Legion first. Then I will also choose to join the Legion. It's hard to say whether you and Brother Yu will be assigned to the same war zone and the same team. Bailey Tong squinted his eyes and smiled, always looking like a shrewd merchant. Lu Chen just smiled slightly at this. The allocation of the Legion is very strict. How could it be that Bailey Tong's words would determine the assignment together? Even the Alliance Major General does not have that authority. After waiting in line for a while, it was finally Lu Chen's turn. This is a second-level Advanced Divine Stone. You can only accept second-tier missions. Place your hand on it, and you will receive a prompt for the advanced mission. You can choose the difficulty of the advanced mission yourself. The higher the difficulty, the higher the attribute bonus you will receive upon completion. Except for the first free draw, each subsequent draw will require gold coins, similar to drawing talents. After the first failed advanced mission, you will not be able to draw the mission difficulty again. The Advanced Divine Stone will directly assign you the lowest difficulty advanced mission, so please act within your capabilities. The soldier in charge of overseeing the Advanced Divine Stone was very responsible in explaining to everyone. Lu Chen nodded, then placed his hand on the Advanced Divine Stone. Buzz! As the Advanced Divine Stone released a white light, a panel for drawing the difficulty of the advanced mission appeared in front of Lu Chen. The first time was free. Draw. Ding! You drew a D-level difficulty second-tier mission, do you confirm? Lu Chen of course chose, no. With his current strength, he was more than capable of easily completing the highest difficulty S-level second-tier mission. D-level? Not even worth considering. After 2 days of continuous gold coin farming, Lu Chen's gold coins had accumulated to over 1 million. The current Lu Chen can only be described as extremely wealthy. So, Lu Chen directly spent gold coins to draw until he stopped at the S-level difficulty advanced mission. Ding, you spent 20 gold coins, drew an S-level difficulty second-tier mission, do you confirm? Confirm. Ding, you have confirmed the second-tier mission. Mission content, you need to go to the mission instance and single-handedly kill a level 30 S-level lord. Tip, if the mission instance is not opened voluntarily within 3 days, it will open automatically. Once opened, you will be immediately transported into the instance, and if you abandon the mission, you will be immediately transported out. Wow! It truly lived up to the S-level difficulty of the second-tier mission, requiring a single kill of an S-level lord. With this level of difficulty, even a supernova with a legendary talent matching the profession and equipped with all orange gear would have to carefully consider whether to accept this difficult task. After all, going solo, you either need absolute strength or ample financial resources to prepare thoroughly, otherwise, there is a high probability of failure. But Lu Chen remained calm. As long as you transform into the sword god, within 30 seconds, you can easily defeat any level 30 lord level boss. Brother you, I received an A-level difficulty mission, how about you? About the same. About the same? Does that mean brother you took on a B-level one? S-level. Damn. Tong stared at Lu Chen with wide eyes. Oh my god, is brother you so brave? Daring to take on an S-level difficulty task? Even if I draw it, I have to consider it carefully, as that is not a task that just anyone can handle. Although the mission boss may be weaker than real bosses, and although it is a one-on-one without small monsters interfering, but even if the S-level lord-level boss is weaker, it is not something an ordinary person can deal with. The most important thing is, this is only a second-tier mission, the attribute bonuses for completing S-level and completing A-level are not that different, and can be compensated for later through equipment and other means. Therefore, it is still safest to take on the A-level advanced mission. Tong's eyes suddenly flashed with light. After 2 days of being together, Tong knew that Lu Chen was not a reckless person. Since Lu Chen dares to take on S-level difficulty, it means that Lu Chen is fully confident. Brother you're awesome. You are a role model for me. I'll go do the mission first, and we'll participate in the Legion assessment together later. After speaking, Tong opened the mission instance portal. At this time, several people also entered the hall. They were Lu Chen's other roommates who were teaming up to level up. Seeing the fat guy being sent to the mission instance, they were stunned. Is that fat guy already level 30? Faster than us? They never expected that the fat guy they used to look down on was already level 30. How is that possible? Lu Chen also opened the mission. Damn, Lu Chen is also level 30? How did they level up? They were puzzled, unable to understand. Inside the mission instance. This is a place similar to an ancient Roman arena. A disgusting monster with a smooth body stared at Lu Chen. It was 10 meters tall, crawling, with 8 strange eyes on its back, possessing hallucinogenic effects. The only evil eye also contained strange runes, making people fearful, and emitting visible black mist and evil aura all over its body. Name, Evil Eye Lord, Level, S-Level Lord Boss, Level, LV30, Health, 100,000. Introduction, a projection of the S-Level Evil Eye Lord from the monster world, possessing the combat skills and habits of its original form. 100,000 health. This must be the limit of a first-tier monster's health. Lu Chen looked at his own 6,050 health points and thought to himself, I'm still too fragile, I need to increase my health in the future. Crack! Lu Chen appeared. The Evil Eye Lord began to attack. Roar! I am the Supreme Evil Eye Lord, my domain is the Swamp Purgatory, human little devil, your only fate is to wail in death. Talent, activate, sword god form. In just a few seconds, Lu Chen stood with his sword on the forehead of the Evil Eye Lord. At this moment, the Evil Eye Lord was covered in sword marks, its evil eyes were all cut off, and its health bar was only 1% left. Faced with Lu Chen's full power, the Evil Eye Lord had no choice but to wait for death. Supreme Evil Eye Lord, who was wailing in death now. Flying sword technique. Lu Chen's fingers closed together, and hundreds of flying swords instantly flew around the Evil Eye Lord. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing the Evil Eye Lord, completing the advancement. Unfortunately, this mission boss does not belong to real monsters, so it did not drop any gold coins, otherwise, you would know how many times the S-level Lord would drop. The next moment, the advancement array appeared under Lu Chen's feet, and a dazzling advancement light emerged. Lu Chen could clearly feel that his 5-dimensional attributes were rapidly increasing, and the baptism duration was only about 10 seconds. Open the attribute panel. Name, Lu Chen. Occupation, swordsman. Level, LV 30, second tier. Health points, 7250 mana points, 3450 physical attack, 2631 physical defense, 21750 magic resistance, 10350 strength, 157 plus 120 plus 600 stamina, 5 plus 120 plus 600 intelligence, 7 plus 120 agility, 6 plus 120 plus 560 spirit, 5 plus 120 plus 220 free attribute points, 0, increase by plus 5 per level, all attributes plus 120. A very nice attribute bonus. Now that the damage is sufficient, Lu Chen decides to allocate all points to stamina in the future to increase his health first. In case he encounters powerful monsters that ignore percentage defense in the future, it would be very dangerous if his health is low. At this moment, a panel for extracting exclusive second-tier skills popped up. Same as before. The first 3 extractions are free, but the highest skill that can be extracted is only a grade E second-tier skill. Skills are still very important. Getting good skills can greatly enhance combat power. Ding! You spent 100 gold coins, and got an encouraging draw. Ding! You spent 100 gold coins, and got a B-grade skill, Sky Slash. Ding! You spent 100 gold coins, and got an S-grade skill, 7-star sword formation. After more than 1,000 draws and spending tens of thousands of gold coins, Lu Chen successfully drew an S-grade skill. Spending money is comfortable. Name, 7-star sword formation grade, S-grade level, second tier LV0, requires gold coins to upgrade. Skill effect, after activating the sword formation, within the range of the sword formation, your basic health, attack, defense, and movement speed will increase. The time to release other skills will be shortened, and additional severe injury effects will be inflicted on the target. Tip: upgrading this skill can increase the range and bonuses of the sword formation. Such a comprehensive support skill. Lu Chen was delighted. He decisively chose this support skill. Such a comprehensive skill not only increases health but also shortens skill release time, which is extremely practical for a swordsman. If he can reach 0 release time, instant skill casting would be so cool and explosive. Ding! You have advanced to the second tier. Equipment ranking, wealth ranking, pet ranking, level ranking, and other rankings are now open. Tip: after entering the rankings will be refreshed weekly, and the top 10 will receive additional combat power bonuses. Ha! There's also a combat power bonus? Lu Chen opened the wealth ranking and found that the first place was held by the current head of the Ross family, Chayerta Ross, with an astonishing amount of 2 billion gold coins, equivalent to 20 trillion, truly deserving to be the richest in the alliance. Of course, this wealth ranking is based on individual gold coin ownership and is not accurate. For example, large organizations like the Alliance and Soul Concealment have a warehouse of gold coins far exceeding the world's richest individuals, but it is not counted as personal ownership. The Ross family simply concentrated the gold coins accumulated by the entire family over nearly 100 years on the head, but it was still astonishing. After advancing to the second tier, the coin explosion system also unlocked 2 stars. This was what Lu Chen was most looking forward to. System name, Coin Explosion. Current status, activated. Unlock star rating. Introduction: after activation, monsters will drop gold coins when defeated. Killing monsters will guarantee gold coins equal to the monster's level multiplied by a base number. Elite monsters or bosses will double the amount, and the current base number for dropped gold coins is 20. Missed coins, not unlocked. Magic crystal coins, not unlocked. Abyss coins, not unlocked. The base number of gold coins exploded has doubled. It seems that this coin explosion system is purely for obtaining gold coins, and the higher the star rating unlocked, the higher the base number. Lu Chen remembered that after advancing to the second tier, he had 4 skill slots, so he planned to purchase a skill from the extraterritorial market after going out. After completing the advancement, Lu Chen was teleported back to the advancement hall. Congratulations on completing the advancement, student. This is the assessment point map for legions, guilds, and other organizations. You can choose where to participate in the assessment on your own. If you are participating in the Legion assessment, I advise you to go early unless you have strong strength. Otherwise, once the quota is full, we will not recruit anymore because we only recruit elites. The sergeant in charge of the advancement hall handed Lu Chen a map. Seeing that Bai Li Tong, the fat guy, had not returned from his mission yet, Lu Chen opened the extraterritorial market and clicked on the skills page. Here, only skill treasure chests are available for purchase, unlike the equipment page where you can directly buy equipment. Lu Chen had considered purchasing one from the Alliance market, but the grade of the purchased one would definitely not be high. It was better to open a skill treasure chest, Perhaps it could contain a scroll to improve the grade. Name, skill treasure chest. Description, has a chance to open skill books and mysterious scrolls, but the skill applicable profession and grade are random. Purchase amount, 50. This skill treasure chest was similar to the equipment chest. Lu Chen directly purchased 100 of them at once. Ding, congratulations on opening the F-grade first-tier water magic skill, water ball technique. Ha! The first one opened a skill book. Could it be that the goddess of luck was smiling upon him today? Ding, congratulations on opening a B-grade mysterious scroll, which can upgrade any skill grade to B-grade. This. Awesome! After opening 100 chests, Lu Chen obtained 28 skill books and 1 B-grade scroll, with a close to 30% opening rate, much higher than others. However, there were no skill books suitable for the swordsman profession. The only good thing was this B-grade mysterious scroll. It could be said that this 5,000 gold coins drew a blank. No wonder most people with resources at home preferred to purchase skill books rather than draw them. It was too costly in terms of gold coins. Later, Lu Chen continued to purchase 100 chests and finally obtained an A-grade swordsman skill, Blue Lotus Sword Dance. Name, Blue Lotus Sword Dance. Grade, A. Level, first tier LV0, requires gold coins to upgrade. Skill effect, attack the target with a magnificent sword dance, a total of 4 stages. The release process cannot be interrupted. The 4th stage, the spinning sword dance, will return to the original position and cause a stiff state to targets along the way. Tip, upgrading the skill can increase damage. A skill that combines output and control, very suitable. Subsequently, Lu Chen upgraded all skills to the 2nd tier. Lu Chen kept the other 58 skill books, waiting to join the Legion to hand them over and exchange them for military merits. Not long after, Tong returned from the advancement task, clean and uninjured. Oh, really? Brother, you completed the advancement task before me? Tong rubbed his eyes in disbelief. An S-rank task? Doesn't it take at least a day? And Lu Chen was clean all over, without a single wound. If you didn't know, you would think Lu Chen had completed the lowest F-rank advancement task. I've been waiting for you for half a day. If I hadn't promised you to go to the Legion assessment together, I would have gone first. Brother, I really admire you. Let's go, we'll go to the Legion assessment point now. Tong laughed heartily. Seeing Lu Chen and Tong heading to the Legion assessment, the other roommates who had just completed the F-rank advancement tasks did not have high hopes. In their view, Lu Chen and Tong, who were uninjured, were also doing F-rank advancement tasks like them. With just a 10-point attribute bonus, they would not be able to pass the Legion assessment, so it was better to join a guild directly. Fatty, how much attribute bonus do you get for completing an A-rank advancement task? Not much, just 100 points. Hearing this, Lu Chen nodded. Indeed, the difference in attribute bonuses obtained from S-rank difficulty was not significant. If there is no absolute self-confidence, it is safest to do the A-level advanced task. After all, there are many aspects that can be improved. In the conversation, the two of them arrived at the Legion assessment point together, where many people were being assessed. Of course, professionals like Xie Yan and Daisy are not required to participate, as they are directly assigned to the S-Warzone Alliance headquarters. There are 2 types of Legion assessments, professional legions and monster hunters. Professional legions are regular troops, strict discipline, unified command, and monthly benefits. Monster hunters are in free mode, but there is no fixed allowance. Which one do you want to assess? Asked the soldier in charge of registration. Monster hunter. Lu Chen replied without hesitation. Tong stood dumbfounded in place. He had already arranged everything in advance, waiting for the professional legion assessment to be completed, and then assigned to the same warzone and team as Lu Chen. Unexpectedly, Lu Chen wanted to join the monster hunters, but thinking about it carefully, it makes sense. People who choose the swordsman profession naturally yearn for freedom, and being a monster hunter is very suitable. If my grandfather knew that I didn't apply for the regular army, but became a monster hunter, he would probably be furious. Whatever. A monster hunter is a monster hunter. My sixth sense tells me that following Lu Chen will definitely take off. This monster hunter assessment is simple, with only one task, real combat. As long as you can kill an elite monster of the same level, you are considered qualified. The shorter the kill time, the higher the score, and the better the chances of being assigned to a warzone with good resources. In order to stay in the F warzone and apply to see his parents as soon as possible, Lu Chen unloaded all his equipment and only used a low-level weapon. Stepping onto the assessment platform, an elite monster similar to a werewolf danced wildly with a spiked iron rod, howling and launching the first attack. Block! Ding! -1. Such a perfect block, such precise timing. The assessor looked at Lu Chen on the assessment platform, feeling very surprised. This kid is a combat genius. Lu Chen smiled slightly, not expecting that the block enhanced by the B-level scroll would work well. Then, Lu Chen continued to fight the monster with normal attacks, at most using block to resist the monster's skill attacks. This confused the assessor. Normally, a swordsman profession, even if they don't have money to buy skill books, should have attack skills from the first and second tier exclusive skills they draw. Why is this little guy only using block and not releasing attack skills? Time was running out. Lu Chen seized the opportunity and released the Green Lotus sword dance, his body instantly elegant in dancing, with sword light flashing 4 times. Plop 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 plop. For segments of damage, no stiffness effect triggered, and the monster was directly killed by Lu Chen. This is at least an A-level Green Lotus sword dance, this kid is holding back. With that thought, the assessor also announced loudly, assessment completed, lasted 5 minutes and 8 seconds, score 65, passed the assessment. On the other hand, Tong had already finished the battle, scoring a high 90 points, ensuring he could go to a war zone above sea level. But when the war zone allocation was announced, Lu Chen was dumbfounded. Lu Chen, Tong, assigned to the original F war zone, report to the F war zone Monster Hunter Hall early tomorrow morning. Back in the dormitory, Lu Chen squinted at Tong, puzzled. War zone allocation is a very strict matter. How did this fat guy get such a high score but was assigned to the same F war zone as himself? Brother, you, don't look at me like that. I'm also puzzled. Tong shrugged, indicating that he was also unclear about what happened, and could only say, perhaps my physique and profession did not meet the standards, so I was not favored and was assigned to the F war zone. Brother, you, I told you. Maybe we are in the same war zone, I didn't expect it to be true. I really hope that after reporting tomorrow, I can also be assigned to the same hunter team as you. Lu Chen rolled his eyes and said to a small team, this is no different from winning the lottery jackpot, it's just a dream. Inside the concentration camp, Zhao Liang looked at the intelligence sent by his subordinates and fell into contemplation. He couldn't believe that Tong would give up the regular military assessment to participate in the Monster Hunter assessment for Lu Chen. He scored 90 points in the assessment but secretly requested to stay in the F war zone, just to be in the same war zone as Lu Chen. This Lu Chen is just an ordinary swordsman from a poor family. What kind of magic does he possess that makes the grandson of that nobleman value him so much? How are Lu Chen's parents' working conditions now? Sir, Lu Chen's parents are currently doing the hardest and most tiring work in the war zone, with the lowest subsidies. After some contemplation, Zhao Liang said slowly, issue my order to reduce the workload of Lu Chen's parents, and also increase their benefits, with subsidies at the highest standard of ordinary livelihood professions. Yes, since the grandson of that nobleman values Lu Chen so much, I should also do a favor and take care of Lu Chen's parents. This deal is definitely worth it. On the other side, F war zone barracks, blacksmith camp. Lu Shan was shirtless, sweating profusely as he crafted a suit of armor under the continuous high temperature, his skin turning red. Lu Shan, come to my office. Seeing his boss calling him, Lu Shan became worried, thinking that his boss was going to make things difficult for him again, increase his workload, or even fire him. If that happened, he would lose his source of income. What would happen to his son? How would he support his 2 daughters? As Lu Shan entered the office with a worried look on his face, before he could speak, his boss quickly helped him sit down and poured him a cup of tea. Ha! What is this? Lu Shan, the honest man, was instantly stunned. The boss poured tea for him? This was unbelievable. No. There must be a problem. Is he really going to fire me? Lu Shan quickly said, Sir, I can't. I have completed all the previous tasks with overtime. I haven't made any mistakes. Lao Lu, look at what you're saying, am I that kind of person in your mind? The boss's expression was somewhat flattering. He couldn't understand why the higher-ups suddenly started taking care of Lu Shan like this. But after so many years in the blacksmith camp, he was very shrewd and knew that Lu Shan had a backing, so he had to make good friends with him. I called you here to talk because you have always been diligent and performed well. After the higher-ups found out, they decided to increase your benefits. Starting today, your benefits will be at the highest level of ordinary livelihood professions, and your workload will be slightly reduced. Ha! Lu Shan was stunned, thinking that his boss was joking with him. What did he do to deserve this? But when the boss handed him the new welfare token for the war zone, Lu Shan had to believe the dreamlike reality in front of him. Lao Lu, I had to be strict with you before to ensure the tasks assigned by the war zone commander were completed on time. Don't take it to heart. Take a day off in the future, I'll treat you to dinner, and you can drink 3 cups as punishment. Until he went home after work, Lu Shan was still buzzing with excitement. Everyone in the blacksmith camp worked diligently every day, but why did this good fortune fall on him? However, no matter what, this was a great thing, a huge thing. Now the living conditions of his family could be greatly improved. Yoonji, I have been favored by the goddess of luck. My benefits have been raised to the highest level. As soon as Han Yoonji returned, Lushan couldn't wait to share the news with his wife. What? Your benefits have been raised too? What does this mean? Do you also? Yes, this afternoon, my supervisor suddenly told me that I have been promoted. Starting tomorrow, I will only need to specialize in allocating pharmaceutical formula quantities. The benefits are at the highest level for material sorting staff. This, Lushan and Han Yoonji suddenly understood that it wasn't just their hard work that got them here, there must have been someone influential helping them. But they didn't know anyone influential in this war zone. The highest ranking officer they could come into contact with was their own boss. What exactly was going on here? The next morning, Monster Hunter Hall. Lu Chen looked puzzled at Bai Li Tong. He didn't expect this fat guy to actually be assigned to the same team as him. Brother Yu, it seems like we have a deep connection. From now on, we are comrades in arms. This fat guy is really something. At that moment, a senior transfer instructor approached. It was the transferer Yang Zhang who had escorted Lu Chen before. Ha! Is he also a monster hunter? My name is Yang Zhang, a 5-star hunter. From today onwards, I am your team leader, and you are all 1-star junior hunters. Yang Zhang exuded his authority as soon as he arrived, intimidating the 28 rookies. In the team, apart from Lu Chen and Bai Li Tong, the others were sweating profusely, silent as crickets. Monster hunters are very free. Apart from the team tasks at the end of each month, you can arrange your time as you wish. You can take on tasks individually or in teams. As for tasks and military merits, you can find out more in the Hunter's Manual. Although we monster hunters operate in free mode, we are also part of the Alliance Legion. Once a battle starts, we must obey the orders of the Legion commander immediately. Every year, the Legion holds the blood trial for the new generation of talents to sign up. The top 5 can get special tickets to the Secret Realm, which will open in 3 months. You can work hard to level up during this time and strive for a chance, even if it's slim. Now, each of you will receive a set of exclusive hunter combat suits. Except for bathing, you must wear them at all times and not remove them. Anyone who dares to take them off privately will be considered as giving up their hunter status. After receiving them, you are free to act. Gather here at the end of the month. If you encounter any problems, you can ask me through the team channel. I have finished speaking, dismissed. After Yang Zhang finished speaking, everyone received a set of hunter combat suits. These suits were similar to regular combat suits but engraved with 2 types of rune arrays, one for dust and dirt resistance, and the other for warning light columns. When a hunter dies, the warning light column will automatically trigger, and the Sky Patrol team will be dispatched to check if there is a monster invasion. This was the experience gained by the human race over 100 years of fighting monsters with countless bloodshed. There was once a patrol team that was wiped out instantly by a powerful monster, unable to even send a report through the channel, resulting in the destruction of a safe zone city and the deaths of over 10,000 people. To prevent such a situation from happening again, all members of the Legion started wearing warning combat suits. It could be said that every soldier was a warning device, able to detect a powerful monster attack at the first moment. As soon as the team leader left, everyone became active, some eager to team up for tasks, level up, and earn military merits. Only Lu Chen and Bai Li Tong were ignored. In their eyes, Lu Chen, a swordsman, had no strong equipment support after reaching the 2nd tier, and his damage output began to decline. And Bai Li Tong, despite being so fat, was an assassin, a definite burden. They naturally looked down on the two. Brother Yu, take me with you, I'm fast and can help you pull monsters. Bai Li Tong squinted his eyes and smiled. Lu Chen was speechless at this fat guy who stuck to him like a plaster, but he didn't refuse either. Returning to the Monster Hunter Hall, Lu Chen immediately went to the application counter. Hello, I would like to apply to meet my family. What is your family's occupation? A blacksmith, a material sorter. Sorry. Recently, monsters have been entering the 3-8 line frequently, and the F war zone has entered a level 1 combat phase. All civilian personnel are temporarily unable to leave their posts without authorization, and can only apply after some time. Level 1 combat phase? Lu Chen frowned and had to temporarily give up. Fortunately, he had hired the soul concealment to protect his family in advance, and his parents were also in the combat preparation area, so there should be no problem. It's just that his parents might have to work hard for a while. You have worked hard for most of your life. When I meet you, you can enjoy a comfortable life. On the other side, suddenly having free time, it's so hard. I always feel uncomfortable all over my body. No, I have to do something myself. Lu Shan was drinking tea with his boss in the office. Today's workload was pitifully small, completed in less than half an hour, and then invited to the office to drink tea, eat snacks, and chat with the boss. Han Yunji's situation was similar. Suddenly not much to do. There were a lot of benefits, and I always felt a bit uncomfortable, indeed living a hard life. Lu Chen walked to the task table. A large screen displayed tasks of various difficulty levels and corresponding military merit rewards. Monster hunters have no benefits. Regular soldiers can receive benefits every month, equivalent to a salary. Therefore, if monster hunters want to be self-sufficient, they must continuously take on tasks, hunt monsters, and accumulate military merit. Military merit is very useful. Exchange equipment, increase military rank, and even exchange for pet eggs, and so on. To be promoted to a 2-star hunter, you need to exchange 200 military merits, while the reward for a 1-star task is only 10 military merits. That means you have to complete at least 21-star tasks to qualify for promotion. Once qualified, you have 3 chances to participate in the assessment for a 2-star hunter. If you pass the assessment, you can be promoted to a 2-star hunter. Only when promoted to a 2-star hunter can you take on 2-star tasks, and so on. This is also to prevent some second-generation rich kids from relying on their family's money, spending money on skill books, and then exchanging for military merits for promotion. To be promoted, you have to show your own strength. Those with money and strength can be promoted quickly. Brother Yu, the task of clearing the underground demon cave is good. Bai Li Tong suddenly said. Lu Chen glanced at the task description. 1-star task. Clearing the Blood Lizard Demon Cave Monsters. Task description. A new demon cave has appeared not far from Dragon City, with low-level monsters appearing. Clear these monsters and bring back the head of the Monster Lord. Suggested team, 6 people, task reward, 10 military merits plus 10 gold coins. Most 1-star tasks only have military merit rewards. Tasks with gold coin rewards like this are relatively rare, but the difficulty of the task will be significantly higher. Demon caves are common monster territories, with a considerable number of monsters inside, allowing you to accumulate a lot of gold coins. So, Lu Chen decisively accepted it. Just the 2 of you taking on this task? Yes. As newcomers, I suggest you play it safe and take on some easier tasks first. The demon cave terrain is complex, and it's easy to be blocked by monsters. No need, just this one, we like challenges. Seeing Lu Chen say so, the receptionist could only register the information for the 2 of them. This task has a time limit of 3 days. If the task is not submitted after 3 days, it will be considered a failure. At this time, members of the same team as Lu Chen came to team up. Seeing Lu Chen and Bai Li Tong taking on a 1-star task with a higher difficulty, they all showed surprised expressions. These 2 weirdos are simply seeking death. What's wrong with you guys? If no one teams up with you, can't you take on simpler tasks like transporting supplies? If you die, not only will it waste the precious time of patrol personnel to investigate, but it will also reduce the team's numbers, affecting the quality of the team's monthly tasks. The team is understaffed, so the end-of-month tasks assigned from above will not be as good as other teams, and the rewards will also be reduced. So they had to remind each other, even thinking that Lu Ken and Bai Li Tong might be breaking the pot because there was no one to team up with. If that's the case, they would feel somewhat guilty, but they also need to level up. Don't worry, the 2 of us won't die, see you later. Bai Li Tong chuckled and then set off with Lu Ken directly. Brother Yu, I have the map of this task's demon cave, do you want it? You have a map? Lu Ken was surprised. These task monster areas have been explored by high-level zone transferers, so naturally there will be maps drawn. No, what I mean is, where did you get the map? That's a secret, I have many of these maps, we can sell them to others together later. How about splitting the profits 50-50? Inside the demon cave, Bai Li Tong used the stealth skill and walked invisibly at the front. The demon cave map is not very large, but there are many forks. Where there are monsters at the fork, Bai Li Tong's map has markings, making it extremely convenient. Lu Ken didn't stop Bai Li Tong from taking shortcuts. Because the zone is large, there are many places to hone skills, so it's better to quickly increase the star level in order to take on higher level tasks and gain access to some battlefield permissions. Brother Yu, there are 8 level 35 monsters ahead. Flying sword technique. Put. The monsters were instantly killed. These are ordinary crawling monsters, similar to lizards, but with only 3 legs, the 3rd leg is very thick, and their mouths can split open. Brother Yu is mighty. Bai Li Tong gave a thumbs up. In this way, Lu Ken and Bai Li Tong joined forces and effortlessly swept through the entire demon cave, killing their way to the demon cave lord. Name, Blood Lizard Lord. Rank, F. Level, LV 40, Health, 45,000. A level 40 F rank lord. It is not something that ordinary second-tier transferers can easily deal with. Even with a 6-person team, it would be difficult to complete the task without sufficient coordination. It's no wonder that the girl and other teammates thought that she and Bailey Tong were being reckless. "Brother you, this boss is a bit strong, I can't handle it." Bailey Tong directly shrank behind Liu Ken, but there was a hint of intriguing smile on his face. Leave it to me. 7-star sword formation activate. 7-star swords gathered in the position of the Big Dipper. The next moment, a dazzling sword formation centered on Liu Ken appeared, enveloping all the monsters inside. Wow! Such a large range? Isn't this an S-rank 7-star sword formation? Bailey Tong widened his eyes in disbelief. Besides the S-rank flying sword technique, Liu Ken unexpectedly also possessed an S-rank 7-star sword formation. In addition, his talent skills are definitely at the S-rank level. My goodness! With such swordsmanship, even without much equipment, he can easily outperform any other profession of the same level, right? Where did Liu Ken get so many S-rank skills? I spent so much gold coins, plus lucky charm items, and only drew an S-rank auxiliary skill, Ghostly Step. This is not fair. In terms of wealth, luck, and character, how can Liu Ken be better than me? Where is the problem? Just when Bailey Tong was doubting his own life, Liu Ken had already slaughtered the monsters with Flying Sword Technique and Blue Lotus Sword Dance. Before long, the Blood Lizard Lord was defeated without even scratching Liu Ken. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 20 times 40 times 10 is equal to 8,000 gold coins. Another wave of gold coins received, feeling great. Liu Ken saw that the boss also dropped a lot of things, several pieces of equipment, a pile of materials, and more than a dozen gold coins. Wow! Yuga, this is the first time I've seen a monster drop so many coins. Bai Li Tong's eyes showed the symbol of yen, but the next move by Liu Chen stunned Bai Li Tong. Liu Chen took out 3 skill books from his package and threw them into the pile of items dropped by the Blood Lizard Lord, staining them with the blood of the Blood Lizard Lord. We're lucky, this boss dropped 3 skill books, but unfortunately none for the swordsman and assassin professions. Bai Li Tong's chubby mouth opened wide. How could he not know that Liu Chen was planning to exchange the skill books for military merits? He thought Liu Chen would go the hardcore route, slowly increasing his hunter rank, but he didn't expect him to go the pay-to-win route. Since you want to do it this way, then I have no choice but to follow suit. Otherwise, if my rank falls behind, I won't have an excuse to team up, and I won't be able to learn more about Yuga's abilities. Ahem, Yuga, you're mistaken, this boss actually dropped 6 skill books. Look, here are 3 more skill books, but unfortunately still none for the swordsman and assassin professions. Bai Li Tong also threw 3 skill books on the ground. Liu Chen squinted at the fat man who showed no embarrassment. Goodness, you're also playing the pay-to-win game with me? Fine. I want to see how much you, a fat man, can spend on this. After cleaning up the loot, the two beheaded the monster lord and returned the way they came. As they were leaving, Liu Chen paused, looked back at the demon cave, and felt like something was watching him in the dark, but he didn't see anything. Yuga, what's wrong? Nothing, let's go. Humph. A faint sound came from deep within the demon cave, then silence. Monster Hunter Hall. Seeing Liu Chen and Bai Li Tong return so quickly, Bai Xinjie shook her head, thinking that the two had experienced the strength of the monsters in the cave and had given up on the mission. Young people, don't aim too high, stay grounded. Bang! Bai Li Tong took out the head of the Blood Lizard Lord and placed it on the task table, saying, Sis, we're here to turn in the task. Oh, and this boss dropped 6 skill books, please exchange them for military merits. Suddenly, it was quiet all around, especially the rookie 1-star hunters, who stared wide-eyed, their heads spinning as they looked at Liu Chen and Bai Li Tong. After a while, Bai Xinjie exclaimed, You completed the task? Wait, this F-rank lord dropped 6 skill books? If she hadn't seen the head of the Blood Lizard Lord right there, Bai Xinjie would have thought the two were out of their minds. Not to mention the task completion issue, even high-level lords rarely drop so many skill books at once. Even if it's a high-level lord, dropping 2 or 3 skill books at once is considered a big drop. How is this possible? Here, take a look. Liu Chen and Bai Li Tong tacitly took out first-tier skill books. Bai Xinjie had no choice but to settle the task for the two, and convert the skill books into military merits, with 1 first-tier skill exchangeable for 20 military merits. In this way, Liu Chen's 1-star hunter medal had 70 military merits credited to it, and after completing 2 more tasks, he estimated that he would qualify for the 2-star hunter assessment today. Damn, how did they do it? And their luck is too good, isn't it? Bai Xinjie looked at the information of the two, completely puzzled. Liu Chen was a pauper, and Bai Li Tong was listed as an orphan, and the two didn't look like rich second generation at all. If they wanted to pay to win military merits, they could have simply exchanged the skill books directly. It's incomprehensible. Really incomprehensible. How did they kill the Blood Lizard Lord? Could it really be because of their extraordinary luck? Several hours later, Lu Chen and Bai Lidong came to submit the task again. Sis, we're lucky again this time. The boss dropped 6 more skill books. 3 hours later. Sis, I got 6 skill books again. Put. Are you too sure you're not playing me? Damn it. How can someone be so lucky every time? Do you think the bosses are raised in your home, and the skill books just drop like that? If you want to play with me, don't play like this. Out of a professional attitude, Bai Xinjie could only smile and provide service, then rubbed her temples vigorously. This is too mysterious. Sis, our military merits have reached 210, where should we take the 2-star assessment? Go over there. The assessment for a 2-star hunter is not complicated, just solo a level 60 elite monster of the 2nd rank. Lu Chen and Bai Lidong naturally passed smoothly. Brother Yu, once we become 2-star hunters, we can go hunting in the misty battlefield. There, killing a boss monster earns 1 military merit, much faster than doing missions. Just as Lu Chen and Bai Lidong were preparing to go to the misty battlefield, Bai Lidong suddenly stopped, staring fixedly at the newly popped up channel information. Oh no! Brother Yu, it might be. Our fate is coming to an end. What's wrong? My grandfather is looking for me. Brother Yu, you go to the misty battlefield to hunt monsters, I'll go see my grandfather first. When I have the chance, I will definitely come find you. After speaking, Bai Lidong left only a residual image in place and disappeared. Warzone headquarters. An elderly man with white hair and a youthful face, dressed in simple ancient robes, with 3,000 strands of hair coiled up, his eyes sharp but restrained. The Warzone commander stood quietly beside the old man, waiting for instructions. I have patrolled all the battlefields in the Warzone with my sword, and found no special anomalies. Those S-rank lords who sensed my presence all cowered and hid, so the monsters in the Warzone should soon return to normal. But don't relax your vigilance, always stay alert to prevent the monsters from turning the tables. If it weren't for the headquarters needing me to stay here, I wouldn't be able to stay long. Otherwise, I would help you sweep away those S-rank 10th Order lords. Yes, it's really hard for Sword Elder to come all this way. At this moment, the commander Xian Yuan who was still very grateful. When the head of the concentration camp Zhao Liang reported the matter of Sword Elder's grandson, Xian Yuan who guessed that besides inspecting the Warzone, Sword Elder's main purpose for this visit was to find his grandson. If Bai Lidong wasn't here, a super big shot like Sword Elder wouldn't easily come. Just then, bang! Bai Lidong rushed in, bursting through the door. Grandpa! I missed you so much. Bai Tsongfeng's forehead instantly bulged with blue veins, his eyes burning with fierce flames. He grabbed the information sheet on the table, then put on a smile, kindly asking, "My dear grandson, tell Grandpa, what's the deal with the orphan registered on this form? Even though your parents are gone, Grandpa is still here, so how did you become an orphan?" Well, before Bai Lidong could explain, Bai Tsongfeng drew out a legendary LV-300 great sword, lifted Bai Lidong up, and started hitting his grandson's buttocks with the back of the sword. "You ungrateful grandson, I asked Lord Budian to take you to the chaotic forest to temper your sword heart, but you tempered an assassin's heart. Let's not talk about that for now. You didn't even inform me, sneaked into the Warzone, infiltrated the concentration camp, and dared to claim you're an orphan. As long as I'm alive, you're not an orphan. Today, I'll teach you a lesson, you ungrateful grandson." Smack! 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 Ouch, Grandpa, please stop, I was wrong. Xian Yuan who smiled awkwardly on the side, then tactfully walked out of the office and closed the door. At this moment, Lu Chen had already arrived alone at the Dragon City transport station. To go to the Mist battlefield, you must cross the sea, which has long been occupied by sea monsters. Therefore, you need to take a transportation tool mainly based on flying mounts at the transportation station. The so-called transportation station is to transport supplies and combat personnel to various battlefields. Of course, besides the free transportation of the Alliance regular army, others who want to ride need to buy tickets, which are not particularly expensive, with a standing ticket costing 10 gold and a sitting ticket costing 20 gold. Lu Chen handed over a 2-star hunter medal directly. "Hello, I'll buy a sitting ticket to the Mist battlefield." 2-star hunter? The ticket seller's gaze slightly condensed. "Young man, the battles in various battlefields of the Warzone are intense now. Monsters are moving frequently. Going to the Mist battlefield now is not the best choice. Do you want to reconsider and stay here in Dragon City to do tasks and level up first?" "No need, since I chose to be a monster hunter, I have long been prepared to face danger at any time." Seeing Lu Chen say this, the ticket seller could only shake his head disapprovingly and gave Lu Chen a sitting ticket. Prepare to depart. All personnel heading to the mist battlefield gather. With a shout from a big man, Lu Chen boarded a large flying mount, similar to a griffin, much larger than an airplane. The back of this pet is equipped with modern technology similar to an airplane passenger cabin. Although electronic technology cannot be used in the war zone due to monster invasions, it does not affect the wisdom of humans, who combine technology with mounts to maximize their effectiveness. Attention all personnel, we may be attacked by sea monsters at any time while crossing the sea. Fasten your seatbelts to avoid being thrown out. After the advanced job changer controlling the transportation pet finished speaking, he flew the mount. The scene of large flying transport mounts flying together was quite impressive. There are two types of pets: mount pets, which have no combat capabilities, cannot level up after contracting, and are used for transportation, with high health and defense, and combat pets, which will absorb the owner's monster hunting experience and level up after contracting. Mount pets are relatively easier to obtain. Therefore, job changers with large mount pets are generally assigned to transport materials by the Alliance headquarters. Although these large mount pets are slower than other small mounts, they are very practical. Lu Chen looked through the window and saw many job changers teaming up to hunt sea monsters in the sea below. The ocean. It is a super battlefield connecting various war zones. Fortunately, sea monsters cannot stay on land for long, at most wandering near the coast. Otherwise, facing a large number of sea monsters, humans would have been wiped out long ago. To hunt sea monsters, one must be at least at the 4th rank, otherwise it is difficult to go underwater. The mist battlefield that Lu Chen is rushing to now is the sea island where the Sakura Kingdom was located 100 years ago. The first wave of monster invasions appeared in the Sakura Kingdom, destroying the entire kingdom in a very short time, with not a single citizen of the Sakura Kingdom escaping, all perfectly slaughtered by monsters. Many deceased citizens of the Sakura Kingdom, under the power of the Monster Lord, evolved into evil monsters. Lu Chen opened the map of the mist battlefield, which marked the approximate monster levels in each area, and then selected an outer area filled with 2nd to 3rd rank monsters. Bailey Tong, this is a gift for brother you. The journey ahead is long. With the speed of the transportation pet, it will take at least half a day to arrive. Lu Chen began to extract 3rd rank skills in advance while missing his 2 younger sisters in the distance, wondering if they had listened to him and were eating and drinking well. F Warzone Safety Zone, City Center. Lu Shui and Lu Yu, the 2 sisters, were strolling in a mall, but it seemed they were only looking and not buying. Sister, brother left us a lot of money. I know, but earning money is not easy. We can't spend brother's money recklessly. Perhaps out of fear of poverty, the 2 sisters didn't buy anything they liked. Let's go buy some meat. Brother said we need to supplement our nutrition to make us look good. Okay, let's buy some meat and go back. When brother comes back, we will definitely look good. But sister, our shoes are all worn out, and... Lu Shui looked at her sister, then at herself, hesitated for a moment, and then said, okay, let's go buy a new pair of shoes, but not too expensive. Okay. Lu Yu immediately danced with excitement. Which girl doesn't love beauty? Shortly after, on the way home. Big brother, I've been watching for a few days. Those sisters wearing ragged clothes live in a luxury mansion. This mansion is worth at least 30 million. It is estimated that the girl's family earned money in the war zone, but they haven't returned. Big brother, as long as we can snatch money from these sisters, we can live carefree for a long time. They are out, they will probably be back soon. This is the route they must take to go home, and there are usually not many people around. A green-haired street thug smirked. They were all combat profession failures who had not passed the Legion or Guild assessments. It is easy to fall in the war zone as a lone wolf, and not being a professional means they have to return to the safe zone to get by. Those with connections can join the security patrol in the safe zone to maintain order, while those without connections can only become security guards or street thugs. Very good, this target is chosen very well this time. Scarface said fiercely. Normally, the 2 sisters look like children from poor families, but living in a high-end building like a luxury mansion naturally attracted attention from interested parties. Not long after, Lu Shui and Lu Yu really walked back on this road. The 5 street thugs hiding on the side saw the 2 sisters and their eyes lit up. But just as these 5 people were about to make a move, a dark shadow swept by. Without warning, the 5 street thugs felt a chill at their necks, then all fell down together. Dead. They had no idea what had happened. And Lu Shui and Lu Yu had no idea that they had easily escaped a crisis. On the other side, although Lu Chen did not obtain a swordsman profession skill book, he did obtain a precious S-class scroll. With this scroll, Lu Chen could upgrade any skill to S-class. Its value was immeasurable. If put up for sale in the Alliance Mall, it would likely cause a frenzy among many big shots. At the advanced level, having an S-class skill was equivalent to having a life-saving trump card. With the S-class scroll, after advancing to the third level, Lu Chen could directly purchase a suitable skill book in the Alliance Mall. Thinking that the misty battlefield was very large, it used to be the territory of the Sakura country. However, 100 years ago, the first wave of monster invasions occurred in Sakura country, leading to the massacre of all the people in the country by monsters, declaring the country extinct. In addition, the misty battlefield is shrouded in mist all year round, with very low visibility. Without a mount to guide the way, it is easy to lose direction. If one accidentally enters the territory of high-level monsters, even with divine-level talent, they would be doomed. Therefore, a mount is essential. Although there are transferers with mounts in the battlefield supply city, earning road fees by guiding the way, the price is not cheap. Moreover, Lu Chen still had over 1 million gold coins, enough to draw a top-quality mount, or even a divine-level battle pet. Open the pet list. Mount pet list, no attack power or level, only health and defense. First place, S-Class Angel Elena, owner, Homond. Second place, A-Class Golden Mammoth, owner, Shirtian Shing. Battle pet list, can be upgraded, growth depends on aptitude. 1 SD place, 10-star Purgatory Blood Dragon, owner, Shirtian Shing. 2 ND place, 9-star Battle Angel Michael, owner, Homond. Awesome! The top 2 pets are taken by the Dragon Blood War God Shirtian Shing and the God of Heaven Homond. They truly deserve to be super big shots at the level of war gods. It makes sense when you think about it. Super advanced big shots standing on the human race's ceiling, it's normal to have this kind of setup. The only thing that puzzled Liu Kang was, how come the Sky Sword God, who was also at the level of a war god, didn't have his mount and battle pet enter the rankings? Immediately, Liu Kang opened the pet section of the extraterritorial mall. What came into view were various pet foods, pills to increase pet loyalty, unique pet equipment, 6-piece set, highest orange quality, and pet treasure chests. Name, pet treasure chest. Description, has a chance to open epic, legendary pet equipment fragments, mount pet eggs, battle pet eggs, pet food, etc. Tip, collect 10 fragments of the same type of pet equipment to synthesize pet equipment. Purchase amount, 100 gold coins. The level of mount pets is based on the grades already released. FS level, the higher the level, the faster the flying speed, the higher the health and defense, and S-level mounts will also come with an auxiliary talent skill. The aptitude of battle pets is based on the grades already released, 1 to 10 stars, the higher the aptitude, the higher the growth attributes, and the awakened skills are also stronger. Ding, you spent 100 gold coins to buy 1 pet treasure chest. Ding, congratulations on opening intermediate pet food, which can replenish pet stamina. Not bad. At least it's a good start, didn't open air. Keep going. Ding, congratulations on opening an E-level mount pet egg. Ding, congratulations on opening a low-level loyalty pill X1, which can increase pet loyalty by 10 points. Tip, pets with loyalty below 60 cannot be summoned. Now with only a little over 1.4 million gold coins left, Liu Kang decided to spend it all. Since he's going to draw, might as well draw to the end. Ding, congratulations on opening a B-level mount pet egg. Another mount. No wonder there are far more mounts than battle pets. With this opening rate, it's strange not to have many. B-level mount. Well, it can exchange for a lot of military merits. Ding, congratulations on opening an S-level mount pet egg. This S-level mount? Liu Kang thought that spending over 1 million would be good enough to draw a B-level pet, never expected to draw an S-level. You have to know, opening treasure chests is also probabilistic. Some people may not open anything good even if they spend 10 billion, while others may open a treasure with just a few thousand gold coins. The only S-level mount in the world today. It's imaginable that once this S-level mount appears, it will surely attract the attention of many big shots, but it has to wait until the misty battlefield to form a contract. Forming a contract here, it's probably difficult not to attract attention from everyone in the alliance. Liu Kang continued to open treasure chests with joy, hoping to draw another top-notch battle pet. Ding, congratulations on opening a 3-star battle pet egg. Ding, congratulations on opening a 0-star battle pet egg. Ding, congratulations on opening a 5-star battle pet egg. When the backpack was left with only 12 gold coins, Liu Kang showed a very bitter expression. Spending so much gold coins, the best battle pet egg he opened was only 5 stars. The goddess of luck has abandoned me. After opening an S-level mount pet egg, I only got a 5-star battle pet egg, not even a single pet equipment fragment. It seems I can only accumulate gold coins again and open more. Sigh. If others knew that Liu Kang sighed after opening an S-level mount, they would probably instantly attack him. Damn it! You opened an S-level mount. That's enough to brag about for a lifetime. Why are you sighing? Lucan had to tidy up his backpack space first, but suddenly he froze, staring at a 0-star battle pet egg with blinking eyes. 0 stars? What the hell? Since the arrival of monsters 100 years ago, the lowest-ranked battle pets that have appeared are all 1 star. However, the battle pet that Lu Chen obtained is 0 star, which is the first time in the history of the human race. Lu Chen couldn't find any information about it even after searching. Excuse me, have you ever seen a 0-star battle pet? Ha ha, young man, are you kidding me? A 0-star battle pet? Is there such a useless battle pet? Without a contract, it is impossible to view the pet's information. Therefore, Lu Chen could only go to the misty battlefield to study first. Soon after, the transport team successfully arrived at the supply city area above the misty battlefield. Looking down from high above, the battlefield was shrouded in mist, with very low visibility. It is rumored that a top-tier S-class lord of the 10th rank and level 300 resides here, living on the former national mountain of the Sakura country, now called the Wancher Mountain. The mist in this battlefield was created by the 10th rank S-class lord. The dragon blood war god once defeated this lord, but the lord could quickly resurrect after death. In fact, not only this 10th rank S-class lord, but also the 10th rank S-class lords in other battlefields, would respawn after being killed. The respawn lord would not be the original one, but their strength would be similar. However, the respawn time of the strongest lord in this misty battlefield was very short, reappearing within 3 days, and it was the same lord, which was very strange. This left the dragon blood war god feeling helpless. Since this lord seemed to be staying in the Wancher Mountain and did not invade other areas, the dragon blood war god could only give up. The misty battlefield became the preferred place for monster hunters from various battle zones to accumulate military merits. As long as they did not provoke the 10th rank S-class lord in the Wancher Mountain, it generally would not leave the mountain or launch a monster tide. After logging in, Lu Chen headed towards the outskirts of the mist alone. That 2-star kid is acting alone? He's really fearless as a newcomer. The monsters in the misty battlefield are not static, and with the mist covering, high-level monsters hiding in low-level monster territories is not uncommon. Let's ignore him. There are many reckless newcomers every year. Let's prepare fully at the supply station before setting off. The monster hunters who rode the same transport pet as Lu Chen whispered to each other. Lu Chen soon entered the mist-covered area. The once wide field of vision was suddenly obstructed, and he could only see the environment within a radius of 5 meters. Without a map guide, it was easy to get lost in this place. However, within this 5-meter visible range, Lu Chen witnessed the brutality of the battlefield, with corpses and bloodstains everywhere. Monsters, job changers, you name it, most of them were still limbless. Let's contract a mount first. Lu Chen took out an S-class pet egg and contracted it directly. Ding, congratulations on successfully contracting the S-class Mount Moon White Dragon Colt, ranking first on the pet mount leaderboard. Do you want to make the information public? Oh, first place? No, just kidding. If it was made public at this time, aside from causing a sensation, it would definitely attract the attention of powerful organizations outside the alliance. After a job changer is killed, the contracted pet will exist in an ownerless state for a period of time, during which there is a chance of being recontracted by others. An S-class mount. It is definitely worth their effort. Global channel announcement. Congratulations for successfully contracting the S-class Mount Moon White Dragon Colt, ranking first on the mount leaderboard, and gaining a 100% movement speed bonus. X3. The announcement was repeated 3 times, and all job changers could see the red notification popping up on the channel for the first time. What? Someone contracted an S-class mount? And surpassed the angel mount of the god of heaven? Who is it? Oh my god. I was so shocked that I accidentally broke the pipe. Who is this amazing person? Is it a wealthy person opening pet treasure chests with their family fortune? Don't talk about being a tycoon, even the head of the Ross family wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. It's not just about having money, it also requires extraordinary luck. I just want to know who opened it. Could it be the Sky Sword God? His pet died for him in the monster invasion battle decades ago. At this time, the 3 war gods also opened their private channels at the same time and started chatting. Sky Sword God, we all know the value of an S-class mount. If Oldwood didn't have an angel mount, who knows how many times he would have died. God of heaven, we must find this person and figure out a way to buy the S-class mount from him or exchange it. Dragon Blood War God, if I had an S-class mount, we could try to attack that place. After the 3 war gods discussed, they immediately mobilized their energies to search for the successor of the contract Moon White Dragon Colt throughout the entire alliance. Outside the misty battlefield, Lu Chen stared in amazement at the cool and awesome Moon White Dragon Colt. This is an ultra-rare mount that can travel on land, sea, and air, and its cool appearance can drive all job changers crazy, appealing to people of all ages and genders. The moon white dragon colt is covered in scales, has divine horns on its head, radiant wings, and emits a charming moonlight glow all over its body. It seems to have a wonderful mist dispelling effect. Standing there, the moonlight glow emanating from its body miraculously illuminated the surrounding mist, greatly increasing visibility. From an initial radius of 5 meters, it increased to 10 meters, doubling the visibility. In this highly dangerous misty battlefield, the higher the visibility, the higher the safety factor. The moon white dragon colt's innate skills are also practical. Innate skill transformation has 3 forms: white horse form, dragon colt form, white dragon form. White horse form can transform into a normal white steed with no time limit. Dragon colt form can transform into the moon white dragon colt form, which is the default form with no time limit. White dragon form can transform into a white giant dragon for 1 hour, capable of flying, swimming in the ocean, with a 15-minute cooldown. After transforming into a dragon, although it cannot cause any harm to targets, its health and defense will greatly increase, and it possesses a dragon's intimidating effect. After releasing the dragon's intimidation, ordinary monsters dare not approach easily. At this moment, Lu Chen was ecstatic. Spending millions of gold coins, equivalent to tens of billions, was definitely worth it. This gold spending is really enjoyable. Before learning the 3rd level sword flying skill, having this mount for transportation is so cool. It can be said that in the future, when wanting to go to any battlefield, there is no need to ride someone else's mount, you can go there by yourself, saving a lot of travel time compared to others. Now that the mount is acquired, the battle pet is still pending. Thinking of the 0-star battle pet, Lu Chen took it out. The egg was bright red, resembling burning flames, quite unique compared to ordinary pet eggs. For combat job changers, they can contract up to 6 mounts and battle pets each, for a total of 12 pets, but only one can be summoned at a time. Contracting this 0-star battle pet won't affect anything. Seeking wealth in danger. Since a 0-star battle pet appeared, it might be a special battle pet that has not been discovered by humans. Moreover, with the coin explosion system, even if this battle pet is not powerful in the future, it can be turned into a top-notch combat pet through pet equipment. This is when insufficient combat power is supplemented by spending money. With that in mind, Lu Chen decided to contract this 0-star battle pet first. Ding! You have contracted the battle pet Sun Cat. Click. The eggshell cracked, and a dazzling red light shone. A red-haired cat with a sun-shaped mark on its forehead, walking with a boss-like stride, emerged. Name: Sun Cat. Category: Battle Pet. Quality: 0 stars. Masterine, please take care of me in the future. A melodious female voice came from the battle pet's mouth. A female cat? Wow! Speaking human language? How amazing! Lu Chen was stunned. Normally, battle pets don't speak human language until they reach at least the 5th rank, right? Open the Sun Cat's attribute panel. Wow! Except for HP? Everything else is 0. It's really a 0-star battle pet. Let's level it up first and see. Maybe there will be some surprises. After all, even at level 0 it can speak. From now on, you are called Xiaohong, and it is called Dubai. Thank you, Masterine, for giving us name. Xiaohong, a petite and exquisite cat, jumped and sat on Lu Chen's shoulder, wagging its tail, its big eyes curiously scanning the surroundings. Very spiritual. Dubai, keep a low profile, transform into the form of a white horse, let's go. Lu Chen sat on the back of the moon white dragon colt, telling it the coordinates to move forward. The moon white dragon colt turned into a white steed, still handsome, raised its front legs, neighed, spread its pure white wings, turned into a stream of light, and disappeared in a flash. Damn! What was that? A team of monster hunters on the road was startled, thinking that a high-level monster was hunting them. I don't know, it seems to be a horse. I saw a handsome guy sitting on it. Are you kidding me? What kind of horse moves at this speed? This speed is at least comparable to a B-grade mount. Nonsense! With such speed, this mount is at least A-grade, probably a hunter boss of 8 stars or above coming to hunt high-level lords in the mist battlefield. In less than 10 minutes, Lu Chen arrived at his destination. So fast! Lu Chen was also amazed by Dubai's speed, not knowing how much faster it was than transporting pets. Suddenly, a fierce monster with a twisted head and red claws, named Glutton Rigu Sanlang, rushed out from the mist 10 meters away, crawling on all fours and attacking. Name: Glutton Rigu Sanlang. Rank: Elite Level, 2nd rank LV38. Skills: Gluttony, Claw/Introduction. After the death of a person from the Sakura country, influenced by the power of the Lord of Decay, the corpse turned into a gluttonous monster, retaining some of its perverse nature from when it was alive. Pluff! -1. The fierce glutton monster fiercely clawed at the moon white dragon colt, but didn't leave a scratch. Lu Chen grinned. Although his level was too low to see the HP and defense of the Moon White Dragon Colt, it must be top-notch and couldn't be hurt by such small monsters. In this way, he could use the Moon White Dragon Colt to attract the monster's hatred and pull more monsters. Thinking so, Lu Chen quickly killed the elite glutton, then let the Moon White Dragon Colt wander around and return. Within a specific range, the owner can let the mount move freely. These mists do not affect the mount's vision. No matter where the owner is, it can accurately find the owner's location. In no time, the Moon White Dragon Colt brought back hundreds of glutton monsters, all mixed together. Flying Sword Technique. Ding! You have obtained 38 times 20 times 2 is equal to 1,520 gold coins. Ding! Your level has increased to 34. Awesome! At this rate of monster farming, I should be able to reach level 60 by the end of the month. Using the mount to pull monsters, I'm afraid I'll be the only one left. Ding! Your battle pet Xiaohong has reached level 10, awakening the level less skill Sunfire Lotus. Damn! A level less skill? Am I seeing things? Lu Chen rubbed his eyes hard, checked multiple times, and confirmed that Xiaohong's first awakened skill was indeed level less. Is this so unique? Not even an F grade? This is a bit too strange, but the name is quite domineering. Name, Sunfire Lotus type, active attack skill grade, gradeless level, pet skill level equals main body level description, condense a fire lotus, release it towards the target to create an explosion, and cause sustained burning damage. Open Little Red's attribute panel. Name, Suncat nickname, Little Red category, battle pet talent, 0 stars level, LV 10 health, attack, defense, skill, Sunfire Lotus, gradeless, equipment, none. Lu Chen was dumbfounded. Except for the health with question marks since birth, everything else was 0, but now all are question marks? What's going on? Little Red, what's wrong with your attributes? Master Silver, I don't know either. Ha? You can't see them either? I can't see them, it seems they will only show up when the level is reached. Faced with Little Red's bizarre situation, Lu Chen could only think it was a bug, just like a game bug. According to the bug theorem, no bug is weak. Thinking of this, Lu Chen looked into Little Red's eyes, filled with affection. Little Red, it's foggy here, come, Master Silver bought you a set of equipment. Lu Chen extravagantly bought a complete set of level 10 orange pet equipment for Little Red, claw guards, battle armor, bell accessories, helmet, collar, earrings. Oh, Master Silver, isn't this too extravagant? I'm only level 10. Hey, it doesn't matter if it's extravagant or not. What matters is that you are Master Silver's first battle pet. Who else will pamper you if not Master Silver? Every time you level up by 10, Master Silver will get you a new set of equipment. When Master Silver accumulates enough gold coins in the future, I will get you a set of epic equipment, or even legendary equipment. Master Silver will pamper you. Meow meow meow. Master Silver, you are so good to me. Ding. Your battle pet Little Red's affection for you has increased to 100%, loyalty has exceeded 100 limits, reaching never betray. Damn, is this even possible? Let's go, Little Red, Master Silver will help you level up. So, a strange combination of one person, one horse, and one cat, rampaged through this area, sweeping monsters madly. Ding, you have killed the glutton leader. Ding, you have killed the conjoined leader. Ding, you have killed the splitter lord. Levels are soaring. Gold coins are skyrocketing. Military merits are skyrocketing. The 2-star medal has an automatic accumulation of military merits function, killing second-tier boss monsters plus 5 points, F-grade lords plus 10 points. The only regret is that the fog battlefield did not unlock the fog coin function of the system. This made Lu Chen confirm that only in special secret realms can it be unlocked. Ding, your battle pet Little Red has reached level 30, awakening the gradeless skill Sky-Shattering Claw. Unbelievable. Another gradeless skill awakened. Lu Chen's jaw almost dropped. The number of skills of this pet is almost the same as that of a job changer, with 2 skills that can be awakened at each level, but the premise is a successful awakening. If there is no skill awakening, it is possible to reach level 10 without a single skill. The higher the talent of the battle pet, the higher the probability of awakening skills. But Little Red broke the conventional wisdom. She is 0 stars, yet she can successfully awaken 2 skills within level 30, and they are both unseen gradeless skills. If it weren't seen with my own eyes, who would believe it if I said it? But Little Red is also not clear about her own skill situation. In its words, until the level is reached, it has not unlocked the relevant inherited memories. Forget it. Let's level her up first. When her skills improve in the future, we'll try out her skill power. In this way, Lu Chen alone madly cleared monsters in the peripheral area of the fog battlefield. Perhaps because of the Grandpa Bailey's patrol of the battlefield, these monsters have become much more obedient, no longer as restless. So, Lu Chen didn't encounter any monsters above the third rank appearing here. And for Lu Chen, third-rank monsters posed no threat at all. With his super high speed, he could easily deal with them even without transforming into the sword god. Time was running out. The end of the month was approaching quickly. Lu Chen finally ended the battle. Unless there was a special reason, he still had to go back and participate in the monthly activities of the hunter team. Moreover, he had already leveled up to 60, so he needed to go back to complete the advanced tasks for promotion. The battlefield supply area did not have advanced god stones. He could also increase his hunter level while he was at it. To buy, take off, let's go back. Vroom vroom vroom. With a flap of the wings of the moon white dragon steed, they soared directly into the sky. Little Red, who had already reached level 60, had grown much larger, transforming from a petite figure into a normal-sized cat, wearing orange pet armor at level 60, exuding a bit of the aura of a battle pet empress. Little Red, hide your equipment, don't let the bad guys eye it. When we get back, I'll have a tailor make you some common clothes. Okay, master, you're so good to me, meow meow, winky face. The moon-white dragon steed flew at full speed like a shooting star. Fortunately, the moon-white dragon steed automatically formed a wind-blocking light shield to protect Lu Chen, otherwise, at this speed, Lu Chen would definitely be blown away by the airflow. In less than an hour, they returned to Dragon City. Lu Chen recalled the moon-white dragon steed and headed to the tailor's shop, where he ordered hundreds of different styles of clothes for Little Red, before returning to the Monster Hunter Hall. He glanced at the friend channel. Bai Li Tong still hadn't replied. During these days, Lu Chen had sent several messages to Bai Li Tong, but had not received any response, as if he had disappeared from the world. After all, no matter how busy one was, they should at least be able to reply to a message. At this moment, Bai Li Tong sat on the Sky City, looking down at the world below with a face full of sorrow. He had received Lu Chen's messages long ago, but being in different worlds, he could only receive Lu Chen's messages, but couldn't reply. Brother, don't worry, once I fulfill the agreement with Grandpa, I'll be able to come find you. On the other side. Hello, I'm here to apply for the 3-star hunter assessment. Kid, do you understand the rules? Have you carefully read the hunter's manual? Your military merits are enough, but you need to reach the 3rd rank to apply. Helpless. Lu Chen had no choice but to advance first. Here, there were advanced god stones specifically for monster hunters, and as long as he exchanged some military merits, he could use them directly. Ding, you have spent 30 gold coins to draw an S-level difficulty 3rd rank mission. Do you confirm? Confirm. Ding, you have confirmed the 3rd rank mission. Mission content, you need to go to the mission instance and assist a village in resisting monster invasion. It seemed that the higher the level, the more realistic the advanced tasks became. Monster invasion. It was always the theme song of the present world. Teleport. The next second, Lu Chen appeared in a dilapidated village. The NPC villagers here looked similar to humans, but with some differences. Their skin was green all over, bald, and they had a pair of antennae on their foreheads. Village chief, look, a great hero has come to protect us. Great hero? Veins bulged slightly on Lu Chen's forehead. If these were not the NPCs that needed protection for the advanced task, Lu Chen would have definitely mistaken them for monsters and slashed them with a sword. May the Green Giant bless us. Just as the village of Green Denny was about to perish, a great hero has arrived, and now our village of Green Denny is saved. Led by the village chief, they all worshipped towards the sky. The fierce dark monsters were about to invade their village again, seizing their land and resources, and they were powerless to resist. Now that a hero had descended, those dark monsters would surely turn their attention to this hero. As long as he is killed or captured by the dark monsters, the monsters will be satisfied and will not attack them again. After all, the value of a warrior is much greater than their small village. So, they happily called Lu Chen the Great Wronged Warrior, the Savior. Village chief, the monsters are about to attack, we should prepare early. Seeing this group of slackers showing no intention of action, Lu Chen had to remind them with a black line on his head. If he was just hunting monsters alone, Lu Chen wouldn't be worried at all. But the task requires assisting the village in resisting monster invasions, and the death rate of villagers must not exceed 50%, otherwise, it would be considered a mission failure. No matter how strong Lu Chen was, he couldn't take care of all the NPCs, so he had to make sure they strengthened their defense to ensure enough safety. This is the difficulty of this S-level advanced mission. Yes, the Great Wronged Warrior is right, we must prepare early. But the next second, the village chief led the villagers to cut trees and gather stones to repair the damaged houses. So-called defense measures. Just casually using some wood and stones to block the village entrance. Perfunctory. Extremely perfunctory. What's even more outrageous is that they dismantled all the traps previously set up in order not to hinder their own monster killing. Damn it! Are you doing this on purpose? Lu Chen had to suspect whether this mission instance was bugged. Or, is this the true state of the mission instance? Everything is full of possibilities. It's not like a game with fixed patterns. Since the NPCs are unreliable, he had to rely on himself. Otherwise, the mission would fail, and the next time he accepted it would be the lowest difficulty F-level advanced mission, with much fewer attribute bonuses. Looking at the mission prompt, the monster invasion was about to arrive in 10 minutes, and the village's defense had to be set up within 10 minutes to prevent the monsters from breaking in and slaughtering the villagers. Arriving at the village entrance, Lu Chen found 2 arrow towers made of wood, but they were already shaky, and the archers who were originally on top had come down. Goodness! This was clearly setting up for failure, sending oneself to death. I really want to slash these outrageous NPCs with a sword. Just as Lu Chen was pondering how to strengthen the village's defense, he touched the arrow tower, and a prompt popped up, indicating that the arrow tower had an upgrade function. Name, Wooden Arrow Tower, damaged, level 1, introduction, no active attack effect, requires archers to stand on it, can enhance the power of the arrows. Next level upgrade cost, 200 gold coins. This gave Lu Chen, who couldn't see any hope of completing the mission, a sudden boost. He could spend money. Then there shouldn't be a problem. The one thing Lu Chen had the most of was gold coins. Indeed. No matter where you go, spending money is the truth. Lu Chen decisively spent money to upgrade the 2 arrow towers. Ding! You spent 200 gold coins to upgrade the arrow tower to level 2, advancing to the stone arrow tower. Ding! You spent 400 gold coins to upgrade the arrow tower to level 3, advancing to the black iron arrow tower. Ding! The arrow tower in Green Den Village can only be upgraded to level 3, and cannot be upgraded further. Name, Black Iron Arrow Tower, level 3, introduction, has an active attack effect, no need for a shooter. The black iron crossbow on the arrow tower will automatically attack nearby hostile targets. Lu Chen looked at the damage introduction of the black iron crossbow, which was enough to easily kill ordinary third-tier monsters, and even elite monsters couldn't withstand a few hits. And the attack range was also good. As long as he blocked the boss himself, with these 2 black iron arrow towers, he would be able to defend against the invading monsters. But that wasn't enough. After all, the monsters wouldn't be stupid enough to only invade from the front, they would definitely attack in a large-scale manner surrounding the village. So, he needed to strengthen the defense of other parts of the village. Got it! Since the arrow towers can be upgraded, can the village's defensive earthen walls also be upgraded? Sure. Lu Chen touched the dilapidated earth wall, and a prompt popped up. Name, Tofu Slag Earth Wall, level 0, introduction, a soil wall that can only block the wind, completely unable to resist monster invasions. Next level upgrade required gold coins, 1 gold. The upgrade cost is not expensive. But to upgrade all the earth walls surrounding the entire village, it would require tens of thousands of gold coins. For others, that would be a huge sum of money. Few people would spend so much gold coins just to complete a tier 3 advancement task. Lu Chen, however, upgraded all the earth walls directly to level 3 black iron walls without hesitation, and also upgraded the remaining few arrow towers. In this way, the defense measures of Green Denny Village were considered stable. For safety reasons, Lu Chen also summoned the Moon White Dragonfoal so that in case of emergencies, it could attract the monster's hatred. The NPC village chief and others who were pretending to be ignorant were dumbfounded when they saw Lu Chen upgrade the village's defense measures to level 3 across the board. They could not believe that an outsider, a brave warrior, would have such courage to spend so much gold coins just to upgrade the village's defense. Gurgle. Village chief, this brave warrior seems to be a big spender. A villager carrying wood exclaimed in amazement. Ah! Bang! Ouch! The old village chief directly hit him with a big hammer, then angrily shouted, "What the hell are you little brats doing?" For a moment, all the villagers looked at the village chief in astonishment. Lu Chen was also startled by the village chief's loud voice. This handsome, heroic, elegant, and graceful young hero risked crossing boundaries to help us fend off monsters. You not only failed to treat him well, but also called him a big spender, pretended to be ignorant. I am deeply saddened, deeply saddened. If it weren't for the big spender, oh no, the noble hero who understands righteousness deeply and does not argue, we would have perished without a doubt. Everyone, pick up your weapons, follow the noble hero, and together resist the invasion of monsters to protect our homeland. The old village chief stood tall and proud, exuding an imposing aura, and as his gaze swept over all the villagers, they all bowed their heads in repentance. The next moment, the villagers united and shouted loudly, "Follow the hero, protect our homeland. We will not coexist with monsters." A village woman also expressed her attitude. The villagers' mentality, stable, completely stable. With such a defense, who would fear the dark monsters? Immediately, the villagers quickly picked up their weapons, arranged their defense formation in an orderly manner, with such speed and vigor that even Lu Chen was stunned, thinking they had turned into NPCs. Damn! Is this the effect of spending money? Even the fighting spirit of NPCs can be influenced. In no time, the monsters attacked. Leading the way was an S-class lord of level 60, a third-tier leader, riding a tall skeletal warhorse with immense confidence. Hundreds of monsters surrounded Green Denny village. But when the monsters saw the defense of Green Denny village, they were all dumbfounded, and even the S-class lord who wanted to make a grand declaration was speechless. Is this the vulnerable Green Denny village? Who provided false intelligence? With this level 3 defense, combined with the villagers' attacks, it probably wouldn't even break through before losing some skin. What's the point of this fight? The intelligence is wrong. Retreat. Run? Lu Chun underestimated the intelligence of these monsters. It seems they are not just brute force individuals who would retreat when faced with difficulty. Although letting them run would allow Lu Chen to complete the advancement task smoothly, he would not let the gold coins in front of him fly away. Goodbye! Lu Chen shouted sternly. The moon-white dragon foal immediately carried Lu Chen and, at the fastest speed, turned into a stream of light and shuttled to the front of the boss. Lu Chen has turned into an unparalleled sword god, the orange treasure sword in his hand emitting unmatched sword light. God-slaying sword formation. Divine Sword Storm. The two major sword god techniques enveloped the boss, who met his end without even a pitiful cry. Ding! You have obtained 60 times 20 times 120 is equal to 144,000 gold coins. The S-rank lord's drop rate was increased by 120 times. Look! The gold spent on defending the Green Denny village has come back. Hiss! Such a powerful third-tier S-rank lord was defeated in seconds? Who is this gold-spending warrior? The old village chief and other NPCs were all dumbfounded by what was happening before their eyes, finding it hard to believe. The dark overlord of this area, the unbeatable 8-armed demon ape king, was defeated just like that? The other monster lackeys, seeing their leader defeated, were all terrified and scattered in panic. But in front of the moonlight dragon steed, their speed was as slow as snails. In no time, the entire monster squad was wiped out. When Lu Chen returned to the village, the baptism light of completing the advanced mission descended upon him. This time, Lu Chen's 5 attributes increased by 240 each, doubling the second-tier advancement, indicating that the attribute gap widens as advancement progresses. Immediately, Lu Chen purchased a full set of LV60 orange equipment to max out his attributes. Opening the panel, name, Lu Chen, occupation, swordsmaster, level, LV60, third tier, health points, 17,650, mana points, 8,850, physical attack, 5,301, physical defense, 52,950, magic resistance, 26,550, strength, 1, 767 equals 157 plus 120 plus 240 plus 1, 250, endurance, 1, 765 equals 155 plus 120 plus 240 plus 1, 250, intelligence, 547 equals 7 plus 120 plus 240 plus 180, agility, 1, 516 equals 6 plus 120 plus 240 plus 1, 150, spirit, 885 equals 5 plus 120 plus 240 plus 520, free attribute points, 0, increases by 5 per level, equipment, purple thunder sword, LV60 orange, moonlight sword, armor, LV60 orange. By allocating all 150 free attribute points to endurance, his health points increased to nearly 20,000. This already surpassed most third-tier knight professions known for high health points, thanks to the powerful attributes from the LV60 orange equipment. And this was without socketing gems. If he did, the attributes would be even more powerful. But for now, socketing gems didn't make much sense. With the combination of attributes and divine level talents, his damage output was maxed out, confident enough to take down even 4th tier bosses. Thinking about advancing to the 3rd tier to select the auxiliary skill Sword Flight, Lu Chen couldn't contain his excitement. Ding! You spent 300 gold coins and obtained the 3rd tier S-rank skill Sword Flight. After spending a considerable amount of gold coins, Lu Chen successfully drew the coveted S-rank Sword Flight skill. Name, Sword Flight, grade, S-rank, level, 3rd tier LV0, requires gold coins to upgrade, skill effect, summon a special flying sword underfoot, the coolest flying skill for swordsmasters, no cooldown, costs 300 mana points per use. Tip, upgrading this skill increases flight speed. Lu Chen immediately activated this skill. A legendary flying sword appeared under Lu Chen's feet, radiating golden light and exuding a handsome aura. Lu Chen skillfully maneuvered it, freely flying around the village, feeling exhilarated. This was the signature move of a swordmaster. Opening the system page, to Lu Chen's surprise, the gold coin base rate changed again, from 20 to 40, doubling once more with no additional features added. Lu Chen confirmed that this coin explosion system was purely for obtaining coins, and unlocking it would only increase the base rate. However, this is already quite a bug. Oh my, the young hero is truly a god descending to earth, invincible in battle and unstoppable in attack, extraordinary bravery. The old village chief praised with rainbow farts, but Lu Chen just rolled his eyes at him and casually said, "A bunch of muggles." Immediately, Lu Chen was teleported back to the Monster Hunter Hall. What does the young hero mean by muggles? The villagers looked at each other. I understand. It is said that the sword god has a deep relationship with the green giant god we believe in, so the young hero must be the reincarnation of the sword god, specially here to help us. The so-called muggles must be the title bestowed upon us by the sword god. From today on, we are no longer called the Green Denny Village, but the Muggle Village. We identify ourselves as the Muggle tribe. Now that the 8-armed demon ape king is dead, and we have 8 black iron arrow towers upgraded by the sword god. Pass on my orders, leave 4 black iron arrow towers to guard the village, and the rest of you carry the remaining 4 black iron arrow towers with the village chief to conquer this area. The era of our Muggle village has come. So, under the leadership of the old village chief, the villagers of Muggle village carried 4 black iron arrow towers and began to conquer a large territory. After Lu Chen advanced, he easily passed the assessment of a 3-star hunter and was promoted to a 3-star hunter. This shocked the old hunter in charge of the assessment. Can you believe it? A newcomer who just arrived, in less than a month, jumped 2 levels like taking chicken blood. Although such situations exist, they are only for the professional genius newcomers in the S battle zone. This is the F battle zone, where those with limited potential stay. Damn, this Lu Chen has no background, no connections, and is a swordsman profession. How can he be so fierce? Lu Chen came to the application desk. Hello, can I apply to meet my family now? The first level alert has been lifted, you can apply now. After applying, we will notify your family, and if they agree to meet, we will arrange for you to meet as soon as possible. Okay, thank you. In order to see his parents as soon as possible, Lu Chen quietly handed over 100 gold coins to the staff. Damn! 100 gold coins? The staff in white skirts were shocked. She had received such red envelopes before, but only a few coins at most, unlike the young man in front of her, who was so generous, directly giving 100 gold coins. This was equivalent to her 1 year's salary without eating or drinking. On the other side, Yang Zhang was already in the square. The 28-person team had gathered 26 people. Report to the chief, we are still missing 2 people. Yang Zhang knew by checking the names that Lu Chen and Bai Li Tong had not arrived. As for Bai Li Tong, there was no need to mention. The commander had greeted him a while ago, and Bai Li Tong had temporarily left the Hunters Guild. The specific reason was unknown to Yang Zhang, but it could be confirmed that Bai Li Tong had an amazing background, otherwise, the commander would not have personally greeted him. As for Lu Chen, a poor boy, he was escorted over here, nothing special. If Lu Chen did not show up on time, could it be that he had no more missions to do? After all, the shortcomings of the swordsman profession would be exposed after reaching the 2nd tier. Report to the chief, I saw Lu Chen board the transport pet to the Mist battlefield a while ago. It seems he went to the Mist battlefield to hunt monsters and accumulate military merits. A member dressed as an archer spoke up. Wow! The others were amazed. Going to the Mist battlefield so early? Is he looking for death? Yang Zhang was also puzzled. Goodness! Really, goodness! He had just joined the hunters not long ago, and he dared to go to the Mist battlefield alone. Is he out of his mind? Just a fool, we are promoted to 2-star hunters, and we only dare to stay on this side of the Dragon City for development. The team members laughed. Alright, since Lu Chen and Bai Li Tong can't make it, let's depart directly. Yang Zhang summoned his flying war pet and prepared to lead the team. At this moment, a young man in white clothes came flying with a sword, attracting everyone's attention. Sorry, Captain, I'm late. Lu Chen suddenly returned. His appearance was quite impressive. Damn! Is that the 3-star hunter medal? Lu Chen has advanced to a 3-star hunter? Everyone's eyes were about to pop out. What the hell? How did Lu Chen return unscathed from the Mist battlefield? And he even promoted to a 3-star hunter. In other words, Lu Chen has completed the 3rd level advancement task. He is a 3rd level transfer player. Damn it! Wasn't it said that the shortcomings of the swordsman profession start to show after the 2nd level? Without strong equipment attribute bonuses, the damage is weak? Then how did he level up? The key is still one person. Thinking about it, forming a reasonable team, grinding monsters day and night to do tasks, they are only in their 40s, still a long way from level 60 to do the third level advancement task. They were even thinking of leveling up a few more levels during the end-of-month team event, to prepare for the upcoming blood trial for the new generation. Now, a common swordsman has far surpassed them, which is quite a blow. In order not to ride the captain's flying war pet with everyone, Lu Chen summoned the Moonlight Dragon Cult. Under Lu Chen's command, the Moonlight Dragon Cult appeared in the form of a white horse, completely different from the Dragon Cult form on the leaderboard. And the mount's information is different from the war pet, others cannot view it. So, Lu Chen is not afraid of being recognized. Furthermore, horse mounts are the most common. My god, Lu Chen has a mount too? A team member exclaimed. Everyone was instantly captivated by such a majestic white horse. This mount looks like it's of a high level. Sour. Completely sour. Not to mention the level gap, it could be explained that Lu Chen had good luck in the mist battlefield and was taken under the wing of a kind-hearted senior. But now Lu Chen even has a precious mount. Opening a pet chest costs 100 gold coins, and you might not even get a pet. A grade F mount pet egg on the market has been inflated to millions, comparable to a nice house in the safe zone. They simply cannot afford it. Looking at the dozens of gold coins they earned from grinding tasks and monsters during this time, and then looking at Lu Chen's majestic mount, why is the gap between people so big? Alright, why are you all staring? Since everyone is here, let's set off first. I will tell you about the details of this activity on the way. Yang Zheng was also surprised by Lu Chen's adventure. But as the captain, a qualified officer, he wouldn't casually ask Lu Chen. After all, everyone has their own secrets. Lu Chen, your white horse mount seems to be of a high level. Try not to expose it in front of the public. You know, the war zone is a mixed bag. There may also be external forces lurking. If someone with ill intentions targets your mount, it could be dangerous. Yang Zheng, as an experienced person, naturally knew the principle of not flaunting wealth until you have certain strength. Lu Chen is a member of his team, so he has an obligation to remind him. Lu Chen nodded and recalled the mount. Lu Chen also highly admired the leadership style of this captain, who cares for his subordinates and is upright and resolute. Let's go! Yang Zheng shouted, leading everyone to ride the Crimson Flame Golden Feather Eagle. Seeing that Bai Li Tong was not in the team, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel puzzled. Did Bai Li Tong disappear just to see his grandfather? Although they hadn't spent much time together, Lu Chen had already accepted this friend in his heart. At this moment, Yang Zheng spoke up. The location of this activity is the 100-Eye Demon Cave on the 4th front line, about a 2-day journey. We will rest for one night in the safe zone Stone City when we arrive. The activity is quite simple, just sweep through the 100-Eye Demon Cave once. Most of the monsters there are at the 2nd level, which is best suited for your team to hone their skills. If I encounter a third-order boss, I will take action to solve it. After the event ends, I will give you corresponding military merits rewards based on your performance. If you perform extremely well, I will personally give you an additional reward of second-order green quality equipment. Wow! Green equipment! As Yang Zheng finished speaking, everyone's eyes lit up with excitement. Second-order green equipment, this is quite valuable. The best equipment they have is only blue equipment, and most of it is first-order blue equipment. This is a rare opportunity, so they must seize it. In contrast, Lu Chen appeared very calm. If everyone knew that he was wearing a full set of level 60 orange equipment at this moment, I wonder what they would think. Clearing monsters within the third order is starting to feel boring for Lu Chen. With his current level and strength, he could easily defeat even a normal third-order lord. However, as part of a team and still belonging to the Monster Hunters Guild, he still had to participate in the monthly activities, considering it as a monthly break. Lu Chen, you are already at the third order, with a level advantage. For this event, I will specifically record your performance in battles against second-order leaders and above. Is that okay? No problem. Lu Chen was indifferent to this, thinking that he shouldn't show off too much at that time, or else he might scare his inexperienced teammates by easily defeating monsters with just one sword. The captain is indeed fair. I was worried that Lu Chen, being at the third order, could easily handle second-order normal monsters even with basic equipment due to his level advantage. That's right. But once he encounters a boss-level monster, it will be difficult for him. It's impossible for him to get the captain's green equipment reward. Some team members whispered to each other. Lu Chen just smiled at this. 2 days later, everyone arrived at the Stone City near the 4th front line. Tonight, we will rest at this hotel, and tomorrow morning we will head directly to the 100 Eyes Demon Cave. After Yang Zheng finished speaking, everyone went to find their rooms. Lu Chen stayed alone in a room. Rarely back in the safe zone with signal, Lu Chen immediately took out his phone and sent a voice and video message to his younger sister. At this moment, the two sisters who were reviewing their lessons suddenly received a voice and video message from their brother, making them very happy. "Brother, when are you coming back?" Lu Shui and Lu Yu gathered together, showing a happy smile to Lu Chen in the video. Seeing their two sisters in such high spirits, with their faces looking healthier and wearing new clothes, Lu Chen felt slightly relieved and showed a content smile. Previously, Lu Chen was worried that his sisters were too frugal and reluctant to spend money, but now it seems that they are obedient, although not too much. The clothes they were wearing looked like they were from a street vendor, and they probably only ate simple meat dishes. "I'm doing a mission, passing through the Stone City, so I took the opportunity to video call you." Then, Lu Chen and his two sisters chatted about daily life and their experiences in recent days, with the two girls also very eager to explore the outside world. On the other side, at the gate of the Stone City, two guards were chatting under the night sky. "Ah, what a life this is. Every day, we repeat the same routine of guarding, and the salary is barely enough to make ends meet. If only I had chosen a different profession. I'm in the same boat as you, supporting a family of 6 all by myself. Every month, my salary goes straight to the family, with no chance of advancement. Although our living conditions are a bit tough, we are much happier than our ancestors who fought monsters all day long." As soon as they finished speaking, suddenly, a cold light flashed by. With a swish sound, both of their heads disappeared at the same time, and their bodies fell heavily to the ground. Inside the city, bright lights, a peaceful scene. "Come on, big brother, come chase me." A little girl ran ahead holding a dirty doll, with a little boy chasing after her from behind. At that moment, the little girl suddenly stopped. The little boy almost couldn't stop in time and almost bumped into the little girl. "Sister, what's wrong?" "Brother, look, there are many red stars in the sky." "Red stars?" The little boy looked up, his eyes widened suddenly, his face showing fear, that is. Woo! The highest level emergency alarm in Stone City rang throughout the entire city. Everyone who was asleep was startled awake. Since the establishment of the F war zone, the highest level alarm had not sounded for decades, only ringing in times of life and death. Once this alarm sounded, it meant that the city was likely to be breached and lives lost. Damn it! How could monsters attack the safe zone without any detection? Are all the city gate guards dead? Lord Shurchi of Stone City was furious. At this moment, the guards at the city gates of Stone City had all become headless corpses. Dark monsters covered in sharp blades revealed their forms, licking the blood on their blades, then jumped off the city wall, opened the city gates, and a large number of monsters poured in instantly. "Report! My lord, the city gate has been breached by monsters. The defense formation cannot be fully activated." Upon hearing this, Shurchi stood up abruptly. He knew that it was a critical moment for the survival of Stone City, and immediate deployment should be made to hold on until reinforcements arrived. However, the recent reinforcements from the 4th front line would take half a day to reach Stone City. Even if they marched at full speed, it would still take several hours. Now, just the appearance of flying monsters in the night sky was enough to destroy the entire Stone City, not to mention the unknown number of monsters outside the city. "Quick! Gather all available combat forces in the city. Follow me to support the direction of the city gate at the fastest speed, even if it means death. We must retake the city gate. Completely activate the defense formation. This is our only chance." Yes. The defense forces of Stone City quickly launched an attack. From the city guards to the teachers and principals of schools, as well as security personnel, as long as they were combat professionals, they responded to the call and rushed to the direction of the city gate. At the same time, the 12 front lines of the F war zone received the crisis of monsters attacking Stone City at the same time. "What are you all doing? Monsters have bypassed the front lines and appeared in the safe zone without being noticed? Quickly support Stone City, save the people. If the city is destroyed, we will be eternal sinners." The commander-in-chief of the F war zone, Xian Yuanhu, was furious and immediately ordered the Legion of the 4th front line to spare no effort, race against time, and save Stone City. "Wow! Mom!" A little girl fell in the chaos, separated from her family, crying loudly on the dirty and messy road. The streets and alleys of Stone City were crowded with people, mostly children, and the elderly, as most of the young people had gone to the front lines to fight for their homeland. "It's over. Completely over. With so many monsters, the defense forces of Stone City cannot hold out for long. We will eventually become food for the monsters." Many people showed despair, collapsed on the ground, and even had no strength to escape. A bunch of cowards. Is despair useful? Anyway, we will all die, so why not rise up and resist, delay as much time as possible, and let more children survive? A retired old man scolded. He decided not to hide anymore. He was going to kill monsters. Even if he perished with the monsters, he would dedicate his last bit of strength. On the other side, Lu Chen and others also heard the highest level alarm for the first time and came out to check the situation. When they saw countless flying monsters attacking the defense shield set up for Stone City in the sky, Yang Zhang's pupils contracted instantly, knowing that things were not good. Monsters had attacked Stone City. Yang Zhang immediately gathered the team and said quickly, "Emergency situation, monsters have attacked Stone City. As members of the Monster Hunters Guild, our true mission has arrived." The people's faces were solemn, many of them instinctively trembling, but their eyes were firm. They were still children, but they knew that despite their fear, they had a mission to fulfill, to burn themselves at a critical moment for the future of the human race, a compulsory lesson they had learned since childhood in school. Lu Chen watched as a large number of monsters invaded the city, ravaging and slaughtering unarmed compatriots. While feeling worried, a burning anger also ignited within him. Although he had anticipated this day would come, he didn't expect it to arrive so soon. He had not fully grown up yet, not strong enough. All of you, listen up. Your only task is to go to the shelter and do your best to protect the elderly and children. Do you all understand? Yes. Immediately, everyone acted together and rushed to the nearest shelter. Yang Zhang summoned the Crimson Flame Golden Feather Eagle and quickly supported the direction of the city gate. I am the 5-star monster hunter Yang Zhang. City guards, follow my lead and let's reclaim the city gate. It's the 5-star hunter. We have hope of reclaiming the city gate. The city lord saw a glimmer of hope. Most of these suddenly appearing monsters were below the 5th rank, giving a 5-star hunter a chance to turn the tide. The city lord immediately ordered a guard team to follow Yang Zhang and head towards the city gate. Yang Zhang, living up to his reputation as a 5-star hunter, easily cut a path through the low-ranking monsters, unable to stop his advance. As Yang Zhang was about to lead his team to the city gate, closing it and fully activating the defensive formation, there was hope of holding on until reinforcements arrived. We are saved, quickly close the city gate, the guard team leader excitedly shouted. However, when the people were about to close the city gate, a demonic death aura swept over them. The next moment, all the guards preparing to close the city gate were cut in half. Even the 4th-ranked team leader could not escape. Their upper bodies disappeared. What? Yang Zhang, who was fighting off other monsters, was shocked. He turned around and saw a giant blade monster, 5 meters tall, breaking into the city. Name, Blade Lord. Rank, A-level Lord Boss. Level, LV-150, 5th rank. Health, 1 million. Introduction, one of the most ferocious races in the dark monster world, covered in blades all over their bodies, naturally possessing the ability to hide in the dark. They are assassins among dark monsters, with astonishing combat power in the dark night. What? A 5th rank A-level lord? Yang Zhang's eyes were filled with unwillingness. He knew that with such a terrifying boss breaking into the city, there was no hope of victory. Not to mention a 5th rank A-level lord, even a lower ranked 5th rank lord was not something he could handle. He was only level 125, with a huge level difference and a vast difference in combat power. Crack! The Blade Lord gnawed on the remains of the guards in his hand, then burst into a bloodthirsty laugh. He. Destroy and slaughter to your heart's content. Kill all the human ants here and take all the resources. Everyone. We must stop the advance of this boss, or more people will die. Yang Zhang made a decision at that moment. He wanted to use the advantage of his flying battle pet to hold it back as much as possible. Sweeping through 1,000 armies, Yang Zhang immediately released the skill on the Blade Lord. Bang! -100. Damn! It didn't break through the defense. Yang Zhang was shocked and quickly controlled his battle pet to ascend. Ants! The Blade Lord was provoked, and the blades on its back formed wings, then it flew up, surpassing the height and speed of the Crimson Flame Golden Feather Eagle. What? Yang Zhang looked desperate. This boss could fly. Die. With just one skill, the Crimson Flame Golden Feather Eagle's blood sprayed into the night sky, and Yang Zhang was also hit and flew away, his life or death unknown. Meanwhile, in the F-War Zone, outside a dark underground city, a figure in a black robe looked with interest at the reflection of the Stone City in the dark magic mirror, with a high-level lord emitting a terrifying aura standing beside him. According to the agreement, this time I will help you invade the Alliance Stone City, and you must provide me with at least 10 bottles of grade A monster factors. If my subordinates can successfully destroy the Stone City, then there should be no problem. The only refuge in Stone City. Lu Chen and others have already formed a defensive formation here. There are also continuous streams of children fleeing to the refuge, each of them pale with fear. Alarm sounds, screams, and monster roars continue to come from inside the city. At this moment, Lu Chen once again felt a strong monster aura, similar to the one that appeared just now. These two monsters are much more powerful than any boss he has encountered before. Roar! In the night sky, a huge three-headed dragon monster appeared, with 3 heads, one emitting flames, one emitting poisonous mist, and one emitting frost. It had a pair of huge demonic wings that spread out for tens of meters, violently shaking off its subordinates, and then fiercely crashing into the Stone City's protective shield. Name, Lord of the Three-Headed Dragon, Level, A-Level Lord Boss, Level, LV 150, 5th Tier, Health, 1 million. Introduction, a powerful flying monster from the dark monster world, with 3 heads, each possessing a special ability, with a violent personality, and enjoys destroying everything. The protective shield of Stone City. Under the impact of the Lord of the Three-Headed Dragon, cracks began to appear, as if it could shatter at any moment. Once the monster lord from the sky breaks in, the consequences would be even more unimaginable. No! I can't just stand by and watch. I have to take advantage of the fact that the 2 lord bosses are not united, and kill one first, otherwise, everyone in the refuge will undoubtedly die. Lu Chen showed an extremely serious expression for the first time. The temporary good news is that in this monster invasion, it seems that the most powerful monster is only at the 5th tier. Goodbye, Xiaohong, you guys stay here for me. Lu Chen decided to take the initiative and let his pets take over his mission to protect the people in the refuge. Lu Chen, what are you going to do? The captain ordered us to stay here. Someone shouted at Lu Chen. My battle pet and mount will take care of things here for me. With that, Lu Chen flew his sword towards the direction where the Lord of the Blades appeared. In case Stone City completely falls, Dubai can transform into a white dragon form to protect the refuge for an hour, but only for an hour. At this moment, the Lord of the Blades seemed to be in a state of no one around, causing buildings to collapse and countless guards to be killed or injured, with no one able to stop its advance. A sense of despair began to pervade the entire Stone City. Hold on! Hold on! This is our home, defend Stone City to the death. Lord Shur, covered in blood, fought bravely, leading the charge against the Lord of the Blades, but with just one encounter, he was cut into 2 pieces by the Lord of the Blades and turned into a meal in its mouth. Seeing this scene, the guards showed expressions of horror, but it also stirred their courage. They knew that behind them were their loved ones, many children, the hope of the human race. They could not retreat. Kill them! Someone shouted, and the guards immediately rushed forward fearlessly. Even though their combat power was weak, they vowed to live or die with Stone City. Damn monsters, I haven't had enough fun in this city yet. How can I let you destroy it? Those who are not afraid of death, charge with me. The street rascals who usually bully the weak and fear the strong also united in hatred against the common enemy. In the face of the crisis facing the human race, they chose to fight to the end against these monsters. Soon, a large number of monsters had already poured into the city center. Jie, there's a human child here. I heard that human children are the most tender and delicious. A monster spotted the child hiding among the collapsed rubble, its foul-smelling saliva dripping down continuously. The child, seeing such a terrifying monster, had a look of confusion and fear on his face. But in the midst of fear, images of his father's teachings echoed in his mind, and his father had already died on the front lines of the battlefield. Somehow summoning the courage, he raised the toy sword in his hand and aimed it at the monster in front of him. A sense of killing intent burst forth from the eyes of a child. Come on, I'm not afraid of you. The monster hesitated for a moment, then burst into laughter. Hee, a little human brat, daring to try to destroy me, obediently become my food. With that, the monster opened its huge mouth and lunged towards the child, who trembled and swung the sword. In this critical moment, suddenly, the sword flashed. The monster instantly stiffened and became motionless. The next moment, its head slowly fell off, green blood spraying out. The brave child slowly opened his tear-filled eyes and witnessed a scene he would never forget. A white-clad brother, wielding an orange sword, descended from the sky and slayed the powerful monster, like a dawn in the darkness, bringing light and hope. Quick, take the others to the shelter. With that, Lu Chen once again soared on his sword and unleashed the flying sword technique with all his might. More and more flying swords centered around Lu Chen, crazily slaying the monsters that had invaded this area. Amazing! Stone City has such a powerful swordsman. An elderly retiree exclaimed, then shouted, "Come, escort the children to the shelter." Suddenly, a loud noise erupted in the sky. Stone City's defense shield shattered. A large number of flying monsters began to pour into the city. The leading 3-headed Jiao Lord spewed out wide-ranging attack skills from its 3 heads. Flames, toxins, frost. Many people were unable to dodge and died instantly. It's over. Seeing this situation, the fleeing people stopped in their tracks, despairingly watching the densely packed flying monsters in the sky. A Blade Lord had already made everyone despair, and now a terrifying monster boss with combat power no less than the Blade Lord appeared. If the rescue army didn't arrive soon, Stone City would be destroyed. Damn three-headed Jiao, these are our food. The Blade Lord roared in anger. The three-headed Jiao Lord then restrained itself, only freezing the fleeing people. This is bad. Lu Chen's face changed. He hadn't expected the Stone City's shield to be breached so quickly. With two A-level 5th Order lords appearing at the same time, which one should he go after? With the combat power of these two lords, either one could destroy Stone City, not to mention the many other monsters. It was truly a disaster upon a disaster. Just then, whoosh! A young swordsman rose into the air, shouting angrily at the monsters, "Damn monsters, you have chosen the path of death." His name was Situyu, a young swordsman with Alliance Genius certification, just breaking through to the 6th rank, emitting purple and orange light all over his body, clearly a wealthy swordsman. Situyu was on vacation visiting Stone City, but encountered a monster invasion. He had intended to fight and retreat, protecting his family to leave Stone City, but he didn't expect the three-headed Jiao Lord to suddenly break through the shield and unleash a large frost skill, freezing all his family members. This drove him mad as he charged towards the three-headed Jiao Lord. The three-headed Jiao Lord roared in anger and began fighting him in the air. Who is that? It seems like he's blocking the three-headed Jiao Lord. The people, looking ashen-faced, once again saw hope. Lu Chen also saw a swordsman other than himself for the first time, seemingly with decent combat power, but it was clearly unlikely for him to defeat an A-level 5th Order three-headed Jiao Lord in a one-on-one battle. His damage and skill power revealed as much. At this moment, a figure covered in blood appeared, riding a flying mount, also charging towards the three-headed Jiao Lord. Is that the captain? Lu Chen recognized the newcomer. It was evident that the captain intended to join forces with the young swordsman to first kill the three-headed Jiao Lord. With the assistance of the captain, the swordsman should be able to buy me enough time. Lu Chen whispered, then looked at the Blade Lord not far away. Seeing a 6th Order swordsman appear, the Blade Lord grinned bloodthirstily, wanting to get a piece of the action and taste the flavor of the 6th Order swordsman. Immediately, the Blade Lord prepared to unleash the wide-range skill, Blade Domain, intending to wipe out all the human ants entangled in its suicidal attack. The three-headed Jiao Lord has someone blocking it, but who will stop this Blade Lord? Is heaven going to destroy our Stone City? The guards of Stone City were already heavily injured and unable to fight, only able to watch helplessly as the Blade Lord unleashed its ultimate move to kill them instantly. Just as the Blade Lord was about to release its ultimate move, Lu Chen arrived in the form of a sword god. Demon Slayer sword technique, minus 84,000. Who? The Blade Lord's skill was forcibly interrupted, and its health bar dropped by nearly a tenth. Demon Slayer sword technique, an instant cast sword god technique that can be used for single target or area attacks, a powerful sword technique with 100% penetration effect, and will temporarily seal the target hit by it, interrupting all casting. If only attacking one target, it will also deal double the true damage. With the more targets hit, the lower the additional true damage. The Blade Lord showed a look of fear. In this small stone city, someone was able to forcibly interrupt its casting. Not to mention it, even the guards were collectively petrified, incredulously watching this suddenly appearing swordsman. No! It's a sword god! Yes! They saw in Lu Chen the invincible demeanor of the sky-opening sword god, the fierce sword aura that could open up the heavens and the earth, unmistakably the absolute sword aura unique to the invincible sword god. In fact, in terms of momentum alone, Lu Chen's sword aura at this moment surpassed that of the sky-opening sword god, because he was now a true sword god, only at level 60. Impossible! A level 60 swordsman? The Blade Lord suddenly began to doubt life. Can you believe it? A level 60 small fry, interrupting its ultimate move as an A-rank 5th Order Lord, this is simply outrageous. In 3 seconds, I'll slay you. A strong sense of killing intent surged in Lu Chen's eyes, scenes of these monsters slaughtering human children flashing through his mind, a rage he had never felt before. Today, none of these monsters invading Stone City will leave alive. 7-star sword formation activate. Slaying monster divine sword formation activate. The two great sword formations were activated simultaneously, and Lu Chen's combat power reached its peak. Flying sword technique. After transforming into a sword god, all sword techniques were at his disposal, and there was no need to worry about mana consumption, as the hidden effect of the sword god was rapid mana replenishment. It can be said that in sword god mode, Lu Chen's mana was always full. Countless flying swords condensed, forming a momentum of 10,000 swords soaring in the air, constantly shuttling and slaughtering among the monster horde. Monsters below the boss level, whether 3rd Order or 5th Order, instantly became dead under the sword. The other monsters were shocked and frantically fled the area. This sudden change once again shocked everyone, even Yang Zhang, Situyu, and the three-headed Jiao Lord in battle were alarmed, all looking towards Lu Chen. Who is that swordsman expert? I've never heard of him. From a distance, Yang Zhang couldn't see Lu Chen's professional information, and with Lu Chen in sword god form at the moment, he couldn't recognize him. Isn't that the flying sword technique? How can he condense so many flying swords and control them so skillfully? Even with my A-rank flying sword technique, I can only control dozens at most. This is already considered a sword genius. The 6th order swordsman Situyu was dumbfounded. But then, he once again crazily unleashed skills to attack the distracted 3-headed Jiao Lord, vowing to avenge his family. You little human ghost, trying to sneak attack? The 3-headed Jiao Lord cried out in pain, its 3 heads instantly releasing wide-range skills. The battle resumed. At this moment, the Lord of Blades also reacted. It knew that if it didn't kill this mysterious human swordsman, the task assigned by the Great Lord would not be completed. Damn guy, whoever you are, tonight, I will not let you live. The Lord of Blades resisted the damage, directly hiding in the darkness and disappearing without a trace. You guys go to the shelter, leave this to me. After speaking, Lu Chen's eyes narrowed. With the heart of the sword god, he could quickly sense the Lord of Blades hidden in the darkness. The injured guards quickly helped each other leave the battlefield. Die! The Lord of Blades used stealth to come behind Lu Chen, preparing to ambush. But before it could release its skill, Lu Chen had already prepared his super move, the Divine Sword Storm, and unleashed it on the Lord of Blades. I at #Yuan. The Lord of Blades couldn't figure out how this 3rd-tier swordsman had discovered it. Its talent for stealth in the dark night, as a member of the Blade Monster clan, was silent and invisible. Even beings higher in level than it would find it difficult to detect. What's even more outrageous is that this eerie swordsman was controlling tens of thousands of flying swords, releasing 2 sword formations, and still flying on his sword. Damn it! Can he still release super sword techniques? And simultaneously release 5 skills? And control them so skillfully? Even a 10th-tier grand swordsman couldn't do that, right? Saying you're the reincarnation of a sword god wouldn't be an exaggeration, right? Minus 33,000. Minus 33,000. Minus 33,000. Although the damage from the Divine Sword Storm was not high, it was continuous, and the total damage was much higher than the Demon Slayer sword art, with the key being its large attack range. With this series of actions, the Lord of Blades' health bar rapidly decreased, and in less than 3 seconds, it was already in a critical state. At this rate, it wouldn't take 3 seconds for it to be killed. The Lord of Blades activated a berserk state. Lu Chen's damage was widespread, unavoidable, and stealth was ineffective against him, so the Lord of Blades chose to confront him head-on. Since the opponent was a 3rd-tier swordsman, no matter how abnormal he was, his health wouldn't be too high, with 30,000 being the limit. It didn't believe that with the damage from its 5th-tier skill, it couldn't instantly kill a 3rd-tier swordsman. Let's see who dies first. Dance of the Blade, Night Strangle. The Lord of Blades resisted the damage and unleashed a powerful single-target attack skill against Lu Chen. This was a lock skill, and no matter how fast Lu Chen's speed was, he couldn't dodge it within the skill's attack range. Not good. That young man is in danger. The people retreating turned to see this scene and couldn't help but worry. They also saw Lu Chen's professional information, a 3rd-tier swordsman. Although they weren't sure why Lu Chen's attack power was so strong, a swordsman was always vulnerable due to their health. So, seeing the Lord of Blades fighting desperately, they were also worried that Lu Chen wouldn't be able to hold on. But the next second, ding! -1. Puff! The Lord of Blades immediately spat out a mouthful of green blood. What did it see? With its 5th-tier skill, it only caused 1 point of damage? Completely unable to break through the defense? Just how abnormal was the physical defense of this 3rd-tier swordsman? It was a pure physical damage monster with over 10,000 physical attacks. This? Everyone was full of question marks. The situation exceeded their understanding. On the other side, in the dark underground city, the mysterious figure in the black robe and the Dark Lord who were constantly monitoring the battle in Stone City also had their minds blown, unable to calm down for a long time. The physical defense of a 3rd-tier swordsman completely surpassed the physical attack of an A-tier 5th-tier lord. Could this be any more absurd? Death. Must die. We cannot let this guy live, otherwise, he will surely become a great threat to us in the future. Seeing that pure physical attacks couldn't break through the defense, the Lord of Blades instantly changed its strategy, relying on true damage to still be able to defeat the opponent. Lu Chen would not indulge it. Immediately all flying swords, sword formations, and divine sword attacks all targeted it. In an instant, the Blade Lord was killed in seconds, exactly 3 seconds. Roar! Seeing the Blade Lord being killed instantly, the 3-headed Jiao Lord also had a crazy idea. Immediately releasing its rage skill, it directly blasted Yang Zhang and Situyu away, then dove straight towards the shelter. It wanted to use the children in the shelter to threaten Lu Chen. In its view, that third-tier sword cultivator was so abnormal, definitely relying on special talents. As long as the effect wore off, he could be easily killed. Not good. The three-headed Jiao Lord is attacking the shelter. Everyone panicked. No one expected that the three-headed Jiao Lord would be so cunning, knowing that he was not a match for the mysterious sword cultivator, and instead attacking the shelter. This would definitely affect the rhythm of the mysterious sword cultivator's attacks. Lu Chen also noticed the behavior of the three-headed Jiao Lord, but he remained calm. With Dabai there, it couldn't destroy the shelter. Swish! Lu Chen flew towards the shelter at full speed. Other monsters also crazily rushed towards the shelter, their numbers overwhelming. Soon, the three-headed Jiao Lord had already reached the shelter. The members of the hunter squad guarding the shelter were pale with fear, and the transferred professionals stationed here were also filled with despair. With their strength, they couldn't stop such a powerful lord monster. No one noticed. Little Red, who was napping on Dabai's back, stretched lazily, then opened her eyes and glanced at the three-headed Jiao Lord. Buzz! The three-headed Jiao Lord's figure suddenly stopped, an invisible terror pressure preventing it from having any rebellious thoughts. So, it hung in midair, its eyes filled with fear, not daring to move at all. The other flying monsters that followed also fell directly to the ground, crashing heavily. Everyone was puzzled. What's going on? Why did the three-headed Jiao Lord suddenly stop? The Dark Monster Lord was once again confused. What's going on? Why did the three-headed Jiao suddenly stop moving? Damn useless creature, what is it doing? Is the three-headed Jiao defying its own orders? But that was obviously impossible. It wouldn't disobey its own orders, nor did it have the courage. So what's going on? Why isn't it attacking? The cloaked figure was also puzzled. This stone city is too bizarre. A third-tier sword cultivator who seems to be cheating. Now the three-headed Jiao Lord is mysteriously inactive, not daring to attack the shelter, and no big shot is intervening. Go! Lead the reinforcements to attack the stone city, make sure to kill that swordsman, destroy the city, and seize all the resources. The Dark Monster Lord ordered a subordinate of a 5th-tier S-class lord to act. Humph! Rest assured, Great Lord, I will bring back the boy's body before the human reinforcements arrive, and bring back all the resources of the stone city. On the other side, Lu Chen had already arrived at the shelter. Seeing the three-headed Jiao Lord hanging there motionless, his brows furrowed in confusion. At the same time, Lu Chen did not miss this opportunity and directly cut off the 3 heads of the three-headed Jiao. With the 2 5th-tier lords killed, all that was left was to clean up the small monsters inside the city, and this crisis in the stone city should be resolved. There's still over 10 seconds of transformation time. It's enough. Everyone saw Lu Chen transform into the Azura sword god, 1 man and 1 sword, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Monsters shattered at his fingertips. What speed is this? What talent is this? Who is he exactly? Seeing Lu Chen displaying his might, slaughtering tens of thousands of monsters, everyone admired him from the bottom of their hearts. Is there such a monstrous swordsman in this world? The hunter squad did not recognize Lu Chen, as they were too far away to view his professional information, only seeing a godlike figure. Before long, under Lu Chen's powerful skill damage, all the monsters in the city were cleared out. We won, Shurcheng is saved. A retired and injured elderly man cried tears of joy, raising his arms and cheering. Cough, cough, cough. Yang Zhan got up from the ruins, coughing up blood continuously. He was seriously injured, with one of his arms broken. If it weren't for that 6th-rank swordsman taking the main damage, and if it weren't for his mount blocking the fatal blow for him, he would have died long ago. However, a pale smile appeared on Yang Zheng's face, because Shurcheng had finally survived this crisis. A mysterious swordsman appeared and saved everyone. Suddenly, Yang Zheng's face changed drastically, his smile abruptly disappearing, because he felt the earth shaking, and it was becoming more and more pronounced. Soon, rumbling sounds echoed through Shurcheng, as if a surging torrent was rushing towards the city. The cheering crowd stopped in their tracks, their faces turning grim. Monsters! A large number of monsters were attacking Shurcheng. At this time, it couldn't be reinforcements arriving, it could only be monsters. And this disturbance was even greater than before, indicating that there were more monsters, or else it wouldn't have caused such intense shaking of the earth. Quick, close the city gates and restart the defense formation, shouted the guard captain who had retreated to the shelter. Although the mysterious swordsman was very strong, he was only 3rd rank, so he must have activated some talent effect to be so invincible. But no matter what miraculous effect it was, it had a duration and a cooldown time. The more powerful the effect, the shorter the duration and the longer the cooldown time. In his opinion, the terrifying effect of instantly killing an A-rank 5th-rank lord boss at the 3rd rank was probably about to end, and it would take a few days to cool down. The people guarding the shelter quickly sprang into action. Lu Chen, seeing the situation, flew to the city gate and closed it, then stood alone outside the gate with his sword, waiting quietly for the monsters to arrive. By now, Lu Chen's sword god form had ended, and his three major sword god techniques were in a gray state, needing the next transformation into sword god to refresh. But what of it? Even without the sword god form, Lu Chen was confident he could stop the monsters at the city gate. Strange? Why didn't I gain experience from killing the siege monsters? Lu Chen muttered to himself. Bang! With the help of backup materials, the city's defense formation was fully activated, enough to withstand the monsters for a while without being quickly shattered like before. Many injured guards, enduring their wounds, climbed back onto the city walls and saw Lu Chen standing alone outside the gate, his back to them. Is he going to defend the city alone? An old man trembled and said. They were shocked, but also reluctant. In the face of great danger, how could they let a junior with unlimited potential stand at the forefront? But they had no strength left to fight again. It could be said that without this young man, Shicheng would have been destroyed long ago. Rumble. Countless monsters were rushing towards them. There were blade monsters, three-headed dragon monsters, and many other unknown monsters, easily several times the number of the invading monsters from before. This number, at least close to 100,000, right? With so many monsters, launching a charge together, the destructive power was unimaginable. And leading them was a terrifying monster they had never seen before, even stronger than the previous Blade Lord. But it had four long, flexible, sharp antennae on its back, and it held a red glowing magic sword in its arms. Name, Flesh-Eating Demon Lord. Rank, S-Rank Lord Boss. Level, LV 150, 5th rank. Health points, 1,600,000. Introduction, a ferocious lord from the dark monster world, who enjoys eating various live humans, its antennae particularly like human duties. Heavens! 1. 6 million health points? And an S-rank lord with a red epic weapon? The crowd was terrified. Having a lord with epic level equipment is definitely the main force lord among monsters, each one is incredibly powerful. I thought that the Blade Lord and the three-headed Gel Lord just now were the highest combat power of this batch of invading monsters, but I didn't expect there to be something even more terrifying. The young man below the city, without the talent effect, how can you resist? A sense of despair once again enveloped the entire Stone City. Faced with such a powerful boss and so many monsters, Stone City has completely fallen into a desperate situation. Young hero, don't worry about us, you have unlimited potential, run. There's no need to sacrifice yourself here in vain, just seek revenge on the monsters for us in the future. The crowd shouted towards Lu Chen. But Lu Chen remained calm, his white clothes fluttering, the sword in his hand emitting sword energy, shining brightly and sacred in the night. Epic level equipment? S-rank lord? Dare to step forward, one sword to slay. The flesh-eating demon lord did not look directly at Lu Chen. It had only one target, the mysterious swordsman with the appearance of a sword god. At this moment, Lu Chen had returned to his normal appearance, so naturally, it was not recognized. Kill that ant, destroy the defensive formation. Roar! The monsters obeyed the command and charged with all their might. Flying sword technique. This skill has no cooldown. As long as there is enough mana, you can continuously summon flying swords to attack. In an instant, hundreds of flying swords appeared in front of Lu Chen. But this was far from enough. Ding! You have consumed a bottle of instant mana potion. Mana fully restored to 8,850. To deal with unexpected situations, Lu Chen had prepared a large number of precious instant mana potions in advance, which could directly restore 10,000 mana. This stuff is not cheap. One bottle costs 100 gold coins and can only be purchased in the extraterritorial market. As more flying swords were summoned, Lu Chen directly summoned tens of thousands of flying swords, densely packed, indiscriminately shooting and killing the monsters. Puff! A large number of monsters fell under the piercing of the flying swords. Monsters below the 4th rank could not withstand the damage of the flying swords, all were killed instantly, only some boss-level monsters managed to break through the flying swords and reach Lu Chen. Die! Bang! -1. What the hell? No penetration? These boss monsters showed a surprised expression. 7-star sword formation. Blue Lotus sword dance. Lu Chen crazily slashed at the monsters up close. Bosses below the 5th rank could not withstand a few hits at all. Let me handle this. A 5th rank boss, a huge demon, spewed out a thick yellow mist towards Lu Chen. Corrosive poison gas. -100. His magic defense is not high, quickly use magic skills to attack him together. The demon roared. But how could Lu Chen stand still as a target? He immediately flew up with his sword, trying not to be hit by the group magic skills of these magic monsters. One magic skill is not scary, what's scary is a bunch of magic skills. If one skill causes 100 damage, 200 of them would be 20,000 damage, enough to kill himself. Damn it! You, the flying one, go block him. Don't let him fly around. If we don't kill him instantly, we will have a hard time attacking the defensive formation. A fourth-rank lord roared. For a moment, Lu Chen single-handedly held back over 100,000 monsters. Faced with tens of thousands of flying swords, a large number of low-level monsters dared not take a step forward. The people on the city wall were stunned. They thought that this mysterious young man, without his transformation effect, should not be a match for the monsters, but they never expected that he would successfully hold back over 100,000 monster army and kill so many monsters. A bunch of useless people. The flesh-eating demon lord suddenly became furious. They even claimed to be the main force, but they couldn't even handle a third-rank human rookie. Get lost. The flesh-eating demon lord was eager to find and kill the mysterious swordsman, but didn't have time to waste here, so it acted decisively. Bang! With a swing of the epic magic sword, the flying sword was split open with a large gap. The flesh-eating demon lord rushed towards Lu Chen at an extremely fast speed. Although it was not a flying monster, its 4 tentacles were very strong and powerful, capable of rebounding off the ground, briefly gaining the ability to fly. Blade Devour, slash. As it approached Lu Chen, the flesh-eating demon lord drew its sword and slashed, devouring all the blade energy struck on Lu Chen's back, unable to dodge. Ding! -500. Broke through some defense, but it was insignificant. Lu Chen's flying sword attacks on other small monsters could replenish his health with the divine talent of lifesteal. Suddenly ambushed. Lu Chen just coldly glanced at the flesh-eating demon lord, continuing to evade the collective magical attacks of the magical monsters. As long as not forcibly controlled, he could drag it out for 3 minutes. As soon as the transformation into the sword god cooled down, it would be their death sentence. With just one glance, the flesh-eating demon lord trembled in fear, as if it understood how the previous blade lord and 3-headed dragon lord died. Damn it! A human brat, why is his defense far superior to mine? Suddenly, the flesh-eating demon lord realized. This brat's defense and skills were just like the mysterious swordsman from before, right? You are that swordsman. The flesh-eating demon lord immediately unleashed its full power. Such a monster must not be allowed to live. But no matter how the flesh-eating demon lord slashed, Lu Chen's health bar remained full, while its minions had already suffered heavy casualties. The city had not even been attacked yet, and such a large number of casualties had occurred. How could it explain this to the great lord? At this moment, Lu Chen suddenly stopped. Ha! Stopped? What a great opportunity! The flesh-eating demon lord flew up again, its 4 tentacles turning into ropes, tightly binding Lu Chen. He, how are you going to escape this time? 3-headed dragon clan, what are you waiting for? Why not release your strongest magic skills together? The flesh-eating demon lord saw the dawn of victory. All the magical monsters had long entered a state of frenzy. As soon as they saw Lu Chen being controlled by the flesh-eating demon lord, they immediately began chanting their most powerful magic skills, preparing to kill this human monster in one fell swoop. Oh no! It's over! Why isn't he dodging? Is he out of mana? The people on the city wall were filled with anxiety and sorrow. As long as this swordsman boss died, Stone City would be breached again, and then it would be completely destroyed, with no chance of survival. Did you enjoy slashing just now? Lu Chen's voice rang out lightly. What? The flesh-eating demon lord was stunned for a moment. 3 minutes have passed, now it's my turn. The next second. With a burst of sword light, Lu Chen once again transformed into the sword god form, the supreme sword aura enveloping the battlefield. Put! The flesh-eating demon lord didn't even see how Lu Chen drew his sword. Its tentacles were cut off, intense pain following. Lu Chen ignored the flesh-eating demon lord and instead looked at the group of magical monsters casting spells. Demon-slaying sword technique. With a single sword strike, Lu Chen mysteriously appeared behind the group of magical monsters. All of them were hit, their spells interrupted, each monster's head showing over 10,000 damage values. But it was not enough to kill them all instantly. In wailing, go to purgatory for redemption, this is your only fate. In an instant, a terrifying storm of sword blades, sword rain dancing in this battlefield. As the sword light flickered, the blood of the monsters sprayed out, dyeing the earth green, forming a green river. Before the flesh-eating demon lord could escape in fear, Lu Chen appeared in front of it again, leaving it in a state of near death. Then, under the horrified gaze of the crowd, just using basic attacks, Lu Chen mercilessly cut down this once arrogant flesh-eating demon lord, killing it. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained 720,000 gold coins. Lu Chen's body was soaked in the green blood of the monsters, showing no joy or sorrow. Having killed so many monsters, Lu Chen had long since obtained a large amount of gold coins. Even the hint of being ranked first on the wealth list has come out early. But Liu Kang didn't have time to click. Other surviving monsters wanted to escape, but how could Liu Kang let them retreat, catch up, and kill them all? Is this a win? His outrageous transformation effect only cooled down for a few minutes? Everyone was stunned. Failed? Inside the dungeon, the Dark Overlord couldn't believe it, exuding a sinister aura all over, staring at the sword god Liu Kang in the mirror. Lord, no matter what, my half-beast association provided valuable items and a way to bridge the magic cave. You have to pay me half of the monster factor. The man in black spoke. Damn ant, do you dare to ask me for the monster factor? Do you believe I will destroy you now? The Dark Overlord raged. Destroy me? Unless you want to completely anger our half-beast association, by then, this dungeon will have a new owner. If it weren't for the fact that the monster factor can only be provided voluntarily by you, we could get it, otherwise do you think we would cooperate with you? The man in black was not afraid at all. You're asking for death. But the Dark Overlord ultimately did not act, but gave the other party 10 bottles of A-level monster factor. Go back and tell your president, do you want S-level monster factor? If so, we can talk about a new cooperation. Is it because of this mysterious swordsman? Exactly. Liu Kang did not return to the Stone City. Instead, he continued to pursue. One is to see if there are still monsters. The second is to see how the monsters bypass the frontline defense and enter the safe zone. When the owner exceeds a certain range, the mount will actively follow the owner. So, Dabai immediately got up, took Xiaohong, and quickly ran towards Liu Chen's direction. Liu Chen's mount ran away. Don't worry about him, it's best for him to die in the hands of monsters, so he can be counted as a heroic death. Otherwise, I will have to tell the captain that Liu Kang has left his post. The hunter team seems to have a strong opinion on Liu Chen's desertion. No matter when or where, a soldier who disobeys orders can have serious consequences. Liu Kang followed the monster's footprints all the way to a vast open space, where there was a huge pit for some unknown reason. But apart from this pit, there was no other discovery around. Liu Kang could be sure. This should be where the monsters sneaked in, using some special method. 2 hours later, the reinforcements of the 4th front line finally arrived at the Stone City. Seeing the ground full of monster corpses, and the people cleaning up the battlefield, the reinforcements were stunned. Wasn't there a large number of monsters invading? Wasn't the Stone City breached? How come the battle is over? It seems like the Stone City won, and the monsters were wiped out. Could it be that a high-ranking expert came to support? No. If a high-ranking expert appeared, the commander would not keep urging them to speed up. What's going on? Where is the Lord of the Stone City? Sir, our city lord died in battle. After some inquiries, it was learned that 2 waves of monsters attacked the Stone City, all of which were killed by a mysterious third-order swordsman. Wait. Are you saying a third-order swordsman, transformed into a sword god, first killed 2 A-level 5th-order lords, and then single-handedly guarded the outside of the Stone City, fighting nearly 100,000 monsters alone? And an S-level 5th-order lord, who also had a lord with an epic weapon. The commander of the reinforcements felt like he heard a huge joke. If it weren't for the 5-star hunter Yang Zhang and the 6th-order swordsman Situyu also coming forward to testify, he would have reason to suspect that these surviving transferees were hallucinating. Sir, that's the situation. What about that mysterious swordsman? After wiping out the second wave of invading monsters, he pursued in the direction where the monsters appeared and has not returned yet. Upon hearing this, the commander immediately sent a large team to search and then directed the healing team to treat the wounded in the Stone City. At this time, Liu Chen cleaned the monster blood on his body, changed into a set of casual clothes, and rode back on Dubai. Third-order swordsman? Youngster? Is this the mysterious swordsman who saved Stone City? Everyone looked at Liu Chen one by one, and regardless of body shape, profession, or level, he matched very well. The mysterious swordsman from before was soaked in green monster blood all over, making it impossible for people to see his appearance clearly. At this moment, Liu Chen was already prepared to expose himself. After all, revealing the appearance of the sword god in front of everyone might lead to being recognized, so he raised his head high and acted like a big shot. But a shout woke everyone up. Liu Chen, do you know the crime of leaving the team without permission? Team member Li Wan said. Captain Yang Zhang frowned and looked at Liu Chen. You left the team? Reporting to the captain, the situation was special at that time, so I left the team to save people. Besides, I didn't completely leave, I left behind my mount and battle pet. Liu Chen dismounted and truthfully reported. Killing monsters? Don't tell me you transformed into a sword god and single-handedly saved Stone City. A team member rolled their eyes. Yes. Liu Chen did not deny. You really have thick skin. The hunter team was speechless. You, a newly converted civilian sword immortal, reached the 3rd rank so quickly? And you want to take credit as a big shot? Do you have any shame? Looking all clean from head to toe, are you afraid of death and hiding somewhere for refuge instead of killing monsters? After the commotion caused by the Hunter team, those who originally suspected Lu Chen of being the mysterious swordsman from Stone City shook their heads, feeling it was unlikely. If this person called Lu Chen was a member of this Hunter team, then it was unlikely that he was the sword master Big Shot. The true peerless swordsmen were only possible for super rich or descendants of Alliance Big Shots, with an extraordinary and transcendent temperament. Lu Chen looked like a commoner from birth. It was almost impossible for a commoner family to produce such a super abnormal person. Even if you have 3 free chances to draw epic level talents, it means your ancestors were extraordinary. Ha! No! I really was the sword god Big Shot just now. Why don't you believe me? Lu Chen looked helpless. Alright, this also saved a lot of trouble. Lu Chen, considering you are a first-time offender and it was your first experience of monsters attacking the city, I won't pursue your unauthorized departure this time. But next time, you must hold your position. Yang Zheng did not blame Lu Chen. In fact, without the appearance of the sword master Big Shot, everyone would have died, and no one could have held on. Lu Chen leaving the team without permission was understandable. This unexpected event will be investigated by the Alliance headquarters, and the team's activities are temporarily suspended. Except for Lu Chen, the other members will receive their monthly military merits as usual. Yang Zheng sent a private message to Lu Chen. Lu Chen, as the team leader, I must punish you, otherwise I won't be able to convince others. I will privately supplement your military merits. Lu Chen didn't care much about this military merit, and from the perspective of the captain, he had not followed orders, so he had made a mistake. Captain, you don't need to supplement me. It must be done. If I don't take care of my team members, who will? Seeing the captain say so, Lu Chen could only accept it gratefully. Then, Lu Chen followed the team back to Dragon City. S-Zone. Alliance headquarters. The 3 war gods held an emergency meeting. All the commanders of the war zones immediately connected to the headquarters. The preliminary investigation results are out. The monsters somehow directly connected to the safe zone area of Zone F, opening a teleportation channel, which led to the surprise attack on Stone City. According to the survivors of Stone City, the highest level of the invading monsters was 150, so the initial analysis is that the channel opened by the monsters allowed at most 5th-order monsters to pass through. Furthermore, a mysterious young swordsman appeared, able to transform into a sword god, single-handedly slaying all monsters and saving Stone City, but the mysterious swordsman disappeared after pursuing the monsters. Reported by Commander-in-Chief Xian Yuanhu of Zone F. This incident tells us the most important point, which is that monsters can bypass the front lines and invade safe zones through special means. Therefore, we must change our defense deployment, must station a legion in each district of the safe zone to prevent the Stone City incident from happening again. In addition, increase manpower, expand the investigation area, and must investigate the situation of monster teleportation. As for that mysterious swordsman, since he was willing to save Stone City, it means that even if he is not a member of our alliance, he is not hostile to the alliance, otherwise he would not have intervened. Find him as much as possible, confirm his identity, ask if he is willing to serve at the alliance headquarters. If he is willing, we will train him as the 4th war god. The 3 major war gods had already made a resolution on this. Ha! The leaders were all shocked. The 4th war god? That is the supreme honor. Is that mysterious swordsman worthy of it? But just thinking that this swordsman, with the strength of a 3rd rank, wiped out tens of thousands of monsters alone, instantly killed a 5th rank S-class lord, indeed has the potential to become a war god. No! It should be said that he has the potential to surpass the war gods. After all, even young war gods would not have such achievements. Moreover, without him, the lives of tens of thousands of people in Stone City would have been lost to the monsters. He is now a hero of the human race. On the other side, Bailey Tong also learned the detailed information about Stone City and became somewhat excited. 3rd rank swordsman? Transform into a sword god? It can't be wrong, it must be Brother Yu, he is that mysterious young swordsman. In the blood trial 2 months later, Brother Yu will definitely participate. I need to prepare relevant information for Brother Yu in advance. With Brother Yu, I can definitely take the 1st place, and then Grandpa won't be able to control me anymore. On the road, Lu Chen opened the wealth ranking. Ding, your gold coin amount is 5.6 billion, ranking 1st on the wealth ranking. Do you want to be listed? No. After the battle in Stone City, Lu Chen also realized his shortcomings, that is, his health points and magic defense were not enough, and without transforming into a sword god, his mana was also insufficient. So, Lu Chen opened the Alliance shop, planning to purchase a third-rank swordsman skill book that could be learned, to fill all 6 skill slots. The Alliance shop is a consignment shop where all job changers can consign items, and even buy items. Ha! Shadow clone skill? Lu Chen did not expect to encounter such a precious life-saving skill on the consignment shop. Decisively purchased. Ding! You spent 2,000 gold coins to purchase a second-rank F-class Shadow Clone skill book. Quite expensive. It is indeed a swordsman's professional skill book, priced higher than any other profession. On the other side, in the monster forest. Big brother, isn't the pricing of the Shadow Clone skill book we just looted too high? No sucker would buy it, right? Third sister, you underestimate the tycoons who dare to choose the swordsman profession. They spend money like water. There will definitely be swordsmen who like this skill. It is a rare clone skill that can save lives in critical moments. Ding! The Shadow Clone skill book you consigned has been sold, receiving 1,800 gold coins. Oh my god! Big brother, the skill book has been sold, it was only listed for 3 seconds, we're going to be rich. Quick, see who bought it, try to add them as friends, this must be a big tycoon. Big brother, the buyer chose to remain anonymous, I have already sent a friend request to them. Ding! Pan Tielian has requested to add you as a friend, do you agree? On this side, Lu Chen immediately saw a friend request pop up. Pan Tielian? No iron, no! After learning the skill, Lu Chen used the S-level scroll he had opened before to directly upgrade this skill to an S-level skill. Name, Sword Shadow Clone, Grade, S-level, Level, 3rd Tier LV0, requires spending gold to upgrade, Skill Effect, create a clone that looks exactly like the main body to confuse the target. Within a certain range, the clone can be controlled. Currently, the clone only has 30% of the main body's attack power and defense, and cannot release skills. The clone disappears when the skill ends. S-level can create 7 clones, with a cooldown of 15 seconds. Tip: upgrading this skill can increase the clone's attack power and defense. This is a clone skill with attack power that can be controlled? Lu Chen was pleasantly surprised. As far as he knew, other professions also had clone skills, but most of them were ethereal, not attacking targets or moving. Compared to the Sword Shadow Clone, they were weak. No one knows how many skills all combat professions have in total. The Sword Shadow Clone is definitely the first time someone has obtained it, otherwise a swordsman would have become famous with this skill long ago. With this skill, at least there is an extra life-saving measure within the cooldown of the Sword God form. So, without hesitation, Lu Chen directly upgraded this skill to LV60. Next, Lu Chen continued to browse the Alliance store to see if there were any suitable gems to purchase. Now with enough gold coins, he could prepare advanced gems in advance, so that when he had top-tier equipment in the future, he could directly enhance them, greatly increasing their attributes. However, after scanning through, Lu Chen was speechless to find that there were no one selling vital gems, attack gems, and other essential gems, mostly non-essential resistance gems. It made sense. Vital gems increase health and physical defense and are the first choice for all job changers to embed. Attack gems, critical strike gems, and others are secondary choices, while resistance gems are the last. Job changers who come across vital gems often use them themselves or trade them at high prices privately. Lu Chen had no choice but to buy a large number of gem chests in the extraterritorial store. Name, Gem Chest, Introduction, randomly contains gems of various levels, drilling materials, embedding symbols, synthesis symbols, etc. Price, 50 gold coins. Seeing this price, Lu Chen didn't even blink, and then opened plus 99 chests at once. Ding! You obtained a level 1 drilling material. Ding! You opened a lonely one, please keep going. Ding! You obtained a level 1 fire resistance gem. 2 days passed quickly. The team returned to the Monster Hunter Hall. Everyone, after receiving the activity military merits, you are free to move around because the higher-ups have issued new strategic deployment orders, so the activities for the next 2 months are temporarily cancelled. But don't slack off because of this. In the blood trial of the new generation in 2 months, you can strive for it. I don't expect you to get special secret realm tickets, I just hope you can complete the trial and receive the alliance rewards. After speaking, Yang Zhang went to the treatment room to heal. In order to reward Yang Zhang for his meritorious defense of Stone City, the commander of the war zone rewarded him with a new battle pet and mount, as well as a 5-tier purple equipment, and provided free treatment. After disbanding, everyone formed teams to do hunter tasks on their own. Seeing that no one was forming a team with him, Lu Chen didn't mind at all. He didn't need to rely on tasks to earn military merits. After opening gem chests for 2 consecutive days, Lu Chen's gold coins were only a few billion left. Now, his backpack was full of gems, embedding symbols, and other materials. If Lu Chen hadn't purchased a dozen super-large space treasure chests, available for direct purchase in the extraterritorial store for 100,000 gold coins, his backpack would have been full long ago. It seems that synthesizing gems is also a costly and time-consuming activity, Lu Chen muttered. Ha! Lu Chen's younger brother, you finally showed up. Your application has been approved, and your parents also agreed to meet. When are you available to go to the battle zone? The black silk beauty approached Lu Chen. Approved? Lu Chen was overjoyed. He hadn't seen his parents for a long time and had no idea how they were living in the war zone. Because his parents were not like other parents who would constantly talk about how hard they worked and how difficult it was to earn money, teaching their children to be sensible. Now, as long as he meets them, he can let his parents enjoy themselves. I'm available now. How do I get there? Take this approved application form and ride the mount to the battle zone at the Monster Hunter Hall. Okay, thank you. Lu Chen happily handed over 1,000 gold coins to the other party. Seeing the shiny 1,000 gold coins, the black silk beauty covered her mouth in disbelief. Lu Chen also knew that spending money is the most efficient way to get things done, a truth that applies in any world. Half a day later, Lu Chen arrived at the battle zone. Wait in this meeting room first. A staff member took Lu Chen's application form and went to inform Lu Chen's parents. Lu Shan, Xin Yunji, your son Lu Chen is here, in meeting room 666. At that time, Lu Shan and Han Yunji, who were on vacation in the dormitory, heard that their son Lu Chen had arrived and rushed to the meeting room with joy on their faces. You are, son. As soon as they met, Han Yunji rushed over excitedly and hugged Lu Chen. Lu Shan also came over and hugged Lu Chen tightly, a big man, his eyes slightly red. The last time they met, Lu Chen was still in school, and it had been half a year since they last saw each other. Mom, Dad, you've worked hard. Tears welled up in Lu Chen's eyes too. Although he was a time traveler, he was born to them and had long considered them his true parents, his family. Is the living allowance left by Mom and Dad enough? How are big sister and little sister now? After the excitement, Han Yunji quickly asked about everything. Not spent yet. Big sister and little sister are eating well, dressing well, and living well. Mom, Dad, look, this is the new house I bought for you. Lu Chen opened his phone album, showing a photo of himself and his two sisters in the new house. This. Lu Shan and Han Yunji widened their eyes, unable to believe it. This big house looks like it costs tens of millions. Where did their son get the money? Wait, could it be that the special treatment they received before was because of their son? Tell Dad, did you draw a super talent? Dad, why do you ask? Some time ago, your mom and I received special treatment from higher-ups, our workload greatly reduced, and our benefits improved by several levels. If it wasn't for you drawing a high-level talent, why would they suddenly take care of us like this? Is that so? Lu Chen was surprised. He really didn't know about this. He had always thought his parents were working hard. Could it be the Soul Hidden Organization? Impossible. The Soul Hidden Organization wouldn't do anything unnecessary. Then who could it be? Could it be Bai Li Tong? Yes, it was most likely Bai Li Tong's doing. Since arriving at the Dragon City concentration camp, he had made a friend like Bai Li Tong. Moreover, Bai Li Tong had many maps for sale openly, yet no one investigated him, which was very abnormal. It could only mean one thing. Bai Li Tong, that chubby guy, had a very intimidating background. Otherwise, with his parents' honest and straightforward nature, they wouldn't have received such support from higher-ups. Concentration Camp Zhao Liang, boss, it was me who supported them, not the chubby guy. Mom, Dad, to be honest, I did draw a top-tier talent, perfectly matching the swordsman profession. Really? The two elders were overjoyed, as if dreaming, they couldn't accept it for a while. Great! The fate of our Lu family is about to start turning. Did you buy the house because you passed the genius certification of the Alliance headquarters and received the benefits of the Alliance, so they promoted us? Han Yunji cried with joy. Mom, actually I didn't participate in the genius certification of the Alliance headquarters. What? You didn't? What's going on? Lu Shan and Han Yunji were puzzled. Mom, Dad, this is a long story, but in short, I drew a top talent, so I didn't go to the Alliance headquarters. I will explain this to you in detail later. You have to believe in your son. Lu Chen didn't directly mention the system, because even if he did, his parents wouldn't understand. This has already surpassed worldly knowledge. What? Top talent? How is that possible? The two elders felt dizzy. This was too amazing. Top talent. In their understanding, top talent was legendary. Can this be drawn? The two elders couldn't help but look at each other. They naturally believed in their son, so they didn't inquire further. In this world, talent determines potential to some extent, but more importantly, it's about coins. With a large amount of coins, even without good talent, relying on spending money can still become a top professional. Lu Chen knew it would be difficult to make his parents, who had worked hard for most of their lives, believe this, because it sounded like a fairy tale, a daydream, or wishful thinking. So, Lu Chen directly transformed into a sword god and summoned the top-ranked mount, the Moon White Dragon cult. The meeting room was closed, and Lu Chen wasn't worried about being seen by outsiders. Oh my god, isn't this the S-Class Mount Moon White Dragon cult that was so popular recently? Is this your son's mount? At this moment, even if Lu Shan and Han Yunji didn't believe it, they had to believe everything in front of them. Moreover, this was their son, how could he deceive them? Quick, son, quickly summon the mount back, don't let anyone see it. Han Yunji said urgently. Wait, son, why does your talent transformation just now look so much like the young sword god who recently saved Stone City? Lu Shan suddenly realized. He had less work time now, and in his spare time, he would also pay attention to real-time information channels and knew about the Stone City incident. The mysterious young sword god. This news had already spread throughout the War Zone. Even retired residents of Stone City had filmed the scene of the young sword god showing his might in slaying the boss, and posted it on the War Zone channel. He opened the video again, compared it with his son who had transformed into a sword god, and indeed, the appearance was exactly the same. Dad, that's right, the young sword god in the video is me. At that time, I and the captain of the hunter squad went to participate in the end-of-month event, passed by Stone City for a rest, and encountered a monster attack on the city. Fortunately, those monsters were at most level 150, so I transformed into a sword god and slayed them all. Lu Chen said casually, but Han Yunji listened with tears streaming down her face, and once again hugged her son tightly. She knew how dangerous it was for monsters to attack a city. In that situation, with her son fighting so many monsters alone, as a mother, how could she not feel heartache? If something happened to her son, she couldn't even bear to think about it. Son, you can't take such risks next time. Mom, don't worry, I won't do things without certainty. Besides, I haven't provided for your retirement, haven't seen our elder and younger sisters get married, and haven't found a daughter-in-law for you. I won't take risks easily. At this moment, Lu Shan patted Lu Chen's shoulder heavily. Son, well done, you saved Stone City, you are the pride of our old Lu family. Dad is proud of you. At this moment, Lu Shan and Han Yunji still felt like they were in a dream, but it was a dream tightly wrapped in happiness. It's too surreal. It's only been half a year. The son became a great hero in people's mouths, or a young sword god. Son, now the Alliance headquarters openly rewards to find you, what do you plan to do? Continue to develop on your own, or... After the shock, Lu Shan got to the point. Dad, I want to accumulate for a while longer. You also know, there is not only one human alliance in this world, there are many mysterious organizations, and there are monsters watching closely. And, I like the feeling of freedom, I don't like constraints, a swordsman should be carefree. Lu Chen expressed his thoughts. Well, that's fine too, but remember, if you become a true sword god in the future, you must defeat all the monsters and rebuild our once beautiful homeland. Yes, Dad, Mom, that day will come. Lu Chen is full of confidence in this. Dad, Mom, the son has achieved financial freedom, so you don't have to stay here, resign and go home to enjoy life. Big sister and little sister miss you, they dream of you. We need to consider this seriously. What? Dad, Mom, do you still want to stay here? Son, the human race is weak, the monsters are fierce, although Dad and Mom are just ordinary career changers, they can also contribute a little to the future of the human race. These days, although Lu Shan's workload is not heavy, he still completes the standard amount of blacksmithing work every day. Son, your dad is right, our ancestors have been fighting for a better tomorrow generation after generation without stopping. Although it's hard here, we have our own mission. If we really go home early to enjoy life, we might get sick from idleness. Han Yunji also said seriously. Son, we understand your intentions, so we will apply for leave from the higher-ups, spend time with big sister and little sister until they start school, and then come home once a month regularly in the future. How about that? Lu Shan promised. At this moment, Lu Chen had some enlightenment. On the way back to Longcheng, why did the chief commander look at him with a disappointed look? Mission. It is essential for every career changer. Everyone has their own mission, which is also the will and faith passed down by the human race to resist monsters. Dad, Mom, I understand, but if you want to contribute to the human race, you can't fall behind in level. You can keep these gold coins to help you level up quickly. Only when your level is high can you make more contributions. Son, what about you? Dad, Mom, you don't need to worry about me. I'm not worried about not having gold coins for now. By the way, Dad, Mom, do you know any gem craftsmen? I have a lot of gems that need to be synthesized. Yes. I have an old classmate who was a gem craftsman. It's Uncle Who that you've met before. He is a gem craftsman, but he doesn't have much money at home, so like me, his level has been stuck. That's great. I opened some gem chests and got a lot of gems and synthesis symbols, so please ask Dad to find Uncle Who to help me synthesize them, and also help improve Uncle Who's level. No problem, if it's not too much, it can be done in a day or two. Knock knock knock. Lu Chen took out more than 10 super treasure chests and said with a smile, just this much. More than 10 super treasure chests are full. All gems and synthesis symbols. Son, is this what you call a little? Can you be more exaggerated? The meeting time is about to end. Dad, Mom, these are 2 A-level flying mount pet eggs, for your future transportation. Lu Chen remembered that although life careers cannot contract battle pets, they can contract mounts, and he happened to have opened many mounts from the pet chests before. A-level flying mounts for us? Isn't this too wasteful? Better leave them for big sister and little sister. Lu Shan and Han Yunji immediately refused. Too extravagant. They are just ordinary life careers. Using such high-level mounts feels too wasteful. Don't worry about the mounts for big sister and little sister. In the future, I will get them both an S-class mount. By then, I'll also get one for Mom and Dad. Mom, Dad, for now, just make do with the A-class contract. Hearing his son say this, the couple was still somewhat dazed. This is too dreamy. I never thought that one day I, Lu Shan, could have a mount on the same level as the Dragon Blood War God. Wife, quick, pinch me to see if it hurts. Han Yunji, still charming, lightly tapped Lu Shan, smiling so happily for the first time. After bidding farewell to his parents, Lu Chen went straight to the mist battlefield. The higher the level, the slower the upgrade. The monsters in the mist battlefield are numerous, allowing for quick accumulation of gold coins and experience points. There are only 2 months left until the blood trial opens. Lu Chen must quickly level up to 90 during this time. The blood trial. This is the only way for humans to enter the Starry Illusion realm and obtain Star Source Stone resources. Star Source Stone is a very important resource for humans, a resource that must be fought for. Transfer God Stones, Advanced God Stones charging, teleportation arrays, large-scale defense arrays in the war zone, magic array cannons, all require Star Source Stones. The reason it's called the blood trial is that monsters can also enter the Starry Illusion realm, with more in number than humans, and all are powerful Lord-level monsters. They also compete for Star Source Stones, inevitably leading to a bloody battle. However, the Starry Illusion realm has level restrictions, only individuals or monsters below level 90 can enter. In previous years, there were thousands of newcomers participating in the blood trial, but at most only a few hundred would return alive, bringing back just enough Star Source Stones to support the Alliance's use for a year. According to the rewards of previous trials, the top 5 individuals who bring back the most Star Source Stones can each receive an additional precious secret realm ticket. There are many good things in the secret realm, with higher drop rates than other places, and most importantly, rare currencies that can be exchanged for higher level items. These items cannot be bought in the extraterritorial market. Lu Chen has the coin burst system, so as long as he enters these special areas, he can unlock the corresponding currency. Therefore, Lu Chen must get a ticket no matter what. On the other side, Lu Shan and his wife found their old classmate Hu Shi. Old Hu, still drinking tea? Lu Shan casually walked into Old Hu's studio. Oh, the younger siblings are here too, please have a seat. He poured 2 cups of tea. Hu Shi then spoke with a bitter expression, Old Lu, you know, the workload for gem cutting is different from other professions, and I have no connections and no gold coins. Let alone gem inlays, I rarely even get tasks for gem synthesis. If I had known, I should have listened to my teacher and not chosen these high-end life professions. Like you, I should have chosen a blacksmith to make a living. It's not like you, with 3 children, and I'm still single. By the way, has Xiaoyu graduated? Didn't you take leave to go back? Lu Shan and Han Yunji smiled at each other and said, we didn't go back, but this child applied to come find us, and even asked us to help him combine some gems. So, we came to find you. What? Xiaoyu found gems? No way. Didn't he just change jobs not long ago? As far as I know, it's very difficult for low-level monsters to drop gems. Did you give him gold coins to open gem chests? But you guys. Seeing Old Hu scratching his head, Lu Shan didn't beat around the bush. Old Hu, we grew up together, studied together, and I have complete confidence in you and your character. To be honest, Xiaoyu had some opportunities, which you will know about later. For now, I'll give you a box of low-level gems and low-level synthesis symbols. You can start combining them to level up. With that, Lu Shan took out a treasure chest from his backpack. Oh my god, this is a treasure chest. It costs 100,000 gold coins each. Old Hu's eyes widened. Suddenly, Old Hu realized. Lao Lu, Don't tell me, this whole box is full of gems and synthetic symbols? Yes, this is just one box. After you finish combining, I will come to give you another box. Puff. Another box? Damn it. These gems are essential for combat professions. Equipment of the same quality and level with and without gems are completely different. Besides dropping from monsters at a low probability, gems can only be obtained by opening gem boxes from the extraterritorial mall. But the probability of getting gems from gem boxes is also not high. Lao Hu couldn't wait to open the treasure chest, his breathing suddenly became rapid. Damn! All stamina gems? What kind of opportunity did Xiaoyu get? Even a level 1 stamina gem is priceless. Lao Hu felt that his heart couldn't bear it. This is outrageous. He has been in the preparation area for decades, and the number of times he has combined stamina gems is very few, indicating how rare these stamina gems are. Many wealthy players may not even open a stamina gem after spending tens of thousands of gold coins. Do you really need a whole treasure chest like this? What kind of heaven-defying opportunity did Xiaoyu get? How could he be so lucky? Lao Lu, thank you. With this box of gems, my level will definitely increase rapidly, and I will help Xiaoyu combine for free. How can that be? Combining gems is also physically and mentally exhausting. Here, take this box of resistance gems as your reward. Oh my god. Lao Hu's expression at this moment was extremely exaggerated, almost distorted. Using a whole box of gems as a reward? Although resistance gems are not very valuable, even the lowest level 1 resistance gem has a market value of 80 gold coins. How much money is this whole box worth? Lao Hu, don't rush to refuse. In the future, Xiaoyu will definitely need you for drilling and gem inlaying, and my elder sister and younger sister will also need your help in the future. Consider this as an advance payment. But, no buts, quickly accept it. Focus on combining gems and upgrading. My husband and I are also preparing to purchase materials for leveling up. Lao Hu also knew that if he didn't accept it, Lao Lu would definitely be very unhappy. Okay, I'll take it. From now on, I, Lao Hu, will be the exclusive gem master of your Lao Lu family. Lu Shan and Han Yunji finally left satisfied. Time flies. 2 months passed quickly. Misty battlefield. Lu Chen stood on top of a mountain of monster corpses, staring coldly at the gasping 6th order B-level lord ahead. Name, Poison Scorpion Lord, level, B-level, LV-169, 6th order. This area belongs to the central area of the Misty battlefield, where mid to high level monsters appear. After reaching level 90 on the outskirts, Lu Chen came here to accumulate gold coins and increase combat experience. To quickly level up, he had to challenge these powerful monster bosses one-on-one. Roar! Damn human brat, I'll fight you. Blood poison curse. The poison scorpion lord attacked furiously. Sword shadow clone. Swish swish swish. 7 clones of Lu Chen appeared. The poison scorpion lord's skills all missed. Following closely was Lu Chen's continuous sword strikes. The heavily injured poison scorpion lord was killed without suspense. Ding! You gain 169 times 40 times 4 is equal to 27,040 gold coins. Without transforming into the sword god, my current strength is equivalent to a 6th order B-level lord. It will be difficult to defeat higher level ones. Checking the time. It's been 2 months. At this moment, Dragon City has opened registration for the new generation blood trial. After registration ends, participants will go to the Alliance headquarters to begin the trial. Dubai, let's go. Back, register. Dragon City Blood Trial registration site. Today is the last day of registration, but there are still many people gathered here. It seems that more people are participating in the blood trial this year than in previous years. After all, as long as you bring back a Star Source stone, you can receive corresponding level green equipment rewards. And this year there are 3 major superstars, as well as the grandson of the god of war leading the team. With Big White rushing, Lu Chen was not in a hurry. Upon returning to the Dragon City area, Lu Chen summoned Big White back and changed to flying with the sword. Hello, I'm here to sign up for the blood trial. Show me your identity card. Lu Chen handed over the identity card. Alright, tomorrow at 8 o'clock, gather here on time. At that time, all the new generation participants from the F-Zone will go together to the Alliance headquarters in the S-Zone. Early the next day, nearly 1,000 new generation participants gathered together. These new generation participants have mostly reached level 90, all confident in obtaining a ranking within the top 1,000 in this competition and receiving the Alliance's grand rewards. Compared to other methods, this is the best way for most common children to obtain top quality equipment before reaching the 5th rank. Lu Chen? You dare to sign up too? Li Wan, a member of the same hunter team as Lu Chen, saw Lu Chen and couldn't help but be surprised. Since Lu Chen always kept the hunter badge in his backpack, he naturally didn't know that Lu Chen's hunter level was higher than his. Exactly, you're just an ordinary swordsman. Even if someone carries you, when you reach level 90 without good equipment, you'll just find a place to hide when you get there. Instead of wasting time, it's better to prepare well for advancing to the 4th rank. At least for the end-of-month event next month, you can rely on your level advantage and not hold us back. Another team member also advised kindly. I guess he mainly wants to broaden his horizons. The blood trial is our only chance to go directly to the Alliance headquarters. That's true, but it's a bit unworthy to waste time just to see the world. Everyone chimed in with their opinions. Lu Chun smiled and remained silent about it. Being looked down upon as a common swordsman was not something new to him. Alright, quiet down, the time has come. All participants follow me and let's go. A rough warrior led everyone to the F-Zone Command Headquarters. Everyone was puzzled. Weren't they supposed to go to the Alliance headquarters in the S-Zone? What are they doing here? Suddenly, a dazzling magical light appeared on the ground. Everyone was shocked to discover that they were inside a huge magic array, with high-level array mages activating the array around them. Isn't this the teleportation array unique to the war zone? A knowledgeable second-generation rich kid exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, the warrior spoke lightly. This is the war zone teleportation array. Unlike other war zones, the S-Zone cannot be reached by mounts and can only be accessed through the teleportation array. Everyone was dumbfounded. Is this even a thing? In school, the teachers never introduced the S-Zone. Everyone always thought the S-Zone was just like any other war zone, except that it was the special war zone where the Alliance headquarters was located. Never in their wildest dreams did they think that the S-Zone required a teleportation array to reach. They had never heard of any place in the Blue Star world that required teleportation to reach. Even the most dangerous deep-sea battlefield could be reached by water attribute mounts. A bunch of rookies, what's there to be so surprised about? Didn't you learn this in school? Let me enlighten you with some knowledge. The S-Zone is not in the Blue Star world, but in the sky. The warrior pointed to the sky. What? In the sky? Everyone was wide-eyed in shock. Lu Chen was also amazed internally. The Alliance headquarters is in the sky? Could there really be a sky city in this world? Actually, the term in the sky is not quite accurate. It's more precise to say it's in the outer domain battlefield. The warrior added. No, sir, isn't the outer domain battlefield just the battlefields outside the various war zones? Someone raised a question. Who told you that the battlefields outside the war zones are the outer domain battlefield? The battlefields outside our war zone are just the Blue Star's homeland occupied by monsters. The real outer domain battlefield is the channel connecting the Blue Star world and the monster world. That vast and boundless channel is the true outer domain battlefield. The words of the berserker made everyone dizzy. What? Why isn't this knowledge widely spread in schools? That's because the vast majority of people don't come into contact with the extraterritorial battlefield. If you didn't participate in the new generation blood-colored trial, you wouldn't have come into contact with it either. The berserker grinned. Senior, I have a question. Since the extraterritorial battlefield is not in the Blue Star world, why didn't our human ancestors clean up the monsters in the Blue Star world first before fully dealing with the monsters in the extraterritorial battlefield? Lu Chen asked his doubts. The berserker looked approvingly at Lu Chen and said, Actually, it's not that our ancestors didn't clean up the monsters in the Blue Star world, but they couldn't. Why? The reason is simple, they can't be killed. What? The crowd became even more puzzled. Lu Chen pondered. What the senior means is that the monsters invading the Blue Star world are actually derived from a terrifying lord, and this lord is in the extraterritorial battlefield, so the monsters in the Blue Star world cannot be eliminated. Smart. It's been a long time since I've met such a smart junior. You are truly formidable. What's your name, kid? Senior, my name is Lu Chen. Kid, I have high hopes for you. I hope you shine in the blood-colored trial. The berserker praised Lu Chen unabashedly. This made others envious for a moment. Then, the berserker explained in detail to everyone. As we all know, as long as the lord-level monsters don't die, the monsters derived within the lord's domain will respawn after being killed after a period of time. As Lu Chen just said, the monsters invading the Blue Star world are indeed derived from a more terrifying monster lord. And this monster lord is definitely in existence beyond the 10th rank, otherwise it wouldn't spawn lord-level monsters of the 10th rank S. Wow! An existence beyond the 10th rank? Isn't that even more terrifying than the 3 great war gods? Doesn't that mean the human race will never have hope of defeating the monsters? But you don't have to despair. Perhaps due to special restrictions in the extraterritorial battlefield, the divine-level monster lord cannot set foot in the extraterritorial battlefield. Therefore, the three great war gods can guard the war zone and prevent more monsters from invading the Blue Star world. You must believe that the human race will only become stronger generation after generation. One day, a divine-level savior beyond the 10th rank will be born, leading the human race to fight through the extraterritorial battlefield and drive the monsters out. The words of the berserker restored the confidence of the crowd, firming their beliefs that the human race will one day restore their beautiful homeland. Lu Chen, however, fell into contemplation, silently looking at his divine-level talent and the coin explosion system. He was still too weak now. He had never thought of becoming a savior. He just wanted to protect his family and give them a good life. After all, no one knew if the monster lord beyond the 10th rank really couldn't enter the extraterritorial battlefield. What if it could? What if it just disdained to enter? As for the so-called savior, the hope of the human race, thinking of this, Lu Chen just smiled, hoping that he could grow to have the strength of a savior. When the blood-colored trial ends, he must speed up his leveling, be prepared, think ahead, and he won't go wrong. At this moment, the formation mage finally activated the teleportation array. Close your eyes, we're about to teleport. With the berserker's reminder, everyone closed their eyes. The teleportation light suddenly lit up. A magic light column appeared. The next second, everyone collectively disappeared inside the teleportation array and arrived at the war zone. What appeared before everyone was a steel castle. The castle was primarily black and red. It's not that the materials used to construct the castle were black and red, but it was dyed this way by the blood of countless ancestors. The defense of this castle is the strongest that Lu Chen has ever seen, but there are still countless cracks and repair traces everywhere. Just from this aspect, one can imagine the cruel battles that the war zone has been experiencing. This war zone only has regular army soldiers, monster hunters, and advanced life profession transferers in the reserve zone, with no members from any other organization. Because this is the first line of defense of the Human Alliance and the most important line of defense, only the elite of the Human Alliance Legion can be found here. Looking up, apart from the flying cavalry patrolling back and forth in the sky, there are also a large number of flying monsters staring at the war zone from above the clouds. But they dare not approach at all. It's because there is a huge floating fortress in the sky, known as the Sky City of Hope for the human race, the Alliance headquarters. At this time, several messages from good friends popped up, sent by Bailey Tong. Wow! This fat guy is actually not in the war zone, but in the war zone on this side of the extraterritorial battlefield. No wonder he didn't reply to my messages before. Feather brother, I knew you would definitely come to participate in the blood trial. Before, my grandfather brought me back to the war zone. This is not the Blue Star world, so I couldn't reply to you all this time. Now that you're here, I can reply to you. I missed you. Feather brother, you must help me. My grandfather promised me that if I take the first place in this trial, he will no longer control me, and then we can play happily together again. Lu Chen was speechless. But Bailey Tong had helped his parents in some way, so helping him was not a big deal. Lu Chen replied to Bailey Tong, no problem, my goal is just a ticket anyway. He, I knew Feather Brother is the best to me. With Feather Brother and me teaming up, we will definitely be stable. Participants from other districts, line up in an orderly manner and prepare to go to the Sky City. At this time, a flying cavalry arrived, carrying everyone to ascend one after another, like an elevator. When they arrived at the Alliance headquarters, Lu Chen was also shocked by the scene before him. It was very big here. It was as big as a small city in the safe zone. The entire structure of the Alliance headquarters is guarded by 4 small pentagon buildings surrounding the large Pentagon building, which is the highest power center of the Human Alliance, where the 3 human war gods reside. The group of newcomers was taken to a square in a small Pentagon building. Don't think it's small here, it can accommodate tens of thousands of people. The newcomers from the war zone had already gathered here. Seeing the arrival of the trial participants from other war zones, they all showed a proud attitude. Although this made the newcomers from other war zones very unhappy, they had the capital to be proud because they were the elite and rising stars among the newcomers. Among them were 3 super rookie prodigies certified by the Alliance headquarters. Of course, there were also the descendants of super big shots who would come to participate. It is said that the grandson of the God of Heaven has publicly confirmed his participation in this trial. Tap tap tap. All the trial participants gathered. There were a total of 10,000 people, and the quota for entering the trial site was full, marking the first time in the history of the Human Alliance that all slots were filled. This is not surprising. After all, this generation has produced 3 super rookies, not to mention the descendants of super big shots, and there are more epic geniuses than in previous years. This year can be said to be the most golden generation in the history of the human race. Naturally, except for those who are particularly timid, lacking in confidence, and afraid, almost everyone else came. A spirited young woman with short hair and dressed in a 5-star military uniform, a Dasha person, walked up to the platform energetically. She is called Shizanwu, 25 years old this year, and is the granddaughter of the dragon blood war god Shi Tianxing, in charge of this year's blood trial. Look everyone! That seems to be the granddaughter of the dragon blood war god that appeared on TV. We've seen the real person. Someone couldn't help but exclaim excitedly. As a blood-colored trial for the new generation, the Alliance naturally will not arrange for the older generation to preside over it, but will generally arrange for champions under the age of 30 to preside over it. This time, Shi Zhanwu was arranged to be in charge. In the language of the Alliance, my name is Shi Zhanwu, and I will only say 3 points. First point, Star Source Stone. The trial ground, Starry Illusion Realm, will open later, and you will all receive an entry prompt. Inside, there is a strategic resource we must fight for, Star Source Stone, a resource that can only be obtained in the Starry Illusion Realm. After the Starry Illusion Realm opens at this time each year, it will be maintained for a month, and we will rank you based on the amount of Star Source Stones you bring back. Even if you only bring back one, you can receive a Tier 3 green equipment reward. Second point, Star Source Stone. It is worth noting that besides our alliance, people from other forces in the extraterritorial battlefield, as well as monsters, will also enter to snatch the Star Source Stone. In addition, there are special monsters, star beasts, inside. Although their levels will not exceed 90, they are extremely difficult to defeat alone. Third point, still Star Source Stone. You must make every effort to collect Star Source Stones to the best of your ability while ensuring that you stay alive, because only by staying alive do you qualify to bring them back. I have finished speaking, you have one question time. After Shi Zhanwu finished speaking, many people whispered and discussed. Then how do we obtain Star Source Stones? This is what most people want to ask. Star beasts have a chance to drop them. You may also find them in the mountains and rivers, and of course, if you were lucky enough to find a legendary Star Source Stone vein, then congratulations, you will become a hero of the human race. Headquarters building rooftop. Hee old Shi, your granddaughter's style of doing things is just like yours, decisive and efficient. The god of heaven, Hodman, stroked his white beard and chuckled. Naturally, the descendants of my old Shi family should be like this. Long blood war god Shi Tianxing said firmly. Ah, your descendants are all outstanding talents, like my grandson, who not only did not inherit my swordsmanship but also chose to be an assassin, sneaking around all day, bringing shame to the family. The sword god Bai Li Tsongfeng expressed a headache, a big headache. Brother Bai Li Tong is very talented. His future achievements will not lose to Cain and Shi Zhanwu's children. That's right, he will definitely not lose. The assassin is very suitable for him. Hodman and Shi Tianxing rarely had the opportunity to tease their old comrade Bai Li Tsongfeng, and of course, they would not let it go. Are you looking for a sparring partner? Bai Li Tsongfeng's eyes were blazing. I don't want to, who dares to spar with you? But on another note, this new generation, known as the Golden Generation, I'm afraid those guys will target us and play tricks behind our backs. Hodman expressed concern. Old buddy, we in Disya have a saying that goes, without experiencing storms, how can we see rainbows? Moreover, if anyone dares to make a move against our new generation, then don't blame us for not remembering the old days. In Bai Li Tsongfeng's calm tone, there was a solemn killing intent. Not long after, when the Starry Illusion Realm appeared in the sky above the extraterritorial battlefield, all forces in the extraterritorial battlefield received a prompt. Ding, the Starry Illusion Realm is open. Once you enter, you can only be teleported out after a month. Each force in the extraterritorial battlefield has a quota limit for entering the Starry Illusion Realm. The larger the territory of the force, the more quotas they receive. The monster forces have the most quotas, with up to 100,000. The Human Alliance has the most quotas among the human forces, with 10,000, while other forces have relatively fewer, ranging from a few hundred to a few thousand people. The next moment, Lu Chen and other new generation members of the Alliance were collectively teleported into the Starry Illusion Realm. Starry Illusion Realm. Lu Chen looked around in amazement. There was not much difference here from the real world, with mountains, rivers, flowers, trees, and everything else. The only difference was the starry sky, full of flowing light, dreamy and enchanting. But often the more beautiful things are, the more hidden dangers they contain. At this moment, at the only entrance, forces from outside the Alliance have infiltrated. There are half-strange association organizations wrapped in black robes, the Soul Conceal organization wearing assassin masks, and other mysterious organizations. They all wear unified attire, all at level 90 of Tier 3, clearly elite transferers from various forces' new generations. Each of them stands under their own force's flag. After all, the uses of star source stones are too significant. Building a super magic array casually is much more effective than a large army. Of course, there are also a large number of monsters, each with different forms, but without exception, they are all tier 3 lord-level monsters, with the weakest being A-level lords. Among them is a mysterious dark monster, humanoid, with a pair of demon horns, skin covered in dark scales resembling dragon scales. Like the human transferers, it is fully equipped and openly displays a terrifying set of epic-level equipment, with weapons emitting a legendary golden light. It can be said that in terms of equipment alone, it has already surpassed everyone. No wonder in previous years, every time the blood trial opened, the human new generation suffered heavy casualties. It turns out the monsters that came in were so terrifying. Just this one dark monster, it is estimated that even all the supernovas combined would not be able to deal with it. The monsters all look bloodthirsty at everyone, especially focusing on the Human Alliance's new generation. It seems the intelligence is correct, this generation of the Alliance belongs to the Golden Generation, but with so many people coming in, not many from the Golden Generation will be able to walk out alive. A leader in the Half-Strange Association spoke in a deep voice. However, these people are all wearing black robes, only revealing a pair of eerie eyes, making it impossible to see their appearance. It seems I can contract many powerful servants. The dark monster licked its fangs, staring at the talented individuals from various human forces. Oh my! Why didn't Lord Shazanbu mention that everyone entering the Starry Illusion realm starts at the same starting line? With full epic level equipment and a legendary weapon, who can defeat it? This is a death trap. I'm not participating. I want to go home. Some people were almost scared to death. They thought they would randomly appear somewhere in the Starry Illusion realm after entering, but they didn't expect to be together. If these monsters followed them, wouldn't they be doomed? But once they entered, they couldn't leave on their own and had to wait for the Starry Illusion realm to close in a month before they could leave. Brother you, let's team up. Bailey Tong pushed through the crowd and came to Lu Chen's side, sending a team request. Ding, your friend Bailey Tong has joined the team. Do you know the situation in the Starry Illusion realm? Lu Chen had just seen a large number of monsters appear and was about to take action against them, but found he couldn't attack. Yes, everyone who teleports in will appear at this unified entrance. There is a protective mechanism here, meaning we cannot attack others at the entrance, and others cannot attack us. The Starry Illusion realm is very large, comparable to a blue star world, divided into 5 regions: East Star Domain, South Star Domain, West Star Domain, North Star Domain, and Central Star Domain, separated by the Star Sea. Among them, the Central Star Domain is the largest, and the Star Source stones are naturally more abundant there. It is rumored that there are Star Source stone veins, so all forces will strive to head towards the Central Star Domain. Brother you, do you see the light curtain above? In 10 minutes, it will envelop us, and then we will randomly appear in the 5 major star domains. Teams will appear together in the same location. In previous years, our alliance participants in the trials were all in teams of 6, spreading out to ensure more people survive. But this year will probably be different. Brother you, look at that reserved golden-haired guy. He is Cain, the grandson of the god of heaven Hodman, and my biggest competitor. His strength is definitely stronger than 3 supernovas combined. So, I guess most people will form 4 big teams with Cain and 3 superstars at the center. As Bailey Tong predicted, the crowd split into 4 groups, with Cain and 3 others at the center, forming 4 large teams. Only Lu Chen and Bailey Tong did not move. Bailey Tong's identity was not public, so besides Cain, no one here knew that Bailey Tong was the grandson of the Alliance's top fighter, the Sky Sword God. Cain glanced arrogantly at Bailey Tong, as if saying, without revealing your identity, what do you have to compete with me for the top spot? Lu Chen, why are you still hanging out with that fat guy? If you want to see the world, you need to join a good team to ensure a better chance of survival. Why don't you come join the team of the superstar Daisy? Although Li Wan and others looked down on Lu Chen, they kindly reminded him. At this moment, the superstar Daisy also noticed Bailey Tong and Lu Chen, smiling as she walked over and invited them. 2, we meet again. How about teaming up this time? Ha! Lu Chen knows the daughter of the Ross family, Daisy? Li Wan and others were shocked. They wondered if Lu Chen knew Daisy and was being guided by a big shot from the Ross family in the misty battlefield. The more they thought about it, the more likely it seemed. But, why does Lu Chen, this guy, know the super beautiful Daisy? Others couldn't help but speculate on the identities of the two when they saw Daisy being so friendly to the ton-level assassin and the ordinary swordsman. Xia Yan was also puzzled. Damn it! Lu Chen, you better behave yourself and not come after the girl I like. Sorry, I don't plan to join any big teams. Lu Chen refused directly. He had an S-level mount, Dubai, which could quickly traverse the 5 major star regions, making it extremely convenient to find star source stones. Furthermore, being in a big team would come with many restrictions. For example, if they found star source stones, most of them would belong to the team leader. This conflicted with Lu Chen's idea of obtaining a ticket to the secret realm. What the heck? Lu Chen rejected Miss Daisy's invitation? Is he out of his mind? Li Wan and others were dumbfounded. If Daisy had invited them, they would have been set for life. I also refuse. Why don't you join our team instead? Bai Li Tong chuckled. Following Brother Yu is the safest and most reliable choice. Embracing Brother Yu's thigh is fulfilling. Daisy was somewhat tempted. But the thought of just the three of them being too risky, as they could be hunted down by monsters if their tracks were found, made her opt for the safer option of a big team. Additionally, being in a big team would ensure her safety and a chance to get a ticket. So, Daisy also politely declined. Where did these clowns come from, inviting Miss Daisy with a ton-level assassin and a common swordsman? Exactly, if they don't join a big team, they probably won't survive for a day. A day? You're overestimating them, at most half a day. Lu Chen and Bai Li Tong paid no attention to this, as they say, birds of a feather flock together. 10 minutes passed. Ding, the starry fantasy realm is officially open. Special rule, when a person or monster is killed, all star source stones in their backpack will be dropped. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed. It seems that this mysterious starry fantasy realm is a world that follows dark rules. Killing and looting. That's the theme here. Truly deserving of the Alliance's name, Blood Trial. The next moment, a dazzling light enveloped everyone and the monsters. Everyone and the monsters disappeared simultaneously, randomly transported to various locations in the 5 major star regions. Lu Chen and Bai Li Tong appeared together in a certain location in the northern star region. Brother Yu, what should we do? Don't use that word when talking to me in the future. Okay. So, what's our plan? First, find the star source stone as the main priority, and directly eliminate any monsters encountered. Got it. Central Star Domain. A woman in purple appeared at the edge of a valley river. She wore a black veil, revealing only a pair of clear and beautiful eyes. She stood on a rock in the river, with a graceful and slender figure. Mysterious starlight shimmered in the river. Upon closer inspection, one would find a few star source stones twinkling in the river. However, the woman in purple ignored these star source stones. In this starry illusion realm, danger lurked everywhere, yet this woman dared to search for resources alone. It was evident that she possessed extraordinary strength. I must find the vein of star source stones. The woman in purple's voice was cold. After glancing at the star source stone in the river, she leaped up and disappeared into the mountain stream. On the other side, Southern Star Domain. Have you all noticed the young sword god from the Alliance forces? Recton, the strongest new generation professional of the Half Monster Association, exuded a wild aura. As the elder predicted, that young sword god has indeed appeared in this starry illusion realm. The young sword god is probably the super genius secretly cultivated by the 3 major war gods, maintaining a 3rd-tier level in order to obtain enough star source stones in this starry illusion realm. Otherwise, with the young sword god's strength, he could easily reach a high level in a short time. The only female in the team licked her sensual lips, exuding a seductive charm. The young sword god is only teamed up with a fat guy, probably intending to secretly accumulate star source stones and seize the opportunity to kill the monster forces. Exactly. The young sword god displayed his might in Stone City, but there is no information about him from the Alliance side, which is definitely orchestrated by the 3 major war gods. At this moment, the young sword god is unaware that his extraordinary power has been fully recorded by our elder and recognized by us at a glance. Other key team members also spoke up. Remember, our mission in entering the starry illusion realm this time is secondary to obtaining star source stones. The main goal is to obtain the genes of the young sword god. Now, let's first locate the exact position of the young sword god, but remember not to be discovered by him, let alone take his life. Since the young sword god has entered the starry illusion realm, he will probably proceed to that secret realm for leveling up. We need to keep an eye on him. After all, the guild leader has promised to cooperate with the Dark Lord. Once the young sword god's whereabouts are confirmed, we can exchange for half a bottle of S-rank monster factor with the Dark Lord. It's better to leave the young sword god to the Dark Lord to deal with. If the young sword god is surrounded by monsters, we must do our best to save him. For his genes, for the S-rank monster factor, he cannot die yet. Purple Rose, it's up to you whether you can obtain the genes of the young sword god when the time comes. After speaking, Recton looked sternly at Purple Rose beside him. Don't worry. I will definitely make him infatuated, longing for death. Just thinking about taking the young sword god makes my blood boil. Slurp. Purple Rose licked her fingers, her enchanting face exuding various charms, but her eyes were not human eyes. emitting a seductive and exotic purple light. Northern Star Domain. Lu Chen and Bai Li Tong rode on a large white beast together. With the abilities of the white beast, they moved swiftly among the mountains and rivers, discovering dozens of star source stones along the way, yielding a rich harvest. However, they did not encounter anyone else along the way, not even any star beasts temporarily, indicating the vastness of the starry illusion realm map. We need to visit all 5 major star domains, and a month should be enough time. Lu Chen picked up another star source stone he found halfway up the mountain. But, brother Yu, at the current speed of the white beast, it will take at least a week just to explore this northern star domain, right? Who told you that the white beast's speed is only this much? Right now, there's no need to rush to the next star domain. Let's first search for star source stones in this northern star domain. Ha? Really? Can Big White accelerate even more? Accelerating further would make it S rank, right? S rank Big White. Damn! Brother Yu, could it be that Big White is the Moonlight Dragon steed that ranks first on the mount ranking? Bai Li Tong's mouth suddenly opened wide, looking at Lu Chen with an incredulous expression. Yes, you must keep this a secret too, Lu Chen said with a faint smile. Oh my god. He admitted it. He actually admitted it. Brother Yu, my admiration for you is like the surging river, like the overflowing yellow river, unstoppable. They crossed another mountain. The two arrived at a secluded valley, shrouded in mist, extremely quiet, exuding the charm of white clouds drifting for 1,000 years. At this moment, Lu Chen and Bai Li Tong both noticed a mysterious figure appearing in the front valley. The figure was tall, seemed to emit light, as the figure occasionally flickered with starlight. Bright eyes like gemstones, shining mysteriously through the mist, followed by strange beast cries. The low and melodious cries seemed to come from the depths of the universe. The cries contained a mysterious power that shook the soul. Brother Yu, it's a star beast. Bai Li Tong recognized it at a glance. His grandfather had information on star beasts, which he had secretly read and matched the description in the information. Brother Yu, when a star beast appears, it means there are many star source stones nearby. Although this star beast's attack power is average, it excels in sound control skills, and its health and defense are extremely impressive, making it difficult to kill at the same level. Therefore, those who came in the past tried to only seize the star source stones and avoid entanglement with the star beast. Bai Li Tong explained. Let's go see. Rarely encountering a star beast, Lu Chen immediately became interested. Soon, Lu Chen and Bai Li Tong came face to face with the star beast for the first time. Its skin was as deep as the night sky, adorned with countless twinkling stars. Its size was huge, like a giant beast of the starry sky, tens of meters in size, with eyes emitting blue light like sapphires. Its overall form resembled a large hippopotamus, but with peculiar wings that shimmered with colorful lights. Name, Star Beast, Level, 3rd Tier LV90, Health, 3 million. Introduction, likes to collect star source stones, has a strong territorial sense, usually lives alone. Seeing someone intrude into its territory, the star beast immediately showed vigilance and hostility, opening its mouth and emitting a low roar, causing the entire valley to tremble. The sound echoed like thunder, sweeping through like a fierce wind, making people shudder involuntarily. Just this roar alone was enough to scare away the faint-hearted, truly living up to its expertise in sound control skills. But Lu Chen had the heart of a sword god, completely unaffected. Meow, however, when this star beast saw the little red creature on Lu Chen's shoulder open its eyes, it suddenly froze in place, its previous powerful aura and might disappearing in an instant. Then, it suddenly turned around and ran without any hesitation. Ha! Why did it run away? Fatty, what's going on? I don't know. I've never heard of a star beast fleeing without a fight. Bai Li Tong's small eyes were also filled with confusion. Let's find the star source stones first. However, when Lu Chen and Bai Li Tong found the place where the star beast stored the star source stones, they discovered that a group of people had arrived there first. Ha ha! I was thinking of how to distract that star beast, but it ran away on its own. These star source stones are ours. Brother Yu, it seems to be the Black Church organization. Bai Li Tong's gaze suddenly sharpened, revealing intense killing intent. The Black Church. That is a black secret that the Alliance is unwilling to mention. Few people know its origin, but members of the Alliance have been taught since childhood that when encountering members of the Dark Church, they must be killed without mercy. It is an organization born in the darkest era of the human race, and Lu Chen naturally is unaware of it. What organization is that? It is a group entirely composed of fallen individuals of darkness, all of whom are dark professionals. Dark professionals? Lu Chen was surprised. This was the first time he had heard of such a profession. There are many powerful forces in the extraterritorial battlefield, but the most well-known and powerful forces are only 6, the First Alliance, the Second Council, and the Third Organization. The first alliance refers to our human race alliance. The second council refers to the Half-Monster Association and the Church of Light. The Half-Monster Association is made up of lunatics and fallen individuals. You will know about them when you encounter them later, brother you. And the Church of Light is a powerful force composed of 3 types of light professionals: light mages, holy priests, and paladins. They are professionals who only study light-based skills and believe that light can overcome all darkness. The third organization consists of the Soul Shadows composed of assassins, the War League composed entirely of warriors, and the Dark Church created by fallen individuals of darkness. Speaking, Li Tong asked, "Brother you, in school, the teachers should have talked about the darkest era in the history of the human race, right?" Lu Chen nodded. That was the era when monsters began to invade the human world, a desperate time when countless people died. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of the 3 great war gods, the human race of the Blue Star would have long been reduced to being livestock for monsters, no different from domesticated animals. In that era, there were many cowards who were afraid of death and begged for mercy from the dark monsters, willing to sell their own souls to become playthings and servants of the dark monsters, just to survive. Dark monsters? Is it the special monster wearing epic-level equipment that we saw at the entrance? Lu Chen, as a commoner, could not understand these secrets, so it was rare for Li Tong to inform him, and Lu Chen naturally wanted to understand it well. That's right. The monsters invading our world, in addition to the vast majority of derivative monsters, also include the indigenous monsters of the monster world, the dark monsters, which are the most terrifying. They are different from derivative monsters, they are all independent individuals, free to act, just like us. They can also wear 12 pieces of equipment and possess innate talents. They call themselves the Royal Family of Monsters, and their combat power is extremely terrifying. It can be said that among monsters of the same level, dark monsters completely outclass derivative monsters. The 3 great war gods are strong enough, right? They are said to have the highest combat power, but when facing an S-level dark monster of the same level, they can only win about 46% of the time, with dark monsters having a 60% chance of winning. However, what Li Tong did not mention was that this 40% chance of winning was because of the presence of his grandfather, the Sky Sword God. Otherwise, even a 37% chance of winning would be difficult. This is also why the 3 great war gods can only guard the S-War Zone and dare not easily counterattack the monsters, because they really cannot win in a fight. Being able to protect themselves is already very good. Lu Chen thought about it. Just from encountering a dark monster in the Starry Illusion realm, he could tell that a 3rd-level dark monster was equipped with epic-level gear and a legendary weapon. The equipment of a 300-level dark monster was simply unimaginable. With the dark monsters leading in equipment, the 3 great war gods could still maintain a 46% chance of winning against them, which shows their strength. Li Tong continued, those fallen individuals chosen by the dark monsters, after changing professions, will become dark professionals. Although they may seem no different from us on the surface, the skills they learn all come with the effect of dark power. It is also because of the betrayal of these fallen individuals that 2 of the 9 major war zones of our alliance were directly destroyed, becoming the current 7 major war zones. Later, the 3 great war gods rose up completely and eliminated all fallen individuals. These fallen individuals then formed the Dark Church in the extraterritorial battlefield, serving the dark monsters and confronting our alliance. So, our human alliance is mortal enemies with the Dark Holy See. I suspect the invasion of the Stone City monsters was done by them in collaboration with the monsters. Li Tong became more and more excited, his small eyes filled with a strong killing intent. Learning about the origins of the Dark Holy See, Lu Chen was also filled with anger. How many people of our race have suffered monster massacres because of these fallen ones? Just because they fear death and betray their own kind to survive, these fallen ones do not deserve to stay in this world. Brother you, it seems they have found all the Star Source stones and are planning to retreat. Li Tong tightly gripped his dagger. Facing a 7-person squad, Li Tong was confident that with him and Brother you, these fallen ones wouldn't escape. Since we've encountered them, let them atone below. With that, Lu Chen ordered Bai to catch up with them at full speed. Bai lifted his front legs high, then stepped forward fiercely, turning into a stream of light and appearing in front of the Dark Holy Sea squad in the blink of an eye. Who goes there? The squad leader drew his black long sword abruptly. Name, Dark Fallen Inoue Chiakuen, Occupation, Swordsmaster, Level, LV90, 3rd Tier, huh? A name from the Sakura country? Lu Chen realized it instantly. Although the Sakura country was the first to be destroyed by monsters, there were still some Sakura country people scattered around the world at that time. No wonder there were no Sakura country people in the alliance, they had betrayed their own kind. Truly, the people of this damned nation are nothing but trouble even when alive. A fallen one, using a sword as well? Lu Chen leaped directly into the air, wielding his LV-90 orange quality purple thunder sword, and unleashed the Blue Lotus sword dance directly. Baga! It's an alliance member. Before it could finish speaking, Lu Chen had already killed it with one strike, only executing one segment of the Blue Lotus sword dance. Captain! The other 6 Dark Fallen Ones exclaimed. Although their captain had switched to the swordsmaster occupation, possessing the power of darkness, he had much more health than an ordinary swordsmaster. How could he be killed in an instant by someone of the same occupation? Lu Chen didn't bother to talk nonsense. He swiftly used a flying sword technique, instantly killing all 6 of these damn fallen ones. Put. Minus 12,130. These ants had just over 10,000 health points, unable to withstand a single blow from Lu Chen. At this moment, Bailey Tong finally revealed himself behind this group of fallen ones. Ha! All killed? He had been planning to ambush them stealthily, giving these fallen ones the feeling of being backstabbed, but he didn't expect Brother Yu to be so fierce, killing them one by one without giving him a chance to act. However, Bailey Tong knew that it wasn't that these fallen ones were too weak, but that Brother Yu was too strong, so strong that even the fallen ones couldn't withstand his blows. What does it mean to be invincible at the same level? Brother Yu is just that. Incredibly powerful. Wow! So many Star Source stones, there are over 300 pieces. Bailey Tong couldn't stop smiling. Lu Chen also showed a handsome smile, as if he had found a way to quickly collect Star Source stones. Searching aimlessly like this was too slow for collecting scattered Star Source stones. We need to find star beasts. Finding one star beast is equivalent to finding a pile of Star Source stones. Fatty, keep the Star Source stones safe. We should go look for other star beasts. Okay. As the 2 of them left, a dark assassin appeared not far away. It was the scout of this fallen squad, also the lookout, so it had luckily escaped disaster. Reporting to the chief commander, there is an alliance duo named Bailey Tong and Lu Chen, who have killed Captain Inoue Chiakuin in an instant. Was Chiakuin killed? It seems the strength of this new generation of the alliance is stronger than we imagined. Go relay the message to the monsters in the Northern Star Domain, let them surround and kill those 2 guys. We will continue to search for Star Source stone veins as the main priority. Hey! Soon, the monsters in the Northern Star Domain all knew the approximate location of Lu Chen's duo, and then a large number of monsters crazily attacked towards the direction of the hidden valley. Before long, Captain, something big is happening. Many monsters are coming towards our direction. Have the monsters discovered our tracks? A large team of the War Alliance was battling a star beast on this side, and the team leader Long Poyan received a report from the scout, his face looking very grim. Damn it! Suddenly, a star beast appeared and collided with them head-on, attacking them wildly as if venting something relentless. Now, more monsters are surging in. Is it really this unlucky? Send a team to engage the star beast. The rest of you form a defensive formation with me. Prepare to resist the monsters. Long Poyan quickly made arrangements. Damn it! There's a mad star beast behind us, and monsters attacking from the front. This is really difficult. As the second in command of the War Alliance's new generation, Long Poyan was full of worry at this moment. They had just entered the starry illusion realm on the first day and encountered such a terrible situation. If there were heavy casualties, it would be very difficult to complete this year's Star Source Stone mission. These are not ordinary monsters. The weakest of them are level 90A rank lords, and there are so many of them. We are here to obtain Star Source Stone resources, not to fight to the death. Unless absolutely necessary, we must not engage in a death battle, but instead wait for the opportunity to break through. For the greater good, Long Poyan had to change the combat strategy of his comrades from fighting to the death. No death battle? That's really boring. I was looking forward to fighting bravely, killing with pleasure. That's what real men do. A burly shield warrior said with a sneer. As warriors of the War Alliance, none of them feared death. Their motto was, fearless, unafraid of death, brave charge. If it were an ordinary member, Long Poyan would also fight to the death, but now he was the commander, and everything was based on the interests of the War Alliance. In less than half an hour, a large number of monsters released a bloodthirsty aura. Nearby forces were so scared that they ran for their lives. Maintain the defensive formation, charge. Long Poyan launched the attack first. In order to break through, they must seize the initiative and not be dragged to death by the monsters using guerrilla tactics. A bloody battle erupted in the hidden valley in an instant. While Long Poyan was killing monsters, he kept an eye on the entire battlefield, realizing that the dark monster was nowhere to be seen, which was good news for their team. As long as that powerful dark monster was not here, they had hope of breaking through. The huge commotion here was naturally sensed by Lu Chen and Bailey Tong, who were searching for star beasts. Brother Yu, someone is fighting monsters. There are no distress signals on the channel, so it should be people from other forces encountering monsters. Bailey Tong looked at the channel page and said, "With such a big commotion, it seems that there are still many monsters. Let's go, take a look." Whether it was to kill monsters or seize star source stones, these were opportunities that Lu Chen could not afford to miss. So, the two quickly arrived at the battlefield. "Ha! Brother you, it's the muscle men from the War Alliance. They don't have assassins scouting ahead, so it's normal for them to be discovered by monsters. It can only be said that their professions limit them." Bailey Tong squinted his eyes and analyzed in a professional manner. "Well, but the War Alliance can rely solely on the warrior profession to have a place in the extraterritorial battlefield. They also have their advantages. Look. With the shield warriors' damage resistance and the other warriors' offensive charges, they have caused a lot of damage to the monsters. And the monsters are unable to deal fatal blows to these warriors immediately. Although warriors may not have particularly outstanding advantages, their overall capabilities are the highest." Lu Chen's evaluation of the warrior profession was still very high. If it weren't for the fact that swordsmen were the most handsome and had the strongest physical output, Lu Chen would have also chosen the warrior profession, as it was a true man's profession. At this moment, another wave of monsters appeared in the distance. It seems that the monsters are determined to devour this large team of the Alliance. If no one intervenes to help, the Alliance team will undoubtedly be wiped out. At this time, Long Poyan also saw the second wave of monsters approaching. "This time it's all over." "Ha, damn it, Captain, it seems we can't break through. Give the order. Let's have a good time for the last time." All members of the Alliance showed fierce battle intent in their eyes, not a hint of fear. When they entered the Starry Sky Illusion Realm, they were already prepared to die in battle. "Damn it, I'm out of luck. Brothers, since that's the case, let's do it. Better to die early and be reborn sooner. In the next life, let's become warriors and fight side by side again." After speaking, Long Poyan raised his battle sword high and roared, "Brothers, release your fighting spirit, fight to the end. Roar, fight to the end." The warriors went completely crazy, with only thoughts of killing in their eyes, even more frenzied than the monsters. At this moment, Lu Chen already knew where the strong advantage of the Alliance lay. Even the new generation was so fearless and brave, truly admirable. "Brother you, let's lend them a hand. I find them quite pleasing to the eye. Moreover, the leader of the Alliance has intricate ties with our Dragon Blood War God predecessor, and the Alliance has helped our union a lot." Bai Lidong spoke up. "This is a little-known secret. There are rumors that the leader of the Alliance is the biological son of the Dragon Blood War God. There are also rumors that the leader of the Alliance is the half-brother of the Dragon Blood War God. In any case, for some reason, the leader of the Alliance broke away from the Union and founded the Alliance. Actually, I find them quite pleasing to the eye too." Hearing this, Bai Lidong and Lu Chen smiled at each other, then split up. "I'll go take care of the second wave of monsters coming. You go relieve the pressure on the Alliance brothers first." "Okay, brother you." Lu Chen rode on a white horse and quickly set off. Bai Lidong narrowed his eyes, took out two daggers emitting orange light, and all his other purple equipment was replaced with orange equipment studded with level 3 gems. His black assassin suit also had 2 item talismans hanging on it. Name, light as a feather talisman, orange, item effect, reduces body weight by 80%. Name, lucky talisman, orange, item effect, increases personal luck by a certain value. Swish, a pair of angelic wings spread out behind Bai Lidong. Name, snow feather, orange, item effect, can fly, plus 80% movement speed. The next second, Bai Lidong soared into the air, turned invisible, and flew towards the Alliance team at lightning speed. "Captain, I'll go ahead," a warrior holding his shield shouted. Because his shield durability was depleted and shattered by the monsters, he was surrounded by monsters and had no chance of survival. Seeing this warrior about to die in the monsters' mouths, suddenly, a huge wound appeared on the back of all the monsters' necks, and a massive damage value burst from the top of their heads. Minus 82,190. These monsters all entered a poisoned and paralyzed state. A spherical figure then appeared. "Hey, brothers, I'm from the Union, here to support you, let's kill them together." After speaking, Bai Lidong flashed, and his figure disappeared again. When he reappeared, more than a dozen powerful monsters were severely injured. In this way, Bai Lidong's elusive figure seemed to be able to remain invisible indefinitely, constantly relieving the pressure on Long Poyan's team. "Brother, I'm grateful for your support, but the monster reinforcements have arrived, and we have no chance of breaking through. You should leave, so you won't be left behind too." Long Poyan shouted loudly. "Put!" Bailey exerted all his strength, instantly killing a half-blood A-level Lord monster with a smile, saying, "Don't worry, buddy, the second wave of monsters won't make it here because my brother is slaughtering them." "What?" Long Poyan was shocked, then leaped and struck, sending a Lord monster flying, while looking into the distance. There, countless flying swords appeared, dense as stars, forming a stunning sword barrier that blocked all incoming second-wave monsters. Gulu! Damn it! Who are these powerful people? A flying assassin with continuous skills and explosive output, a swordsman who dominates all monsters. Is this the new generation of the Alliance? How are they so powerful? To quickly annihilate these monsters, Lu Chen transformed into a sword god. Anyway, there are no other forces new generations daring to approach nearby. Divine Sword Storm. Terrifying sword blades formed a tornado that swept through the sky, shredding numerous monsters. Retreat! Quick retreat! That guy is a young sword god. The Lord monsters were terrified. They never expected that this odd combination of the human alliance was the most powerful. One fat man with unlimited invisibility and explosive damage was one thing, but this young man turned out to be a sword god. With just one skill, he had such incredible damage, and it was a wide-range sword technique. If this isn't a sword god, what is it? They were all outstanding among the new Lord monsters, yet they were still being slaughtered like cutting vegetables. Such a terrifying young man, probably only the royal family could deal with him. For a moment, the monsters besieging Long Poyen's team fled in all directions, some even dispersing completely. Are they retreating already? The new generation of the Alliance was astonished. The seemingly inevitable situation turned around because of the arrival of 2 reinforcements? When everyone came to their senses, their eyes were filled with shock. What did they see? The second wave of monsters being slaughtered by a handsome swordsman. Their speed was fast, but the young man's mount was faster, easily catching up with them and killing them one by one. They didn't see it wrong. It was indeed a slaughter. These were all Lord-level bosses, being killed one by a third-tier swordsman? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have thought it was a scene from a movie. Before long, Lu Chen descended from the sky on a white horse, elegant and ethereal, like a sword immortal descending to the world, making the proud members of the Alliance almost want to worship him. At this moment, they didn't see an ordinary swordsman but an extraordinary and supreme sword god. Only a sword god could single-handedly defeat thousands of lord-level monsters with a sword, horse, and man. Brother you, some monsters ran away, should we chase them? Bailey had already put away his equipment, transforming back into a harmless and cute fat man, completely different from the top assassin who had just skillfully killed monsters like a ghost. Long Poyen and the others were bewildered. Wasn't this the fierce fat man from before? How did he become a well-behaved little brother now? But then again, the young swordsman in front of them was a young sword god-level genius, indeed capable of making a top assassin willingly become his little brother. They have already fled far away, probably hiding now. It's more important to find Star Source stones, Lu Chen said with a light laugh. After all, there was still plenty of time, and there were plenty of opportunities to wipe them all out. Moreover, these Lord-level monsters dropped too many gold coins, so Lu Chen naturally wouldn't let this group of monsters go easily. Brother you, there's still a star beast over there. Bailey pointed to a star beast being entangled by a small team of the Alliance not far away. The star beast saw Lu Chen at a glance, as well as the little red creature on Lu Chen's shoulder, and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Oh my god? How is it them again? Baby is panicking, requesting online help, urgent situation. Run! The star beast turned and ran, even faster than last time. Brother you, it ran away again, could it be the same one as before? It should be, forget it. Lu Chen and Bai Li Tong had a casual conversation. Long Poyen and others were dizzy listening to it. Damn it! Was that star beast scared away by the 2 young masters in front of them? I knew it. How could a star beast leave its territory and run around blindly? Turns out it was scared. No wonder they encountered such a violent reaction from us. It seems they are venting their frustrations on us. I am Long Poyen, a new generation of the War Alliance. Here, I am very grateful for the 2 of you for rescuing us. Saying that, Long Poyen took out all the collected Star Source stones and gratefully said, if it weren't for your help, we would have died without a doubt. We have nothing to offer but our gratitude. Please accept the Star Source stones. I, Long Poyen, will never forget your life-saving grace. Brother Long, what are you saying? The Alliance and the War Alliance have always helped each other. It is only right for us to help you. There is no need to say thank you too much. We will accept these Star Source stones. Bai Li Tong swiftly put away the hundreds of Star Source stones. Lu Chen shook his head and smiled, but also approved of Bai Li Tong's actions. Since the other party took out the Star Source stones to thank them, and they were mainly there for the Star Source stones, it was only natural to accept them. Seeing this, Long Poyen and the others could only laugh and cry. Is this fatty so straightforward? But they liked such straightforward people the most, and what they hated the most was being wishy-washy and unclear. Can you consider me as a friend? If there is anything I can do for you in the future, it would be convenient to repay your kindness today. Being able to befriend such powerful two super freaks, Long Poyan considered it a great opportunity, but he didn't know if he could succeed, probably very difficult. After all, he was just a super rookie class changer, and the other party might not look favorably upon him. Ding, Lu Chen has sent you a friend request. Ding, Bai Li Tong has sent you a friend request. When Long Poyan came back to his senses, Lu Chen and Bai Li Tong had already ridden their flying white horses and soared away. Captain, have you added those two young masters? Added, quickly clean up the battlefield, then leave here first. During the evacuation, Long Poyan reported the detailed situation to the chief commander Shiryu. At this time, Shiryu, who was in the middle star domain, was fighting a star beast alone, while other team members were searching for star source stones everywhere. Are you saying that a flying fat thorn with infinite invisibility, and a swordman who sweeps through thousands of bosses, effortlessly saved you? Yes, I have given them the collected star source stones as a thank you and added them as friends. You did the right thing. No wonder those two act independently and did not join the big teams of Kane and other super rookies. It turns out they are the super aces of the Alliance. Since they are in the North Star domain, it will be difficult for you to collect more star source stones there, and you are also being targeted by monsters, so come to the middle star domain first. Okay, defeating thousands of bosses alone, it's really beyond imagination, I really want to see it. After speaking, Shiryu's eyes revealed a fiery battle intent, and he fiercely lifted the epic dark gold dragon pattern staff in his hand, directly picking up the huge star beast. On the other side, the dark monsters that had already arrived in the middle star domain were feasting on the body of an unknown new generation. When they learned that their subordinates were going to ambush the Alliance duo in the secluded valley of the North Star domain, they coincidentally encountered the War Alliance team. They thought there would be a big harvest, so they prepared to wipe out the War Alliance team first, and then continue to ambush the duo. Unexpectedly, the duo took the initiative to attack, and erupted with an incredibly terrifying combat power, defeating them without any resistance, causing heavy casualties. Hiss! A red breath emerged from the dark monster's mouth, scaring the surrounding Lord monsters to tremble, not daring to breathe. But then, the dark monster grinned and gave orders to its subordinates, summon the dog slaves of the Black Church, capture the other members of the Human Alliance first, and force those two to come to me. I, the king, will personally conquer them. The monster's target shifted. The greedy and cowardly fallen beings of the Black Church, upon learning of Lu Chen and Bai Li Tong's invincible demeanor, dared not touch them. Moreover, their master, the Dark Monster, had spoken, declaring its intention to personally conquer Lu Chen and Bai Li Tong, so they did not dare to act against them. Therefore, Lu Chen and Bai Li Tong suddenly became extremely relaxed. The monsters saw them as if they were cats seeing mice, only daring to hide from afar. The star beasts were also surprised, behaving similarly to the monster. When they saw Lu Chen, their four legs spun and smoked, almost using a fifth leg to run away. This allowed Lu Chen and Bai Li Tong to easily collect a large amount of star source stones. It can be said that just their current harvest of star source stones alone is enough to surpass the harvest of any previous year. Brother Yu, with so many star source stones, we can easily enter the top 10. What's the use of the top 10? We want first and second place, that's the only way to be secure. We will soon sweep through the northern star domain. Tomorrow morning, we will go to the next star domain. These days, Lu Chen rode on Dubai as if he were a tourist in the starry illusion realm, bringing peace wherever he went. When members of other forces encountered the two, they did not make a move. Just by seeing the star beasts run away upon encountering this odd duo, they knew that the duo was extraordinary. Their leaders did not have such a terrifying deterrent power, so they naturally knew that the duo was the secret weapon of the Human Alliance. In the starry illusion realm, the duo's reputation had already spread among various forces, except for the four major teams of the Alliance itself. And at this moment, these four major teams were being targeted by the monster. Xia Yan, your fire magic damage is getting higher and higher, and it's very effective against star beasts, making it very convenient for us to obtain star source stones. When it comes to distributing star source stones, I will give you more. Daisy, dressed in a golden silk robe, holding a golden magic wand, with golden hair, looked like a princess from a western fairy tale, stunningly beautiful. Xia Yan was ecstatic. As long as he maintained his powerful firepower output and kept Daisy's attention on him, his wish to win her heart and marry a super beautiful woman would soon come true. But just as Xia Yan was about to say something pretentious to elevate his status, a large number of monsters and fallen beings from the Black Church suddenly appeared around them. Not good. It's a joint sneak attack by the Black Church and monsters. The faces of the people changed drastically. How could so many monsters approach silently without anyone noticing? What about the lookout assassins? What were they doing? At this moment, those lookout assassins were already being carried on the shoulders of the monsters with despair on their faces. Daisy's face turned pale with fear, and she quickly called for help on the Alliance channel. We are under a massive monster attack, requesting assistance. However, Rafakane, we are also intercepted by monsters. Supernova Archer, Situi, we also urgently need assistance. There are too many powerful monsters, we can't hold on. Supernova Frost Knight, Shen Yuan Chi, you are all encountering monsters? It seems that our alliance has been targeted by that dark monster first. Learning that everyone was facing monsters and unable to support each other, Daisy instantly felt despair. Faced with a large number of monsters far exceeding their team, as well as many S-rank lords, Daisy's team was completely powerless and was easily overwhelmed. Just when everyone thought they were about to die a tragic death, a strange scene unfolded. Except for those who were instantly killed due to their weak strength, the monsters only immobilized them, then grabbed them and retreated. Xiaoyan, with a swollen nose and bruised face, was being carried by a wolf-like monster, his eyes rolled back, looking like a dead fish, devoid of the vigor he had just moments ago. The other two supernovas didn't last long either. They were quickly engulfed by the powerful new generation of monsters and the Black Church. Only Kane, relying on endless means, as well as advanced battle pets and mounts to protect him, managed to break through alone, while the rest of the team were all captured by the monsters. Shat! Kane cursed angrily, feeling regretful at the same time. He was too confident. He thought that the Alliance's generation was the strongest golden generation, and that the monsters wouldn't easily deal with them, but would first target the new generations of other forces. Never did he expect that the monsters would go all out against them. And the monsters this time were the strongest ever, with far more S-class lords than before. Kane's regret stemmed from severely underestimating the monster's strength. Besides the dark monster, there were many S-class lords whose combat power was not inferior to the supernovas. This was not a good sign. The sudden increase in strength of the new generation of monsters was alarming. In the near future, the extraterritorial battlefield was likely to change. The group of ruthless Black Church monster lackeys had also become much stronger. This was very unusual. It seemed that some kind of power was affecting the Blue Star world, leading to the emergence of geniuses. The monsters had also greatly strengthened. Although it was unclear why the monsters did not kill them, only capturing them, Kane knew. With him alone, there was absolutely no way to save them. According to the report from the supernovas, it seems that the direction the monsters are retreating in is towards the central star domain where I am. Could it be that the dark monsters are in the central star domain? Are they capturing us to offer as sacrifices to that dark monster? No! I need to contact that fat guy by Tong as soon as possible. Only by joining forces can we have a chance to save people. So, Kane immediately sent a private message to Bai Tong. Fatso, are you dead? If not, check the channel information. At this time, Lu Chen and Bai Tong were the first to know about the attack on everyone. They were rushing to the nearest East Star domain to rescue Daisy and the others. Even to buy time, Lu Chen transformed Big White into a white dragon form for the first time, swimming freely in the sea, reaching extreme speeds. This time, Bai Tong was not surprised, but rather serious and anxious. As a member of the Alliance, knowing that all four major teams had been attacked by monsters, Bai Tong was extremely anxious. If this group of people were all killed by the monsters, it would be a huge loss for the entire Alliance, almost a generational break, which was terrifying to think about. Golden-haired kid, have you been captured too? Bai Tong quickly replied. No, but I'm the only one who escaped, the others were captured. Those monsters seem to be taking them to the central star domain, the purpose is unclear for now. Now, I need you to join forces with me, hurry to the central star domain to help save people. Upon learning the situation, Bai Tong quickly spoke up. Brother you, stop for a moment, it seems we won't make it to the East Star domain in time. Lu Chen patted Big White's head, and Big White stopped in the sea, emitting a majestic dragon aura, causing the star beasts in the sea to stay away. Brother you, except for golden-haired kid Kane, everyone else has been captured and taken to the central star domain, Bai Tong said. Lu Chen looked at the channel information. Many people were already speaking in despair, some were reporting the latest information to Kane. It could be confirmed that, except for a few who died in resistance, most people were temporarily safe. It's the Black Church again, those damn bastards. Bai Tong cursed. Let's go. Let's go save people in the central star domain first. Lu Chen decided to deal with these two tumors first, then collect the star source stones properly. There was still plenty of time, no rush. As long as they took down that dark monster first, they wouldn't fear the Black Church's mongrels escaping, nor the monsters fleeing. Bai Tong sent a message to Kane, asking him to report the coordinates in the Zhongxing domain. Kane, fatty, we need to plan for the long term. It's best to contact the Alliance and the Church of Light, and also spend money to hire the group of soul-hiding people, then there is hope of saving people. Bailey Tong, no need, their time is up. Kane, Zhongxing Domain, Central Grand Canyon. This is a very peculiar Grand Canyon, where all people or monsters who enter can feel the strangeness of this Grand Canyon, but so far no one has discovered its mysteries. Every year, dark monsters use this place as their headquarters. Master, the grandson of the Human Alliance's godhood man, has escaped, the others have all been captured. Shoo! Crack! Before the leader of the new generation of the Black Church, Noda Takeshi, could finish speaking, he was slapped away by the demon tail of the dark monster. That unparalleled violent power directly tore open a small crack in the canyon. Useless! Didn't you promise that not even one fish would slip through the net? Noda Takeshi quickly crawled on his knees like a dog to the feet of the dark monster, constantly licking the dark monster's boots. Master, please give me another chance, I will personally go and bring him back. At this moment, this arrogant new generation of the Black Church, in order to survive, could only kneel like a dog. In fact, not only him, but all the people of the Black Church, no matter how noble their status, when they see the dark monster, they can only kneel down like dogs. This is the price of offering souls to the dark monster. The dark monster wanted to continue to take action and teach this incompetent dog servant a lesson, but was attracted by a strange power fluctuation overflowing from the crack. This mysterious power is very similar to the starry sky in the sky. Could it be that the legendary star source vein is right below this Grand Canyon? The dark monster ordered its subordinates to forcefully open the crack. Under the continuous bombardment of a large number of monsters, soon, a bottomless crack appeared. The dark monster jumped down and came all the way to the bottom of the valley, surprised to find that there was actually an underground star palace hidden here. Noda Takeshi and others, as well as the powerful S-class guards of the dark monster, also jumped down one after another. It's not the star source vein, but the power of the star source here is very rich. The dark monster grinned, wanting to enter the palace to take a look. Perhaps there will be unexpected gains. Ding! You have triggered the Hall of Stars. You need to pay 10 million gold coins to enter the first level. Need gold coins to enter? The dark monster's eyes narrowed. It is a royal monster, and it doesn't carry much gold coins because it doesn't need them. Take all the gold coins you have on you. In this way, the dark monster collected over 100 million gold coins, and then instructed, I wanted to take you out with one blow just now, but you resisted it, not bad. I will enter the palace to search for treasures first. You control the situation outside. If the two members of the Human Alliance come, trap them first, and everything will be discussed when I return. The reason why this young dark monster king did not kill the members of the Alliance was actually to contract some powerful servants, especially the two members. Once contracted, it would be a huge gain for it. In the future, it will definitely be able to strive for a divine servant. This is what every dark monster will do. Accept obediently as a dog servant, refuse and be crushed as food. Hey, master! Immediately, the dark monster paid 10 million gold coins and entered the Hall of Stars. When Noda Takeshi and the others returned to the top of the Grand Canyon, they covered the crack to prevent others from discovering it and disturbing the master's search for treasures. But what they didn't know was that a dark figure had long been paying attention to the movement here on the high ground. Seeing the dark monster enter the crack in the canyon, it thought that the monster had found the star source vein. So, this dark figure took a different path and arrived at the bottom of the canyon, also successfully discovering the mysterious palace. Ding! You have triggered the Temple of Stars. You need to pay 10 million gold coins to enter the first level. Xianying squinted. The last thing she lacked was gold coins. After paying the gold coins, Xianying stealthily entered the first level of the Temple of Stars. On the other side, Kane thought Bailey Tong had gone crazy. Otherwise, why would he think of relying on the two of them to rescue everyone from the hands of monsters? No, this fat guy is unreliable. I need to find allies. So, Kane immediately contacted the strongest new generation of the Alliance and the Church of Light. As the grandson of the god Hodman, Kane's connections and intelligence were very extensive. Before entering the Starry Illusion realm, he already knew the top young talents of various forces. Naturally, the top young talents of the Alliance and the Church of Light, who had formed cooperative relationships with the Alliance, were also added as friends to help each other in case of monster attacks in the Starry Illusion realm. After all, neither side had the ability to face the army of monster bosses alone, not even the Human Alliance, known as the Golden Generation. So, Kane took the initiative to contact the leaders of the Alliance and the Church of Light. You were attacked by monsters and the Dark Church? It seems that these dark monsters are not simple. Sure, you frowned. In previous years, the only dark monsters that entered were disdainful of letting the Dark Church take action. Because in the eyes of the dark monsters, the dark church was just a lapdog, a pet, only good for walking and having fun, completely useless. Unexpectedly, this year's dark monsters did not play by the rules and actually collaborated with the dark church. It was not the dark fallen of the dark church who secretly took down the influential people of the Alliance first, as it was impossible for monsters to launch a surprise attack on the Alliance without being noticed. Because monsters of the same level, no matter how powerful, would be detected even if they approached stealthily, but it was difficult to detect the assassins of the dark church, who were also humans. Good. My Alliance will come to assist you unconditionally. Sure, you immediately ordered the main forces to rush to Kane's location. On the other side, St. Peter, the leader of the Church of Light, also received Kane's request for help. We can fully support you, but after the matter is resolved, we require 10,000 Star Source stones as compensation. Seeing St. Peter's reply, Kane's face immediately turned displeased. The Church of Light was really taking advantage of the situation. As his grandfather had said, the Church of Light was a power that valued interests. Although the Church of Light had formed a cooperative relationship with the Alliance, it was only because it was most beneficial for them to do so. Because the Dark Church was very close to the Church of Light, the two major powers had always been in a state of conflict. Therefore, the Church of Light needed powerful allies to share the pressure. 10,000 Star Source stones was equivalent to the total harvest of Star Source stones from last year. They really dared to ask for a lot. 5,000 stones, that's my limit. After a while, the other party replied, deal. This is because of your face, Brother Kane. Kane suppressed his anger and then contacted the soul-hidden people, who would proactively contact various forces every year. If they needed help in the starry illusion realm, they could pay them, as they were experts in making money. After confirming the amount of the transaction, the leader of the soul-hidden ordered the personnel in the central star domain to come and meet Kane. Shortly after, when Lu Chen and Bailey Tong arrived at Kane's reported location, Kane had already gathered most of the people, including Shiryu, St. Peter, and the leader of the soul-hidden, Baron, were all present. Damn it! Wasn't this golden-haired kid supposed to not need reinforcements? How is Feather going to perform now? Bailey Tong exploded with anger, speaking without reservation. With these people around, Feather would not be able to transform into the sword god, unless he didn't mind being exposed. It's okay, he's just eager to save people. Lu Chen didn't mind if they were exposed anyway, they had accumulated enough gold coins now. Except for the people of the Alliance, others immediately had opinions. What do you mean by affecting the performance of that swordsman? You have a big mouth. The speaker was St. Peter, the new generation saint of the Church of Light, of Western bloodline, tall like Kane. However, his hair was silver white, wearing a robe of light, holding a light staff wrapped in gold and jade. He drew a golden legendary talent that perfectly matched the light profession. Naturally, he had the capital of arrogance. He considered himself superior to ordinary supernovas. Only Kane and Shiryu could be compared to him. Who the hell are you? Bailey Tong recognized the other party, but with such a confrontational tone, he naturally wouldn't give face. In Bailey Tong's words, I don't like this guy. Kane, I came to support you out of respect for you, but if any Tom, Dick, or Harry can come and provoke me, then don't blame me for not appreciating it. In front of everyone, as the son of the Church of Light, St. Peter naturally had to maintain an elegant demeanor, but that didn't mean he didn't have a temper. St. Peter's meaning was clear. Make this fat guy disappear immediately, or he would withdraw his team. At this moment, Kane was very disdainful of this shameless guy. Clearly, he agreed to come and support only after receiving benefits. What does that have to do with giving me face or not? However, pleasantries still had to be said. The most urgent task is to unite everyone and rescue their teammates first. Brother Peter, don't worry, this person is actually... Before Kane could finish speaking, Shiryu, the leader of the Alliance, came boldly to Lu Chen and Bailey Tong, grasped their hands, and said with a lowered posture, I am Shiryu, the leader of the Alliance, very grateful for the two of you for rescuing the Dragon Break Cloud team. Without you, my Alliance would suffer heavy losses. When the Starry Illusion realm closes, the Alliance will definitely offer generous thanks. Ha! Kane and St. Peter were stunned. What's going on? Even the silent leader of the soul-hidden, Baron, showed some liveliness, looking up and down at Lu Chen and Bailey Tong. But no matter how you look at it, these two people look like scammers. One is clearly as fat as a ball. Why choose an assassin? Isn't it better to choose a shield warrior or something? The other is a commoner dressed swordsman, without the aura of a super second-generation profession, and even contracted a very weak cat as a battle pet. With these two weirdos, how could they possibly save a large team of the Alliance? They don't have that ability. Brother Long has already thanked you, there is no need for this generous gift, it's enough to have this intention. No matter what, they are all comrades in the alliance, so Lu Chen naturally had to be friendly. Just as everyone hadn't come to their senses, Shiyu said something shocking again. Brother Lu Chen, you can slay thousands of boss-level monsters with your sword, can you show me your invincible style? What the heck? Is it true? A swordsman who can slay thousands of boss-level monsters of the same level? Are you sure you're not just boasting to defend the alliance members? According to their understanding of the alliance is made up of fearless and brave warriors who are not afraid to lie. Moreover, the one who said this was Shiyu, the strongest new generation of the alliance. So it's really possible that this inconspicuous swordsman, besides being handsome, really has the invincible combat power of a sword god of the same level. Looking at Kane's expression, he was also in a state of confusion, indicating that Kane was not aware of this. If the young swordsman in front of him was a secret ace cultivated by the alliance, logically speaking, Kane, as the grandson of the god of heaven, would not have such a dumbfounded expression. But how is that possible? How could there be such a bug-like swordsman in this world? Such a contradiction. Brother Shiyu, saving people is the priority now. You can witness it when we kill monsters later, right? Lu Chen smiled calmly, not paying attention. Like Shiryu, a born warrior, the most admired are the stronger peers than him. When encountering them, it is inevitable to want to learn from each other. Yes, I was abrupt, but saving people is the priority now. Shiryu felt apologetic. At this time, Kane also heard about saving people and came back to his senses. Whether what Shiryu said is true or false will be revealed later. For now, it is important to quickly deploy the plan to save people and then take action. Brother Peter, Brother Shiryu, everyone, let me reintroduce this Bai Li Tong brother to you. In fact, he is the only. Bai Li Tong quickly interrupted Kane and said, that's right, I am the only son of the open sky sword god, the orphan he adopted before. Yes, I am the great-grandson of the open sky sword god. Bai Li Tong inwardly sighed in relief, almost revealing his identity to Brother Yu. Otherwise, if Brother Yu thought I had a purpose in approaching him, our friendship would be in jeopardy. No! I need to find the right time to tell Brother Yu about my identity. So, Bai Li Tong sent a private message to Kane, threatening him not to reveal his identity, or else it would not end well. The crowd was shocked again. The great-grandson of the open sky sword god? I've never heard of it. It is estimated that it was the personal behavior of the open sky sword god's son before his death, and the open sky sword god probably wouldn't acknowledge such a fat grandson. How could this sneaky fat guy be adopted by the only son of the open sky sword god? On what basis? Knowing that Bai Li Tong is the great-grandson of the open sky sword god, St. Peter's previous opinions about Bai Li Tong had to be dispelled at this moment, and he had to put on a friendly smile to show goodwill. Fatty, is your godfather the son of the open sky sword god? Lu Chen guessed that Bai Li Tong's background was not simple, but he didn't expect it to be this complicated. He thought Bai Li Tong was a descendant of some big shot in the F-War zone, but he never expected him to be adopted by the son of the open sky sword god. No wonder the commander of the F-War zone took such good care of his parents. No wonder Bai Li Tong had so many battlefield maps and openly sold them without anyone stopping him. With such a powerful godfather, if it were someone else, they would probably have spread it all over the world, taken on a majestic demeanor, and said to everyone, be my son. Yes, I was going to tell Brother Yu after the Starry Sky Illusion realm closed, but I didn't expect this big-mouthed golden hair to blurt it out early. With that, Bai Li Tong glared at Kane. North Blade, who had always been a bystander, learned that Bai Li Tong was the great-grandson of the open sky sword god and took the initiative to approach him. Respected Bai Li Tong, can I add you as a friend? If there is a chance in the future, we can cooperate together. No, I'm broke. Bai Li Tong immediately refused. Joking. I probably haven't earned as many coins as you in one collaboration. No way. I won't add someone who betrays their soul. Besides, I have Brother Yu's support. Why do I need to cooperate with others? North Blade could only smile awkwardly and then retreated. Alright, now that everyone knows each other, let's talk about the plan to save people. What plan? Let's just go and do it. Before Kane could start explaining the plan, Lu Chen and Bai Li Tong had already set off, leaving everyone in a state of confusion. This kind of impulsive behavior is somewhat similar to the temperament of the open sky sword god. Just do it. Then let's each go our own way, brothers, let's go. Shiryu laughed heartily and took the lead with a big iron rod on his shoulder. Whoosh! North Blade had to lead the soul-hidden personnel to follow closely in stealth. Brother Kane, then my bright church will be responsible for long-range support and healing. After speaking, St. Peter led the team with hidden intentions and set off. Kane was stunned, looked down at the detailed battle plan he had prepared, and then crumpled it up and threw it away. Thanks! I just knew it wouldn't end well teaming up with that fatty Bai Li Tong. No wonder Grandpa always said, "Don't team up with the lunatics from the Bailey family, they are a bunch of brutes." Kane summoned his mount and quickly caught up, hoping that this rescue mission would not fail this time. Central region of the Zhongxing domain. The strange Grand Canyon. "Hey, Xiangjing, I've chopped off 105 heads, how about you?" "Yetta, I just got one more, 106. It seems this group of lambs has finally quieted down." Say two devils from the Black Church, Yede and Xiang Jingming, actually used the captured Alliance New Generation for a beheading game. As long as they were defeated in a one-on-one, their heads would be cruelly chopped off by them. The Alliance members who were already injured were no match for these two devils. Of course, they only targeted the scared and ordinary Alliance newcomers. As for the prodigies like Daisy, they dared not kill them easily, because capturing these people was to attract the Alliance duo to come, and also to conquer the Alliance prodigies, to use these prodigies for their master. In the past, the only dark monsters that entered the starry illusion realm did so, but few would survive by chance. So, while the two devils were having fun with others, they also wanted to intimidate these prodigies. Sure enough, after the beheading competition started, Xian Yuanqi, Daisy, and Situi, who were originally determined to die, had to gradually quiet down. Because if they continued to resist, the beheading competition would continue, and those who died would be the teammates who trusted them. These ordinary job changers selected by the devils all showed their true colors. Some wet their pants in fear, some wailed, some prayed, and some regretted entering the starry illusion realm. But when facing death, they could still fight bravely. The hunter squad where Lu Chen was located, Li Wan and others were also pale with fear, their lips trembling uncontrollably, because it was about to be their turn. Fortunately, after the three supernovas stopped resisting, the two devils stopped the competition, and they temporarily escaped disaster. At this moment, the three supernovas still held a glimmer of hope in their hearts, that if Kane was not captured, he would definitely seek allies to come to the rescue. So, now is not the time to resist, conserve energy, slowly recover, and when the opportunity comes, resist with all your might. TSK, I heard you are the jewel of the Ross family, truly powerful talent, and top-notch beauty. When the master returns, if you do not submit, I will play with you to death in front of everyone, he. Yeda lifted Daisy's chin with one hand. Everyone could only look angrily at this devil. "Pa!" Daisy spat in its face. But Yeda pervertedly licked Daisy's saliva clean. Delicious. This made Daisy feel both embarrassed and angry. Suddenly, a loud neighing of a horse sounded above the canyon. Everyone looked up. They saw a white steed, shining brightly under the starlight, radiating a dazzling light, as if reflecting divine light. "Brothers and sisters of the Alliance, hold on a little longer, we are here to rescue you." Li Tong stood on the horse, arms crossed, looking like a big shot. But no matter how you looked at it, everyone felt he was a clown. Just imagine, a ton-level assassin, wearing a black assassin outfit, how ridiculous that image was. On the other hand, Lu Chen, who was riding a steed, carrying a long sword, dressed in simple white attire, had a hint of the charm of a swordsman big shot. Is that Lu Chen and Bai Li Tong? Everyone recognized them at a glance. But they felt no joy, instead, a moment of speechlessness. These two weirdos, not following the big team, luckily not captured by monsters, not staying in one place to collect star source stones properly, why come to rescue now? Aren't they just here to die? Do they think there aren't enough people captured? Do they have to come and bring about a team wipe? Tens of thousands of Lord-level monsters, along with the dark practitioners of the Black Holy Sea, even when the three war gods were young, they were not opponents. Only Daisy, with a glimmer of hope in her blue eyes, does not believe that Lu Chen and Bai Li Tong are reckless individuals. They may have confidence. It's just that she temporarily can't figure out where their confidence lies, because the gap in strength between the enemy and us is too great. At this time, Kane and others were still desperately rushing. Damn it, what level of mount is that white horse? The speed is so terrifying. This is my B-level mount. B-level. I can't even see its tail. Noda Takeshi saw Lu Chen and Bai Li Tong appear, and immediately recognized that they were the super geniuses that the master had instructed to capture. Didn't expect them to really dare to come. Do they really think they are invincible? That's fine. As long as they are successfully captured, it will be an overfulfillment of the master's instructions, and then, there will be no shortage of rewards from the master. Block all exits, capture them with all your might, remember, only injure, do not kill, they are the servants valued by the master. Noda Takeshi issued orders in a frantic manner. The fallen devils of the Black Holy Sea quickly sprang into action. Because the remaining Wa descendants in the Sakura country retained the spirit of Bushido, they were basically melee professions, with the most being dark swordsmen, dark assassins, and dark ninjas. Roar! The Dark Monster Guards also roared to issue orders to the Monster Lords to capture the 2 members of the Alliance group with all their might. Brother you, I will go and take down those 2 bastards from the Black Holy Sea first. Tong, in midair, immediately saw the pile of heads around Noda Takeshi and Mukai Toshiaki. Needless to say, these 2 bastards were definitely having fun with the new generation of the Alliance. Such cruel and ruthless behavior, if they were not tortured, how could they face their deceased compatriots? Are you capable? Lu Chen expressed deep doubts about Bai Li Tong's strength. Although those 2 devils were hateful, any discerning person could see that their strength was not weak, at least at the level of a supernova. Don't worry, brother you, I will unleash my full strength, not to mention anything else. Dealing with these 2 bastards is not a problem. You just enjoy my assassination art. With that, Bai Li Tong did not hide anything, put on his orange equipment, activated the snow feather item, and flew directly into the air, disappearing into invisibility. It seems that this fat guy was hiding his skills before. With this ability to fly and turn invisible in the air, very few people can do it. Truly worthy of being the adopted son of the Sky Sword God, it seems he has inherited a lot from his godfather. With that in mind, Lu Chen also released the 7-star sword formation without reservation. Countless flying swords condensed into a force that gathered all the swords, stirring up the wind and clouds in the canyon. Oh my god! This is impossible! The members of the Alliance collectively short-circuited their brains. The odd pair that they did not have high hopes for actually possessed such powerful strength. Especially Li Wan and others, at this moment their scalps were numb. They couldn't figure out how Lu Chen could be so powerful. Not to mention the fat guy in orange equipment, who could fly and turn invisible, and now he was nowhere to be found. Just Lu Chen's 7-star sword formation and the flying swords were enough to shock them. Most of them naturally recognized that Lu Chen had released the swordsmanship skills of the 7-star sword formation and the flying sword art, which were relatively common sword techniques. But isn't Lu Chen's 7-star sword formation too large in scope? Especially the flying sword art. Damn it, is there really a 3rd-order sword master who can summon so many flying swords? And can control them so skillfully? Unless it's a young sword god like the one who appeared in Stone City, but Lu Chen is obviously not that sword god, because his appearance and temperament are different. How is this possible? Lu Chen must have released the S-level 7-star sword formation and S-level flying sword art, both upgraded to 3rd-order LV90, to have this effect. My brother Situyu is a swordsman, and he is a 6th-order swordsman. I have seen my brother's 7-star sword formation and flying sword art, so I am clear about the situation of these 2 skills. Situyu exclaimed in shock. SSS. The crowd gasped in cold air. 2 S-level skills? This Lu Chen is actually so terrifying? Daisy looked on with admiration. So powerful, so handsome, this kind of man is the Prince Charming in my heart. Kill! Lu Chen shouted, and the flying swords in the sky were like wild horses off the reins, crazily attacking the monsters and the black church ghosts. Great battle! Imminent! In an instant, the land was soaked in red and green blood. The blood of the monsters, the blood of the black church ghosts, continuously sprayed out amidst the flying swords. In a moment, the beautiful canyon turned into a purgatory of death. Baga! Magic monsters, attack him from a distance. Noda Takeshi, shocked, did not forget to give new orders. He guessed that the opponent would be strong, but did not expect the strong, facing nearly 1,000,000 bosses as if it were nothing. This is the real world, not a virtual game. As long as it exceeds the range of the skill casting, even if it is a lock-on skill, it cannot attack the target. Lu Chen, with an S-level mount, and the collective magic skills of the magic monsters, posed little threat to Lu Chen. By always paying attention to the monster's restrictive skills or lock-on skills, it was possible to kill monsters without taking damage. Baga Yalu. His mount is so fast, we need to control him first, let's go. Xiang Jingming was also shrewd, knowing that if they didn't control Lu Chen, they would be kicked to death by Lu Chen. The 2 strongest ghosts wanted to take action themselves. Just then, a chubby figure appeared behind them. Damn it, your opponent is me, fatty. Backstab. Put. Minus 10,200. Ah, my 1 centimeter giant koan was cut. Xiang Jingming, the dark swordsman, let out a ghostly cry of despair. If Bai Li Tong didn't want to let these 2 damn guys feel despair, he could have killed one with a single blow just now. S-level, ghostly step. A-level, concealment. 1-hit success. Bai Li Tong quickly retreated, hiding his tracks again, disappearing. Baga Ga. Catch this fatty first. Noda Takeshi, the dark assassin, also activated his invisibility. 1 vs 2. Bai Li Tong engaged in a fight with the 2 ghosts. Sky battlefield. Lu Chen, with the advantage of Debai, played with the monsters, making them roar in anger but unable to do anything. The 8 bodyguards of the dark monsters, seeing that the situation-controlling dog slave Noda Takashi was restrained by a fat assassin, had to act individually. They united to attack, aiming directly at Lu Chen. In their eyes, Lu Chen posed the greatest threat. My goodness! I'm kneeling. With just 2 people, they have restrained an entire army of monsters, as well as all the new generation of the Dark Church. How are Lu Chen and Bai Li Tong so monstrous? At this moment, they all hung their heads in shame. Thinking back to a few days ago, when they had just arrived, they had mocked the two for being overconfident and not lasting half a day. Now, their faces were swollen from their own blows. Don't just be shocked, take advantage of the monster's lax guard against us, quickly recover from your injuries, and wait for an opportunity to break through the cage in cooperation with Lu Chen and Bai Li Tong to kill the monsters and ghosts. Xian Yuanqi quickly said. Hearing this, everyone nodded, immediately using potions or priest healing to quickly recover. The battle quickly reached a stalemate. Lu Chen knew that, as powerful as he was, without transforming into the sword god, facing hundreds or thousands of S-level lords and many other bosses head-on, he would definitely not win. Now he could only rely on Dabai to restrain them, using the flying sword art to kill as many low-level monster bosses as possible. When Cain and the others arrived, it would be much easier then. During the lull, Lu Chen glanced at Bai Li Tong and found that he could handle 2 fallen devils of the super new star level by himself, firmly gaining the upper hand. To be honest, with this strength and record, Lu Chen is the most awesome among his peers that Lu Chen has ever seen. This fat guy can attract the son of the Sky Sword God, so there must be a reason. Before long, Cain and the others finally arrived at the battlefield. When they saw Lu Chen fighting nearly 1,000,000 monsters and a group of Black Church devils alone, and Bai Li Tong fighting 2 Black Church leaders and gaining the upper hand, they were all amazed. Ha, strong. So strong. Strong to the point of cheating. Invincible style, this is the true peerless invincible style. Lu Chen, I have seen it, you are the first of my generation that I admit is far inferior to. From now on, I will only aim for you. Brothers, let's start the battle. With that, Shiryu laughed wildly and rushed into the group of monsters, unleashing fierce combat skills. The targets of the soul-hidden assassins were also very clear, they were the magic monsters. As for the Bright Church, St. Peter's eyes were full of incredulity and deep jealousy. A swordsman, relying solely on a mount, playing with tens of thousands of lord-level monsters in the palm of his hand, this kind of terrifying battlefield control power, perhaps even many of the older generation are far inferior. Not to mention, the other party is just a third-order newcomer like him. If this child grows up, in the future, the Alliance will produce an invincible surpassing war god, and the human forces on the extraterritorial battlefield will completely respect him. This is not what the Bright Church wants to see. Only the Pope of the Bright Church can become the leader of the human race. Provide long-range healing support only. St. Peter ordered everyone in the church channel. And Cain, although also shocked by Lu Chen's extraordinary performance, now is not the time to think too much, he will think about it after saving everyone. He had already entered the battle and headed towards the imprisoned teammates. It's Cain. He really brought allies to save us. Great, with the invincible swordsman, the powerful fat assassin, and so many allies, we will definitely be saved, maybe even create history, the first time to defeat the monster boss army. The captured people were ecstatic. Brothers and sisters, it's time, let these bastards and monsters experience what it's like to be surrounded and beaten. Xian Yuanqi took the lead in launching an attack, bombarding the special monster prison. Others also got up one after another and attacked with their strongest skills. The guarding monsters roared and attacked, but their small numbers posed no significant threat to the group. At this moment, Noda Tsuyoshi was completely panicked. With Cain and others joining the battle, it would inevitably distract a large number of monsters, allowing the fearsome swordsman to slaughter them more recklessly. Damn it! Quick! Don't go after that swordsman, come back and control the captured people, use them to threaten that swordsman. Noda Tsuyoshi quickly ordered on the channel. The thousands of surviving Black Church devils immediately rushed towards the prison. Bai Li Tong appeared again and gave Noda Tsuyoshi a dagger, performing a cesarean section on him, his intestines spilling out. Damn, you dare to be distracted while fighting against this fat master, I'll torture you to death. In the sky, Lu Chen noticed the movements of the Black Church devils. Trying to use hostages to blackmail us? Seeing that the magic monsters were targeted by the soul-hidden assassins, they became disoriented, and Lu Chen had no more reservations. Dabai, transform into a white dragon and protect the trapped group of people. Commanded by Lu Chen, Dabai left and transformed into a giant dragon, descending from the sky to protect the people. Roar! A dragon's roar. The monsters guarding the people were immediately petrified and dared not move. For a moment, both sides were stunned. My God! Lu Chen's mount is a dragon? After a while, everyone recovered and continued to fight the monsters, with an unprecedented surge of fighting spirit. Noda Tsuyoshi knew that the plan to threaten Lu Chen with hostages had failed. As a result, not only capturing the duo, but even surviving became uncertain. On the other side, members of the Half-Monster Association also rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Seeing Lu Chen's power, Rekton went completely crazy. We must obtain his genes. Quickly! Help him before he kills all the monsters. Rekton had two purposes for doing this. One was to get close to Lu Chen and leave a good impression, and the other was to collect the bodies of the Lord Monsters to extract incomplete monster factors using special secret methods when they returned. That's the people from the Half-Monster Association. How did these lunatics also come? Kane frowned. But when he saw these lunatics attacking the monsters, Kane relaxed slightly, estimating that these lunatics were there to collect the monster bodies during this opportunity. Only they would be so crazy, because they were no longer considered normal humans. They were half-monsters. The already chaotic monsters and the Dark Church, with the participation of these lunatics from the Half-Monster Association, were still on the side of the Alliance, causing chaos. Boom! The prison was broken. Xian Yuanqi, Daisy, Situi, and others escaped. They led the people, rose up in counterattack, and vowed to return double the despair to these damn invaders. Thousands of invaders were instantly killed. They had inherited the cowardly genes of their Japanese ancestors, and now facing a life-and-death situation, their true nature was revealed. Betraying teammates, begging for mercy on their knees, fleeing in all directions, the despicable nature of the invaders was fully exposed. There was no mercy for these damn invaders. They had to be wiped out to prevent further harm. Kill! I won't accept their surrender. Xian Yuanqi's icy spear pierced through one invader, lifting him high in the air like a god of death. Ah! Damn it! If it's not these two, you useless bunch wouldn't stand a chance against us. Noda Tsuyoshi's hair was disheveled, looking fierce like a demon. At this moment, he already knew the outcome. If the master did not return, and the monster lord did not save him, he would undoubtedly die. Protect me and let me retreat. Noda Tsuyoshi shouted at the master's guards. But these dark monster guards ignored him and reported the situation to the king instead. On the other side, inside the Temple of Stars, the dark monsters had obtained the mysterious treasure of the first level of the Temple of Stars and paid 30 million gold coins to reach the second level. Here, the dark monsters successfully passed the guards of the second level of the Temple of Stars and arrived at a mysterious starlight teleportation array. The teleportation array required 10 million gold coins to activate, and it could only be activated once a year, with the destination temporarily unknown. Since the invasion of the monster world into the blue star world had only 100 years of history, and the starry illusion realm appeared only after the birth of the first job changer among humans, the Temple of Stars had been discovered for the first time in just a few decades. Naturally, the dark monsters were also unaware of the destination of this teleportation array. The dark monsters glanced at the entrance to the third level, which required 50 million gold coins to enter. At this moment, they only had a little over 10 million gold coins left, so they couldn't enter the third level at all. Therefore, the dark monsters made an instant decision to use the gold coins to activate the starlight teleportation array. The next moment, the dark monsters were teleported away and appeared above the starry sky. This is the star source vein. A massive star source vein appeared in front of the dark monsters. The dark monsters instantly realized. It turned out that the legendary star source vein in the starry illusion realm was in the sky, not underground or underwater, which was why no one had found it for so many years. Looking at the immensely huge star source vein in front of them, the dark monsters burst into a maniacal laughter. Star source stone. That is a special resource that can make them monsters advance and upgrade. Even in the monster world, it is extremely difficult to obtain such special resources. Although it cannot mine the entire starstone vein, it can at least mine millions of starstones. At this time, the dark monster received a message from the guard. After learning about the situation outside, the dark monster was instantly furious. A bunch of trash. Indeed, dog slaves are just dog slaves, completely useless. The dark monster immediately ordered the guard to retreat with the remaining subordinates, and wait for it to finish mining the starstones before going back to truly appreciate the skills of that swordsman. Following the king's orders, these 8 guards directly led the remaining monsters, each breaking through in a different direction. Trying to run? Lu Chen saw that the battle was already decided, and directly wielded his sword to kill the powerful monsters trying to escape. To be honest, those leading S-class monsters were really powerful in battle, able to withstand a large amount of damage. If they wanted to run, it would be very difficult to kill them all without transforming into the sword god. In the end, Lu Chen only managed to kill 4 guards, with Kane helping to hold one back, and Rek'Sai from the Half Monster Association holding another. The others couldn't hold them back at all, because the other Lord Monsters were also strong. Of course, St. Peter from the Church of Light did not intervene, he just watched the show the whole time. As for the ghosts from the Dark Church, they were already heavily surrounded by everyone, crying and begging for a chance to live. Some female ghosts even flirted publicly, offering to be everyone's female companions before the starry illusion realm closed, for everyone's entertainment. Ha ha, the Alliance members directly slaughtered these damn bastards. They were so damn dirty that killing them was too dirty. On the other side, Bai Li Tong had already completely defeated Wild Tianyi and Xiang Jingmin. Brother Yu, how should we deal with these two bastards? Although Bai Li Tong was also seriously injured, his life was not in danger, and after 2 healing spells from Daisy, he was almost fully recovered. At this moment, Rek'Sai from the Half Monster Association took the initiative to speak. Brother, why not hand them over to us? We have special punishments that can make them enjoy extreme pain and die. Everyone was shocked. Did the Half Monster Association take the wrong medicine today? Brother Yu, these perverts from the Half Monster Association are also considered fallen, but they are different from the Dark Fallen, they are in between good and evil. I heard from the big shots that their philosophy is to save the world through a roundabout way, using the power of monsters to strengthen themselves, and ultimately surpass the monsters, but it seems to have failed. Only a few people can suppress and control the side effects of the monster factor. Most people find it difficult to control at a certain level. Once out of control, they become mutant monsters, very powerful but also devoid of reason, only knowing killing and destruction. Bai Li Tong explained to Lu Chen on the friend channel. Lu Chen carefully observed these half-human, half-monster beings, and couldn't help but sigh at the cruelty of the darkest years of the Blue Star race. To save the world, there were ancestors who took such an irreversible path, which made Lu Chen somewhat admire the ancestors of the Half-Monster Association. Although they failed, their intentions were good. It's no wonder the Human Alliance would allow this force to exist and develop into one of the 6 major forces in the extraterritorial battlefield, probably out of old friendships. As long as they don't do anything too outrageous, the Human Alliance will not suppress them. Lu Chen signaled the fatty to hand over the 2 ghosts to them, then spoke to everyone. Everyone, let's not celebrate too soon. Have we forgotten something? The dark monster never appeared from beginning to end? Hearing this, everyone immediately put away their joy of victory and became alert. That's right. Where is the dark monster? It should be here, otherwise why would it specifically capture the members of the Alliance and gather all its subordinates here? Search around, maybe it encountered an unexpected situation and temporarily left. Lu Chen pondered. If they hadn't witnessed Lu Chen's terrifying combat power, no one would have paid any attention to Lu Chen. But now, Lu Chen's words were as weighty as those of a war god. Even if several major forces joined forces, they would still not be a match for the monsters. Not to mention the group of fallen demons from the Dark Church. Therefore, everyone quickly dispersed to search for the traces of the dark monsters. The members of the Half Monster Association began to inflict chilling torture on the 2 demons. It looked brutal, but the screams of the 2 demons were satisfying and refreshing to hear. It seemed that only the members of the Half Monster Association could truly make the demons feel the real pain. Their screams only stopped when someone discovered the canyon crevice filled with monsters. The members of the Half Monster Association beheaded them, splitting their heads in half, leaving them in excruciating pain. Everyone quickly cleared the crevice and arrived at the depths of the Great Canyon, where they saw a magnificent temple of shining stars. Not to mention, just as the Temple of Stars emitted a wave of energy, a crack opened in the underground, causing the energy to overflow slightly, making it truly undetectable. The dark monster must have entered inside. Everyone was ecstatic, speculating that there must be unimaginable opportunities inside. Ding! You have triggered the Temple of Stars. You need to pay 10 million gold coins to enter the first level. A palace that requires gold coins to enter? Everyone was shocked. 10 million gold coins was not a small amount. Fortunately, the leaders of the major forces had prepared some for them, anticipating the need to spend gold coins in the starry illusion realm. After all, in this world, whether it's rare instances or mysterious realms, currency is always essential. But what was inside the Temple of Stars was still unknown, and if they spent the gold coins and found nothing inside, wouldn't they regret it for the rest of their lives? Buzz. While everyone was still considering whether it was worth it, Lu Chen had already paid 10 million gold coins to enter. To him, this amount of money was insignificant. As he put it, it was just a fraction of his gold coins. Damn! Lu Chen went in? Does he have that much gold coins? Li Wan and others were once again dumbfounded. Fortune favors the bold, everyone. Bai Li Tong chose not to enter the Temple of Stars because Yu Gu had gone in. If there were really good things inside, Yu Gu would tell him, and he could enter later, so Tong kept stimulating everyone's desire to seek treasures. Cain pondered for a moment and decided to enter to explore. As the grandson of a god, he had 10 million gold coins. St. Peter gritted his teeth and also chose to enter. Recton of the Half-Monster Association ordered everyone to trade all their gold coins to Purple Rose. This is a great opportunity. We must obtain the young sword god's genes inside. Don't worry, I will make him wish for death. Purple Rose then entered the Temple of Stars. On the other hand, North Blade of Soul Concealment and Shiryu of the War Alliance remained unmoved. One didn't engage in losing deals, and the other knew his own capabilities. With a super swordsman like Lu Chen going in, even if there were good things inside, it wouldn't be their turn. As for other external forces, they could only watch helplessly because they didn't bring that much gold coins. At this moment, Lu Chen had effortlessly passed through the first level guard and arrived at the entrance of the second level, only to find that someone had already taken the treasures here. It seems that it's most likely the Dark Monster. Lu Chen didn't hesitate and spent 30 million gold coins to directly enter the second level. Cain and the others who entered were all dumbfounded. The first level was empty. There were no treasures except for the guards at the entrance. No, it should be said that there are treasures, but they were taken by someone. So, they spent 10 million gold coins, all of which were wasted. Purple Rose doesn't care whether the treasures here are valuable or not. The most important thing is to seize Lu Chen's genes. Fortunately, the captain and the others gave a lot of gold coins, so they could enter the second level. Therefore, Purple Rose chose without hesitation to continue spending gold coins and break into the second level. Cain hesitated for a moment and decided to give up. Damn it! It's all because of that fat guy. Seeking wealth and danger, damn it, he made me waste 10 million gold coins for nothing. St. Peter's face turned liver-colored. He also became a scapegoat. Spending 10 million gold coins just to visit the first level of the Temple of the Stars. Inside the second level, Lu Chen broke through the guards and quickly reached the deepest part, where he saw the activated Starlight Teleportation Array. Can only be activated once a year? Where does this teleportation array lead to? But this teleportation array only had an activation prompt, with no other hints, so Lu Chen didn't know. Since this teleportation array has been activated, it should have been activated by a dark monster. It must be that it didn't have enough gold coins to go to the third level. I wonder what treasures the third level will hold. Entering the third level requires 60 million gold coins, which is a huge fortune. However, for the current Lu Chen, it's still a piece of cake. On the other side, Purple Rose didn't waste time with the guards, quickly entered inside, and saw Lu Chen standing there lost in thought. Great opportunity. Purple Rose quickly took off her clothes, removed her pants, and held aphrodisiac powder in her hand. Even a man with the willpower of a diamond would turn into a beast relying solely on his lower instincts after being affected by this powder, especially combined with her seductive eyes. But just as Purple Rose was about to sprinkle the aphrodisiac powder on Lu Chen, he suddenly disappeared and entered the third level. Gah! Purple Rose instantly turned to stone on the spot. I've even taken off my pants. Are you playing with me? Suddenly, a sound of extreme frustration echoed through the second level. A whole 40 million gold coins. Lu Chen, I swear I won't let you off the hook in this lifetime. Lu Chen was completely unaware of Purple Rose's situation. After entering the third level, Lu Chen felt an indescribable, inexplicable invisible pressure. This pressure surpassed his understanding. It's not an exaggeration to say that even the pressure possessed by gods would pale in comparison. In response, Lu Chen instantly became vigilant and focused all his attention. He wanted to summon Dabai, but received a prompt that in this third level, no pets could be summoned. There were no guards in the third level, but Lu Chen didn't dare to be careless and proceeded cautiously. If the first and second levels were like ordinary sealed palaces, then the third level was a truly open star palace. The floor here was made of starstones, adorned with starlight, making one feel as if they were in the universe's starry sky. Shortly after, Lu Chen arrived at an area resembling the Pillar of Creation, which should be the deepest part of the third level. Suddenly, Lu Chen was surprised to find a mysterious person battling a strange boss. Someone came in? Lu Chen was puzzled. How could someone have so many gold coins? To enter the third level, it would cost a whopping 1 billion gold coins, surpassing the wealth rankings. Look at that graceful figure. It's a girl, not a dark monster. Lu Chen hid behind a nearby star pillar, squinted his eyes, watched the battle, and began to contemplate. Wait, a girl? Alone? I don't know what her identity is, can't tell which faction she belongs to, how she could have so many gold coins, and her strength is so powerful. When he first entered the starry illusion realm, he didn't notice such a person. Moreover, the opponent's use of items was unknown, with even the name, occupation, and level hidden, making it impossible to view. While Lu Chen was surprised and suspicious, he could only look towards that strange boss. Name, Star God Projection, Level, S Level, Rank, 3rd Order LV90, Health, 3000 W. Talent Skill, Unknown, Skills, Star Hand, Starlight of Stars, Star Curse Seal. Eternal Starlight, Star God Skill, Introduction, a projection left behind by an ancient star god after death, possessing the combat techniques and skills of the star god's main body. Defeating it can obtain the inheritance treasure left by the star god. Damn! Star God Projection? The treasure on the 3rd level is the inheritance treasure of the star god? The inheritance of the gods. Even Lu Chen couldn't help but feel excited in his heart. At this moment, the veiled woman couldn't withstand the attacks of the boss and had to escape to the side. It is no exaggeration to say that this girl's strength is only below Lu Chen's, but in a one-on-one fight, she is not a match for this flawless star god boss. However, once you enter the 3rd level, there is no way out, only 2 results: either kill the boss to obtain the star god's inheritance and leave, or be killed by the boss and remain in this slumber. Otherwise, even if the starry sky illusion realm is closed, you cannot leave. The girl who thought she was going to die at the hands of the boss looked desperate. She really shouldn't have been so willful, sneaking into the starry sky illusion realm secretly, daring and bold, spending so much gold to enter this ghostly place, isolated and in a desperate situation. Although the inheritance of the gods is tempting, you still need fate to obtain it. But what she never expected was that at a critical moment, someone actually came in, and with this person's clumsy hiding skills, she noticed it immediately. She also didn't expect that there were others who brought so much gold and could also enter this 3rd level. If you don't come out now, no one will be able to leave alive. Join forces with me, and we will have a chance. Ha! Discovered? Upon hearing this, Lu Chen hesitated for a moment but still walked out. The veiled beauty saw Lu Chen frown slightly, squinted her eyes flirtatiously, looked up and down at Lu Chen, and then looked at him vigilantly. Lu Chen naturally also took a look at the other party, although not close. He smelled a faint fragrance coming from the black-veiled beauty, not sure if it was the body scent emanating from this black-veiled beauty. With such a seductive figure and a lively voice, why cover it with a veil? Who are you? Who are you? The next moment, the two of them unexpectedly asked in unison. Who? At this moment, the star god boss actually let out a heavy gasp, staring intently at Lu Chen who had suddenly appeared. The veiled beauty gritted her teeth and said urgently, "This star god boss is extremely powerful, enough to be called the strongest 3rd order boss. With 10 times the health and defense of ordinary star beasts, it can only be damaged by armor-breaking skills or true damage skills. But be careful of its healing skill. My skill's heavy injury effect has little effect on it. It's best to interrupt it, then we have a chance." After listening, Lu Chen looked towards the star god boss. For some reason, a strong fighting spirit rose in his heart. This kind of fighting spirit was not like the angry fighting spirit of the Stone City, but the kind of hot-blooded fighting spirit when encountering a truly equal opponent. The movements of the star god boss became more mysterious, as it did not immediately launch an attack on the two. Instead, it stood there, its starry eyes fixed on Lu Chen, sensing that a power not weaker than itself had appeared. Ancient divine language, this little guy has the same divine power as me. Ha! Sensing the strange atmosphere, the veiled beauty looked at the motionless Lu Chen with some suspicion, then at the motionless boss. What's going on? Mutual understanding? Or do they know each other? Impossible. The Temple of Stars must have been discovered for the first time, and this person must also be entering the starry sky illusion realm for the first time. It is impossible for them to know the star god. Ancient divine language, no. The power of the monster world has only assimilated the blue star world for 100 years. It is impossible for a human to obtain divine-level talent so quickly. It is not something that can be obtained with coins. Lu Chen frowned. The star god boss was talking to himself, speaking as if in divine language, but Lu Chen listened attentively and miraculously understood. I can understand divine language? Lu Chen was shocked. While doubting in his heart, he also speculated that it should be because of the talent of the sword god's heart. How could a human obtain divine-level talent so quickly? Then how did he draw the sword god's heart? Could it be that the coin burst system has hidden functions that allow him to draw divine-level talents in advance? Yes. It has been so many years since the era of job transfer. If divine-level talents could be drawn with coins, the major forces would have concentrated coins to let one person draw, and they would have been able to draw a divine-level talent. But so far, apart from himself, no one has drawn one, and even legendary talents are rarely drawn, most likely because he has his own system, ignoring the rules of the monster world. Ancient divine language, you must be a guy who is fused with the body of the dark demon god of the human race, only then would you have the power of the gods. In order to seize my divine inheritance, the demon god actually thought of such a despicable method. You shall be punished. Immediately, the star god boss erupted completely, and terrifying starlight radiated from it. The originally normal-sized star god boss transformed into a giant beast that reached the sky, looking not much different from a star beast, but the size and strength were worlds apart. Does this star god boss mistake me for a demon god? Lu Chen looked at the frenzied star god boss, who had completely released his killing intent, and also became serious. It's huge. This is going to be difficult. The veiled beauty was also stunned by the suddenly violent star god boss. The change in size. The range of attack skills would also increase. This is one of the reasons why monsters in the monster world are so powerful. Moreover, this star god boss seemed to have used the power of the gods. Eternal Starlight, Star God skill, auxiliary skill, can envelop the starlight condensed by the power of the star god. All skills carry the power of the star god, increasing their power. Hand of the Stars. A giant hand covered in stars reached out towards Lu Chen and the veiled beauty. Without a doubt, if hit by the star hand containing the power of the star god, with the health of the two, they would be instantly killed. But fortunately, the space here was large enough for the two of them to use their body techniques to dodge. Boom! The entire ground shook, bursting with a strong shockwave. Puff! Just being hit by the residual waves of the skill, Lu Chen's health dropped by more than half, and the health bar of the veiled beauty was completely emptied. It's too terrifying. This is simply an invincible boss. Although this boss cannot always use the power of the star god, during its use, it is enough to kill the two of them. The veiled beauty fell into despair again. She had just seen hope, and now death was looming over her so quickly. This guy is setting her up. She thought this young swordsman was so strong, but it turns out he came to die with her? Also, why did this boss become so violent when he saw this swordsman? Just then, Lu Chen radiated an unparalleled sword light all over his body. His originally ordinary temperament underwent a huge change in an instant, like a sword immortal descending to the world. Just standing there, he was like a divine sword that could cut through the heavens, split the earth, and slay gods, with an unparalleled sharp edge. The veiled beauty's beautiful eyes widened, as if she had seen the most unbelievable scene. A swordsman suddenly transformed into a sword god, possessing the same power as the star god boss. Hiss! Is he the reincarnation of the sword god? The veiled beauty's mind suddenly went blank. Kill! The star god boss has completely gone berserk, losing its sanity, vowing not to stop until it kills the demon it sees in its eyes. And Lu Chen strikes handsomely. A divine sword formation to exterminate monsters, heavily suppressing the star god boss, with sword light piercing through the monster, under the dual effects of suppression and heavy injury, enough to hinder the star god boss's mobility. Whoosh! The star god boss's speed slowed down. Lu Chen's speed, on the other hand, reached the pinnacle of the third rank, allowing him to easily dodge the star god boss's non-locking skills. Divine Sword Storm. Minus 33,000. The Divine Sword Storm with a killing effect can deal high damage. All divine swords have a penetration effect, covering the star god boss and continuously inflicting damage. Plus 9,900. The talent's 30% lifesteal effect instantly replenishes Lu Chen's health. But the star god boss is not to be underestimated. With 30 million health points, it can withstand the damage from the Divine Sword Storm and counterattack. Star Curse Seal. Starlight curses fall from the sky. This curse has the effect of suppressing healing, causing damage per second, and restricting the target's movement. It makes the target move extremely slowly as if carrying a mountain, a very powerful support skill. Not to mention that this skill is currently imbued with the power of the star god, making it even more fierce. The veiled beauty watches this divine battle, only able to retreat to the side, healing with medicine, not daring to get anywhere near. Seeing this young sword god's movements being hindered, the veiled beauty's heart tightens once again, as his ability to defeat the star god boss also determines her life or death. Star Spear. A huge star spear begins to condense in front of the star god boss. It's over. The veiled beauty had experienced this move from the star god boss in a previous battle and almost got killed. Now, with Lu Chen's movements hindered, and his fluctuating health, it's hard to withstand it. This is a locking skill. The veiled beauty hurriedly reminds. Lu Chen feels the threat of death from this star spear. Fortunately, he has always kept the Demon Slayer sword technique to prevent the star god boss's finishing move. Demon Slayer sword technique. Whoosh! Splat! Although Lu Chen is restricted by the star curse seal, it doesn't affect the release of the sword god technique. A sword is drawn. While causing massive damage, it also interrupts the star god boss's finishing move. This! The veiled beauty exclaims in astonishment. This extremely handsome sword strike is deeply imprinted in her mind, unforgettable. Soon, the star god boss's star technique Eternal Starlight ends, reverting back to its normal human-sized form. Lu Chen's sword god form also dissipates. However, with everyone losing their divine forms, Lu Chen becomes even more fearless against the star god boss, and the battle continues. At this moment, the veiled beauty also regains her status and joins the battle. Once the star god boss transforms back into a giant star god, she will withdraw from the battle, letting Lu Chen, now transformed back into a sword god, withstand it. In this way, the star god boss's health bar slowly diminishes. Roar! Demon, you will not get my inheritance! In its dying moment, the star god boss erupts one last time. The innate skill that was not supposed to be released is now being used. The star god boss's body rapidly expands, and starlight surges to the extreme. Oh no! The star god boss is going to self-destruct. Boom! A sound like a star exploding echoes through the third level of the star temple, shattering the star pillars. Clang! Lu Chen and the veiled beauty are both stunned by the explosion's power, their equipment and clothing turning into powder. In theory, with such a terrifying explosion, it would be impossible for the two to survive, but they just faint naked on the ground, in an embarrassing position, pressed together, not killed by the explosion. In Lu Chen's pet space, Xiaohong was eating delicious cat food, and the sun mark on his forehead seemed to have ignited at some point. That was close, Master Silver almost got blown up. He murmured. Xiaohong squinted his eyes and continued to eat delicious food. On the other side, the dark monster had already filled his backpack with star source stones. The third order backpack was not very big, but it was enough to hold millions of star source stones. In previous years, the monster camp had harvested at most tens of thousands of star source stones, and at that time, he only needed to hand in 15,000, and the rest would be his. Looking at the star source stone vein, the dark monster had a crazy idea in his heart. He wanted to monopolize this huge resource. As for how to obtain the resources here, there was no rush. When he advanced to the 10th order and became the new king of the Dark City, he could arrange elite guards to come and mine once a year. With this kind of resource support, becoming a god servant was just around the corner, and there would be a chance to become an immortal demon god in the future, creating his own divine kingdom. Thinking of this, the dark monster spread out his arms and let out an extremely evil laugh. The era of my Chikue has come, he he he. Immediately, Chikue stepped into the teleportation array back to the ground. The next moment, Chikue appeared above the Grand Canyon. Boom! Chikue stomped on a valley, causing a huge commotion. Everyone, at the same time, they felt an extremely evil aura. The dark monster has appeared. The proud people in the depths of the Grand Canyon were all shocked, and immediately returned to the ground, ready to fight the dark monster. Boom! The remaining monster lords, after receiving the king's summons, all rushed back. Although their numbers were not many, their combat power was still sufficient. You go stop those monsters, don't let them come to support the dark monster. Kane gave orders to the non-super new generation. You guys go too. Sure, you and a few other leaders also gave the same orders. As the top talents of the new generation, they all had their own pride and wanted to test the combat power of the dark monster. Of course, they also knew that in a one-on-one fight, they were definitely not a match for the dark monster. After all, it was equipped with epic-level equipment and a legendary magic sword. So, Kane, Thunder Mage, St. Peter, Light Mage, Shiryu, Berserker, Baron, Assassin, Daisy, Priest, Xian Yuanqi, Frost Knight, Sidui, Archer, and Rekton, Boxer, temporarily formed a team to challenge the dark monster. The advantage of teaming up was to avoid harming allies with skills. Ha! Where's that fat guy? Kane noticed that Bailey Tong was missing. Suddenly, a fat figure appeared above the dark monster. Damn dark hairy monster, take a hit from this fat master. Bailey Tong unexpectedly launched an attack on the dark monster alone, using a deadly skill. Deadly Poison Sting. The dagger that was originally glowing orange seemed to be coated with green poison, releasing a strong green poison light. But the dark monster released some kind of skill. A strong rebound force hit Bailey Tong instantly. Bang! Minus 5050. Bailey Tong was directly sent flying, spitting out blood. Swish! In the moment he was hit, Bailey Tong switched his left-hand dagger to an assassin's crossbow weapon and shot a deadly arrow. Angry Arrow pierces the heart, a third-order active skill that requires the weapon, crossbow, to be equipped to release, with very strong single-target damage and penetration effects. Chikue was stunned. It didn't expect this weird fat guy to have learned a crossbow skill. Caught off guard, Chikue was hit in the back. Although the damage was high, it was insignificant, simply because its defense and health were very high. However, the fact that this fat guy could hurt it was enough to show that this fat guy had strong talent. He, not bad, I'll spare your life. With your talent, you can stay by my side as a dog guard. Shi Kuei turned around and pointed at the arrogant Bai Li Tong who had been knocked away. "You're my uncle. You black-haired freak, even if you were to be my toilet paper, I'd find it uncomfortable to wipe my butt." Bai Li Tong stopped his movement, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and retorted without hesitation. Bai Li Tong was so angry because his parents were tragically killed by a powerful dark monster. Therefore, when he saw the dark monster, Bai Li Tong naturally went crazy with killing intent. This fatso was causing trouble again. Kane sighed deeply and had to fly over quickly. Facing the attack of the 9 supernovas, Shi Kuei showed no fear at all, instead treating the 9 supernovas as his future dog guards. Only the new generation of human beings at this level deserves to be his dog guards. The human race has unexpectedly produced so many legendary geniuses in this generation. It seems that all the luck is on my side. Shi Kuei. Defeat you, make a contract with you, and you will all be good dogs for me. Watch how I dominate the world and establish my own divine kingdom. Shi Kuei drew his sword. With a simple swing, he released the black dragon sword energy, attacking indiscriminately towards everyone with a wide range. Splurt! Ah! The damage from such a wide-ranging attack is unexpectedly high. Daisy, quickly heal us! Bai Li Tong shouted. It's no wonder that even Grandpa would break out in a sweat when facing an S-level dark monster of the same level. This powerful monster, combined with top-notch equipment, is practically invincible at the same level. Probably only Brother Yu can overpower it. But Brother Yu is still in the Star Temple, and there has been no response to the messages sent to him. He must have encountered some trouble and can't come out for the time being. No! This dark monster's damage has a heavy injury effect. Its equipment is far superior to ours, and I can't keep up with the healing. Daisy's magic staff was smoking from casting spells, but everyone's health bars remained below half. They were lucky that the dark monster showed mercy and didn't intend to kill them. Otherwise, if they were to fight for a few more rounds, they would all turn into corpses. Once they are defeated, the others will surely collapse quickly, resulting in many deaths. Since it doesn't want to kill us yet, let's give up defense and go all out to attack it. Bai Li Tong also stopped hiding and transformed directly into a brute, risking his life. Others thought it made sense and also released their skills desperately. Daisy also stopped healing and cast damage skills at the dark monster. Seeing the 9 people daring to use its mercy to fight against it, Shi Kuei became furious. Lowly ants, do you really think I am merciful? The king cannot be offended. Crawl on your bodies, this is your only chance to survive. After speaking, Shi Kuei disappeared on the spot. Everyone was shocked. Suddenly, Shi Kuei appeared in front of Bei Ren, the magic sword fell, and the sword energy turned into a dead black dragon. Roar! Demon Dragon Flash, Dragon's Death Song. Splurt! Minus 14,200. Bei Ren, with over 10,000 health points, was directly killed on the spot, his body split in half, not even able to close his eyes in death. Bai Li Tong and the others couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This dark monster really could kill them. An abyss-like despair enveloped everyone. They had never imagined that death was so close at this moment. I'll give you 3 minutes to consider. Once the 3 minutes are up, regardless of whether you submit or not, you will all be slaughtered. Shi Kuei sat on the throne of thunder, overlooking the 8 supernovas, his tone calm but chilling. Damn it! If I had a set of epic-level equipment, I could definitely go toe-to-toe with it. Kane clenched his staff, his eyes full of unwillingness. Golden Hair, are you planning to give up? When our grandfathers faced powerful dark monsters back then, did they ever retreat because of inferior equipment? Bai Li Tong said firmly. Fatty, what do you plan to do? Kane nodded in agreement with the fat man's words. For now, we can only use that method. Hearing this, everyone looked expectantly at Bai Li Tong, speculating that this fat man must have some life-saving means left behind by the dead son of the sword god. This is great. There is hope. But who knew? Bai Li Tong shamelessly shouted for help. Brother Yu, help me. I need you. The people were speechless. Damn. They thought this fat man had some amazing tricks up his sleeve, but turns out he's just asking for help. Lu Chen is very powerful. His combat power is stronger than theirs. But the opponent is a dark monster with a legendary magic sword. Even if Lu Chen is powerful, with the equipment gap, he might not be a match for the dark monster, right? Moreover, Lu Chen is still in the Star Pavilion. It would be strange if he could hear your cry for help. On the other side, inside the 3rd level of the Star Pavilion, Lu Chen woke up slowly, feeling his mouth wet, sweet, and smooth, unable to resist taking a sip. The veiled beauty also reacted, her eyebrows furrowing slightly as she slowly woke up. When the two opened their eyes at the same time, they were stunned. They saw themselves naked, entwined, with their mouths perfectly aligned. Their minds were momentarily blank, then immediately woke up. They knew clearly that they were not dead. because they felt the wonderful sensation of skin-to-skin contact and their hearts beating fast. The veiled beauty's face turned crimson. Lu Chen also had a natural reaction. Oops. The veiled beauty felt a touch on her private parts, screamed in shock, and immediately jumped up. She wanted to take out new equipment from her backpack but found that she had no spare equipment in her backpack. Oh no! The veiled beauty cursed silently, then opened the extra planner market to buy a set of equipment. Ding! Equipment cannot be purchased in the starry illusion realm. What? The veiled beauty was on the verge of collapse. She didn't expect her equipment to be shattered, so she didn't prepare ordinary clothes. She subconsciously turned to look at Lu Chen and found him looking at her. In this gaze, the veiled beauty instinctively looked down, causing Lu Chen to exclaim and cover his important part. Oops! The veiled beauty screamed, covered her face, and turned away abruptly. At this moment, her ears were red with embarrassment, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. At this moment, Lu Chen could clearly see the veiled beauty's perfect figure and stunning face. Turn around quickly, no peeking. Otherwise, I'll gouge your eyes out. The veiled beauty turned her back to Lu Chen, pointing angrily with her jade finger. Ahem! I didn't mean to, the boss exploded just now, I was knocked out, and then I didn't know anything. We shouldn't have done anything. Lu Chen spoke without turning around. I know. The veiled beauty gritted her teeth, then immediately asked, don't you have spare equipment in your backpack? Yes, I didn't expect that we couldn't buy equipment here. Lu Chen shrugged helplessly. He had already sold his extra equipment to the Alliance store, and his spare clothes were used up. The veiled beauty was embarrassed and angry at this. How could this person be like her, not having spare equipment in his backpack? Now, she was naked, how could she leave here? And all the benefits were taken by this sudden stinky kid. Although they had all passed out before, who knows if something had happened between them? Thinking of this, the veiled beauty unconsciously looked down. Oh no! What am I thinking? The veiled beauty stomped her foot in frustration. At this moment, Lu Chen was admiring the seductive figure of the black-veiled beauty while surveying the surroundings. Regardless, he had to find something to cover up. But this was the land of the stars, with not a single hair in sight. Wait! Lu Chen suddenly noticed many pieces of debris on the ground, which seemed neither like hair nor skin, likely materials left behind by the boss that had just exploded. Never mind. Lu Chen immediately collected these materials and skillfully crafted a skirt with his ingenious hands. Wearing it around his hips, it exuded a primitive vibe. This scene. What are you doing? The black-veiled beauty, who dared not turn around, couldn't help but ask. I'm looking for something to cover my body. I'm good now, and I've made two for you as well. Just make do and put them on. With that, Lu Chen had already walked behind the black-veiled beauty. Sensing Lu Chen standing behind her, the black-veiled beauty's heart pounded again. She dared not turn around and reached back, asking, what is this? When she took a look at the two items, her eyebrows furrowed slightly, her face turning unpleasant. It was too embarrassing. After hesitating for a moment, the black-veiled beauty could only put them on. Now they both looked like savages. After putting them on, the black-veiled beauty finally turned around, locking eyes with Lu Chen. The silence in the air was unsettling. Ahem, what's that? Lu Chen, who wanted to break the awkwardness, suddenly saw two items dropped by the star god boss. Name, Hidden Occupation Book, Introduction, can directly transform any occupation into a hidden occupation. Hidden Occupation Book? Lu Chen was shocked and overjoyed. This was an extremely rare and powerful occupation. It was rare because this occupation couldn't be obtained through job transfer. Only when completing an S-rank advanced task, there was a very low probability of triggering a hidden task. Upon completion, one could receive a mysterious treasure chest reward, which might contain a hidden occupation book. However, in the Human Alliance, there was only one hidden occupation so far, the Sky Sword God. As for whether other forces had hidden occupations, they probably didn't, or else the Human Alliance wouldn't have been dominant all along. Lu Chen looked at the second item. Name, Proof of God, Introduction, a divine grade item. After advancing to the 10th rank, it can trigger the trial of the God's realm. Upon completing the trial, one can condense the divine nature, ascend to the divine rank, and gain eternal life. Active effect. Placing it in the backpack can trigger a skill effect refresh once, including talent skills, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. Tip: the quantity of Proof of God is fixed. Only when the old god falls will a new Proof of God be condensed as the inheritance of that god. After the owner's death, the Proof of God will drop 100%. Wow! Lu Chen took a deep breath. This was indeed the inheritance of the star god. As long as one upgraded to the 10th rank and completed the trial of the god's realm, they would undoubtedly become a true god of the human race. The black-veiled beauty also saw the items, her stunning face revealing infinite desire. But Lu Chen directly picked up the proof of God. The black-veiled beauty could only watch the hidden occupation book with longing and hesitation. Lu Chen wanted to keep the hidden occupation book, but received a prompt that each person could only obtain one inheritance treasure from the star god. Lu Chen sighed in regret, otherwise, he could have become a hidden occupation. You take this hidden occupation book. After all, you also contributed a bit. Lu Chen did a favor in passing. This. Thank you. The black-veiled beauty was greatly surprised, never expecting such a handsome and powerful swordsman to be so generous. A hidden occupation. It was a rare existence. He wouldn't be trying to take responsibility because of this, right? Thinking of this, the black-veiled woman blushed again, then sent a friend request to Lu Chen and hurriedly left as if escaping. Ding, Luo Qingxian has sent you a friend request. Do you agree? Luo Qingxian, the name is as beautiful as the figure. Lu Chen couldn't help but reminisce about the previous smoothness, whiteness, and the scent of a virgin. Agree. After exiting the third floor, Lu Chen found that the entrance to the third floor had disappeared. In other words, from now on, the Star Pavilion only has 2 floors. Beep beep beep. At this moment, Lu Chen suddenly received a large number of messages. Upon opening it, all were distress signals from Fatty Bailey Tong. Brother you, help me. I'm about to be killed by the damn dark monster. Without hesitation, Lu Chen summoned Debai and rushed to provide support. Just as Lu Chen left, a Star Beast King boss refreshed on this side of the second floor's Starlight Transmission Array, showing an invincible dormant state with a countdown to awakening, 365 days. This indicates that the next opening of the Starry Sky Illusion Realm, it will be the Guardian here. 3 minutes have passed. The dark monster Chikue stood up from the throne, and none of the 8 supernovas in front of him chose to submit, which made the dark monster completely lose patience. Since they knew about the huge resource treasure of star source veins, having powerful servants didn't seem particularly important. Therefore, Chikue was no longer merciful, his demonic sword exuding a murderous aura, ready to slay these human geniuses, with their flesh as food and their bones as treasures. It's over. Everyone was shocked. They had thought about escaping, but in the territory of the dark monster, there was simply no chance to escape. To prevent everyone from escaping, Chikue activated the Red Demon Dragon domain, temporarily territorializing a radius of 100 miles, spawning a large number of powerful monsters. Of course, the effects of Chikue's domain were not limited to spawning monsters, it also had the effect of suppressing targets and amplifying oneself. It can be said that within the domain, Chikue had absolute dominion. Unless someone could ignore its domain, or had a more powerful array or domain to counteract its domain power. Chikue had already raised his sword and started chanting his skill. Everyone immediately felt as if a gate to hell was slowly opening in front of them. Let's all resist with all our might, even if it means death. We must take a bite out of him. Cain roared madly. At this critical moment of life and death, they must give it their all. Demon Dragon / Dance of Death. Swish. Chikue held the demonic sword, as if the god of death had descended, cold-blooded and merciless, pronouncing death upon everyone. In an instant, Chikue had reached the front of everyone, and amidst the flashing of the sword, everyone used all means to resist, even bringing out their last resort, just to withstand Chikue's dance of death. Clang clang clang. Quickly. Too quick for the illusions to defend against. Put, put, put. Even with powerful defense items, special shields, etc. Everyone could only resist for a few moments at most, but Chikue's dance of death continued. Without any protective measures, everyone was quickly cut down, with not a single person able to withstand the terrifying damage from Chikue. Even the powerful Bailey Tong, with his speed suppressed, was quickly sent flying with a slash, leaving large bloodstains and flesh wounds. In just a few breaths, all the supernovas were left with only a sliver of health, no longer able to fight. Chikue, who was already not weaker than the others in talent, coupled with equipment of a higher grade, made him invincible, with no one able to match him. The royal family of dark monsters. So powerful. Thud. Chikue placed the demonic sword against Bailey Tong's nose, his expression cold. You fatty, you have the strongest killing intent towards me, I will dismember you. I'll dismember your grandpa. Even in death, Bailey Tong chose to die with dignity, never backing down. Still talking tough. Chikue, angered, prepared to publicly perform physical surgery on this fatty. The others coughed up blood in despair, powerless. Seeing the dark monster's blade coming down. Bailey Tong was tough on the outside, but inside he was as scared as a horse, his eyes closed in fear. Just as the fat man's body was about to be cut, a streak of light shot out from the bottom of the canyon and quickly arrived on Bailey Tong's side. Clang! The sound of swords clashing resounded instantly. Everyone fixed their eyes and couldn't help but be shocked. They saw a wild man with bare arms, a dirty face, messy hair, and wearing an unknown apron appear. He used his sword to block the dark monster's magic blade. Not far behind Lu Chen, the Black Veil Beauty also arrived at the battlefield. Knowing that the dark monster was pushing all the geniuses, she came to support, just a step behind Lu Chen. At this moment, although she had changed into new equipment, her face was still dirty, her hair messy, and she looked just like Lu Chen. Bailey Tong heard the commotion and opened his eyes. When he saw Lu Chen's wild and majestic figure, Bailey Tong was stunned for a moment, then burst into tears of joy. Brother, you finally came back. If you were a step later, you wouldn't have seen me. This damn black hairy monster is too bullying. It even cut my butt. Ha, brother, awesome. You went to the Star Temple and brought back such a stunning sister-in-law. Bailey Tong glanced at the Black Veil Beauty and blinked his clever little eyes. Dubai, take him away. Lu Chen didn't have time to pay attention to Bailey Tong. He stared fiercely at the powerful enemy in front of him, the dark monster. This was the most powerful opponent of the same level that Lu Chen had ever seen, much stronger than the S-level monster lord encountered in Stone City. Name, Demon Dragon Man Chikue. Identity, Royal Family of Dark Monsters. Level, S-level, LV90, 3rd tier, health, 400,000. Legendary talent, Crimson Demon Dragon Domain. Skills, Demon Dragon/Dance of Death, Demon Dragon Transformation. Dark Evil Dragon Break. Introduction. One of the 7 royal families of the Dark Monster world, the Demon Dragon Man tribe, born with the legendary domain talent of royal bloodline. As long as he does not fall prematurely, he is destined to become the new king of the Dark King City. Dubai obeyed and picked up Bailey Tong's butt and left. Oh, my butt is injured. Dubai, be gentle. Seeing the prey taken away, Chikue did not stop. In its view, as long as it dealt with the swordsman who posed an inexplicable threat in front of it, it could do whatever it wanted to the others. The last member of the duo, the swordsman with the potential of a sword god, you finally showed up. Chikue looked at Lu Chen, but Lu Chen's appearance at this moment was really too wild. Without any aura of a sword god, he could even be called a wild man who picked up a sword. Buzz. Lu Chen directly purchased a set of level 90 orange swordsman equipment and manifested it, giving him a hint of extraordinary charm. Next, it's my turn to be your opponent. Lu Chen pushed Chikue away, waved his hand, and signaled the others to quickly retreat for healing. Kane and the others quickly withdrew, as they had no chance of intervening in this level of battle. This was already considered the peak showdown between the young generations of humans and dark monsters. The Black Veil Beauty had witnessed Lu Chen's power and naturally knew that with Lu Chen's intervention, the dark monster was doomed, so she stepped aside. Purple Rose, this is your last chance. Once Lu Chen and the dark monster are both injured, quickly seize Lu Chen's genes, preferably also take the genes of the dark monster. Recton did not forget that seizing Lu Chen's genes was a top priority. Purple Rose on the side understood and found a safe place to hide, waiting quietly for the opportunity to come. Lu Chen, you are the only human who can pressure this king. I'll give you a chance. If you lose, become this king's personal guard, different from a dog slave. No problem. If you can survive under my sword. At these words, Chikue was stunned for a moment, then burst into a crazy evil laughter, causing the supernova's healing in the distance to frown. Hee, arrogant, such an arrogant young human race. I acknowledge you. I hope you can make me enjoy myself. Chikue fully released the Red Demon Dragon Domain, wanting to completely subdue the young human in front of him in an invincible manner. The terrifying Red Demon Dragon Domain formed a gray area, with red shadow dragons constantly appearing. This dark monster's domain is so strong. Lu Chen might be in danger. Sure, you exclaimed in horror. What danger? Brother, you am invincible in the world. Oh, big white brother, I'm safe now. You can put me down, stop carrying me. Bailey Tong's buttocks were almost sore from tears. Big white, the master only said to carry you away, not when to put you down. Lu Chen knew that without transforming into the sword god, it would be difficult to defeat the dark monster in front of him. The equipment gap was indeed too large. Talent release, sword god form. At this moment, Lu Chen was ready to reveal his sword god identity. Anyway, he had accumulated enough gold coins. Damn! Isn't that the hero who saved Stone City, the mysterious young sword god? Is he Lu Chen? Everyone in the human alliance was shocked. Xia Yan was also petrified by the shock, and Daisy's beautiful eyes were filled with a strange light. Is Lu Chen really the young sword god? Li Wan and others were dumbfounded. At that time in Stone City, Lu Chen admitted that he was the young sword god, but they had mocked him for a long time, never expecting that he was the mysterious young sword god sought by the Alliance headquarters. At this moment, they hung their heads in shame and regret. The big shots had been by their side all along, but they had not seized the opportunity. If they were given a chance to start over by the heavens, they would definitely cling to Lu Chen's legs and never let go. Sword up! Lu Chen wielded his sword. The divine sword formation was released in an instant, covering the gray area with sword light, and the powerful domain of Chikue was instantly suppressed. How is this possible? Chikue was greatly surprised. What kind of terrifying skill was this? Is that his talent effect? No! His talent effect is transformation. It's impossible to have another active effect. It should be a special skill attached to his transformation. Chikue, as a royal member of the Dark Monsters, was well informed. But even so, it still found it unbelievable. Because the skills attached to the transformation, logically speaking, should not be able to suppress its legendary domain effect, unless the opponent's skill exceeded the 10th rank. But that was even more unreasonable. What kind of powerful talent could have such a terrifying skill attached to it? Mythical level. These 3 words popped into Chikue's mind. Only a mythical level talent could have such a transcendent possibility. Did this guy draw a mythical level talent? This is a joke. Mythical level talent, shouldn't that be a talent possessed only by gods? How long has the Blue Star world been in the era of job change? It's impossible for anyone to draw a mythical level talent, right? Wait, could he be the reincarnation of that ancient sword god from the monster world's ancient times? The Dark Royal family has always had an ancient legend that there was once an unparalleled sword god whose sword light spanned billions of miles in the Dark World. If it weren't for the awakening of the Dark Great Demon, who killed him, there might not have been the Dark Monster race in the world. The Dark Great Demon had left a word, that although the sword god died, his soul escaped. And the young human in front of them, in an era where it was impossible to draw a divine-level talent, drew a divine-level talent, and it was related to the sword god. Therefore, Chikue had to suspect whether the other party might be the reincarnation of the ancient sword god. The sword formation released after the transformation should be a sword god technique, otherwise it would be impossible to completely suppress its domain. Kill! This child cannot be left alive. Chikue was shocked and flustered. If this guy were to grow to the 10th rank, with his divine level talent, he would definitely sweep the Dark King City. So, Chikue went all out. Although the field is suppressed, it does not affect its output. It believes that with a set of epic equipment and a legendary magic sword, it should be able to overpower this young sword god. Demon Dragon Transformation. Sla! Roar! Chikue transformed into a huge, ugly, tens of meters long dark magic dragon, emitting black smoke all over its body, black dragon scales reflecting deathly light under the starlight, somewhat similar to the western lizard dragon, but much more fierce than the lizard dragon. Under the effect of the legendary magic sword, its claws became sharper and carried a special bleeding effect of the magic sword. As a claw tore through, the black-gray claw light was visible to the naked eye, as if the sky was being torn apart. This dark monster is so strong. All the supernovas were secretly shocked. Even with equipment similar to their own, it would probably be difficult to defeat it. The dark monster is known as the nightmare of the human race. This is no joke. Only the black-veiled beauty, although surprised by the strength of the dark monster in her beautiful eyes, was only surprised for a moment, because after using the Star God Inheritance, Hidden Occupation book, she had been promoted to a higher level hidden occupation. Her talents had also transformed, perfectly fitting the occupation. It can be said that she is confident in competing with the dark monster, but at most 46. Equipment is still the main issue. Demon Slayer sword technique. Just one sword. Lu Chen cut off the demon dragon's wings with one sword. The sealing effect attached to this sword technique directly ended Chikue's demon dragon transformation prematurely. Impossible. Such a powerful sword technique, he actually has two. Purple-black blood flowed from Chikue's back, completely different from the green blood of the derived monster. Although its health had dropped significantly, it still had the strength to fight. But the next second, countless flying swords appeared above its head. And Lu Chen, having finished chanting, raised his hand to release the third sword technique, Divine Sword Storm. Lu Chen did not hesitate, as he knew that to deal with such a powerful dark monster, he could not give it any breathing room, otherwise, it might have a special way to quickly replenish its health. The terrifying divine sword appeared. At this moment, in Chikue's eyes, there were only swords. These sharp swords all had penetrating effects, surrounding it heavily, with no way to retreat. Damn it! If this continues, I will die under his sword. With the heavy injury effect of the divine sword formation, Chikue's healing speed could not keep up with Lu Chen's consumption speed. There's no other way, I can only use the dark secret technique. Chikue immediately made a decision, burning the dragon blood within itself to form a unique blood shield. This is a unique dragon blood secret technique of the dark dragon people, although it would weaken for a long time after use, it could save one's life at a critical moment. Ding ding ding. The divine sword that could have injured Chikuei could now only cause a forced 1 point of damage. Lu Chen's gaze slightly condensed. He did not expect the opponent to have such a life-saving method. This dark monster is really strong. It seems that Yuga cannot directly kill that dark monster. Bailey Tong was still being held by Dabai, but after being healed by other priests a few times, his buttocks were temporarily not bleeding. Soon, the effects of Lu Chen's 3 major sword techniques passed. The transformation effect is over, right? Cough, I couldn't kill you, so next, it's your turn to die. Chikuei half knelt on the ground, extremely weak, with only 1% of his health left, but a victorious smile on his face. Even without the sword god form, I can still defeat you. Lu Chen stood with his sword. Although his appearance was not great, he still exuded an extremely fierce aura. With the special effect of the proof of the gods, Lu Chen could completely transform into the sword god again. Even if the dark monster had more tricks up its sleeve, it was a dead end. Then let's see if I can defeat you. With that, Chikuei took out a mysterious item from his backpack and smirked. This is the treasure I obtained in the first level of the Star Temple, the Starry Skyhorn, which can summon star beasts. What? The faces of the crowd changed. Summoning star beasts? No good. We have to stop it. But Chikuei has already blown the horn of the starry sky, and mysterious star runes have formed a huge star formation in the sky. Humming. The next second, thousands of star beasts in the starry illusion realm were summoned, forming a huge army of star beasts that surrounded everyone. The huge size of these giant beasts is awe-inspiring. Roar! The star beasts howled to the sky, their thunderous roar sounding like a torrential downpour, causing everyone to cover their ears in pain, their heads buzzing. Heavens! So many star beasts? How do we deal with this? Someone trembled in fear. These star beasts are much more difficult to deal with than boss monsters. They have thick blood and strong control. Once they unleash uninterrupted control, combined with the attacks of the boss monsters, the consequences are unimaginable. The veiled beauty also changed her expression. With so many star beasts gathered together, obeying the commands of the dark monsters, their control alone is enough to sweep everyone. Lu Chen became serious. He guessed that the treasure on the first floor of the Star Temple was obtained by the dark monsters, but he didn't expect it to be a one-time item for summoning star beasts, making the situation difficult. Even if he transformed into the sword god again, with a 70% reduction in control effects, he would probably still be controlled to death. This is not just a few hundred star beasts, but tens of thousands, impossible to defeat in seconds. All star beasts, obey my command, control the swordsman, control everyone. Chikuei ordered, then looked at the monsters under his command and shouted, "You bunch of useless trash, cooperate with the star beasts to annihilate them." Yes. The group of monster lords eagerly accepted the order. Just then, Xiaohong stood up in the pet space, twisted her neck, pinched her cat claws, and a strange wave emanated from her forehead. All the star beasts prepared to release control sound waves, but collectively shivered and looked in shock towards Lu Chen. Bang! The horn of the starry sky in Chikuei's hand suddenly exploded. This sudden change shocked the monsters. Everyone was stunned. Lu Chen was also full of questions. The next second, this group of star beasts instantly rebelled, releasing control sound waves towards the monsters, leaving everyone astonished. What's going on? No! Chikuei was unsure of what had happened, but without the horn of the starry sky, it had lost all hope of victory. Lu Chen regained his senses and quickly took the opportunity to completely kill the dark monsters. Soon, under the eerie rebellion of the star beasts, none of the monster lords could escape, and they were easily killed by everyone. Damn! Brother you're amazing, how did you do it? Bailey Tong flew to Lu Chen without caring about his image. I didn't do anything, do you believe me? Lu Chen said seriously. I understand. You understand nothing. Lu Chen looked around, finding nothing unusual, and could only attribute it to the inheritance of the star god. Perhaps when the horn of the starry sky encounters someone with the inheritance of the star god, it will have a backlash effect, considered a blessing from the star god. Brother quickly check if the dark monsters dropped any equipment. Bailey Tong said eagerly. Lu Chen approached the corpse of the dark monster, and a red glowing item caught his eye. Epic! Lu Chen thought it was an epic equipment, but upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a bag-like item. Name, space bag item, grade, epic, effect, can open a huge space to store non-living items. It turned out to be an epic item. It seems that monsters really don't drop equipment of orange quality or higher. At this moment, the epic equipment on the dark monster Chikuei and the level 90 legendary magic sword both disappeared automatically, likely due to the mysterious power of the monster world. It's hard to say that this isn't the power of a super 10th tier monster, aiming to prevent humans from obtaining orange or higher quality equipment by killing monsters. Brother, you quickly see what's inside. Maybe there are epic level equipment as well. Bai Li Tong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Epic level equipment. Just one piece is enough to drive countless people crazy. Lu Chen opened it, and suddenly there was a brilliant starlight overflowing. This is so many star source stones. A bag full of star source stones. The quantity is enough to be in the millions. Lu Chen and Bai Li Tong's eyes widened. Just now Lu Chen was wondering why killing the dark monster didn't yield a single star source stone. It turns out they were all in this spatial bag. Brother, you, we're stable now, completely stable. Just take out a little, and we can both secure the top 2 spots. Bai Li Tong smiled brightly. Lu Chen nodded. At the same time, Lu Chen became more certain that the starlight teleportation array on the 2nd floor of the Star Temple was the way to the star source stone vein. Otherwise, the dark monster wouldn't have been able to obtain so many star source stones in just a few days. Just based on this one piece of information, it's enough to earn a big reward from the Alliance. In the words of the War Dance of Release, that means becoming a hero of the human race. After putting the spatial bag into his backpack, Lu Chen finally came to the others and said, "The monster has been eliminated. Everyone can now search for star source stones with peace of mind. Thank you, big brother, for saving our lives." Sure, you and the others sincerely thanked him and bid farewell one by one. Although St. Peter was reluctant, he still thanked them and then led the team away to search for star source stones. Now that the threat of the monsters was gone, they could search with peace of mind. Only the mysterious veiled beauty did not leave, but instead came to Lu Chen's side, indicating that she wanted to join Lu Chen's team. Lu Chen did not refuse and directly brought her into the team. He still needed to figure out a way to prevent her from revealing the matter of him obtaining the proof of the gods. Bai Li Tong was silly laughing, occasionally looking at the veiled beauty, then at Brother Yu, showing a knowing expression. "How should I address you, sister-in-law?" Swish! With one sentence, the veiled beauty blushed instantly, fortunately covering it with her veil so it wasn't noticed. "Don't address me randomly!" The veiled beauty coquettishly scolded, then removed her hidden prop mask, revealing her name, profession, and level. Name, Luo Qingxian, hidden profession, Star Warrior, level, LV90, 3rd tier, damn. Hidden profession? Bai Li Tong's eyes were about to pop out. The mysterious beauty brought back by Brother Yu had a hidden profession just like his grandfather? My goodness! Which force secretly trained such a super genius? I've never heard of it. Hidden profession. So far, besides his grandfather, this was the second hidden profession he had seen. Star Warrior? Lu Chen pondered for a moment. Luo Qingxian's original profession was a martial artist, which was a special profession known for its combo attacks. There were very few equipment restrictions. Unlike mages who could only use staffs, or swordsmen who could only use swords, this profession had a wide variety of weapons, whether it be knuckles, swords, or staffs, depending on what skills you specialized in. And you didn't need very powerful equipment to deal massive damage, making it one of the popular professions among commoners. But the prerequisite was that you had to have extremely high martial talent, just like Luo Qingxian, who could perform a perfect 12-hit combo at the highest 3rd tier level. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to unleash the true explosive power of a martial artist. Now that Luo Qingxian had become a hidden profession, her skills would also be upgraded to hidden skills, making her overall combat power second only to him, even stronger than Fatty. It's nothing. On the 3rd floor of the Star Temple, we teamed up to defeat the Guardian boss, each receiving the inheritance of the Star God, and she got the hidden profession book. Lu Chen explained casually. What? Bai Li Tong's expression was exaggerated. Brother Yu, how come you didn't call me for such a good thing? Wah, if I had known, I would have followed Brother Yu all the way. Bai Li Tong regretted it. Regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. If he had followed in, who knows, he might have also received some Star God inheritance and a hidden profession book. Unfortunately, there's no regret medicine in the world. No way. In the future, when exploring secret realms and special places, you must closely follow Brother Yu. I want to make a special ointment for Brother Yu. Brother Yu, what did you get? Your profession hasn't changed to a hidden profession, right? What I got is something useless for now. I can only use it after reaching the 10th rank. Oh, something useless, what is it? It's just a proof, you'll know in the future. Luo Qingxian rolled her beautiful eyes. The proof of the gods is still useless? Do you believe that releasing this news will directly trigger a civil war among the human race, and all the 10th rank powerhouses will fight to the death to seize it? In this way, everyone went to find the Star Source Stone on their own. Lu Chen and his group of 3 rode on a white horse to search for the Star Source Stone in the Star Sea. After all, not many people dare to search for the star source stone at the bottom of the sea because there are many sea star beasts, so there are still quite a few star source stones at the bottom of the sea. Daisy hesitated to speak. She also regretted it very much. Before, Bailey Tong invited her to join the team, but she refused. With this refusal, she missed the opportunity to cling to Lu Chen's thigh. On the other side, Purple Rose returned to Recton's side and shook her head helplessly. I thought it would be an evenly matched battle to the death, but we underestimated Lu Chen's combat power. He even defeated the dark monster, and I didn't find an opportunity. Recton did not blame Purple Rose. He had witnessed the entire battle just now. It seems that we can only collect star source stones first and then consult the chairman when we return. With that, Recton threw the body of the dark monster Chiquai to Purple Rose. Although we couldn't get Lu Chen's genes, obtaining the body of the dark monster is also a great gain. Purple Rose, strike while the iron is hot. Maybe we have a chance to get the genes of the dark monster. This. Great. So, Purple Rose took the body of Chiquai and found a secluded place to start a fierce battle. Brother Lu Chen, is your mount the S-rank Moon White Dragon Steed, which is ranked first on the mount leaderboard? It's so beautiful. Luo Qingxian's eyes were full of admiration. That's right. Lu Chen did not deny it. He, brother you, why don't you give it to your sister-in-law as a token of love? Smack! Lu Chen was furious and gave the fat man a slap on the back of his head. You talk too much. Ouch! Sister-in-law, save me. Bailey Tong looked wronged. Luo Qingxian smiled slightly. This smile was as beautiful as a celestial being. Lu Chen couldn't help but sneak a few glances. However, there was a hint of loss in Luo Qingxian's eyes, and she didn't know what was wrong with herself. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit awkward. Fortunately, at this moment, a star beast appeared in front of the seabed, and Lu Chen and his group of 3 began to fight the star beast to obtain the star source stone. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Today, the starry illusion realm will close. At this time, the 3 war gods of the Alliance headquarters had already gathered in the square. Their dignified expressions carried a hint of tension. Although this generation was called the Golden Generation, monsters were not to be trifled with, and it was unknown if half of them would return alive. Before long, the starry illusion realm above the sky erupted with infinite starlight, and the entrance began to close. Immediately after, on the originally empty square, teleportation arrays of starlight appeared one after another. They're back. In previous years, the survival rate was less than 10%, and only about 10,000 star source stones were brought back. Star source stones have long been scarce. I hope this time we can break the record. The god of heaven, Hodman, expressed his hope. Yes. As time goes on, the monsters are becoming stronger and stronger. Once a new king is born in the Dark City, our human race will once again enter a dark age. I hope they can bring back 40,000 star source stones this time. In that case, we can allocate an additional 10,000 to build the magic array cannon and attack that place again. The Dragon Blood War god, Shi Tianxing, also looked a bit nervous. This was a moment that concerned the entire human alliance strategy. 40,000? Old Shi, you are overestimating them. Even though they are the golden generation, being able to bring back 20,000 is already impressive. The sword god Bai Li Tsung Feng knows well how the monsters are becoming stronger, and their new generation is definitely stronger than in previous years. During the conversation, the crowd returned. Upon counting, there were over 6,000 people. What's going on? More than 60% have returned? Survival rate of over 60%? How is this possible? The 3 war gods were collectively stunned. The other leaders at headquarters were also dumbfounded. The entire square fell into a sudden silence. Only the new generation members were quietly chatting, their faces filled with smiles of rebirth after the disaster. Some were discussing the number of star source stones they obtained. Some were discussing about Lu Chen. Some were discussing about sharing the good news with their families after the trial ended. Everyone, quiet down. Now line up, one by one, place the star source stones you obtained on the ground for easy registration and confirmation of the trial rankings. After a while, Shi Zhanwu finally stood up to host the event. The crowd then took out the star source stones from their backpacks one by one. In an instant, the vast square sparkled with starlight. My goodness, so many? The big shots were once again dumbfounded. With just a glance, they found that even the least had about a dozen star source stones. Does this mean that this time there are nearly 100,000 star source stones guaranteed? Oh my! Are these new generation members so powerful? Did they all manage to avoid monster attacks perfectly? Or did the dark monsters not go to the starry sky illusion realm this time? Personnel responsible for registration were quickly registering, and soon all registrations were completed. Kaian, Xian Yuan Qi, Situi, Daisy, Luchen, Bai Li Tong, where are your 6? Why aren't you bringing them out? Shi Zhanwu walked over. Lu Chen and Bai Li Tong smiled at each other. They were not in a hurry, they would bring them out last, just a little more than the others at that time. Kaian and the others then stepped forward and each displayed their harvest. They knew that the first and second places would definitely be Lu Chen and Bai Li Tong, and the 4 of them could only compete for the remaining 3 places. This meant that one supernova would be eliminated and unable to obtain a ticket to the secret realm. Wow! So many? Daisy was the first to take out the Star Source Stone, leaving Shi Zhanwu wide-eyed. 5,269 pieces. This was already more than 1,000 pieces more than she had obtained in her year. But when Shi Zhanwu saw the number of Star Source Stones from the other 3, she was greatly struck, as they all had more than she did in her year. Situi, 5,370 pieces. Xian Yuan Qi, 5,400 pieces. Kaian, 6,125 pieces. Seeing the number of Star Source Stones from the other 3, Daisy's expression immediately became despondent, as she had lost and only got 6th place. However, Daisy quickly put on a smile again. In her view, being able to come back alive this time was the best reward. Ha, good. Good. Truly worthy of being my good grandson. My grandson has my style from back then. Seeing her grandson Kaian obtain so many Star Source Stones, the god of heaven Hodman, who rarely showed off, burst into laughter. The 3 war gods then disregarded their status and for the first time walked down from the high platform to the new generation members. A great harvest. A huge harvest. With so many Star Source Stones, it could support the operation of the Alliance's various war zones for a long time, and even allow for the construction of several more magic arrays in the lower war zones. Bai Li Songfang's eyes were full of envy towards Hodman. Look at his grandson, then look at his own grandson. Why was there such a big difference between the 2? Nephew, what about yours? Everyone then looked at Bai Li Tong and Lu Chen. The new generation members all wanted to know how many Star Source Stones the strongest duo had obtained. As for the other big shots who were unaware, they simply thought that the only grandson of the sword god of heaven had not gained much and felt embarrassed to show it. As for Lu Chen, they also assumed that he, like Bai Li Tong, had not gained much. But when Lu Chen took it out first, all the big shots were shocked. This, 10,000? Shi Zhanwu counted several times. No mistake. It is indeed 10,000. No. How did this ordinary young swordsman get twice as many Star Source Stones as Cain? How did he do it? Not to mention her, even the 3 major war gods were full of question marks. Grandpa, you have to keep your word. Bai Li Tong originally wanted to take out 20,000, but after some thought, he took out 10,001, and the rest would be exchanged with Grandpa for good things later. Perfect. Seeing his grandson take out 10,001 Star Source Stones, Bai Li Songfeng was first stunned, then suspected he was hallucinating. For a while. Truly worthy of being my grandson Bai Li Songfeng, my grandson has my style of the past. Hodman rolled his eyes. You, the sword god of the heavens. Are you using my lines to mock me? In this way, Bai Li Tong won the first place in this blood trial, and his name was engraved on the blood trial monument as a commemoration, and he could enjoy a reward from the Alliance every year. Lu Chen also successfully obtained a ticket to the Misty Secret Realm, but this Misty Secret Realm will not open for another 6 months. As for the other rewards of the Alliance, Lu Chen was not interested, it was just pet or equipment rewards, which he already had. Soon, everyone received the Alliance's generous rewards, even Li Wan and others each received a set of at least green quality 3rd-tier equipment, greatly enhancing their strength. Daisy, who originally did not qualify for a ticket, was also rewarded with a ticket by the 3 major war gods, which made Daisy very happy. The new generation who obtained the Secret Realm ticket stay, others returned to their respective war zones. The 3 major war gods then took Lu Chen and the others to the highest meeting room at headquarters. Shi Zhanwu and the other Alliance big shots also followed. They were all curious. What exactly happened in the Starry Illusion realm that led to such huge gains and survival rates? This time's blood trial brought back more than 100,000 Star Source Stones, more than 10 times the previous years. This is very unreasonable. The golden generation shouldn't be so awesome. Cain, as the leader of this blood trial, tell us what happened inside that led to such huge gains for you. Hodman looked at his grandson. But Cain stood up and shook his head, saying, Grandpa, I'm not qualified to speak. Let Bai Li Tong or Mr. Lu Chen speak. The big shots were confused. What's going on? Cain says he's not qualified? Also, who is this Mr. Lu Chen? Bai Li Tong grinned, feeling so comfortable for the first time being praised by the golden-haired kid. Good boy, stop laughing. Tell us what happened. Bai Li Songfeng was also very curious. With a gesture from Brother Yu, Bai Li Tong slowly stood up, coughed twice, drank a glass of 82-year-old cola, and then said, "There's nothing much to say, it's just my big brother, this brave and invincible, cool and handsome young supreme, Lu Chen, who killed the dark monsters and wiped out the lord monsters. The big shots. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself, I'm Brother Yu, the young sword god who saved Stone City, and also the owner of the #1 mount on the ranking, the Moon White Dragon Foal. I'm done talking." Bai Li Tong sat down smugly. The big shots were petrified on the spot. Lu Chen killed the dark monsters? Wiped out other lord monsters? S-class dark monsters? The royal family among monsters? How difficult it is to kill such monsters, the three major war gods know very well. It can be said that in the history of the human alliance's job change, no one has successfully killed an S-class dark monster. I never expected that this blank record could finally be added today. Shi Zhanwu looked at Lu Chen with eyes full of enthusiasm. How could she, as a warrior, not be excited by such a talented young man? Her expression at this moment was exactly the same as when she first met Lu Chen, both wanting to witness Lu Chen's strength. However, this was the highest conference room, so she restrained herself. Bai Li Tong's words are true? Dragon Blood War God Shi Tianqing looked at the other supernovas. All the supernovas nodded. It was a fact. The three major war gods stood up directly, their faces still filled with disbelief and great surprise. After learning about what happened in the Starry Illusion realm, the three major war gods immediately asked others to leave the conference room, leaving behind Bai Li Tong, Cain, and Shi Zhanwu, the three younger war gods. "Young man, can you transform into a sword god for me to see?" Bai Li Tsongfeng asked eagerly. "Senior sword god, please take a look." Since everyone knew about it, Lu Chen displayed himself openly. The stronger his potential, the more attention he would receive from the big shots. Buzz. As the sword god form appeared, sword energy flowed all over Lu Chen's body, giving off a tremendous sword aura. Especially Bai Li Tsongfeng, as a hidden swords master, he could clearly feel how pure the sword intent on Lu Chen was, more than 10 times purer than his own. This was the true potential of a sword god, much stronger than his self-proclaimed sword god. It really is the young sword god who appeared in Stone City. The god of heaven, Hodman, exclaimed. The owner of the S-ranked Mount Moon White Dragon cult that they mobilized the human alliance's energy to find, the Stone City sword god who was announced with a great reward, turned out to be an unknown newcomer. Bai Li Tsongfeng had some knowledge of this newcomer. When he last went to the F war zone to find his grandson, he learned that his grandson was close to a civilian swordsman named Lu Chen. However, he never expected that this civilian swordsman possessed the potential of a true sword god. With such talent, he was definitely a divine-level talent. A divine-level transferer with unprecedented talent in the history of the human race. Now the wish of the human race to expel monsters and restore their homeland seemed achievable. Suddenly, Bai Li Tsongfeng looked at his grandson Bai Li Tong, stroked his beard and stared. "Did you know about this early on?" "Yes. But when I told Grandpa that I had met a super awesome big brother in the F war zone, Grandpa directly scolded me. I remember Grandpa said at the time, near the strong, become strong, near the weak, become weak. And asked me to learn more from Cain, Sister Zhanwu, and others." Bai Li Tong's sincere eyes made Bai Li Tsongfeng feel a bit embarrassed. Cough cough. Nonsense. When did I ever say near the strong, become strong, near the weak, become weak? Besides, I didn't even know that the big brother you worshipped was this young sword god Lu Chen. Bai Li Tsongfeng glared at his troublesome grandson, then smiled and looked at Lu Chen. Confirming Lu Chen's identity as a young sword god and knowing the whereabouts of the S-ranked Mount Moon White Dragon cult, some major strategies of the human alliance could be changed. As long as they raised Lu Chen's level, the human race would have no trouble restoring their homeland. Perhaps one day, the human race could even counterattack the world of monsters and create a brand new future. They must fully train Lu Chen. Lu Chen, the three old guys here won't beat around the bush. You have divine-level talent, you are the future of our human race. We plan to fully train you. When you reach the 10th rank, you will directly become the 4th war god of our human alliance. What do you think? Feel free to make any requests. The three major war gods immediately expressed their intentions, looking a bit nervous, afraid that Lu Chen would refuse. Shi Zhanwu and Cain were speechless. It was the first time they had seen the three major war gods so nervous, all for a newcomer. But when they thought about Lu Chen's genuine divine-level talent and his qualifications as a sword god, they understood. As long as Lu Chen is willing to fight for the human race, even if he is not a member of the human alliance, the three major war gods are afraid that they will make an exception and let him become the 4th war god. It is not an exaggeration to say that in the future, Lu Chen will unify the alliance, surpass the war gods, and the three major war gods will not hesitate to agree. Because in their hearts, the future of the human race surpasses everything. 3 seniors, I have made a decision before the starry illusion realm is closed. What I pursue is very simple, nothing more than 2 things, the peace and happiness of my family and becoming the first carefree sword immortal in the Blue Star world. So, it's fine for me to become the 4th war god of the human alliance, but the premise is that I must have absolute freedom. If there are important battles, I will participate, just like the duty of a monster hunter. Lu Chen was straightforward. No problem, absolutely no problem. Unless it involves a life and death battle for the human race, we will not let you take action before you reach the 10th rank. In addition, we will grant you privileges in our personal capacity. You can go to any war zone battlefield without applying. We will arrange your skill books, equipment, war pets, gems, as well as the gold coins you need for you, and we will also provide you with leveling assistance. The 3 major war gods were unprecedentedly happy. With such a future sword god joining, the future of the human race is bright and full of possibilities, and the luck will reach its peak like never before. Equipment, war pets, gems, gold coins, you don't need to arrange them, but skill books can be provided. As for leveling assistance, there's no need to arrange it either, having Tong is enough. With that, Lu Chen revealed his equipment, emitting a charming orange light from his level 90 orange equipment. The 3 major war gods were all dumbfounded. A complete set of 3rd-tier swordsman's orange equipment? How did you get it? Even if you can kill dark monsters and defeat other 3rd-tier bosses in seconds, isn't the drop rate too exaggerated? Did you buy it from an extraterritorial store? But that's not right. Even for a set of 3rd-tier orange equipment, it would cost tens of thousands of gold coins. Lu Chen doesn't have that much money. But thinking that Lu Chen has drawn god-level talents and even obtained an S-rank mount, the Moonlight White Dragon Foal, it should be that his luck is very high, so it's possible for him to get a set of swordsman orange equipment. Leveling assistance may not be arranged, but you will inevitably level up quickly, and your equipment will naturally be updated quickly. In the future, for each rank you advance, we will prepare a set of orange equipment with gems in advance for you. This is the only thing we can do. Seeing that the 3 major war gods insisted on giving, Lu Chen did not refuse anymore. However, Lu Chen did not ask for it for free, and immediately took out 100,000 Star Source Stones as a reward. Oh my gosh, you have so many Star Source Stones? Hodman couldn't help but exclaim, disregarding his image. To be honest, I found a Star Source Stone vein in the Starry Illusion Realm, in the 2nd layer of the Star Temple under the Great Canyon of the Central Star Domain. There is a Starlight teleportation array inside, which should lead to the Star Source Stone vein. Lu Chen once again shocked the 3 major war gods. What? You found the Star Source Stone vein too? The breathing of the 3 major war gods changed instantly. Very, very urgent. There was too much excitement. For a moment, their old hearts couldn't bear it. Good. Good. You truly deserve to be the great hero of our human alliance, Lu Chen, and the human race will forever remember your achievements. After recovering, the 3 major war gods were ecstatic. The Star Source Stone Vein. Mastering the Star Source Stone Vein is equivalent to having absolute security. It's settled. Now the human race is completely stable. And all of this was brought by the young hero before them. After everything was settled, the Dragon Blood War God, Shirtian Xing, couldn't help but speak up with a thick face. Little brother Lu, can I discuss something with you? Can you sell me your mount? Sorry. War God Senior, Dabai is not just my mount, she is also my companion. I will not sell her. Lu Chen immediately refused. Dabai and Xiaohong, although they have little attack power against monsters, Lu Chen is very fond of them. After spending many days together, he has long regarded them as close companions. I was abrupt. Upon hearing this, the resolute Dragon Blood War God Shi Tianqing immediately expressed his deep apologies. Indeed. For most job changers, pets are just replaceable items that can help themselves, and they will immediately switch to better pets. But for some job changers, pets are their companions, even comrades and family members. Just like Shi Tianqing himself, he regards his battle pets and mounts as comrades. The reason why Shi Tianqing is so eager to obtain the Moon White Dragon Foal is also to successfully attack that place. This has always been the wish of the 3 major war gods, but success has been elusive. If the Moon White Dragon Foal can cooperate with the Dragon Blood War God, it can make up for the speed deficiency of the Dragon Blood War God and have a great chance of taking down that dangerous place. At this time, the Sky Sword God came out to explain, saying, Lu, in fact, Old Shi doesn't want to take your mount for himself, he is also thinking for the sake of the human race. In the extraterritorial battlefield, there is a natural dangerous place not far from us. If we can take it, we can establish the Second Alliance headquarters, which can form a pincer attack with the S War Zone. By attacking the monsters between the 2 locations, cutting off support from other monsters, then that place can become the first natural defense line, and here will become the second defense line. In this way, the security of the S war zone will be greatly improved, and there will be more resources to do more things. But taking the dangerous place is difficult. At least we need the three of us to act together, and there is a time limit, because once we attack, the 10th level S-class dark monsters will definitely attack the S war zone. If we can't return in time, even if we take that dangerous place, it will be meaningless. Old Hwa's angel mount is special, only for Old Hwa to ride. My flying speed with the sword is okay, comparable to an S-class mount, but Old sure can't. He is a warrior profession, speed is his weakness. If any of us three return late, we won't be able to defend the S war zone. We have tried various methods before, but they have not worked. At least we need one more S-class mount to have a chance. Hearing this, Luchan suddenly realized. That's what I said. It's all good. Why does the Dragon Blood War God want to buy my Dubai? So that's it. But selling Dubai to the Dragon Blood War God is not possible, so let's see if we can hatch an S-class mount pet egg. As for borrowing temporarily, let's forget it. What if something goes wrong and Dubai doesn't come back? Then I'll have to spend some gold coins. It's just a matter of time. 3 seniors, please wait. With that, Lu Chen went to the side and frantically bought pet treasure chests. Everyone thought Lu Chen was considering whether to sell the Moon White Dragon foal. After all, it is an S-class mount, and requires careful consideration. Ding, you spent 1 billion gold coins to buy 10 million pet treasure chests, plus 99 opened. Ding, congratulations on hatching a D-class mount pet egg. Ding, congratulations on obtaining an epic pet equipment Moon Scale Armor Fragment X1. Ding, congratulations on hatching an 8-star battle pet egg. Ding, congratulations on obtaining an epic pet equipment Gilded Fire Helmet Fragment X1. Half an hour later. Ding, congratulations on hatching an S-class mount pet egg. There it is. Lu Chen smiled. It took 10 billion gold coins to hatch an S-class mount pet egg. This time the luck wasn't as good as the first time. But it's not surprising. The probability of opening a top-quality pet from a treasure chest is too low. Otherwise, the leaders of the major forces would have already obtained them, and there would not be so few top-tier pets available now. Senior Dragon Blood War God, I suddenly remembered that I still have an S-class mount pet egg in my backpack, which I can sell to you. After speaking, Lu Chen took out the pet egg. The crowd was petrified. Damn! Brother you still have an S-class mount? Bailey Tong's expression was quite rich. Lu Chen has 2 S-class mounts? Can he be even more monstrous? Sure, Zhanwu and Kane, as the grandchildren of the war god, were also shocked like country bumpkins who had never seen the world. The eyes of the 3 war gods were sharp. They could see at a glance. Lu Chen didn't just suddenly remember, he probably just opened it from a pet treasure chest he had purchased. But this was enough to shock them. Half an hour. How many pet treasure chests did he have to open? Wow! How many gold coins does Lu Chen actually have? It seems that besides his divine talent, Lu Chen is hiding even bigger secrets. However, the 3 war gods would not inquire, nor would they investigate. As long as Lu Chen cares about the human race, no matter what secrets there are, it is a good thing for the entire human race. Isn't Lu Chen very concerned about his family? Then start with his family, give his family enough treatment and privileges, so that Lu Chen will be completely committed to the alliance in this regard. Just thinking that Lu Chen directly opened an S-class mount made the 3 war gods a bit sour. As war gods, they had spent more than 100 billion gold coins trying to open an S-class mount, but they had never succeeded. This was still with the support of the entire alliance's gold coins, otherwise, who could afford it? In this way, the Dragon Blood War God successfully obtained an S-class mount. Originally, Shi Tianqing wanted to buy it with gold coins, but Lu Chen was not short of gold coins, so he said, "Senior, I still have plenty of gold coins, can I use something else instead?" Something else? Lu Xiaoyu, feel free to say, even if you want to marry my granddaughter Xiaowu. She's 25 this year, still single, I think you two are quite suitable. Everyone almost collectively spurted out old blood. Damn! You old Shi, I always thought you were a simpleton, I didn't expect you to be so scheming, arranging marriages for your granddaughter. Bailey Songfeng and the 2 old men Hodman were crazy with sarcasm. Unfortunately, they didn't have granddaughters, otherwise, they would have fought for Lu Chen as a son-in-law. Grandpa, what are you talking about? When did I say I want to get married? At this moment, Shi Zhanwu, the female war god with a noble temperament, also blushed unusually. What's going on here? I'm 25, he's 18, there's a 7-year age difference. If we get married, it would be like a sister and brother. Just thinking about being an older sister, sleeping in the same bed with a younger brother, and having to call him husband, that scene is really embarrassing. Men should marry when they are old enough, women should marry when they are old enough. This is an unchanging truth since ancient times. Besides, Lu Xiaoyu has unlimited potential, although he is a bit young, he is also an adult, just right. Seeing that Grandpa was getting more and more outrageous, Shi Zhanwu was so embarrassed that she couldn't stay here, so she quickly escaped and eavesdropped outside the door. Ahem, Senior Shi, I'm still young and I don't plan to get married for the time being. I just want to ask Senior to take care of my former high school teacher Jean Ruojie, and arrange for my 2 younger sisters to enter the best school, nothing else. Ah, is that so? That's a pity, no problem, I will personally arrange it for you. Then thank you, Senior. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh and cry, for the first time discovering the dignified dragon blood war god also had a cute side. Shi Zhanwu, who was eavesdropping outside the door, breathed a sigh of relief but also felt a bit annoyed that she, an S-class beauty, with a sweet and upright figure, had not caught the eye of this younger brother. With that settled, Lu Chen also prepared to return to the F war zone for an upgrade. Lu Xiaoyu, this is the war god order, with this order, you have the highest authority in each war zone. Beili Tsungfeng handed Lu Chen a golden order. Hee, Grandpa, then I'll go with Yuga, you take care of yourself. Beili Tong laughed carelessly. Beili Tsungfeng did not stop him this time, deciding to let his grandson grow on his own. Following Lu Ken, his future achievements would at least not be too bad. After Lu Ken and Beili Tong left, Beili Tsangfeng resumed his seriousness and called a group of senior members to start a new meeting. This time, there are 2 main points to discuss. First, the investigation of the monster invasion of Stone City has yielded final results. Second, prepare the army for battle, we are restarting the strategic plan to attack Tiankou Pass. According to the final investigation results, in the depths of the 100 Eyes Demon Cave on the 4th front line, a special teleportation trace was found, identical to the deep pit discovered outside Stone City. Through testing and analysis, it was found that this trace contains modern technological techniques similar to the spatial node teleportation technology mastered by our human alliance. This technology was developed based on advanced mission projection of BOSS, combining special magic formations and technology, and item research. It can teleport living beings to a distant location, and the teleported beings will be subject to a random rule restriction in the monster world for a certain period of time. So, those siege monsters only drop items, not experience points, which should be the effect of physical teleportation. In summary, the monster invasion of Stone City event involves human factors. Looking at all the extraterritorial forces, besides our human alliance, only a few other major forces have the capability. The god of heaven, Hodman, shocked everyone present with his words. The fact that a human force collaborated with monsters to launch an invasion of Stone City is an unforgivable crime. Could it be the Black Church? Tu Tianwei spoke up. He was a peerless killing god, a swordsmanship confidant of the Sky Sword God, and the first to suspect that it was the fallen dogs of the Black Church who were responsible. But his suggestion was vetoed by Beili Tsangfeng. If the Black Church had that capability, they would have already joined forces with monsters to launch continuous attacks. It shouldn't be them. The others agreed after some thought. The Black Church was essentially the lapdog of dark monsters, and if they had the spatial node teleportation technology, the S-Zone would have long been breached by dark monsters. If not them, then it must be one of the Half-Monster Association, Church of Light, War Alliance, or Soul Concealment, the 4 major forces. Keep this matter confidential, secretly deploy undercover teams to investigate the territories of the 4 major forces. Once the responsible force is confirmed, there will be no leniency, immediate elimination. During this period, we will focus on deploying the plan to attack Tiankou Pass, and next, we will formulate our battle plan. Just as the 3 major war gods began their deployment, in a dark and boundless swamp area in the extraterritorial battlefield, within a damp underground cave, the Half-Monster Association also held a secret meeting. Upon returning, Rekton immediately reported the Starry Illusion Realm incident to the president. Hiss! A woman with a snake's head and human body, emitting a poisonous aura all over, making it impossible to see her appearance. Only a pair of emerald green circular eyes, giving off a mysterious and terrifying feeling. Did you fail? President, although we did not complete the mission, we did not return empty-handed. We obtained the body of a dark monster royal family member, and Purple Rose successfully obtained its genes. Upon hearing this, the woman finally showed a chilling smile. Well done, prepare to go down. Half a year later, when the Misty Secret Realm opens, during the time when the Dark Lord hunts down Liu Ken, you can also seize the opportunity to obtain his genes. This is the last chance. If you fail, you know what you will face. Yes. Rekton, Purple Rose, and the others dared not breathe heavily. After the new generation left, the elder of the Half-Monster Association slowly spoke. President, we took the risk of assisting the monster invasion of Stone City. It is feared that the Alliance will soon trace our footsteps, so we must be prepared to be discovered. This matter is not urgent. Even if they want to investigate, they won't find us so quickly. And even if they do find us, by the time they do, we will have moved to a new base, and they won't be able to locate us in the short term." Upon hearing this, the elder respectfully took his leave as he needed to visit the Dark Lord to inform him about the whereabouts of Lu Chen in exchange for half a bottle of S-Class Monster Factor in advance. Seeing that there were no other matters to attend to, the other elders also bid their farewells one by one. In the vast underground palace, only the Half-Monster Association president remained, her eyes filled with madness and determination, giving off a eerie vibe. "Foam, I believe the path I have chosen is the right one. In the near future, I will definitely succeed in perfectly integrating the monster factor, creating a new race of humans with the true power to counter monsters. Even if this process requires sacrificing some people, everything is for the sake of the future of the human race." On the other side, within the Black Sea of the extraterritorial battlefield, there was a huge black mysterious turtle carrying a black gold mountain peak, constantly moving at the bottom of the sea. Upon closer inspection, it could be seen that this mysterious turtle was not a living being but a special prop that fused with the mysterious turtle bones, functioning as a special moving treasure powered by a moving array. The cost of such a huge moving treasure was undoubtedly enormous, and this was the headquarters of the Soul Hidden Organization. Without special means, it was difficult to pinpoint the exact location of the Soul Hidden headquarters. At this moment, a charming and elegant beauty was seated on a throne. She wore a black veil robe that accentuated her alluring figure, especially her fair, long legs that made onlookers swallow their saliva. Her face exuded both loveliness and charm, a mix of innocence and allure. Her name was Lu Ningyi, the mastermind behind the Soul Hidden Organization. "Siener, your courage is getting bolder and bolder. How many times have I told you about the dangers of the Starry Illusion Realm? Yet you dared to sneak into the team and enter the Starry Illusion Realm. If something happens to you, how can I face your father?" "Mom, I know I was wrong." Luo Qingxian immediately came to her mother's side, obediently massaging her shoulders and acting coquettishly. As the eldest daughter of the Soul Hidden Organization, Luo Qingxian always maintained a proud and aloof demeanor, only revealing her girlish side in front of her mother. Meanwhile, scenes of her candid exchange with Lu Chen kept replaying in Luo Qingxian's mind, those shy scenes lingering in her thoughts. "It's your father's blessing from the heavens that protected you." However, although we collected a large number of Star Source stones when the Starry Illusion Realm opened, we also suffered losses. That child, Bayron, besides you, was the only supernova-level genius, and he died in the Starry Illusion Realm. As she spoke, Lu Ningyi noticed that her beloved daughter's expression was off, sometimes shy, sometimes silly, resembling the look of someone captivated by a mischievous boy. "Siener, what's wrong with you?" Lu Ningyi frowned and asked. Luo Qingxian snapped out of her thoughts and quickly replied, "Mom, it's nothing." "Oh, by the way, Mom, I have something worth celebrating." "Oh, what is there to celebrate?" "Mom, although I didn't find any Star Source stones in the Starry Illusion Realm, I discovered a mysterious star temple that requires a large amount of gold coins to enter. Luckily, I had enough coins, and I obtained a great opportunity inside." "Mom, look at my current profession," Luo Qingxian said excitedly. Only then did Lu Ningyi notice that her precious daughter's profession had changed from a martial artist to a hidden profession, a star warrior. "This is a hidden profession? How did you become a hidden profession? Did you obtain a hidden profession book inside?" After the initial shock, Lu Ningyi's face lit up with joy. A hidden profession. She didn't even have one. Probably only that old guy by Li Tsongfeng had one in the entire human race. But now, her precious daughter had also become a hidden profession. The ancestors are really lucky, only immortals have such great opportunities. "Quick, Immortal, hurry up and light incense for your father, tell him the good news, and then we'll celebrate together. A hidden profession is better than 10 superstars." Lu Ningyi was overjoyed and immediately ordered 10 times the compensation to be given to the North Blade family, and other new generations were also generously rewarded. However, Luo Qingxian did not tell her mother about Lu Chen obtaining the proof of godhood. After all, if this matter were to be revealed, her mother would probably not be able to resist the temptation of becoming a god, and would inevitably end up fighting against the human alliance, which is not what she wanted to see. Moreover, in the Starry Illusion Realm, she also promised Lu Chen not to reveal this secret to anyone. "Lu Chen, half a year later, we will meet in the Misty Secret Realm. F War Zone. Dragon City." When Lu Chen returned, he did not have the big shots of the war zone coming to greet him as he had imagined, nor did other job changers come to watch him. Only Zhao Liang, the head of the new generation camp, was present. Because Zhao Liang had privately taken care of Lu Chen's parents, he received commendation from headquarters and was promoted to Major General, specifically in charge of Lu Chen's safety in the F War Zone. After completing the mission, you can report directly to headquarters. For Zhao Liang, this was undoubtedly a huge stroke of luck for him. Young Master Lu Chen, Young Master Bailey, thank you very much for your care. From today onwards, I will be responsible for your safety in the F-War zone. Of course, I will only intervene when you encounter crises that you cannot resolve. During this time, I will not interfere with your daily life. Zhao Liang guaranteed with his own life that he would fulfill this mission even if it meant death. Bodyguard? Lu Chen had long anticipated that the three war gods would arrange things this way. This was the only downside of exposing his identity. After all, there was no absolute freedom, but it didn't have much impact. Anyway, by doing advanced tasks and going to various secret realms in the future, he could also hone himself. From Zhao Liang, he learned that in order to prevent others from harassing Lu Chen, the three war gods had issued a secret order, stating that only the new generation who had participated in the blood trial and the senior officials of each war zone knew about Lu Chen's identity as the young sword god. And it was strictly instructed not to reveal Lu Chen's identity, classified as an SSS-level secret, with violators being treated as traitors to the alliance. Fatty, your grandpa is quite thoughtful. Lu Chen was still worried that his identity as the sword god would be exposed, becoming a super celebrity, and would be surrounded by a bunch of female fans and loyal fans wherever he went. For this reason, Lu Chen specially bought a dragon-patterned mask, which now seemed unnecessary. Fatty, let's go do a 4th-tier task first, and then go to the ocean battlefield to level up. It takes a 5th tier to enter the Misty Secret Realm, so in half a year, we'll try to reach level 150 in the 5th tier. Okay. Brother do you want me to find out about your sister-in-law's background? Don't talk nonsense, not for now. Lu Chen's mind involuntarily once again conjured up the flawless jade body. On the other side, in the safe zone, Cloud City, Transfer 3 Middle School, Lu Chen's homeroom teacher, Jean Ruojier, was preparing lessons at school as the new semester was about to begin. At this time, a group of education bigwigs from the Transfer Bureau appeared, ignoring the principal of 3 Middle School and others, and went straight to Jean Ruojier. Teacher Jean, it's an honor to meet you. I am Zhang Xiefeng, the head of the Transfer Bureau headquarters in the safe zone. You can call me Old Zhang. This. Jean Ruojier was stunned. What's going on? Why did Director Zhang come? And looking for me? It seems like he's very humble and respectful. Director Zhang is in charge of all the transfer schools in the FA6 war zones, a super big shot that ordinary teachers like them admire for a lifetime. But today, a big shot of this level personally came to find her, which made Jean Ruojier feel honored and surprised, and she didn't know what to say for a while. Not to mention Jean Ruojier, all the teachers and the principal of 3 Middle School were confused and had no idea what was going on. I'll get straight to the point. Considering Teacher Jin's excellent teaching level, we have unanimously decided to invite you to serve as the homeroom teacher of Class Special 1 at Jinchangno, 1 Middle School in Zone A Security Zone. I wonder if Teacher Jin is willing. What? You want me to be the homeroom teacher at Jinchangno, 1 Middle School in Zone A? What qualifications do I have? Jean Ruojier was shocked and completely stunned. Jinchangno, 1 Middle School. That is the most prestigious transfer school in the entire zone. Especially Class Special 1 at Jinchangno, 1 Middle School, they are the elite among elite students, not just anyone can get in with money. After transferring, most of them can become epic-level new star geniuses, and even superstars can emerge. For example, this year's 3 superstars, 2 of them are from Class Special 1 at Jinchangno, 1 Middle School. Naturally, the teachers who can guide them are also the top teachers. Let me be the homeroom teacher at Class Special 1 at Jinchangno, 1 Middle School? Am I dreaming? Hey, Teacher Jean is being modest. We have all the procedures ready. If you have any special requests, you can tell me, we can fulfill them all, as long as you are willing to go there to teach. What? Requests can be made casually? The teachers were both surprised and puzzled. This is Jinchangno, 1 Middle School. Being able to teach there is not only prestigious but also has unlimited prospects. If given this opportunity, they would be willing to do anything, even offer themselves. I have no requests, I'm just a bit dizzy. I want to know why. It's a matter of headquarters confidentiality, we can't disclose it, so pack up and we'll leave today. And so, Jean Ruojier went to Jinchangno, 1 Middle School in a daze. What she didn't know was that Lu Chen's 2 younger sisters were also arranged to attend Jinchangno, 1 Middle School. The eldest sister, Lu Shui, is 16 years old this year and can attend the transfer junior class, and in 2 years, she can attend the transfer senior class for transfer. While the younger sister, Lu Yu, who is 14 years old, can only continue to study cultural subjects and basic vocational knowledge. Elder sister, younger sister, when you go to school, study hard, don't worry about food and necessities, the school covers everything. In the future, choose a career you like for transfer, become a hero of the human race like your brother. This is what Lu Chen said to his two sisters. Lu Shan and Han Yunji, upon receiving instructions from above, immediately returned home again to personally take their two daughters to the best school for enrollment. Thinking back not long ago, the two were still immersed in the joy of promotion. The commander-in-chief of Zone F, Xian Yuanhu, personally visited them, which made the two ordinary civilians feel honored and surprised. This is the commander-in-chief of the zone. They were actually fortunate enough to meet him. They were about to salute immediately. Hey, you two, no need to salute. I, a small commander-in-chief of the zone, dare not accept your grand gesture. This confused the two of them. A small commander-in-chief of the zone? Is it necessary to be so out of proportion? You two, to be honest, your son Lu Chen, in the blood trial, performed remarkably, not only wiped out the monsters but also brought back specific information about the star source vein, and was awarded the title of Alliance Hero by the three major war gods. So, I received instructions from headquarters to personally award you the Hero Family Privilege Order. From today, all materials in the zone will be prioritized for you, with the highest quantity of materials welfare fixed monthly. If you want to purchase additional materials, they will be sold at the lowest price. Furthermore, you will have no mission quotas in the future, you can decide how much or how little you want to do, and you will have free access to all safe zones in Dragon City. Upon hearing this, the two of them were completely overwhelmed with happiness. Their son had become a hero. They had guessed that their son would achieve something in the blood trial, but they didn't expect the results to be so exaggerated. This was truly a blessing from their ancestors. The old Lu family had produced a true dragon. With this, the two of them no longer had to worry about procuring materials, they just had to focus on leveling up and making more contributions to the human race in the future. And all of this, thanks to their precious son. Both of you, considering the contributions made by Lu Chen to the human race, your daughters will also receive special benefits. I will arrange a team to pick them up and bring them to Dragon City, then take the teleportation array to go to Jinchang No. One middle school in Zone A for study, all expenses fully covered. In order not to scare them, please accompany the team for a trip back. Xian Yuan, who laughed heartily. Jinchang No. One middle school? That's a good school. Later, there was a scene of Lu Shan and his wife taking their two daughters to Jinchang No. One middle school. At this moment, knowing it was because of their brother, Lu Shui and Lu Yu were overjoyed in their hearts, and the smile on their pretty little faces never stopped. Although Lu Chen did not participate in these matters, he could still have a general idea. At this time, Lu Chen had already accepted an S-level 4th tier advancement task. 4th tier advancement task, eliminate the rotting giant demon, task difficulty, S-level, task content. The terrifying rotting giant demon, under the leadership of dark monsters, has eroded the glacier mountains, slaughtering countless peaceful neutral races of the Ice Crown tribe. Facing the powerful rotting giant demon and dark monsters, the Ice Crown tribe, even with the strength of the entire tribe, is no match, and had to flee to the Snow God Peak under the protection of the Snow God, causing the monsters not to dare to approach. The dark monsters can only command the rotting giant demon to throw long-range poisonous stones at the Snow God Peak at irregular times every day, even contaminating the only water source with rotten and toxic poison. For survival, the Ice Crown tribe, even knowing that drinking poison water will rot their bodies, had to drink it. At least there is still hope to live. Task requirement: help the Ice Crown tribe eliminate the rotting giant demon. Friendly reminder: detected that you are a fragile sword warrior. It is difficult to deal with the S-level rotting giant demon lord alone. It is recommended that you give up and re-accept the lowest difficulty task. Life is only once, cherish it. Hee. Thank you for your kind reminder. Lu Chen ignored it. The task started, and he was immediately transported to the Snow God Peak. The piercing cold made Lu Chen, who was wearing thin clothes, unable to help but shiver. But what appeared in Lu Chen's eyes was not the snowy white environment of the snow peak, but a devastated green snow peak. The unpleasant green poisonous mist pervaded, turning the entire snow peak into a poisonous mountain, visible large pits everywhere. Ding! You spent 10,000 gold coins to purchase an advanced cold protection item X1. Not cold anymore. Money is good. Before long, a special team of Ice Crown tribe, wearing special ice masks, quickly appeared. They were similar to the Muggle NPCs of the previous Green Denny village, humanoid in form, but the skin of this Ice Crown tribe was as white as ice crystals, wearing ice clothes, and their ice hair was styled into a crown on their heads. Brave warrior, you have finally arrived. Our chief has been waiting for you for a long time. The leading Ice Crown tribe warrior warmly welcomed. But seeing that Lu Chen was just a human swordsman, they were extremely disappointed. A human swordsman, only level 90. To come and eliminate the 4th tier S-level boss-level rotting giant demon, isn't this like lighting a candle in the toilet, seeking death? Bound by the chief's orders, they still led Lu Chen to meet the chief. On the way, Lu Chen looked up at the sky. 3 sun-like celestial bodies moved irregularly, bringing light to this world. This made Lu Chen more certain that the 4th tier task and the 3rd tier task were in the same world. Lu Chen remembered that the homeroom teacher had mentioned that accepting an S-level difficulty advancement task would most likely lead to completing the task in a monster world. So this should be the so-called monster world. Open the map. Only the area of the Glacier Mountains is displayed, other places are blank, unable to confirm the specific appearance of the monster world. It seems that only the location of the task will show on the map, other places not related to the task will not appear. Through these 2 advanced tasks, Lu Chen can also confirm that the monster world is not only filled with ferocious dark monsters, but also other creatures that can rival them. More precisely, these are no longer considered monsters, but rather entities similar to NPCs. However, these NPCs are living beings and can die. As for why there is a connection between the human race and these NPCs in accepting advanced tasks, Lu Chen is not sure. It is estimated that only when launching a counterattack against the dark monsters and entering the monster world, will it be possible to unravel the mysteries within. Over 10 minutes later, Lu Chen arrived at a cave in the Snow God Peak and met the chief of the Ice Crown tribe. Name, Ailes, title, Chief of the Ice Crown tribe, level, LV90, 3rd tier, Ailes, who was originally full of hope, upon seeing Lu Chen, instantly showed disappointment, sighed, and even revealed a look of despair similar to the Ice Crown warriors before. What the heck? Lu Chen was speechless in his heart. Why do these NPCs seem just like the previous greenhorns? Heavens have forsaken our Ice Crown tribe. We have always prayed to the great Snow God for guidance, and the Snow God once bestowed a divine prophecy. Today, a powerful warrior was supposed to arrive to help us eliminate the decaying giant trolls. But how did we end up with a useless human swordsman? With that amount of health, and that physique, he wouldn't even be enough to pick the giant troll's teeth. After lamenting for a while, Ailes advised Lu Chen, young human youth, you are brave, but bravery sometimes leads to losing one's life. You are still young, go back. This task is not something you can accomplish. While you still have the chance, quickly give up and leave. Greenhorns. Another group of greenhorn NPCs. Damn it! Why do I always encounter these greenhorns? Forget it. NPCs can't be relied upon, even a pig can climb a tree. Lu Chen couldn't be bothered with them and turned to leave. Of course, Lu Chen is not giving up on the task. He will find the decaying giant troll himself and take it down in seconds. For Lu Chen, a mere 4th tier boss is no different from a regular monster. If possible, he wouldn't mind helping them eliminate all the other monsters invading the Glacier Mountains. Lu Chen wanted to summon Dabai to hurry. Ding, this task cannot summon a mount. Alright. Lu Chen had to follow the task rules and fly on his sword to hurry. Seeing Lu Chen leave, the Ice Crown tribe and other NPCs thought that Lu Chen had listened to their advice and given up. Finally, a warrior arrives, only to find out it's a fake one. It seems our Ice Crown tribe is doomed. Lu Chen flew out of the Snow God Peak. Soon, he found a huge figure, at least 100 meters tall, with blue skin but completely decayed, and a poisonous hook attached to its right hand. It began wildly throwing huge poisonous stones towards the Snow God Peak. Ugh! These poisonous stones seemed to be kidney stones that it extracted from its belly using the poison hook. Wow! Is this decaying giant troll a kidney stone manufacturing machine? Also, its kidney stones are way too big. They are about 7 to 8 meters in size. Moreover, when they hit the ground, they cause explosions, corroding a large area with poisonous gas, like poison gas bombs. Name, Lord of the Decaying Giant Troll, rank, S-Class, level, LV90, 4th tier, health, 600,000. Introduction, a monster corrupted by dark forces, like a walking corpse, controlled by dark monsters, with limited intelligence, constantly producing toxic stones inside its body that need to be continuously removed. Tip, don't underestimate it, its intelligence may be lacking, but its combat power and destructive power are extremely astonishing. Dialogue, Ice Crown tribe's children are the most delicious, the master said, kill them all, and I will have an endless feast. Dialogue, digging in the big belly, digging out big stones to throw away. Lu Chen covered his nose. He couldn't stand the extremely foul smell emanating from the monster lord. This taste, it's like countless corpses rotting in the sewer, that sourness, absolutely unforgettable for a lifetime. Ha! Someone ran out? Eat it! Eat it! Eat them all! Lu Chen suppressed the churning in his stomach, transformed into a sword god, unleashed the 3 major sword god techniques, and directly killed it. Dialogue, no. I am invincible, How could this happen? Ding, congratulations on obtaining 432,000 gold coins. Ding, congratulations on successfully killing the decayed giant troll. Please return quickly, find the Ice Crown Tribe chief to submit the task. Upon hearing the task prompt, Lu Chen smiled faintly. Forget it, a good person does good to the end, so he helped them solve other evil monsters and see if it would trigger a hidden task. So, Lu Chen, with a sword in hand, killed his way to the evil monster's headquarters. On the other side of Snow God Peak, the dark monsters responsible for attacking the glacier mountains were enjoying the delicious food made from fresh Ice Crown Tribe corpses. Report! Your Majesty, something big is happening. An invincible human sword god has taken the task to help the Ice Crown Tribe, and he is slaughtering our army with just one sword. You useless thing, how dare you lie about military intelligence? Do you think the human ants have that ability? Your Majesty, it's absolutely true. If we don't leave now, he will come to kill us. The dark monster was so angry that it wanted to kill this subordinate who ruined its mood. Suddenly, its residence was shattered by countless flying swords, and an unparalleled sword god appeared in front of it. Who are you? The dark monster was greatly surprised, but what responded to it was the sword that destroyed everything. In just a few seconds, this A-level 4th order dark monster was decapitated, and it never understood how a human sword god suddenly appeared. It died with its eyes wide open. Just an A-level dark monster? I thought it was an S-level dark monster king. Its strength is only comparable to that decayed giant troll. Disappointing. Looking at the time, it had only been half an hour since Lu Chen returned with his sword. At this time, inside the cave of Snow God Peak, when the decayed giant troll launched another poison stone attack, Eris gathered all the tribesmen and decided to fight to the death rather than be slowly poisoned to death. They wanted to die with dignity, but soon, they found that the decayed giant troll's attacks had stopped. This was very unusual. Normally, when the decayed giant troll launched an attack, it would last for several hours, so why did it stop so quickly? Just as they were puzzled, Lu Chen had just returned. Seeing that Lu Chen had not left yet, Eris shook his head and sighed. The young people of the human race really don't know their place. They know this is a mission of certain death, yet they don't use the power of the mission rules to leave, and dare to stay here, simply waiting to die. Thud! Thud! Lu Chen threw the heads of the decayed giant troll and the dark monster to the ground, and said lightly, "Please settle the task rewards." The entire cave fell silent. Looking at the group of Ice Crown Tribe NPCs, they had all turned into ice sculptures. After a long time, they finally exclaimed in shock, "Wow! He killed the decayed giant troll? And also killed the leader of the dark monsters invading the glacier mountains? It's only been a little over half an hour, right? How did he do it?" Ice Crown Tribe Chief Eris hurriedly confirmed the identities of the heads. After confirming hundreds of times, he shouted wildly, "Scout team, go investigate quickly." Not long after, the scout team reported, "Chief, it's confirmed, the decayed giant troll was really killed, the crisis of our Ice Crown Tribe has been resolved. Blessings of the Snow God." Eris led all the Ice Crown Tribe members to kneel towards the Snow God ice statue, shouting the mysterious sacrificial language. After the ceremony, Eris stood up and tightly held Lu Chen's hands. "Oh my, I knew it, the humans are mostly heroes, truly the warriors who will save our tribe as prophesied by the Snow God. In fact, I could tell at a glance that you would be able to kill the decaying giant troll and save us. Just now, I was just following the mission procedure and had to go through the process." Hearing this, Lu Chen's mouth slightly curled up. "I don't believe you, you old bad guy, pretending to follow the mission procedure, clearly looking down on people. These so-called NPCs all look down on humans. It's not surprising, in their eyes, the birth of a human transfer player is at most 100 years. 100 years is just a blink of an eye for the entire monster world. How many truly powerful transfer players can be born in that time? So, seeing a human swordsman come alone to do an S-level difficulty task, naturally they are not optimistic. Even the Sky Sword God who was teleported to the monster world to do these high difficulty tasks was looked down upon by these NPCs. Yes, let's settle the task quickly so I can complete the advancement and go back," Lu Chen hurriedly said. "Young hero, please wait, you have also killed the dark monsters, completely breaking the siege for our Ice Crown clan, proving your strength. Can you help our Ice Crown clan with one more thing? Young hero, our homeland has been completely eroded by the decay of the giant trolls, no longer suitable for our survival. Can you escort us to a new homeland? If you complete the task, we are willing to offer our family's hidden treasure chest that has been passed down for many years as a gift." Ding, congratulations on triggering a hidden task, do you accept? Lu Chen's eyes lit up. He really triggered a hidden task. But the triggering condition is not simple at all. Without absolute strength, it is absolutely impossible to trigger it. This must be accepted. The Ice Crown clan leader finally did something right. Accept. Ding, you have accepted the hidden task. Please escort the Ice Crown clan to their new homeland. Immediately, a task prompt popped up. Lu Chen opened the map and found a new location. A new area appeared on the map right next to the Glacier Mountains. Hulk Basin. The size of this basin on the map is not smaller than the Glacier Mountains, even slightly larger, and because it is close to the Glacier Mountains, there are also many icebergs, which is suitable for the Ice Crown clan to live in. Young hero, the Hulk Basin has also been invaded by dark monsters, and the green people there are very hostile to other outsiders, so it is very difficult to successfully obtain a new homeland. Eris spoke up. Green people? Images of those muggles involuntarily appeared in Lu Chen's mind. Could it be them? The map of the third-tier task only showed the Green Denny village, not the entire Hulk Basin, and the location of Green Denny village is not close to the Glacier Mountains. First, escort the Ice Crown clan over. Whatever difficulties arise can be solved with a sword. Thinking so, Lu Chen led hundreds of Ice Crown clan members to set off. Ding, due to most of the Ice Crown clan being severely poisoned by decay, the seriously ill may die at any time. Please ensure that 30% of the Ice Crown clan members reach the new homeland alive, otherwise the hidden task will be considered a failure. Lu Chen was speechless. It seems that this hidden task is the most troublesome. Not only do you have to help them find a new home, but also be prepared for monster attacks at any time, resolve indigenous conflicts, and ensure their survival rate. It's easier to just kill a boss directly. Ahem. Young hero, most of us are severely poisoned by decay. This poison has long been integrated into our flesh and blood. Unless there is a detoxification potion of orange quality or above, there is no cure. Our movements will be slower, which may delay a lot of your time. Eris looked worried and helpless. Although they escaped the crisis of extinction, many of their clan members will still die, and it is unknown whether the bloodline of the Ice Crown clan can be preserved in the end. Because the foreign domain store only sells equipment, items, materials, gems, and pets, and does not sell potions, Lu Chen also had a headache. Wouldn't it be very difficult to complete this hidden task? Eris, besides antidotes, do you have any other way to help you detoxify? Other methods? Then you can only obtain special resources and complete the bloodline baptism. Once the baptism is successful, it can automatically purify the toxins in the body, even upgrade, with a very small probability of advancement. But these special resources only derive from special places that have been baptized by rules. How can our Ice Crown tribe obtain them? Lu Chen thought, since dark monsters also entered the Starry Sky Illusion realm to snatch Star Source Stones, could Star Source Stones be the special resources that promote the advancement of life in the monster world? So, Lu Chen took out a piece of Star Source Stone and said, Chief, try absorbing this Star Source Stone and see if you can advance? Oh my god. Star Source Stone, this is one of the special resources. Young hero, you actually have such a divine object? Hearing this, Lu Chen was overjoyed. There is hope. Eris immediately absorbed the energy of the Star Source Stone, and his body was filled with a baptism like light. The next second, the Ice Crown tribe chief, a level 93rd tier A rank, successfully completed the baptism. His level increased to 91, and his body toxins were purified. In the world of monsters, in order to level up, besides natural growth levels, in order to continue leveling up, one can only obtain special resources, such as Star Source Stones, to continue leveling up. Otherwise, they will be stuck at their growth level for life. This is also why for so many years, some monster world races still have such low levels. Seeing the effectiveness, Lu Chen quickly took out hundreds of Star Source Stones. This consumption was still affordable for him, hoping that the other party's hidden treasure chest could yield something good. Come, one for each person, quickly baptize, don't die. The Ice Crown tribe once again turned to stone. They were dumbfounded. Each of these extremely precious resources is invaluable. It can be said that in ordinary areas, whenever such a resource appears, it can cause chaos among the races in that area. This is not a rare resource that can be bought with gold coins. Generally, such resources are controlled by large tribes. Other races would be lucky to get one. But now, a young human from the tribe casually took out hundreds of them, which is simply unimaginable. Although Star Source Stones can only be used as energy sources for formations for humans, they are still extremely important strategic resources. Shouldn't they be used to build defensive formations to resist the invasion of dark monsters? Are the humans invaded by dark monsters so rich in resources? Lu Chen couldn't be bothered to explore the thoughts of these NPCs. Right now, he just wanted to ensure the completion of the hidden mission and then level up as soon as possible. Soon, all hundreds of Ice Crown tribe members were detoxified, their bodies restored to health, and they were overwhelmed with joy. Let's go! Led by Lu Chen, the Ice Crown tribe marched forward proudly. With the protection of such a powerful human sword god, they were not afraid of being discovered or attacked by evil monsters. In fact, all the dark monsters in the Glacier Mountains were wiped out by Lu Chen. The powerful monster Dark Lord in the Hulk Basin was also defeated by Lu Chen earlier, and the rest were eliminated by the Green Human tribe. Naturally, there were no attacks by dark monsters along the way. Next, as long as they deal with the indigenous Green Human tribe and allow the Ice Crown tribe to live in the Hulk Basin, the hidden mission will be considered completed. Young hero, if you still have Star Source stones, you can buy an iceberg from the Green Human tribe. They should be willing to sell it for Star Source stones. Ares chuckled. Let's see later. Since he knew the importance of Star Source stones to the creatures in the monster world, Lu Chen would not spend them recklessly. If he could solve it with a sword, he would never trade with Star Source stones. As soon as they entered the Hulk Basin, a team of green humans appeared. Lu Chen recognized at a glance that these were the Muggle race encountered during the third-tier mission before. Of course, these green people should not be from the Green Denny village. Stop! Without the permission of our chief, who dares to intrude into the Hulk Basin, will be considered an invasion and will be killed. The captain of the team sternly shouted. Lu Chen stepped forward. He was about to explain the reason. Unexpectedly, as soon as these green people saw Lu Chen, they immediately bowed down and shouted something in their mouths. It was clear that they looked respectful, just like the Ice Crown tribe worshipping the snow god statue before. Ha! Are these green people treating me as a god? Lu Chen was surprised. The Ice Crown tribe also looked shocked at Lu Chen. Young hero, are you the god of the green people? But wait, don't the green people believe in the green giant god? Moreover, the young hero is just a human youth. Ares was dumbfounded. He couldn't figure out what was going on no matter how hard he tried. Lu Chen was also puzzled and had to let these muggles lead the way to meet their chief. These green people were singing and dancing, and they called a large number of green people, all surrounding Lu Chen, constantly offering sacrifices and worshipping. Wow! He had actually become a deity in the faith of the green people. Lu Chen was speechless. Shortly after, Lu Chen was taken to a familiar place. Damn it! Wasn't this the location of the Green Denny village before? Ha! How did this Green Denny village turn into a Muggle city? Judging from the scale, this city seemed quite large. Wow! In just over 3 months, things had changed drastically. Upon entering the city, Lu Chen saw the familiar iron arrow towers. Weren't these the arrow towers he helped upgrade for the Green Denny village? Oh my! Each arrow tower actually had an elite guard, as if they were treating the arrow towers as sacred objects. At that moment, Lu Chen noticed a huge white jade statue in the city. It depicted his majestic figure riding the moon-white dragon colt and killing the lord of the 8-armed demon ape. Many green people were worshipping the statue, chanting about the protection of the sword god. Suddenly, a familiar hearty laughter rang out. Yaha, Lord Sword God, I knew you would visit again, but I didn't expect you to return so soon. Lu Chen looked and saw the village chief of Green Denny village. Name, Green Denny talented, identity, Lord of Muggle City, level, A level, LV 100, 4th tier, damn. This old baldy was actually level 100? Wasn't he only level 63 months ago? Lord Sword God, thanks to the 8 iron arrow towers you bestowed, I left 4 to guard the village, and then had my men take the other 4 to sweep the remaining dark monsters in less than a month, and also conquered other villages, unifying the green people of the Hulk Basin. I obtained some special resources from the monster stronghold, leveled up, advanced, and built the Muggle city. I used the title Muggle bestowed by Lord Sword God as the name of this city. Now, I am in charge here, and besides worshipping the green giant god, they also worship you, Lord Sword God. Upon learning the reason, Lu Chen was dumbfounded and couldn't help but think, wow, you truly live up to your name of being talented, so damn talented, actually using the upgraded arrow towers to conquer such a large territory. Alright, I won't say much more nonsense. I came here this time to find a new home for the Ice Crown tribe. Since you are the ruler here, please make arrangements. Lu Chen struck a pose as the sword god. Since there was this relationship, the hidden mission could be considered successfully completed. What? Finding a new home for the Ice Crown tribe? Yusai quickly came to the Ice Crown tribe Chief Ailes, tightly holding his hand, and said, Oh my, Chief Ailes, why didn't you mention that you know Lord Sword God? If you had said earlier, I would have immediately led the team to support you. I just met your Lord Sword God. Ailes' head was buzzing at this moment. It's too surreal. Is the new home settled like this? Is this still the Green People tribe that is extremely hostile to outsiders? This is all thanks to the mysterious human hero. No, it's the human sword god. The Ice Crown tribe chief made up his mind that after settling the new home, he would follow the Green People tribe in worshipping the sword god. It's not him. Their Ice Crown tribe will be wiped out today. Soon, Yusai arranged the largest iceberg as the new home for the Ice Crown tribe, and personally arranged for the Green People tribe to help them build the new home. Thank you very much for the Sword God's salvation to our tribe. This is our tribe's inherited hidden treasure chest. I don't know what's inside. I hope the Sword God won't dislike it. Ails took out a mysterious treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations on completing the hidden mission and obtaining the Ice Crown tribe's hidden inheritance treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations on completing the 4th tier advancement mission. The next moment, baptism arrived. Lucan successfully advanced to the 4th tier, gaining 480 points of all attributes reward, and his attributes greatly increased. Ding! You spent 400 gold coins and drew the S-level skill, 10,000 swords return to the sect. Drawing exclusive skills requires more and more gold coins. But Lucan is least afraid of spending money. Look! He happily drew a well-known sword technique of the swordsman. Name: 10,000 swords return to the sect, grade FS level, 4th tier LV90, requires spending gold coins to upgrade, skill effect. Currently able to instantly condense 4,000 swords, gather and roll around oneself as the center, like rivers returning to the sea, causing massive damage, and can prevent the target from approaching. This skill, combined with other sword techniques, can produce even more powerful effects. Tip: upgrading this skill can increase the number of swords and damage. Upon returning, Lucan thought for a moment and decided to leave 10,000 Star Source Stones for both the Green People tribe and the Ice Crown tribe as a reward for their faith in him. In this way, it can be considered that he has cultivated a force in the monster world. Develop your power well, level up, I have high hopes for you. Just one sentence of "I have high hopes for you" moved the two tribes to tears, and they vowed to follow the Sword God to the death. In the future, when encountering human tasks here, take care of them. If you encounter the fallen ones from the Black Church of the human race and don't kill them, it will be considered your negligence. We obey the divine decree of the Sword God. After teleporting back to the Monster Hunter Hall, Lucan couldn't wait to open the hidden treasure chest. The items in a normal hidden treasure chest are diverse, but at the very least, high-level items can be obtained. As for rare items, it depends on luck. In the case of inheritance-type hidden treasure chests, the inherited treasures inside are fixed. In other words, the items in this Ice Crown tribe's inheritance treasure chest are unique and not random. It depends on what the ancestors of the Ice Crown tribe left for their descendants. Open. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Snow God Pearl, an item of unknown grade. Ha! An item of unknown grade? This is the first time Lucan has seen such a magical item, which is as surprising as the one Little Red gave him back then. Item name: Snow God Pearl, grade, unknown. Introduction: a mysterious inheritance treasure pearl left by the Snow God for future generations. After use, unexpected gains will be obtained. Oh my god! This is the inheritance treasure pearl left by the Snow God for future generations? Wait, didn't the Ice Crown tribe chief say that the hidden treasure chest is the inheritance treasure chest of their tribe? Could it be that the Ice Crown tribe is the descendant of the Snow God? But how can the descendants of the Snow God be so destitute? Be beaten by the 4th tier dark monsters. Use. The Snow God Pearl instantly turned into a snowflake, merging into Lu Chen's body, and an extreme coldness made Lu Chen shiver with cold. Ding! You have used the low-grade item Snow God Pearl, obtaining the Will of Ice. Will of Ice? Lu Chen opened the panel and found an additional will section under the talent skills. Will of Ice, first transformation, the power that only gods can control, also known as the Will of Gods, can be obtained by creatures below gods through special divine inheritance items, but after obtaining it, they can only master 1% of the power of the will. Since you have not advanced to the god rank, you can only obtain the first transformation of the Will of Ice with 1% effect, and it cannot be upgraded. Effect: after activating the Will of Ice, all your attacks will have a freezing effect, causing a 0.1 second control, and possessing the Ice Guardian, which can negate a fatal blow once, lasting for 10 minutes, with a cooldown of 24 hours. Hiss! This time, it's like a sparrow pecking at a little cow's, but indeed, sparrow eats cow's ass. A hidden treasure chest obtained from a 4th tier hidden mission opened the Will of Gods, which would shock a large number of creatures in the monster world if it were known. Although it's only 1% of the power of the will, it's already awesome. Whether it's negating a fatal blow or having a 0.1 second freezing control on all attacks, these are very practical effects. Most importantly, this Will of Ice effect is very suitable for swordsmen. With just a flying sword technique, as long as you keep attacking without interruption, you can have continuous freezing control for 10 minutes, which is terrifying to think about. This is equivalent to having an extra life-saving and control effect, which is perfect. If the Ice Crown clan knew that their inheritance treasure chest was the will of the Snow God, I wonder if they would regret hitting the iceberg collectively. They can't know about this. If we meet again in the future, we can compensate them with more resources. With that in mind, Lu Chen looked around and didn't see the fatty, so it seemed he was still doing the advanced mission. So, Lu Chen first went to be assessed as a 4-star hunter. Lu Chen currently has a lot of military merits. In addition to the 10,000 military merits he received as the second place reward in the blood trial, which he obtained by defeating bosses in the Misty Battlefield, it's more than enough. When Lu Chen successfully passed the assessment and received the 4-star hunter medal, Zhao Liang walked over with a smile on his face. Young Master Lu, congratulations on advancing to the 4th tier. This is a complete set of 4th tier level 120 orange equipment suitable for swordsmen, all with level 4 gems. He had been calling Lu Chen Young Master all along, which made Lu Chen uncomfortable, so he asked him to call him Young Hero instead. Orange equipment can have 2 sockets. Therefore, each piece of this orange equipment is set with 2 gems, with attributes such as attack, stamina, and critical hit, which are very suitable for swordsmen. However, Lu Chen can't wear these equipment temporarily because his level is not high enough, and he doesn't need them for now. Please take care of it, General Zhou. This is the arrangement of the 3 war gods, so Lu Chen can only temporarily accept it, and he can always return it to the Alliance later. By the way, young Master Lu, what type of 4th tier swordsman skill do you need? I can arrange it for you first. If you don't have it, the headquarters will send it to you later, and they are all guaranteed to be B grade. Only B grade? Lu Chen shook his head. Let's see if we can get an S grade swordsman skill first. If not, we'll just have to make do. Since the fatty hasn't completed the task yet, Lu Chen directly bought skill chests on the spot. Only 50 gold coins each. Lu Chen bought a total of 10 million skill chests directly. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the 5th tier S rank skill, Tyrant Sword Body. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining an S rank mystery scroll. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining an S rank mystery scroll. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining an S rank mystery scroll. Well, it's not bad. It took 500 million gold coins to get 1 S rank swordsman skill and 3 mystery scrolls that can upgrade skills. Tyrant Sword Body. Defense skills can increase health, defense, healing, and control reduction, which are very suitable for the swordsman's skills and can greatly improve the swordsman's survival space. With 3 S-class mysterious scrolls, Lu Chen can obtain 3 more S-class skills. So, Lu Chen checked all the skills of the swordsman that appeared within the 4th rank, and then said to Zhao Liang, Zhao Zhongzhong, do you have the broken sword style and shadowless sword? Hearing this, Zhao Liang asked Commander Xian Yuanhu, and after receiving a reply, he smiled and said, yes. But one is C-class, and the other is D-class. The grade is a bit low. Do you want me to apply for a higher grade from headquarters? No need. Grade doesn't matter. Zhao Liang was momentarily speechless. Skill grade doesn't matter? The higher the grade, the better the effect. It's very important. However, learned skills can be cancelled by purchasing skill for getting scrolls with gold coins, and then relearned. Lu Chen seems to want to use low-grade skills to grind and hone himself. Soon, a soldier brought Lu Chen the 3rd rank blocking skill Broken Sword Style and the 4th rank single target attack skill Shadowless Sword. After purchasing a skill for getting scroll from the Alliance store, Lu Chen cancelled the B rank block skill, replaced it with Broken Sword Style, and then learned the 8th skill Shadowless Sword. Immediately, using 3 S-class mysterious scrolls, Broken Sword Style, Shadowless Sword, and Blue Lotus Sword Dance were all advanced to S-class. Ding! You spent 2,000 gold coins to advance the 3rd rank Broken Sword Style to the 4th rank. Ding! You spent 6,000 gold coins to upgrade Broken Sword Style to LV90. Name, Broken Sword Style, Grade, S-Class, Level, 4th rank LV90, requires gold coin upgrade, skill effect, can break target attacks with sword energy, 100% break within the 4th rank, has a chance to interrupt target casting, cooldown 18 seconds. Tip, this skill upgrade can reduce cooldown, final cooldown 3 seconds. Name, Shadowless Sword, Grade, S-Class, Level, 4th rank LV90, requires gold coin upgrade, skill effect, single target attack, invisible and imperceptible, can cause special effects on the target. Tip, this skill upgrade can increase damage. Next, Lu Chen also upgraded the other skills to the 4th rank LV90. Wow! This cost hundreds of thousands of gold coins. The higher the level, the more gold coins it costs to upgrade skills. No wonder gold coins are scarce for the entire alliance, it's too expensive. Thanks to the coin explosion system, without it, Lu Chen really wouldn't dare to choose the swordsman profession that requires a lot of gold coins in all aspects. Now with 8 S-class skills and full orange equipment, even without talent, Lu Chen is no worse than a supernova. Suddenly, ding, as the first transfer player to learn 8 S-class skills, you have obtained the title of Swordmaster, and the entire channel has been notified. This notification cannot hide information. The next second, Channel notification: congratulations to the swordsman Lu Chen for successfully learning 8 S-class skills and obtaining the title of Swordmaster. 3 notifications. Shocked the world. Lu Chen? At this time, Jin Ruojie, the head teacher of the special class at Jinchang No. 1 middle school, was full of surprise on her face. Lu Chen? Which Lu Chen? Is it her student? After thinking about it, Jin Ruojie couldn't help but smile. It's probably not very likely. These are 8 S-class skills. How many gold coins and how much luck does it take to have them? Even the sword god of the sky sword didn't have 8 S-class skills. In the class, Lu Shui and Lu Yu, who were in class, smiled with their eyes narrowed. They knew that it must be their brother. Their brother was the most powerful. On the other side, F War Zone Headquarters. Commander-in-Chief Xian Yuanhu frowned, as if he had encountered a major difficulty. Originally, since the last alliance conference of the 3 major war gods, a lot of star source stones have been allocated to each war zone, and the highest level alliance mission has been issued, requiring each war zone to build a certain number of magic array cannons within half a year. The task for Zone F is 100 magic array cannons. It may not seem like much, but this requires reaching the 10th level of super magic array cannons. The so-called 10th level magic array cannon is equivalent to the power of a 10th level attack skill when fired. The materials required to build this level of super magic array cannon are extremely large. The energy material star source stone is sufficient. Other materials can be collected with some effort, but the main material, sea crystal iron, is severely lacking. This is the essential material for building magic array cannons. This precious material can only be found in special areas of the ocean battlefield. Originally, the resources in Zone F are scarce, so only some intermediate magic array cannons can be reluctantly built. Of course, there is a chance to obtain the materials by purchasing material chests in the extraterritorial market, but aside from the cost of gold coins, the probability issue alone is despairing. Half a year. It is impossible to collect enough sea crystal iron by opening material chests, so one must go to the ocean battlefield to collect it. In the ocean battlefield of Zone F, there is only one place that produces sea crystal iron, which is the Skeleton Sea battlefield in the South Sea region. It is a battlefield with special rules where transcenders and monsters above the 6th rank, as well as items, cannot enter. The Lord of the Skeleton Sea battlefield is a special octopus lord with a skull for a head, which looks somewhat terrifying. Its rank is not high, only A level, but its size is too large and its attack range is too wide. Especially with its special body structure combined with special skills, it can transfer the damage it receives to its tentacles, making it invincible from the start. Unless all its tentacles are quickly cut off, it cannot be damaged. But this task is too difficult. The granddaughter of the dragon blood war god, Shi Zhanwu, challenged this boss when she was at the 6th rank, but it ended in failure, unable to harm this unique boss at all. There are many monsters derived from the ocean, far more than on land. There are many bosses with special abilities like this one. The current problem is that without killing this boss, it is very difficult to collect enough sea crystal iron to complete the mission assigned by the headquarters. The headquarters is giving special consideration to Zone F because of Lu Chen, but the task volume in other war zones is much higher than in Zone F. The 3 major war gods are going to attack the Tianxian Pass in the extraterritorial battlefield, which is a major event for the future of the entire human race. No matter how difficult it is, the mission must be completed resolutely. This is why Xian Yuanhu, upon receiving the order, immediately had the Monster Hunter Hall issue a highly rewarding sea crystal iron task and mobilized all soldiers below the 6th rank in Zone F to form an expeditionary army. However, news has just been received from the Skeleton Sea battlefield. The 6th rank lord suddenly advanced from A level to S level, greatly increasing its combat power, making it even more invincible. The derived monsters have also advanced. A major reason for this is that the more powerful lord monster behind it has also advanced. It is very likely that a 10th rank S-level ocean overlord has been born. The exact number of ocean overlords is unknown, but there are already at least 10 known worldwide, more than on land. Due to the rules, they cannot come ashore and have occupied various areas of the ocean, completely depriving humans of control over the sea. Commander-in-Chief, that strange lord has advanced, our army has suffered heavy losses, and it is no longer possible to defeat it. Should we order them to withdraw from the Skeleton Sea battlefield? A general said helplessly. Withdraw? If we withdraw, how will we complete the mission assigned by the Alliance headquarters? We cannot withdraw. If we can't kill that boss, then we won't kill it. We will endure its damage, even if it costs us our lives. We must collect enough sea crystal iron to bring back. As long as the 3 war gods successfully take down the Tianqing Pass, the defense line of the extraterritorial battlefield will be more solid, and the 3 war gods can free up their hands to do more things. This is a turning point in the fate of the human race. Xian Yuanhu immediately made up his mind by slamming the table. When the generals heard this, they all showed expressions of sorrow. That's what they said. But this is equivalent to exchanging the lives of a large number of young soldiers for it. Moreover, even with a large sacrifice, it may not be possible to collect enough sea crystal iron. The boss's attacks can be said to almost cover half of the sea skeleton battlefield. Spread my order. Abandon killing that boss, and focus on seizing the sea crystal iron. Xian Yuanhu knew that this task was very difficult. But no matter how difficult it is, even if it's a life and death situation, they must complete it. In the face of the big picture, self-sacrifice is also necessary. Just as a general was about to give the commander-in-chief's order to the commander of the sea skeleton battlefield, a full-channel announcement stunned them. Xian Yuanhu, after seeing the announcement, his originally heavy face clouded by the city, suddenly changed to a joyful expression. 8S level skills. How incredible is this? The title of Sword Master. This is a title that even the sword god of the Sky Sword has never triggered. At this moment, Xian Yuanhu saw the dawn. Perhaps, the mission can be completed. Give orders to the soldiers of the sea skeleton battlefield to withdraw first, and wait for the new commander's orders. After that, Xian Yuanhu personally rushed to the Monster Hunter Hall. He wanted to find Liu Ken. At this time, Liu Ken was staring blankly at the title he had just received. Title, Swordmaster, effect. After obtaining it, your hit rate for all non-locked skills increases by 80%, attack power increases by 100%, all attacks come with a 10% lifesteal effect, skill effects increase by 10%, all skill chanting is reduced by 50%, and mana consumption is reduced by 50%. The next level, Sword Grandmaster, requires 20s level skills, just a title. His attack power directly exceeded 10,000, approaching 20,000. You know, an ordinary swordsman, at the 4th level, with full orange equipment, full attack gems, all points added to strength, the attack power can reach at most over 10,000. His title surpassed them with just one title. This is still mainly adding points to stamina, otherwise the attack power would definitely be more explosive. And this is just one attribute bonus of the Swordmaster title. The other 4 bonuses are also very good. Just by learning 8S level skills to get such a cool title, wouldn't the Sword Grandmaster be even cooler? Damn it! With just this set of attributes, even without talent, it's better than a supernova, right? Haha, Yuga, you don't know, the Star Source Stone is actually useful for NPCs. I used the Star Source Stone to successfully complete an S-level difficulty 4th level task, but unfortunately, I didn't trigger the hidden task. Before long, Bailey Tong finally completed the task and returned, looking very relaxed. There are plenty of follow-up advanced tasks, you have the chance to trigger them, who knows, maybe you can become a hidden profession like your grandpa. Hee, that's for sure. Let's go. Let's hurry up and level up in the ocean battlefield. Just as the two of them walked out of the gate, they met the hurriedly arriving commander-in-chief. Gentlemen, please wait a moment. Fatty, looking for you? It shouldn't be, I have no connection with the commander of the F war zone, it should be looking for you, Yuga. As they spoke, Xian Yuanhu came to Liu Ken and said excitedly, Luzwoyu, can I trouble you with something? This matter is probably something that only you can accomplish in the entire war zone. What's the matter? Liu Ken was puzzled. Please follow me inside to discuss. Liu Ken and Bailey Tong were also puzzled and followed the commander-in-chief to an office in the Monster Hunter Hall. Let me make a long story short. Our F war zone is facing difficulties, and the Alliance headquarters is planning to attack the Tianjin Pass in the extraterritorial battlefield, requiring our war zone to build 110 level magic array cannons. Currently, our war zone is severely lacking the main material, sea crystal iron, needed to build the magic array cannons. This material is only available in a special battlefield in the South Sea region within our war zone. That battlefield is covered by special monster world rules, where creatures above the 6th rank cannot enter, and items above the 6th rank cannot be used. Lan Shen also had some understanding of these special areas. The rules of the monster world assimilate with the Blue Star world, creating specific rule areas. Each rule area has different rules, and no one can break them, not even the 3 major war gods. Faced with rule areas, even monsters are helpless. Xian Yuanhu continued, currently, the monster lord occupying that battlefield is a special 6th rank monster that is almost impossible to kill. Just recently, it advanced to S rank, making it even more difficult to deal with. Our soldiers cannot easily avoid it to collect sea crystal iron. Lan Jr. is planning to level up in the ocean battlefield, right? Can you go to the South Sea region's sea skeleton battlefield to level up? There are also many monsters there. When you advance to the 5th rank, can you help our soldiers withstand the attacks of the Special Lord? Although Lan Chen has 8 S-level skills and the strength to kill the same rank Dark Monster Royal Family, he is only at the 4th rank in level 90. Xian Yuan who does not believe that Lan Chen can defeat the Monster Lord. When Lan Chen advances to the 5th rank, he should be able to withstand the attacks of the Monster Lord with multiple S-level skills, allowing others to collect Sea Crystal Iron and complete the urgent mission of the Alliance headquarters. Brother Yu, it's a rule area, there must be good things, and the ultimate boss in the Sea Skeleton battlefield is very special. Sister Shizhan once challenged it when she was at the 6th rank but couldn't hurt it at all. I've been wanting to see this boss for a long time. Bai Li Tong spoke up. Oh, Shizhan, the granddaughter of the Dragon Blood War God, was once the leader of the new generation of Blood Trial, on par with Cain, and her strength at the same rank was very strong. Even she couldn't hurt the 6th rank boss, so it's time to see it. Furthermore, it's a rule area. Lan Chen has never encountered it before, so he can go and experience it, without delaying his leveling up. Commander, no problem, Bai Li Tong and I will go to the Sea Skeleton battlefield in the South Sea to level up. Lan Chen smiled. Good. With you, Lan Jr., there shouldn't be a problem, but remember not to be reckless and don't confront that boss head-on. Your level is too low, you can't kill it. You are the future 4th war god of our human alliance. If something goes wrong, I will bear the blame. Xian Yuan who had to remind Lan Chen solemnly. In fact, if there were other options, he wouldn't have asked Lan Chen for help. Don't worry, Commander, I will act within my limits and not act recklessly. After all, I prefer to keep a low profile. Bai Li Tong rolled her eyes on the side. I say, brother you call that keeping a low profile? You're practically standing out like a sore thumb. Not to mention, just the title of Swordmaster triggered by these 8 S-level skills is enough to shock countless people. Suddenly, Bai Li Tong seemed to have a realization. Maybe this is brother Yu's unique style as a big shot. I need to take notes and learn from it. With Lan Chen's words, Xian Yuan who also felt relieved. However, the ocean battlefield is full of dangers, and it's hard to say if other powerful sea monsters might intrude near the Sea Skeleton battlefield. Especially the unknown new S-level 10th Order Ocean Overlord, this must be taken care of. Then I will personally escort the two of you to the ocean battlefield. In order to ensure the absolute safety of Lu Chen and Bai Li Tong, Xian Yuan who decided to personally sit in the South China Sea battlefield to escort them. Lu Chen wanted to refuse, but after some thought, he decided against it. The Supreme Commander was also concerned about his own safety. After all, there were many powerful monsters acting alone in the ocean battlefield. So, under the escort of the top leaders, Lu Chen experienced for the first time the special honor of being escorted by the top leaders. Alliance headquarters. The 3 war gods also saw the full channel notification. Truly heroes emerge in their youth. 8 S-level skills, this is truly unprecedented. The Sky Sword God Bai Li Tsong Feng sighed deeply. As the ceiling of the human alliance, he knew how rare it was to obtain an S-level skill. Many high-level professionals didn't even have one. It seems that we will witness the rise of the 4th war god in our lifetime. Yes, since we received guidance from our teacher in our dreams and eventually established the positions of the 3 war gods, now we have the opportunity to establish the 4th one. It is truly a great fortune for the human race. We should also hurry up. After completing the Demon Array Cannon tasks in the major war zones, we will immediately attack the Tianqing Pass, strive to take it down in one go. South China Sea. This is just a part of the ocean battlefield, near the F war zone. Therefore, it has become the primary battlefield for hunters to kill monsters above 4 stars in the F war zone. Splash! Lu Chen and the others arrived on a small island in the South China Sea. This place had long been taken over by the War Zone Legion and turned into a supply station. All professionals who hunt sea monsters nearby can come here for supplies. However, the supply station was now full of regular soldiers below the 6th rank, as well as monster hunters who were ordered to come here to obtain sea crystal iron. Injured soldiers continued to come up from the seabed, and there were quite a few of them, bringing back a large number of dead comrades, none of them intact, with a tragic appearance. This made Lu Chen frown. Such high casualties? Both of you can directly dive from this island to reach the Sea Skeleton battlefield. Don't approach the central area's restricted zone, level up in other areas. After reaching level 120, you can return here first. I have brought the 5th rank advanced divine stone for you. You can directly take the 5th rank advanced mission here. Xian Yuan who said. Lu Chen nodded. Then, he summoned Xiao Hong and Dabai, took Bai Li Tong, and dived directly into the sea. Lu Chen wanted to see what kind of powerful monsters could cause such huge losses to the army. Splash! Dabai automatically activated bubbles, enveloping Lu Chen, Bai Li Tong, and Xiao Hong. This was a common effect for underwater mounts, allowing the owner to avoid the influence of water currents. Under the assimilation of the rules and power of the monster world, although the underwater world was still dark, the vision was unobstructed, and the surroundings could be clearly seen. Only the deep sea in the distance was not very clear. Brother you, this is a water-avoiding pearl item. Wearing it can automatically avoid water. It doesn't affect freedom of movement even without a mount, but movement is not as convenient as on land. You need to adapt. Bailey Tong handed a deep blue pearl to Lu Chen. Lu Chen took it, and he felt as if he was wearing a thin water garment, isolating the seawater. Well, it's quite convenient. The underwater environment is really beautiful. But often, the more beautiful things are, the more dangerous they are. There were no ordinary fish in the sea, only fierce sea monsters. Chirp! A fifth-rank ordinary fish demon suddenly emerged from the coral reef, stabbing towards Lu Chen's back with a trident. But, put, minus 20,310. The fish demon was instantly killed. Fish demon? Ha! Brother you, did you use a skill? Bailey Tong blinked his small eyes, looking somewhat surprised. The 4th level skill Shadowless Sword has a pretty good effect. Lu Chen smiled faintly. Damn! The S-level Shadowless Sword is awesome. The regular Shadowless Sword may also be shadowless, but it leaves a trace of the sword's trajectory, which can still be captured. And your Shadowless Sword has no trace at all, allowing you to catch your opponent off guard with a preemptive strike. Bailey Tong incorporated the rainbow fart into practical situations, leaving Lu Chen impressed. This ocean battlefield truly lived up to its reputation as the largest battlefield. After diving for over an hour, they finally arrived at the Sea Skeleton battlefield. The reason it was called the Sea Skeleton battlefield was not only because the ultimate boss was an octopus skeleton head, but more importantly, it was filled with numerous human skeletons. After all, this was the only place in the F-War Zone where sea crystal iron materials could be obtained. Naturally, battles were constantly occurring here, resulting in far more corpses than other battlefields. Upon arriving, Lu Chen noticed a large gathering of monster hunters and regular soldiers, all ranging from the 4th to 6th level of advancement. However, none of them ventured near the central area of the sea skeleton, which was a huge underwater volcanic region, known as the regulated area. Instead, they focused on clearing out the continuously emerging smaller monsters on the periphery. Lu Chen? A familiar voice called out. Lu Chen turned to see none other than Captain Yang Zhang. Captain Yang, what are you doing here? A 6-star mission with a large reward was issued from above, open to all hunters from the 4th to 6th level. I came here to lend a hand to the Alliance and try to obtain some sea crystal iron materials. Lu Chen, congratulations on finding the star source vein in the blood trial, leading to the generous rewards from the 3 war gods. Yang Zhang's words left Lu Chen and Bailey Tong dumbfounded. Captain Yang, what do you mean? Ha? Still pretending? Check the Alliance channel. The Sky Sword God himself has made a statement, saying that you found the star source vein, earned the title of Alliance Hero, received the hero's reward, and thus had the opportunity to learn 8 S-level skills. Lu Chen opened the Alliance channel, and indeed, the first video was a speech by the Sky Sword God. In an instant, Lu Chen understood. The Sky Sword God was providing him with a reasonable explanation for the origin of the 8 S-level skills, to avoid suspicion. Although it seemed a bit forced, with the influence of the Sky Sword God, it was still plausible, and everyone believed it. The 3 war gods went to great lengths to ensure their own interests were not affected. By the way, why are you both here at the Sea Skeleton battlefield? Did you and Bailey Tong also accept the 6-star mission to collect sea crystal iron materials? Confused. You two have just reached the 4th level. This is not a place for you. Even I don't have full confidence in safely returning. Not long ago, many people died in battles, most of whom were higher level than you. You should quickly cancel the mission and find a safer battlefield to continue leveling up. Especially you, Lu Chen, with 8 S-level skills, you should keep a low profile while leveling up, striving to soar to greater heights in the future and make a greater contribution to humanity. Yang Zhang noticed that Lu Chen and Bailey Tong had both advanced to the 4th level, suspecting that they had accepted this extremely dangerous mission. At this moment, the chief of the army approached. This startled Yang Zhang, as he did not understand why such a high-ranking figure had come over, probably to persuade Lu Chen to leave the battlefield. Yes, that must be it. Rarely did the Human Alliance witness a young swordsman who had earned the title of Swordmaster for the first time. The Alliance had to protect him and ensure he did not fall easily. However, to everyone's surprise, the chief's words left Yang Zhang dumbfounded on the spot. Gentlemen, we have been ordered by the Supreme Commander to prepare a suitable area for your advancement. Please follow me. What's going on? Did the Supreme Commander send Lu Chen and Bailey Tong here? No, General Tong, what's going on? General Tong didn't want to deal with Yang Zhang, a 5-star hunter, but a soldier next to him whispered a few words, and he immediately became respectful. It turned out that this was the captain of the hunter team where Lu Chen and Bai Li Tong were located, so it needed to be taken seriously. It's like this, they were invited by the commander-in-chief to resist Lord Sulik, and our army suddenly withdrew from the regulated area, following the commander-in-chief's orders to regroup. After Lu Chen advances to the 5th rank, we will attack. Now, I will take them to level up first. Gah! Yang Zhang was completely shocked. No wonder they were attacking Lord Sulik just fine, and General Tong suddenly ordered a retreat. It was because Lu Chen and Bai Li Tong were coming. But even if Lu Chen has 8 S-level skills, his talent is probably not very strong. Can he withstand Lord Sulik's attacks? Due to the SSS-level secret order issued by the 3 war gods, Li Wan and others did not reveal Lu Chen's deeds in the Star Illusion realm after returning. Naturally, this captain did not know Lu Chen's true strength. General Tong, there's no rush to level up. Take me to see the strongest lord boss of the Sea Skull battlefield first. What? The commander-in-chief instructed not to neglect the two, to respect them even more than him, so General Tong had to agree. But he still had to remind them, otherwise, if something went wrong, he couldn't bear the responsibility. I can only take you to the edge of the regulated area, do not easily enter. Even at the edge, you can roughly see Lord Sulik in the volcano crater. It generally does not leave the volcano crater. Lu Chen smiled slightly. General Tong, rest assured, I have always been low-key and won't take risks easily. Bai Li Tong narrowed his eyes. If brother you said low-key, then something is likely to happen. So, everyone arrived at the edge of the regulated area. Lu Chen looked out. A huge octopus skull head the size of a small mountain appeared in front of a large underwater volcano. According to others, this lord is actually an octopus skull with a snake body and giant demon wings boss, but most of its body is immersed in the volcanic magma, only the head is exposed. Name, Sulik, level, S-level, rank, LV 180, 6th rank, health, 3 million. Mutant skill, Embrace of Tentacles, skills, Collapse of Sea Waves, Death Quagmire, Deep Sea Tide Surge, Tentacle Collapse Strike. Deep Sea Intimidation, Introduction, Special Class Derivative Monster, you too, you've seen it, let's go level up. Oh my god. When General Tong saw the next scene, his head was about to explode. Without realizing it, Lu Chen and Bai Li Tong were already riding white horses above the volcano, facing the boss directly. Oh my god. What kind of mount is that? How can it be so fast? Realizing the situation, General Tong quickly ordered, quick, go save them. Even if the whole army is wiped out, we must rescue those two. But General Tong, the commander-in-chief ordered us to guard outside the regulated area. No buts, save them. Save them at all costs, whatever the consequences, I will bear them. The army immediately took action. But the discerning eye could see. At this time, the morale of the army was very low. The morale was already shattered when they were defeated in the previous attack on Lord Sulik, and they could only exchange their lives for collecting sea crystal iron materials. After finally receiving the commander-in-chief's order to retreat and regroup, now General Tong was going to send them to face the terrifying invincible boss again because of 2 young men. Naturally, they would not have any morale. In fact, many soldiers were experiencing fear. This would have a very unfavorable impact on the entire South Sea battlefield. On the side, Yang Zhang was also dumbfounded, then disregarding his own life, he was the first to rush into the rule area. Both of them were members of his team. As the captain, he had the obligation to save them, even if the hope was slim. But before he could run a few steps, Yang Zhang was completely dumbfounded because Lu Chen and Bai Li Tong rode on a big white horse and directly entered the volcano crater. Oh no, it's over. Yang Zhang couldn't figure out why Lu Chen and Bai Li Tong would go to their deaths. The commander directly knelt down. His face was ashen. Rushing into the volcano like this, what's the difference between this and actively feeding oneself to the monster's mouth? It's over. I can never shake off this blame in my lifetime. Over there. Lu Chen transformed into a sword god. With a crushing posture, he controlled thousands of flying swords, cutting off all the boss's tentacles. Minus 46,969. A bright red damage emerged from the boss's head. Without the tentacles to transfer the damage, this boss was essentially defenseless. Bai Li Tong didn't make a move, just sat on the back of the big white horse watching the show. The soldiers rushing to support, seeing the large damage value appearing on the boss's head, were collectively stunned. Lord Sulik was damaged? How is that possible? Considering their entire army, plus many monster hunters, couldn't even scratch this boss in the slightest. The main reason is that this boss has too many tentacles, and the speed at which the severed tentacles regenerate is astonishing. If all the tentacles cannot be cut off in a very short time, it is impossible to harm it. That is the true horror of this boss. But now, someone actually heard it. That means the boss's tentacles have been cut off. Who did it? In this rule area that only 6th tier professionals can enter, who could do it? Is it Lu Chen? The commander immediately thought of Lu Chen, because only Lu Chen and Bai Li Tong went in. And Bai Li Tong is a fat thorn, so it must be the swordsman profession of Lu Chen. Because the swordsman profession is known as the physical lawmaster, skilled in long-range sword attacks, it is possible for him to cut off all the boss's tentacles in a short time. But to cut off all the boss's tentacles at once, you need to control thousands of flying swords. Lu Chen is only at the 4th tier, even with 8 S-level sword skills. Does he have this ability? After all, in his understanding, the most powerful sword god can barely control thousands of flying swords, but the sword god is a 10th tier super powerhouse, and also a hidden swordsman. But in the battle with the boss, besides Lu Chen and Bai Li Tong, there is no one else. The commander could only attribute it to the title of swordmaster that Lu Chen obtained. It is probably the effect of this title, otherwise there is no other reasonable explanation. Roar! The huge Lord Sulik, who was injured by humans for the first time, by a 4th tier ant, roared to the sky, wanting to unleash the deep-sea intimidation, ultimate skill to kill this monstrous human youth sword god. Demon Slayer sword technique. Put. Minus 150,000. A huge gash appeared on Lord Sulik's chest, green blood gushing out, and the skill was interrupted. Damn! A sword with over 100,000 damage, you are truly invincible. Bai Li Tong's round body was even more shocked. This is a 4th tier defeating a 6th tier. A skill with over 100,000 damage. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, who would believe it? As Lu Chen continued his relentless attacks, the so-called invincible 6th tier Lord Sulik's health bar quickly dropped by more than half. The boss went into a rage. The huge body directly charged towards Lu Chen and Bai Li Tong, the 2 4th tier ants. Bang! -1, -1,000. Lu Chen was unscathed. After all, his physical defense had exceeded 100,000. The boss only had high health, but its attacks were only slightly higher than a normal 6th tier professional. A 6th tier job changer's attack can reach at most tens of thousands, so this boss's attack naturally cannot exceed 100,000. Bai Li Tong was able to withstand the injury because he was only dropped into the volcanic magma and suffered some burns. Ouch, it's hot. Bai Li Tong kept losing health, but after wearing a fire resistance item, he stopped losing health. He intended to go up and stab the boss a few times, but Bai Li Tong was surprised to find that there seemed to be something under the magma. Dabai, go down there. Dabai was obedient this time, because Lu Chen instructed to protect Bai Li Tong and prevent him from getting hurt. Lu Chen glanced at Dabai and Bai Li Tong, who fell into the magma, knowing that with only natural magma damage, Bai Li Tong's life would not be in danger. Immediately, Lu Chen activated the Will of Ice, testing the freezing effect on this boss. Countless flying swords seamlessly slashed. Suddenly, the huge boss was covered in frost and unable to move. Although it could only freeze for 0.01 seconds, Lu Chen's flying swords were continuous, which meant he could control it for 10 minutes, which was terrifying to think about. The boss could do nothing but roar. Why is there frost on the boss? Why isn't it using any skills? The people still on the way were puzzled. Everyone, look at the boss's health bar. The boss is about to die. Someone exclaimed. Only in less than 1 minute, the boss with 3 million health points was about to be defeated. Even without the special skill to transfer damage, it would take at least a day to kill this boss. Kneeling, countless soldiers stopped in their tracks and knelt down directly. No need for rescue. The boss is about to be defeated in seconds. At the same time, the soldiers' eyes were all filled with excitement. The morale that had fallen to the bottom began to rebound. Once this boss was truly defeated, their nightmare would end, and morale would return to its peak. Even if a new lord would respawn here in the future, it was highly unlikely to be such a special lord again, so the sea skeleton battlefield would be completely conquered. Coupled with the precious sea crystal iron materials here, it could be imagined that it held great significance for the entire F war zone, and even the entire human alliance. It could be said that it would greatly boost the morale of all soldiers in the war zone. Yang Zhang did not stop. He rushed to the volcano at top speed to ensure Lu Chen and Bai Li Tong's safety. Quick! While the boss isn't using skills, quickly clear out the other monsters. After the shock of the commander-in-chief, he also ordered the army to clear the way, ensuring that Lu Chen and Bai Li Tong were unharmed, otherwise he would not be able to explain to the supreme commander. Sword returned to origin. When the boss's health bar was only 5% left, Lu Chen released this skill to see its effect. All the flying swords, combined with the swords condensed by the skill, gathered towards Lu Chen, forming a huge and cool sword return to origin effect, with very considerable damage. Within the range of the skill effect, all the flying swords dealt damage to the boss, instantly killing the remaining health of the boss. Boom! The Lord Suluk, known as the most difficult to kill in the 6th tier of the F War Zone, faced the sword god Liu Chen and could only die in regret. This boss is indeed powerful. It took me 25 seconds to kill it. Ha! Where is that fat guy? Did he drown in the magma? Liu Chen frowned. At this moment, Bailey Tong sent a message. Brother Yu, there's a big surprise under the magma. Come quickly. At the supply station, Xian Yuanhu, who was prepared to prevent the attack of the ocean overlord, was leisurely sipping tea. He was just waiting for Liu Chen to reach level 120 and complete the 5th tier mission so that he could start collecting the sea crystal iron materials. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, the private channel kept ringing. Upon checking, it was Commander Yu Songfei sending a voice message. Supreme Commander, hurry over to the sea skeleton battlefield. What happened? Did Liu Ken and Bailey Tong get into trouble? Xian Yuanhu's heart skipped a beat. If the two of them got into trouble in his war zone, the sword god of the sky would probably skin him alive. Yes and no. What do you mean yes and no? Explain clearly. Xian Yuanhu hurriedly led the generals to the sea skeleton battlefield, continuing to inquire. Lord Suluk was killed in an instant. Yu Songfei's words stunned Xian Yuanhu, who was on the road. What? The special lord was killed in an instant? Who did it? Yu Songfei had to tell the whole story to the commander. It took a while. Xian Yuanhu finally came to his senses from the shock. What about Liu Ken and Bailey Tong? Commander, I don't know. They entered the volcano at that time, but it was too far away for me to see what happened inside. I'm at the volcano now, but there's only the boss's corpse here, no sign of Liu Ken and Bailey Tong. I've ordered people to search inside the magma. Search! Search with all your might, alive to see people, dead to see corpses. Xian Yuanhu was anxious. Soon, good news came. Yu Songfei, Commander, the search team found a regular instance below the magma. The instance indicates that 2 people entered. It should be Liu Ken and Bailey Tong. Hearing this, Xian Yuanhu finally relaxed, took a deep breath, and then joyfully instructed, guard the instance well, don't let other sea monsters get close. The emergence of a regular instance in his jurisdiction was great news. This was definitely the first regular instance in the history of the Blue Star world. It must be reported to headquarters immediately and high-level forces dispatched to guard it. It seemed that the Southern Sea did not give birth to a new ocean overlord, but the appearance of the regular instance caused the Lord Suluk boss to advance after receiving special baptism. Soon, the 3 war gods learned that a regular instance had appeared in the F War Zone Sea Skeleton battlefield, which was extremely surprising, because regular instances usually only appear in extraterritorial battlefields, never before in the Blue Star world. It seemed that the assimilation of the monster world and the Blue Star world had reached a certain level, hence the appearance of regular instances. Brother Tuxian, could you please go there? Bailey Tsongfeng smiled. It's a small matter, and it just so happens that I can also check if little Bailey has been slacking off lately. With that, Tuxian Wei set off alone. On the other side, Liu Ken and Bailey Tong appeared in a strange little world. Hee, brother Yu, isn't this a big surprise? This is a regular instance. What is a regular instance? Liu Ken was curious as it was his first time hearing about this type of instance. Brother Yu, you've already seen the rules area. Each rules area has a specific rule. The rule of the Sea Skeleton battlefield area is that only job changers and monsters up to the 6th rank can enter. And there is a very small chance that a special instance will be born in the rules area. This instance also follows the rules of that area, hence it's called a regular instance. Although there are monsters in the regular instance, they are not like dark monsters or derivative monsters, but rule monsters. Our ancestors named them instance monsters to distinguish them from outside monsters. Regular instances have 2 main characteristics. The first is that they can be entered repeatedly. The experience of the instance monsters inside is very high, equivalent to 3 to 10 times that of outside monsters. The second characteristic is that the instance boss in the regular instance can drop epic equipment or legendary equipment, unlike outside monsters, which can only drop orange equipment at most. Bailey Tong seemed to know a lot about regular instances. What did you say? The instance monsters here can drop equipment of orange grade or higher? Liu Chen's eyes widened. Epic grade equipment. Legendary grade equipment. How rare they were to obtain, Liu Ken knew very well. Liu Chen also opened many equipment treasure chests, but he didn't even see a shadow of an epic level equipment. It can be imagined how difficult it is to obtain equipment above orange quality. So the value of this rule-based instance can be imagined. Yes. By the way, brother Yu, the probability of dropping orange or higher quality equipment when clearing this rule-based instance for the first time is quite high. Moreover, The first team to enter the instance has a clearance protection period, which means that whether we succeed or fail, it's only after we leave that the instance will be officially open to others. Tong then wondered, brother you, as far as I know, this rare rule-based instance has always only appeared in the extraterritorial battlefield. How could one suddenly appear here? Lu Chen speculated that it should be due to the fusion of the monster world and the blue star world to a certain extent, otherwise a rule-based instance wouldn't suddenly appear. In the near future, it is possible that other rule-based instances will also appear in other areas of the blue star world. In this way, some organizations weaker than the 6 major forces in the extraterritorial battlefield may consider shifting their focus back to the blue star world and even relocating back. After all, in the extraterritorial battlefield, with the presence of the 6 behemoths, it is difficult for other forces to make significant gains. If rule-based instances appear in the blue star world, they will naturally come back to get a share. In other words, the world's situation is changing. Depang, why are there no instance monsters in this instance? Lu Chen looked around and didn't see any instance monsters, but the instance scene was somewhat peculiar, as if it was a world made of seawater and lava. Brother you, we have to wait. Wait for what? Wait for the unique NPC of the instance. Only when the NPC appears will the instance spawn the instance monsters. I see. The two waited in place for 3 minutes. Suddenly, beams of light appeared from all directions and gathered in front of them. Before long, a beautiful half-meter-tall flame elf appeared. She was dressed in a flame skirt, and her wings were also made of flames, very charming. Name, Huoxia, Identity, Instance NPC, Introduction, Exclusive NPC of the rule-based instance, befriend her, and you may have unexpected surprises. Lu Chen carefully observed and found that this instance NPC was the real deal. Unlike the advanced tasks encountered before, this instance NPC had no attributes or health bar, meaning it was an invincible entity that couldn't be attacked. She would only stay in the fixed area of the rule-based instance. Welcome, adventurers, to the Lava Sea Hell instance. I am Huoxia, the guide of this instance. The ancient lava sea monsters are awakening. Are you two ready for battle? Lu Chen, wait. Respectable Lady Huoxia, we are new here. Can we be friends? Huoxia coldly replied, sorry, our instance NPCs never make friends with job changers. Brother you, it's useless. In the extraterritorial battlefield, many seniors have tried to befriend her with various treasures, but the NPC didn't react even after receiving the treasures. I see. Lu Chen pondered for a moment, then directly took out 10,000 gold coins and offered them to her, but Huoxia showed no reaction. 100 million. No reaction. 1 billion. Still no reaction. 5 billion. No reaction either. I don't believe it. With money, I can make a female ghost kneel down and sing Conquer for me. 10 billion. Ding, your sincerity has successfully moved Huoxia, and she has befriended you. The next moment, Huoxia affectionately took Lu Chen's hand. I am so touched, dear human friend. After killing the lava sea monster boss, don't rush to leave. Use its blood for a summoning ritual to awaken the dormant lava sea monster king. Kill it, bring me its heart, and I will reward you with an epic level equipment. With that, Huoxia took out a mysterious summoning item and gave it to Lu Chen. Depang, look. This is just like making friends with a dungeon NPC. Lu Chen laughed heartily. Put. Tong inwardly complained. Damn it. Who would spend 6 billion gold coins just to make friends with a dungeon NPC? Moreover, not many big shots have that much gold coins. However, Tong had just heard it clearly, spending a total of over 6 billion gold coins could give a chance to obtain an epic level equipment. But no matter how you calculate it, this deal was a loss. After all, this was only a 6-star dungeon, so even the epic level equipment obtained would only be level 180 at most. A level 180 epic level equipment was not worth 16 billion no matter how you looked at it. Instead, Lu Chen felt like he hit the jackpot. If this was a way to obtain epic level equipment, then in the future, he could go to various rule dungeons, make friends with other dungeon NPCs, and quickly obtain a full set of epic level equipment. This was much faster than opening blind boxes or equipment chests. Just a mere 6 billion gold coins. For others, it might be a number they could never reach in their lifetime, but for Lu Chen, he could easily earn it by killing a few monsters. After advancing to the 4th stage, the base number of coins from the coin explosion system had increased to 60, making the process of earning coins feel like riding a rocket. Huoxia, we are ready for battle, let's begin. Alright, my dear friend. With a wave of Huoxia's hand, the lava sea monsters appeared all over the dungeon. They all had a unified form, humanoid monsters with shark heads and lava bodies, showing their teeth and claws. These dungeon monsters were strictly limited by rules. They wouldn't attack beyond their designated areas. Depang, let's start clearing. The dungeon map was not large, but not small either. The specific distribution of monsters and their numbers needed to be explored. Moreover, unless the small monsters were cleared, the boss wouldn't spawn. Put. -120,000. -120,000. -120,000. Lu Chen in his sword god form used his sword god technique to instantly kill the 10 small monsters ahead, speeding up the monster clearing process, as the cooldown for the sword god transformation was only 180 seconds. Ding! Congratulations on earning 180 times 60 is equal to 10,800 gold coins. Ding! You have gained 18,000 times 3 is equal to 54,000 experience points. The experience was excellent. It was 3 times that of the monsters outside. To reach level 91 from level 90 required 1,843,200 experience points, so by clearing 34 dungeon monsters, one could level up. Yuga, the drop rate is good. I got dozens of gold coins and a level 180 green handguard. Bai Li Tong had become a professional looter. Yes, 1 green equipment dropped from killing 10 small monsters. The drop rate in this rule dungeon is indeed good for the first clear. Let's continue. Lu Chen and Bai Li Tong excitedly searched for dungeon monsters everywhere. At this leveling pace, they were hopeful to reach level 120 after clearing the dungeon. Outside the dungeon, General Yu Songfei ordered his men to quickly collect sea crystal iron materials while digging deep into the underwater volcano. Speed up the clearing of the magma and ensure the rule dungeon is protected in the shortest time possible. As long as they firmly controlled this dungeon, it would be equivalent to possessing a strategic treasure trove for rapidly enhancing their strength. In the extraterritorial battlefield, the Alliance headquarters only controlled one rule dungeon, the Chaotic Forest, while most rule dungeons were still controlled by monsters. Of course, monsters couldn't level up by killing monsters inside rule dungeons, but they could farm equipment and have a low chance of dropping special resources. It was no wonder the equipment of the Dark Monster royal family was so good. They had control over many of these rule dungeons. Commander Xian Yuanhu and a group of big shots arrived at the sea skeleton battlefield, but they could only sit outside the underwater volcano area and couldn't enter the restricted rule area. Lao Su, you personally return to Dragon City, arrange an elite legion, as well as senior lifestyle professional engineers, bring enough city building materials, and quickly come over. I want to build the highest level defense city here at the first time. Yes, Commander. At this moment, Yang Zhang looked at everything happening in front of him with a buzzing head. It's too surreal. The team he led, Lu Chen and Bai Li Tong, suddenly possessed the strength to kill a 6th order special lord, and also discovered a rule instance. With this combat power and luck, he had already left them far behind. Damn it, I haven't even officially started a team activity yet, and the 2 team members have taken off? Yang Zhang shook his head self-deprecatingly. People are really infuriating. Thinking of himself, almost 10 years since graduation, he is only at the 5th level, while 2 rookies who graduated less than a year ago, whom he has barely met a few times, have already killed a 6th order boss. In the future activities, if they participate, will he lead them or will they lead him? Time passed quickly, 1 month went by. A steel city covered the entire rule area, a powerful magic array was activated, separating the seawater, and the first underwater city in Zone F was established. And to protect the rule instance, a battle line was formed outside the city, guarded by the most elite legion of Zone F. The central underwater volcano was also hollowed out, the magma was drained away, revealing the entrance to the rule instance inside the volcano. This entrance was constructed of magma gates covered with patterns similar to the Godstone runes, with a flame vortex in the middle emitting strange and warm energy fluctuations from time to time. It's been a month. Theoretically, Lu Chen and Bai Li Tong should have the strength to crush Lord Sulik by now. The 6-star instance should have been cleared long ago. A group of big shots sat in the newly constructed underwater battle command room for a meeting. At this time, Tu Tianwei spoke up. There's no need to worry. If they really run into trouble, Bai Li Tong will send a distress signal. Since he hasn't done so yet, he's probably busy with something. Tu Tianwei had watched Bai Li Tong grow up since childhood, even spending more time with him than Bai Li Tong's grandfather, making him Bai Li Tong's second uncle. Naturally, Tu Tianwei knew Bai Li Tong's habits very well. In fact, Bai Li Tong was able to obtain the assassin's heart because he helped out, something Bai Li Tsong Feng didn't know about. Otherwise, he would definitely have to spar with him for 3 million rounds. Inside the instance, Lu Chen and Bai Li Tong were busy. What the hell is this summoning item? So hard to summon. Bai Li Tong was speechless. In fact, it took them less than half a month to find monsters to level up, but it took a full half-month to summon the Lava Sea Monster King using the blood of the boss combined with the summoning item, and now the progress bar was only at 99%. Lu Qin also felt helpless. However, this hidden boss was unique, so it was reasonable that it was difficult to awaken. Ding! You have successfully awakened the Lava Sea Monster King at the bottom of the magma. Please prepare for battle. It is about to break out of the magma. Suddenly, the rolling magma lake in front of them completely boiled, an ancient scorching breath gushed out, followed by a huge instance monster emerging, accompanied by a volcanic eruption-like barrage of magma. Name: Lava Sea Monster King. Red feet. Rank: S. Level: LV 180, 6th Order. Health: 320-0000. Introduction: Lava Sea Hell Hidden Boss, unique, will not respawn after being killed, special rewards upon killing. Dialogue: I am the great lord of the lava, red feet, who dares to disturb my slumber, you will repent in the lava purgatory forever. Talent release: Sword God Mode. Divine Sword Array. Demon Slayer Sword Art. Divine Sword Storm. Lu Qin, who couldn't wait any longer, went straight to Hong Feet. The three great sword god skills erupted, and then used the proof of the god's active effect to refresh the sword god skills, continuing to release another round. Ah, boss, spare me. I'll treat you to fish. Put. You've kept me waiting for so long, and all you can offer is fish? Pathetic. Seconds. Ding, congratulations on killing the unique hidden boss, the Lava Sea Monster King. The whole team receives the title of Lava Warrior, which increases fire resistance by plus 1800 and fire attribute attack damage by an additional plus 18%. Ding, your level has reached 120, please accept the 5th tier advancement task as soon as possible and break through the 5th tier. Holy cow! Yuga, we got a rare title. Bailey Tong exclaimed with joy. This title is really hard to come by. Many bosses still don't have one. A title that increases fire resistance and fire damage? Not bad. Lu Qin smiled lightly. With the attribute bonus from this title, the originally scorching magma suddenly became as cool as a mountain spring, and the damage from fire attributes was greatly reduced. Yuga, look! It seems like the boss dropped a red epic equipment. Bailey Tong's eyes lit up, spotting a red light between the boss's legs. An epic level equipment. It actually dropped one. The probability of dropping such a top-tier equipment is quite good. Lu Qin eagerly picked up the equipment to examine it. Name: Lava Flame Armor. Category: Clothing. Grade: Epic. Wearable level: LV 180, suitable for occupation, universal for physical occupations. Attributes: unidentified. Note: requires a 6th tier appraiser or a high-level appraiser to make a 6th tier or higher appraisal scroll for identification. Depang, do you have a 6th tier appraisal scroll? No, I don't. Bailey Tong waved his hand. His level was still low, and he didn't need such high-level items. Besides, appraisal scrolls are not easy to make. Many advanced appraisers are too lazy to spend a lot of effort making appraisal scrolls, so it's faster to appraise directly. Lu Qin had no choice but to put this epic level equipment into his backpack. Such items that require a job changer to make are not sold in the extraterritorial market. As for the other items dropped by the hidden boss, Lu Qin didn't even bother looking at them and let Bailey Tong take them away. This made Bailey Tong's face light up with joy. That's the benefit of sucking up to someone, you get soup to drink. The two returned to NPC Huaxia's side. Aya, I'm back. Here, the heart of the Lava Sea Monster King. Lu Qin handed the boss's heart to Huaxia. Wow! You are truly amazing. You can kill such a powerful Lava Sea Monster King. You are the most powerful human I have ever seen. Bailey Tong watched as Yuga and Huaxia chatted like long-lost friends, feeling sour, and sat on the side drawing circles. Dear friend, this is the fire crystal necklace I have worn for many years. Today, I give it to you as your exclusive necklace. I hope you like it. Huaxia took off the necklace around her neck and gave it to Lu Qin. The originally delicate necklace, when taken by Lu Qin, turned into a normal-sized necklace, emitting a unique red light characteristic of epic-level equipment, accompanied by a warm heat. Name: Huaxia Necklace. Exclusive. Category: Accessories. Grade: Epic. Wearable level: LV 180. Attributes: unidentified. Note: this is the exclusive necklace that Huaxia gave to Lu Qin. Only Lu Qin can wear it. Wow! It really is an epic level equipment. And it's a very rare necklace accessory. It is well known that among equipment, the drop rate for accessories is lower than other equipment, and necklaces are the most difficult to drop. Especially for necklaces with multiple attribute bonuses and high quality, they are extremely rare. Even the three great war gods still use orange necklaces purchased from the extraterritorial market. Oh my goodness! Epic necklace? Brother, your flying speed is almost catching up to a rocket. Bailey Tong saw the necklace and bounced up from the ground, his eyes wide open. Don't be surprised, keep it low-key. Lu Chen patted the fat man's shoulder. Although it took almost a month to brush this instance, the rewards were very significant. 2 epic level equipment, plus leveling up to level 120. With this leveling speed, probably no one can match. Ding, congratulations on successfully clearing the lava purgatory instance for the first time, your names will be forever remembered. Ding, because you cleared the instance for the first time, you have a chance to open a treasure chest. The next second, a panel appeared in front of Lu Chen and Bailey Tong, showing 9 treasure chests. Oh my, there are instance chest rewards too? Bailey Tong drooled, rubbing his chubby little hands, and casually chose a chest. Ding, congratulations on obtaining a stamina attribute potion, bound, permanently increasing stamina by plus 180 points when consumed. Wow! Brother I got a stamina attribute potion, adding 180 stamina points, equivalent to the free attribute points gained by leveling up 36 levels. I'm going to fly too. Bailey Tong jumped with joy. Lu Chen smiled and also prepared to choose a chest to open. At this moment, Huoxia reminded, dear friends, the items obtained from the instance chest are bound and cannot be traded. If you wish, you can give me some gold coins, and I can help you see what's inside these instance chests, but I can only tell one person, huh? Bailey Tong was dumbfounded. Damn! Can it be done like this? Is this favoritism? Suddenly, Bailey Tong found that spending 6 billion gold coins to befriend an instance NPC seemed worth it. Lu Chen generously gave Huoxia a pile of gold coins. Ding! You spend 100,000 gold coins. Huoxia tells you that the first chest contains a strength attribute potion. Ding! You spent 200,000 gold coins. Huoxia tells you that the second chest contains an orange weapon equipment. Ding, you spent 25.6 million gold coins. Huoxia tells you that the 9th chest contains a 10-star battle pet egg. Dear friends, the best treasure among these 9 instance chests is the 10-star battle pet egg. Huoxia smiled. Damn, a 10-star battle pet egg? Brother you hit the jackpot. Bailey Tong was stunned. Lu Chen nodded. That's it. Ding, congratulations on obtaining a 10-star battle pet egg. Ding, congratulations on successfully contracting the 10-star battle pet, Abyssal Azure Dragon. Name, Abyssal Azure Dragon. Category, Battle Pet. Aptitude, 10 stars. Level, LV1. Talent, Azure Dragon. Domain, Skill, none. Did I just get a real dragon? Lu Chen was speechless, then overjoyed. This Abyssal Azure Dragon had a similar form to the Moonlight Dragon Colt transformed into a white dragon, but its body was covered in deep blue dragon scales, very dreamy and cool, and it was an Eastern dragon form, not a Western lizard dragon. Looking at the Abyssal Azure Dragon emitting blue smoke all over its body, Lu Chen liked it more and more. This was a combat dragon pet. Just thinking about wielding a sword to kill monsters in the future, with the white dragon on the left and the Azure Dragon on the right, the scene was thrilling. Moreover, this should be the second combat dragon pet in human history. Just check the battle pet rankings to see that apart from the Dragon Blood War God's Purgatory Blood Dragon, there were no other dragon pets in the top 10. And the Dragon Blood War God's Purgatory Blood Dragon was still in Western dragon form, while he had 2 Eastern true dragons. Ding, your battle pet Abyssal Azure Dragon has topped the battle pet rankings. Do you want to make this information public? No. The next second, a channel-wide announcement sounded. Ding, congratulations to the job changer for obtaining the 10-star battle pet Abyssal Azure Dragon, topping the battle pet rankings. Damn, who is the godly person who got a 10-star dragon pet? The Purgatory Blood Dragon of the Dragon Blood War God was actually pushed down. Countless people were shocked. The Dragon Blood War God was also extremely shocked. He had just mocked old Hua for his mount becoming second-rate, and now his battle dragon pet had also become second-rate. Could it be Lu Chen? The 3 major war gods could only think of Lu Chen at the first moment, as only he could possibly have such luck. Damn! Brother are you leaving any room for others? You're really showing off. Bailey Tong even dreamed of having a top-tier pet that was cool and awesome. I don't want to either, but my strength doesn't allow it. Handsome people will only become more handsome. Lu Chen patted the head of the Abyssal Azure Dragon, naming it Little Azure, as a level 1 dragon was still quite small. Let's go, it's time to go out. I bet everyone outside is getting impatient. Immediately, Lu Chen recalled Little Azure and Little Red back to the pet space, and together with Bailey Tong, they stepped out of the instance. As the two left the instance, the Magma Abyss instance was officially opened to the public. The next moment, the Magma Abyss instance erupted with a towering column of flames. This column of light connected directly to the extraterritorial battlefield. For a moment, it alarmed the various forces in the extraterritorial battlefield. Isn't that the special light column that erupts only when a regular instance is opened? It seems to have erupted from the blue star world below. Quick! Send someone back to the blue star world to confirm if it's the birth of a regular instance in the blue star world. When the flames dissipated, the onlookers outside finally saw the information revealed on the instance. Instance, Magma Abyss, star rating, 6 stars, entry level, within LV-180, team size, up to 12 people, special restriction, each person can only enter once a month, first clearers, Lu Chen, Bailey Tong, you two, don't be so reckless next time, you almost scared me to death. When Lu Chen and Bailey Tong came out, Yang Zheng finally let go of his worries. Captain Yang, we just wanted to experience the power of the boss, but we didn't expect it to be so weak. Brother, you didn't even exert any effort, and it fell. Bailey Tong chuckled. Everyone felt embarrassed. They, a whole regular army plus many monster hunters, had no way to deal with Lord Sulik, and in the end, they had to sacrifice themselves to obtain the sea crystal iron materials. And Lu Chen and Bailey Tong, just the two of them, easily defeated this unbeatable lord. How could they not feel embarrassed? Ahem! You two, the Supreme Commander has been waiting for you at the Sea Skeleton battlefield for a long time. I'll take you there. General Yu Songfei personally led the way. However, before leaving, Lu Chen roughly drew a map of the distribution of monsters in the instance and gave it to Captain Yang Zhang, so that the captain could reduce the danger of clearing the instance. Then, Yang Zhang followed an elite team of all 6th-tier members into the Magma Abyss instance, as arranged by the Supreme Commander, as a favor to Yang Zhang. Along the way, Lu Chen couldn't help but marvel at the Alliance's construction mania. In just 1 month, they had built such a huge defensive fortress. How much material and manpower must have been used? It was just a regular instance, yet it was taken so seriously by the Alliance. It seemed that he had underestimated the value of regular instances. When they arrived at the highest command room, Bailey Tong immediately saw Grandpa Budian sitting in the C position. Grandpa Budian? Why are you here? Bailey Tong ran over immediately, joyfully asking. Just came to see my little Bailey. Let's see if you've been slacking off these days. You're already level 120. It seems you haven't been slacking off. Very diligent. Budian smiled kindly. Xian Yuanhu and the others were speechless. This Budian, the founder of Monster Hunters, was the only legendary hunter with a 10-star rating to date. He was an absolute monster-killing god. There were rumors that he had the strength to compete for the position of a war god back then, but he chose to be a carefree monster hunter instead. So, secretly, those who know him will call him the God Slayer, with combat power absolutely not weaker than the 3 great war gods. Just didn't expect that this great God Slayer also has such a kind and cheerful side. Probably only this grandson of the Sky Sword God can make him like this. Hee, Grandpa said, near the strong is strong, near the weak is weak, following brother you. If you don't work hard to become stronger, it won't work. Bai Li Tong spoke sincerely. But he didn't say that the longer he stayed with Lu Chen, the more he realized how towering the mountain of Lu Chen was, already towering into the clouds, making him only able to look up. It would be good enough to look up to him in this life. Lu Chen, you are very good, the strongest young generation of sword talent I have ever seen, stronger than me and the Sky Sword God back then, well done. The future of the human race, we have hope in you. The God Slayer Wei Will looked at Lu Chen, his sharp eyes full of admiration. For a sword genius like Lu Chen, he had nothing to point out. This kind of genius could only rely on self-cultivation, others had no right to teach, even the Sky Sword God. Thank you for the senior's praise, Lu Chen said modestly. With such talent, yet not arrogant or impatient, modest and humble, a role model for us. Little Bai Li, you should seriously learn from Lu Chen in this aspect. The God Slayer Wei would continue to praise without hesitation. I need to learn brother use humility. Bai Li Tong nodded earnestly in his heart. Lu Chen, Bai Li Tong, you have cleared the most difficult 6th Order Lord for us, avoiding major losses in the F-War Zone, boosting morale. From now on, we can smoothly collect enough sea crystal iron materials to build the magic array cannon, making a significant contribution to the entire human alliance. I have reported to the Alliance headquarters. The Alliance has given instructions, and can meet any of your needs. Xian Yuan who expressed his gratitude happily. Without Lu Chen, not to mention how many elite forces would die, even the urgent task of 110th level magic array cannons might not be completed smoothly. He just didn't expect that Lu Chen, who had just reached the 4th Order, could easily crush the unsolvable 6th Order Lord for them. This kind of potential transfer player is truly unique in ancient and modern times. I have a need right now. I wonder if any of the seniors have 2 6th Order or higher identification scrolls. I want to identify 2 180 level unidentified equipment. Lu Chen spoke directly. This Lu Chen, think it over, just for 6th order identification scrolls? Isn't that too wasteful? Xian Yuan, who was speechless. You can ask the Alliance headquarters for any condition. Is it necessary to use 2 6th order identification scrolls for such a rare opportunity? Lu Chen smiled and said nothing. He didn't lack anything at all. Just need 2 identification scrolls. I have 10 6th order or higher identification scrolls here. Consider it as a reward from the Alliance to you. The God Slayer Wei will like Lu Chen even more. If it weren't for not being qualified to be his teacher, otherwise, this kind of sword genius, no matter what, he had to snatch him as a disciple. Lu Chen took the scrolls and smiled. Thank you very much, Senior Godslayer. This is what you deserve. By the way, is the Abyssal Azure Dragon, ranked first on the Battle Pet leaderboard, the one you obtained in the instance? The God Slayer Wei asked. The name Abyssal Azure Dragon is very similar to the instance name, and everyone guessed that it was either obtained by Lu Chen or by Li Tong. That's right, I luckily obtained a 10-star Abyssal Azure Dragon by being the first to clear the instance and opening the instance treasure chest. Lu Chen didn't explain much. The big shots were all shocked. Can this thing be obtained by luck? The probability is no less than finding a needle in a haystack. Is Lu Chen the reincarnation of a lucky child? Bai Li Tong secretly chuckled. It's not luck at all, it's clearly the NPC opening the back door, but this back door also requires money to open. Brother, you quickly identify the epic level equipment and see what attributes it has. Bai Li Tong eagerly spoke. Lu Chen was speechless. He wanted to be more low-key and do the 5th order advancement task before identifying it. When the big shots heard this, their expressions shook. What? Epic equipment? Lu Chen also obtained epic equipment in the instance? Is he identifying scrolls to identify epic equipment? Lu Chen, did you really get epic equipment? As the slaughter god, Tu Tianwei also had to accelerate his heartbeat. Although there is a high probability of obtaining orange or higher equipment by clearing the instance for the first time, this high probability is just people's speculation. In fact, no one knows the drop rate, because no human has ever cleared the instance for the first time. The major forces in the extraterritorial battlefield control the rule instances taken from monsters, and the first clear has long been taken by dark monsters. Lord Tu Tian, you don't know. Brother Yu has obtained 2 pieces of epic equipment, one of which is an exclusive necklace. Bai Li Tong did not reveal the secret of triggering the awakening of the hidden boss in the instance by making friends with the instance NPC with gold coins. Without Yu Ji's permission, he would not reveal it. Even if his grandfather asked, he wouldn't say. What? 2 pieces of epic equipment? Hiss. Tu Tianwei was shocked for the first time and took a cold breath. The drop rate of this first-time instance is too awesome. Lu Chen, quickly, take them out for identification. Let us witness the birth of 2 new epic equipment. Xian Yuan, who and other Warzone bosses all looked like they had never seen the world before, showing eager eyes. Lu Chen had to take out the lava flame armor and the fire Xia necklace for identification. After 2 dazzling red lights flashed, the true faces of the 2 epic equipment pieces were revealed. Everyone was shocked. These attributes are amazing. Name, Lava Flame Armor, Category, Clothing, Grade, Epic, Wearable Level, LV 180, Suitable for Occupation, Universal Physical Occupation, HP, plus 28,000, Strength, plus 3,280, Stamina, plus 3,840, Spirit, plus 3,100, Fire Resistance, plus 180, Special Effects Defense Enhancement plus 5,760. Flame Sacrifice, after wearing it, flames automatically ignite, causing a certain burning damage to nearby targets. Name, Fire Xia Necklace, Exclusive, Category, Accessories, Grade, Epic, Wearable Level, LV 180, Exclusive Owner, Lu Chen, HP, plus 29,800, Strength, plus 3,100, Stamina, plus 3,280, Agility, plus 3,100, Spirit, plus 3,840, all attributes, plus 360, all resistance, plus 18%, special effects skill attack power plus 18%. Fire Xia Protection, after being attacked, a flame protective shield can be formed to absorb a certain amount of damage. Gurgle. Is this the attribute bonus of epic equipment? And 2 special effects, this is simply too strong. Although everyone present are Warzone bosses, few have seen epic equipment with their own eyes. The best equipment they use is orange equipment, which does not have special effects. The attribute bonus of epic equipment is like this, with 2 fixed special effects, both of which are passive effects, but most of the epic equipment I have seen have 3 additional attributes. But Lu Chen's 2 pieces of epic equipment, Lava Flame Armor has 5 additional attributes, and Fire Xia necklace has an astonishing 7 attribute bonuses, and both have the most important HP bonus. It can be said that these two pieces of epic equipment are the best of the best, each one is invaluable. Tu Tianwei will also exclaimed. If this is a 10th grade epic equipment, he would shamelessly bankrupt himself in exchange for one with Lu Chen. Ding, your epic equipment Lava Flame Armor has ranked in the top 100 of the equipment rankings. Do you want to make your name public? Ding, your epic equipment Fire Xia necklace has ranked in the top 100 of the equipment rankings. Do you want to make the information public? 2 prompts popped up. Lu Chen still chose no. When the 2 epic equipment items entered the equipment rankings, it caused a stir, shocking numerous job changers. The Human Alliance public channel was once again buzzing. Just now, a 10-star battle dragon pet appeared, and now 2 epic equipment items have popped up. Which big shot is having such amazing luck, opening treasure chests one after another to get top quality items? I don't care. I want to worship the big shot, whoever it is, as long as they are from our alliance. It's our alliance's luck. Oh my goodness. Just because a 10-star battle dragon pet appeared, I was so excited that I crushed an egg, and now 2 epic equipment items have appeared at the same time. I crushed another one in excitement, but I felt so satisfied. Alliance headquarters. Among the various big shots preparing for the Tianxian Pass battle, they were all shocked as they looked at the new epic equipment in the equipment rankings. Even though it was only 6th tier epic equipment, for the Human Alliance, it was extremely precious top quality equipment. 6th tier, could it be that Lu Chen and Bailey Tong obtained them in the new rule instance? The god of heaven Hodman speculated. It can't be wrong, it should be Lu Chen. Besides him, who else in our Human Alliance has the ability and luck? The Dragon Blood War god Tian Xingxuan laughed. I am now worried that the light pillar activated by the new rule instance will attract other forces back to the Blue Star world. With Tootie in charge, there won't be any problems with the new rule instance. At most, they will start to compete for the rule areas outside our alliance's major battle zones. The Sky Sword god Bailey Tsangfeng pondered. It seems that besides preparing for the Tianxian Pass battle, we also need to arrange manpower to assist in the major battle zones and firmly control the other rule areas within the battle zones. The assimilation of the monster world rules into the Blue Star world has reached a certain level. This is a new challenge and also an opportunity. If we seize it, we can quickly become stronger. Others agreed one after another. Issue orders to the commanders of the major battle zones to first control the rule areas within their jurisdiction. As for the rule areas outside the battle zones, do what you can. May I ask the 3 war gods, what if people from other domains come to snatch them? We will not give them the rule areas within the battle zones. If they dare to snatch forcefully, we will tell them whether they can bear the power of the legendary sword in my hands in the future. Yes, and over here. Lu Chen's eyes widened. This is epic equipment. It's so charming and powerful. It can be said that just one piece of epic equipment is enough to crush ordinary 6th tier job changers. It's no wonder the dark monsters are so powerful. The human race has never dared to step out of the battle zone so far. They can only shrink in their respective power territories, relying on rule areas, magic arrays, and other means to resist monster invasions. Brother, you are so cool again this time. If you make your information public in the future and let everyone know that the recent epic equipment, battle pets, and mounts are all yours, you will definitely be famous worldwide. Bailey Tong kept touching the 2 epic equipment items, almost drooling. It's just 2 pieces of epic equipment, do you have to be so exaggerated? Brother, for you it's just 2 pieces, but for us, they are top quality items that are hard to dream of. Lu Chen was momentarily speechless, as if this was the case. Alright, we need to prepare to do the 5th tier tasks, and we have 5 months to level up. Maybe there's a chance to advance to the 6th tier. Lu Chen put away the epic equipment. Lu Chen, before you do the 5th tier tasks, let me introduce you. Tootie suddenly said. Please go ahead. Lu Chen was a little puzzled. Isn't it just a 5th tier mission? Just accept it and do it directly. Why does Senior Tu Tian look so serious? Grandpa Tu Tian, let me do it. You are too serious and not suitable for teaching. Bai Li Tong chuckled. Tu Tianwei felt depressed and complained in his heart. You, little Bai Li, there are so many people here, can't you consider my face? Xian Yuanhu and others held back their laughter. This was the first time they had seen the god of slaughter in such a dilemma. Just as Bai Li Tong was explaining the differences in the 5th tier advanced missions to Lu Chen, soldiers hurriedly entered. Report! Commander-in-Chief, something bad has happened. Someone from an external force has come and intends to forcefully break into the lava hell dungeon. What? Everyone was furious. At this moment, Tu Tianwei slowly drew out the crimson sword. Perfect, I'm feeling a bit annoyed. After speaking, Tu Tianwei walked out. Everyone silently prayed for the intruders, hoping they would leave alive. Brother Yu, to sum it up, the 5th tier mission is a test of the professional heart. All those who accept the 5th tier mission will randomly enter a different time and space. In simple terms, they will travel back to a previous time and space. There, you will see things that actually happened in the past, but it has become the place for your advanced mission. Of course, we are from the Great Xia, so we will naturally only return to the time and space of the Great Xia. After listening to Bai Li Tong's explanation, Lu Chen was very surprised. This 5th tier mission was so different, and it could even trace back history. No wonder Senior Tu Tian was so serious. The past years were mostly filled with blood and tears, a time of despair and darkness. Brother Yu, the 5th tier mission is a one-time test of the professional heart. If successful, you can receive mysterious rewards based on the evaluation after completing the mission. If you fail, the next mission you accept will be a normal advanced mission, and you will only receive attribute rewards. Everyone's professional heart is different. Like me, I have honed my own assassin's heart in advance, so doing the 5th tier mission will be relatively easy. After that, Bai Li Tong took out a book of Great Xia history. Brother Yu, be prepared. After accepting the mission and entering a different time and space, you can refer to the history book to roughly know what happened in that time and space, and then follow your heart. Commander-in-Chief, shall we begin? After understanding the situation of the 5th tier mission, Lu Chen prepared to face all the tests of the professional heart. So, Xian Yuan, who took out the 5th tier advanced divine stone. Lu Chen and Bai Li Tong directly accepted the 5th tier mission. Ding! The first acceptance of the 5th tier mission does not have difficulty levels, all are unified as a test of the professional heart in a different time and space. You have accepted the 5th tier mission. Mission name, Test of the Professional Heart. Mission content, you will randomly return to a certain time and space of the Great Xia people, a certain location, to undergo a test of the professional heart. Tips. 1. This mission has no specific requirements. Everything is up to you. In the different time and space, you can do whatever you want. 2. This mission lasts for 3 months. After 3 months, it will be determined whether your professional heart test is successful. If successful, rewards will be given based on your performance. If failed, you can accept the 5th tier mission again, but it will not be a test of the professional heart. 3. Any injuries sustained in the mission are real and you can die, so be cautious. After confirming the mission content, Lu Chen directly activated the mission teleport and entered a certain time and space. In the next moment, Lu Chen's vision turned into a vast expanse of white. The scene had not yet appeared. In Lu Chen's ears, there were cries of babies, sounds of cannons, guns, screams, and fearful shouts, all echoing incessantly. After a moment of confusion, Lu Chen appeared in a devastated city. In front of him, a baby sat among the ruins, surrounded by corpses, some of which were horribly mutilated. A woman with only half of her body left was holding the infant, her face covered in tears and sorrow, but she had already passed away. The baby's cries were piercing, but no one responded to him. With just one glance, Lu Chen's heart became heavy. Is this the former Great Xia era? At that moment, a fighter jet streaked across the sky, emitting thick smoke before crashing vertically. Clatter, clatter, clatter. A dirty squad dressed in unified Great Xia military uniforms appeared, their eyes devoid of hope but their morale undiminished, bravely defending their homeland. At this time, the human race had not yet entered the era of job transition, so they naturally used firearms to combat the powerful unknown monsters invading. However, some of these monsters were too strong to be afraid of firearms. Great Xia was plunged into a dark moment, with countless casualties. Suddenly, a flying monster swooped down towards the crying baby from the sky. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes and swiftly shielded the infant beneath him. With just one sword strike, he cut the diving flying monster in half. The squad leader had intended to come and rescue the poor infant, but he was shocked to witness Lu Chen's swift action. This squad leader's military uniform was tattered, his cap missing, and he was unarmed, instead wielding a gleaming white bone sword as he approached Lu Chen. This young squad leader looked very youthful, with the determination to become a sword god and save the ambitious youth of Great Xia. What? Your Bai Li Songfeng? Lu Chen was speechless. This person was the legendary sword god of the younger generation? Lu Chen finally realized. Although the young man in front of him bore a striking resemblance to Bai Li Tong, his slender figure, starry eyebrows, and sharp eyes were quite different from Bai Li Tong's sneaky appearance. Bai Li Tong, brother Yu, my eyes are charming, not sneaky. Do you know me? Bai Li Songfeng squinted his eyes, not recognizing the person in front of him. Cough, cough. I don't know you, I've just heard of you. I come from elsewhere. Can you tell me where this is? What happened? And what time is it now? Lu Chen quickly asked. Bai Li Songfeng looked at Lu Chen with some confusion. Are you here for the rescue too? Don't you know this is Jinling City? You don't even know it's the year 2024 in Great Xia? 2024. Jinling City in Great Xia. Lu Chen took out a history book and quickly found the events that occurred at this time node. Jinling City had fallen. Tens of thousands of people were slaughtered by monsters. The rescue team also suffered heavy casualties and had to eventually abandon Jinling City, which became a territory of monsters. The history book recorded that the sword god of the younger generation had participated in this rescue mission. It also mentioned that at this time, Bailit Songfeng and the other two war gods had not yet brought back the job transition godstone from the foreign battlefield. In other words, at this time, the human race relied on firearms, cannons, and even nuclear weapons to deal with the monsters. It was unknown how Bailit Songfeng and the other war gods managed to bring back the job transition godstone from the perilous foreign battlefield. As Lu Chen was lost in thought, a very disgusting monster emerged from the rubble. Not good. It's a second-tier monster. Brother, take the infant and go first. I'll hold it off. Lu Chen looked at the disgusting monster with a dark expression and handed the child in his arms to Bailit Songfeng. Didn't you say you wanted to become a sword god? Watch closely, this sword will be very cool. Xinglian sword dance. One sword strikes out, like a fairy dancing with a sword. Elegant and magnificent. The monster stood there, lifeless. Bailit Songfeng had never imagined that there could be such a superb and unparalleled sword technique in this world. This was the sword technique he had always dreamed of pursuing. If he learned this sword technique, he could slay many monsters and save more people. Although he didn't know who the powerful sword-wielding youth in front of him was, or why he was so powerful, Bailit Songfeng knew that this was an opportunity to become stronger. Thud. Master, please accept me as your disciple and teach me the art of slaying monsters with a sword. Bailit Songfeng knelt down without hesitation. As long as he learned the art of slaying monsters with a sword, saving the country and the people, even if he had to give up his dignity, he would do so willingly. Lu Chen looked at Bailit Songfeng in astonishment. The sword god of the sky was kneeling before him, begging to be taught sword techniques? But Lu Chen quickly understood. Bailit Songfeng was eager to learn the art of slaying monsters with a sword to save the country. This is not a sword technique, it's a sword skill. You can think of it as a skill in a game. Take care of the child, I will first resolve the crisis in Jiling City. With that, Lu Chen rose into the air on his sword. Swords, come forth. In the next moment, countless flying swords hovered in the sky. Each sword emitted a sword chant, grand and majestic, causing the people and monsters in the city to look up. Is that our great Xia sword immortal descending to save us? Some fleeing civilians exclaimed in horror. This scene, which could only be seen in movies before, was now happening in reality. Flying on a sword, controlling thousands of swords, what else could it be if not a sword immortal? I must become this person's disciple. A seed of the way of the sword had already sprouted in Bailit Songfeng's heart. Slash! Lu Chen controlled thousands of flying swords, forming a meteor shower of flying swords within Jinling City, effortlessly piercing through each monster. Most of the monsters that appeared in the early stages of the invasion were below the 5th rank, unable to withstand Lu Chen's flying sword attacks. In less than 10 minutes, all the monsters invading Jinling City were slain by Lu Chen. As for the other monsters outside the city, they had long been scared off by Lu Chen's terrifying sword of slaughter. Wake up, buddy! Lu Chen returned to Bailit Songfeng's side, closing his wide-open mouth, and the child in his arms was no longer crying. Instead, the child with big bright eyes looked at Lu Chen, occasionally reaching out his chubby little hands, wanting to be held by Lu Chen. Lu Chen casually picked him up. Great Sword Immortal, please accept my gratitude for saving Jinling City. Can you please save our other compatriots as well? At this moment, Bailit Songfeng also regarded Lu Chen as a sword immortal descending from the heavens, otherwise he could not explain everything that had just happened. Tell me about the current situation in our Great Xia. Lu Chen said solemnly. Great Sword Immortal, the situation is very dire, to the point of national destruction and family annihilation. The monsters are too strong, too difficult to kill. Our Great Xia's arsenal of conventional weapons is almost depleted, and we can only barely hold on to a few major cities, while the rest have fallen. Apart from Jinling City, only the capital, the demon capital, the sheep city, the Pang city, the western capital, and the prosperous capital remain. The leader wants to gather the remaining survivors and establish a unified front to resist the monsters, but this task is too difficult. Bailit Songfeng gritted his teeth. The once prosperous Great Xia, the beautiful homeland, the cheerful compatriots, all destroyed by the monsters. This blood feud would be ingrained in the blood of every Great Xia citizen, and the monsters would have to pay for their blood debts in the future. At this moment, Lu Chen also clenched his fists. In the past, when teachers talked about this tragic history in school, he felt touched but did not truly empathize. Now, I saw the broken mountains and rivers of the motherland with my own eyes. I saw the plight of my compatriots with my own eyes. Only then did I realize what kind of despair our ancestors went through back then. Can you contact the leader? Lu Chen asked in a hurry. He knew that every second delayed would result in more casualties among his brothers and sisters. Wait, Sword Immortal, let me first contact the official in charge of rescuing Jinling City. He can contact the leader. Soon, Beilit Songfeng contacted the official. Upon learning that the mysterious Sword Immortal who had just taken action was going to help evacuate brothers and sisters from other major cities, this official also contacted the leader for the first time. In this way, Lu Chen successfully connected with the leader. Leader, I am also a citizen of Daxia. You don't have to call me Sword Immortal, just call me Xiaoyu. Upon hearing this, the leader in the imperial capital was somewhat shocked. The Sword Immortal who easily saved Jinling City was a citizen of their Daxia? Although it was very unbelievable, the most urgent task now was to rescue the people from all places. Alright, Xiaoyu, let me get straight to the point. After discussion, the national rescue plan we have formulated first aims to gather all surviving people together, with the location set in Xinjiang. Then, we will establish a unified front in Xinjiang, concentrate firepower to fight against the monsters, and then seize the opportunity to find a way to save the country. This national rescue strategy was indeed the same as recorded in historical books, but it was unknown how many people died in order to implement this plan back then. It can be said that the population of Daxia had dropped to a critical point. It was unknown how the ancestors back then managed to survive and successfully establish a front line. Catching a breath, Lu Chen quickly came up with a battle plan in his mind. Leader, I will clear the monsters near other major cities. Let the city legions directly escort the people to Xinjiang. I have a way to quickly support each city. Good. Xiaoyu, when you arrive in Xinjiang, I will lead all the people of Daxia to express our highest gratitude to you. After ending the call, Lu Chen summoned Dabai, and with Dabai's speed, he could quickly support the 6 major cities. After all, in the early stages of the rule's arrival, the territory of the Blue Star world had not yet expanded. Sword Immortal, can you take me with you? Beilit Songfeng nervously looked at Lu Chen. Come on. Lu Chen nodded. Really? That's great, thank you, Sword Immortal. Beilit Songfeng had his teammates take the children with them and followed the main force to retreat, then leaped onto Dabai's back. Dabai, transform into a dragon and fly at full speed to the nearest Xijing. Roar! Dabai neighed, soared into the sky, and his body burst into white light, transforming into a huge white dragon in the sky. Seeing the dragon of the Daxia legend, everyone in Jinling City was startled, then burst into tears of joy. The Sword Immortal appeared, the divine dragon emerged, and Daxia was saved. Initially, these were all Daxia myths, but now they had come true. Roar! A true dragon's roar scared the monsters watching from afar, and they dared not approach Jinling City anymore. Beilit Songfeng showed an extremely fanatical look in his eyes. This was the Sword Immortal he had longed for in his heart. Flying on a sword, accompanied by a real dragon. How majestic and powerful. If I could become such a big shot in the future, I would surely bring peace to Daxia. With Lu Chen's intervention, the once arrogant monsters either fled in panic or perished under the sword, and a large number of people, escorted by the city garrisons, rushed to Xinjiang. The originally planned 6-month evacuation was completed in less than a month. Although during this period, there were monster attacks on the way, resulting in the deaths of many people, this was already a good result. In the original plan, each city was expected to lose 70% of its population, but now the loss was less than 10%. When Lu Chen appeared in the sky above Xinjiang riding Dabai, everyone bowed in gratitude for Lu Chen's life-saving grace. But Lu Chen knew that it was not yet time to relax, because the crisis had not truly been resolved yet. Historical records show that in the past, leaders of various countries around the world, in order to deal with the monster crisis, decided to send a suicide squad to the sky, entering the monster world, also known as the extraterritorial battlefield, to find a way to deal with the monsters. Tens of thousands of people went, but only dozens returned alive. Among them were the future 3 great war gods. They brought back the job change godstone, allowing the human race to enter the job change era. Lu Chen decided. First, help the country establish the front line, then personally go to the extraterritorial battlefield to bring back the job change godstone and advanced godstone. Start the era of national job change. Leader, may I ask, what is your specific plan for building the defense line? Lu Chen, as a future person, has some understanding of the general structure of the battle zones and can provide advice to the ancestors of this era. Xiaoyu, this is the battle line map we previously formulated. The leader confidently unfolded the confidential blueprint. Looking at the blueprint, Lu Chen was speechless. Isn't this the construction map of the various battle zones in the future? However, this construction map is preliminary and not very complete. Unexpectedly, the ancestors were so amazing that even the design of the battle lines was so clever and has been used by future generations to this day. Subsequently, Lu Chen also provided thousands of suggestions for the imperfect parts of the battle line map. It can be said that Lu Chen told the ancestors everything he knew, and as long as the ancestors built the defense line according to the modified blueprint, it would be similar to the defense line of the future. The only difference is that this defense line does not have magic cannons, powerful props, or defensive formations. Everyone showed admiration in their eyes. They never expected that the young Lu Chen not only possessed mysterious powers like a sword immortal but also had such keen wisdom that he could immediately see the flaws in the design of the battle line. People quickly start building the defense line according to Xiaoyu's revised blueprint. Everyone began to work together, quickly constructing the Daxia battle zone. Lu Chen also joined in, using the powerful abilities of Debai and Xiaocong to quickly build the battle line. Even Xiao Hong, who had always been indifferent to everything, became interested and offered to help. Lu Chen had to call back Xiao Cong and summon Xiao Hong. Surprisingly, Xiao Hang's power exceeded Lu Chen's imagination. For example, she could lift heavy boulders with one hand. Don't forget, she's a cat. So, Lu Chen felt that the zero-star Xiao Hong was even more mysterious. When the battle line was established, Lu Chen immediately opened the extraterritorial mall item list. There were some temporary items that could be used, such as conductive stones and flame mechanisms. The quality was not high, but it was enough to deal with the early monsters. At this time, Lu Chen noticed that his coins were divided into two rows. The top row was the coins he had previously saved, which could not be used in a different time and space. The bottom row was the coins he obtained from killing monsters in this time and space, which could be used. In other words, only the coins obtained from killing monsters in this time and space could be used here. However, this was not a problem for Lu Chen at all. The coin system for killing monsters was still effective in this time and space, and the coins obtained from killing monsters were the same as outside. Lu Chen had already killed many monsters while supporting various cities before, so he had plenty of coins. Therefore, Lu Chen purchased a large number of usable items and placed them all over the battle line, leaving the leader and others stunned. They had never imagined that there were such magical and powerful defense items in the world. If they had possessed these magical items from the beginning, Daxia would not have been invaded by monsters. Xiaoyu, we have been curious for a long time. Where did your power, pets, and these magical items come from? The leader couldn't help but ask. Everyone listened intently. If the source of the mysterious power is known, it will be good news for the Great Xia, and even for the entire human race in the world. It may even sound the horn for a counterattack against these invading monsters. After pondering for a moment, Lu Chen was not sure whether this alternate dimension was real or not, and whether the events happening now would have any impact on the future. But since he was here, as a person of Great Xia, as a member of the human race, he could not stand idly by. In this timeline, let him open the era of national job change. Leader, to be honest, there is a huge divine stone in the extraterritorial battlefield. It possesses mysterious and powerful forces that can allow our human race to choose professions, gain the power to combat monsters. As long as we bring back this divine stone, our human race can start the era of national job change, allowing everyone to have the power to fight monsters, just like me. When this was said, everyone was stunned. The leader was the first to react. Although he did not know what this power was, he understood that it could be used to combat monsters. So, he said excitedly, "Is what you said true?" Lu Chen nodded very seriously. Bai Li Tsung Feng on the side had a determined look in his eyes and said, "I will definitely bring back this divine stone." However, the leader shook his head and said, "Sang Feng, since Xiaoyu knows about the existence of the divine stone and has gained such powerful strength, he has not brought back the divine stone. Surely, the difficulty must be considerable." As he said this, the leader kept looking at Lu Chen. Lu Chen did not explain too much. He couldn't say that he came from a future timeline and appeared in this timeline because of a mission. What he could do now was to end the Dark Age ahead of time and give the ancestors the power to fight against the invading monsters. With that in mind, Lu Chen smiled slightly at Bai Li Tsongfeng and said, "Alright, then come with me to the extraterritorial battlefield. Let's bring back this divine stone together." According to historical records, these invading monsters appeared in the country of Sakura and destroyed the entire country of Sakura in just one day. Then, the ancestors of Great Xia immediately built a front line. Later, together with other countries that had not been destroyed, they formed the Human Race Alliance. In order to find a way to deal with the monsters, the alliance also turned their attention to the mysterious vortex in the sky. That was the only way to enter the extraterritorial battlefield. However, as the rules assimilated the world, the vortex disappeared. To go to the extraterritorial battlefield again, one could only use the giant teleportation array. At a great cost, the Alliance managed to successfully send elite members of the human race like Bailit Songfeng into the extraterritorial battlefield. However, in the end, only a dozen or so people returned alive. But they did not fail their mission and successfully brought back the job change Divine Stone, opening the era of national job change, which paved the way for the future of the human race. This time, Lu Chen decided to change the fate of the ancestors in this timeline, allowing them to feel hope and joy, even if it was just a dream. Sword Immortal, please take me with you. I also want to contribute to Great Xia. Speaking was the future dragon blood war god Shi Tianxing, who was also a passionate and ambitious young man. Unlike Bailit Songfeng, he carried a huge bone knife on his back and already exuded a hint of the aura of a war god. Please take me too. This was a girl in a tight green bodysuit, with naturally circular eyes. Her name was Dong Li, and she was Bailit Songfeng's childhood sweetheart. And me. As the future god of slaughter, Tu Tianwei will also step forward to offer his help. In this way, Lu Chen directly took these four people, rode on the Great White, and set off for the extraterritorial battlefield. This was a fifth-tier mission in an alternate timeline. The dark monsters at that time were powerful, but their levels were not too high. Naturally, Lu Chen was very confident in protecting the four of them. The Great White, transformed into a giant dragon, passed through the vortex and brought everyone to the extraterritorial battlefield. Just as he arrived, Lu Chen saw many monsters, as well as the dark monsters waiting to enter the Blue Star world after the rule restrictions. When a giant dragon appeared with 5 human beings, the dark monsters collectively paused. Before they could react, Lu Chen had already transformed into a sword god and slashed past them. I am Lu Chen, the Great Xia Sword Immortal, here to slay monsters. Listen to the swords chant. These fifth-order dark monsters, without any S-class royal members, were no match for Lu Chen's powerful attacks. In an instant, the monsters were killed, crying and screaming in agony. Bailit Songfeng and the others watched with excitement. With such immense power, once mastered, what fear was there of these monsters? Damn human ants, you are finished. Our king will soon arrive and exterminate you all. Humans are only fit to be our food. An A-class dark monster struggled to speak, but its words remained defiant. Lu Chen swiftly killed it with a shadowless sword strike. The current task was not to fight monsters here. The battlefield beyond the domain was vast. The monsters here seemed endless, impossible to kill them all. It was not an exaggeration to say that once surrounded by a massive number of monsters, although Lu Chen could easily fight his way out, protecting Bailit Songfeng and the others would be difficult. The priority was to quickly find the class change Divine Stone and the advanced Divine Stone, and worry about other matters when the era of universal class change began. So, Lu Chen and the 4 others quickly began their search. The historical records did not mention where the class change Divine Stone was found in the battlefield beyond the domain. Therefore, Lu Chen had to rely on Bailit Songfeng and the others as guides, while he acted as their protector, slaying the attacking monsters. Boss, we don't know which direction to search. Bailit Songfeng and the others were puzzled. Logically, since the boss had undergone a class change, he should know where the class change Divine Stone was located. Lu Chen had to explain, the class change Divine Stone cannot be stored in any space, but monsters can transfer it. I must focus on fighting monsters, so you must search according to your own ideas. You will definitely find it. Upon hearing this, the 4 men suddenly understood and quickly devised a search plan. Boss, the 4 of us have decided to split into 2 groups. I and Dongli will ride the giant dragon to the mountainous area, while Shi Tianxing and Tu Tianwei will follow the boss to another forest area. This way, we will be more efficient. Bailit Songfeng spoke. Lu Chen nodded in agreement. With the speed of Dubai and the protection of Xiaohong, as long as they did not encounter powerful dark monster royals, the safety of the 2 men was assured. He was already at the 4th level, and his control over pets had greatly increased, so distance was not an issue. Furthermore, if they strayed beyond his control range, Dubai would lead them back to him. Then it's settled, let's move. Lu Chen immediately commanded Dubai to act, while he led Shi Tianxing and Tu Tianwei to the chaotic forest below. This vast forest was a regulated area, with an extremely chaotic environment where various elements created terrifying natural disasters. Flames, frost, sharp blades, thunderstorms, bottomless swamps, and more were everywhere, making it a dangerous place where one wrong move could mean certain death. Of course, in this harsh environment, there were also numerous monsters that had evolved to adapt to the surroundings. Many monsters even fed on the chaotic elements of the forest. Name, White Tiger Dagger Monster, Fire-type monster, level, LV-120. Name, Black Ear Monster, Wood-type Monster, Level, LV 122. Name, Pink Abalone Monster, Water-type Monster, Level, LV 125. Swish. Thud. Instant kill. Looking at monsters with various attribute abilities, Lu Chen also used his flying sword to clear the way and swept through all the way. Ding, your pet Abyssal Azure Dragon has leveled up to LV 90. Although he couldn't gain experience himself, pets could, and Xiao Tsong's level was not maxed out yet. With so many monsters here, leveling up naturally was as fast as a rocket. In this way, Lu Chen and the other two bypassed dangerous areas and killed their way to the depths of the chaotic forest. Here, Lu Chen found a mysterious tower. Instance, Tower of Chaos, huh? A rule instance? I didn't expect a rule instance to appear in the chaotic forest so early. Lu Chen was surprised. He wanted to enter the instance to explore, but realizing that non-transcendent individuals couldn't enter, he had to give up for the safety of Shi Tianqing in Tu Tianwei. After completing the advancement task, they could come back to this instance in the extraterritorial battlefield. Boss, there's something strange in the lake. Tu Tianwei pointed to the lake emitting cold air not far from the Tower of Chaos. Lu Chen took a closer look. Mysterious light occasionally surged in the cold lake, and it was unclear whether it was the light of a divine stone or an effect caused by monsters in the lake. Lu Chen decided to go down and take a look. On the other side, Beilite Songfeng and Dongli also entered the Black Bone Mountains, being chased by a large number of undead monsters. But Debai's speed was astonishing, and these undead monsters couldn't catch up no matter how they chased. Songfeng, let's go check out that mountaintop. Dongli pointed to a strange mountain in the shape of a skull ahead. Beilite Songfeng nodded and directed Debai towards that direction. Before long, Debai arrived above the skull mountain. Beilite Songfeng just took a glance downward and saw a large stone emitting a mysterious light. According to the introduction given by Lu Chen, this was the Transcendence Divine Stone, and they had found it. Moreover, there seemed to be no monsters around the Divine Stone. No! More precisely, there were monsters, and quite a few of them. However, those monsters seemed unable to approach the Transcendence Divine Stone, as if a mysterious force was preventing them. Debai, take us down. Beilite Songfeng and Dongli both showed extremely excited smiles. When the two touched the Transcendence Divine Stone, a light of transcendence surged from their bodies. Is this the transcendence that Lu Chen mentioned? So magical, so powerful. Beilite Songfeng was full of excitement. Seeing the transcendence prompt appearing above, Beilite Songfeng chose the swordsman profession without hesitation. With a ding, Beilite Songfeng's whole body flashed with golden light, and he successfully transcended on the spot. But at this moment, a huge shadow appeared in the sky, blocking out the sun. After transcending, Beilite Songfeng looked up and his face changed drastically. What did he see? A huge and immensely dark dragon, spreading its wings that covered the sky, its size not inferior to Debai in his dragon form. Lu Chen had told them that Debai was just a mount and had no attack power. Debai, we need to retreat quickly. Beilite Songfeng made a quick decision and immediately lifted the Transcendence Divine Stone. But Xiao Hong extended her cat claws. Beilite Songfeng thought Xiao Hong was going to fight this terrifying dragon and hurriedly persuaded with a cold sweat on his forehead, Xiao Hong, that must be the king of monsters. Without Lu Chen, we should retreat. This suddenly appearing terrifying dragon emitted a frightening dark aura. The fact that Beilite Songfeng and Dongli, who had just transcended, were not scared into fainting was enough to show how strong their willpower was. At this moment, the Dark Monster King clan, the 6th rank S-class Dark Dragon Man, Shi Shao, who came to hunt down the humans who intruded into the extraterritorial battlefield, also noticed Debai and the two of Beilite Songfeng. Humph, a bunch of trash, can't even deal with two newly transcended humans. Shi Shao angrily exhaled 2 black flames from his nostrils. Xiao Hong, let's retreat quickly. This monster is too strong. It's meaningless to fight with it now. Let's go find Lord Lu Chen first. Beilite Songfeng continued to persuade. Just a 6th order magic dragon, dare to show hostility towards me in Big White. It's time to roast it. Ha! Beilite Songfeng and Dongli were both stunned. No way. Big Red, you're just a cat. How come you're talking now? It's so scary. Also, you said it's a 6th order magic dragon, but Lord Lu Chen is only 4th order. But the next moment, Beilite Songfeng was hanging a snot, mouth wide open, face distorted, looking dumbfounded. Just then, Big Red made a hand seal, and 10 suns appeared above the dragon's head. What? Shi Zhao's pupils contracted, feeling death approaching. 10 suns in the sky roast. Big Red said softly, no. Before the dragon could beg for mercy, the 10 suns instantly roasted it to ashes. In the chaotic forest, Lu Chen successfully found an advanced upgrade divine stone from the cold lake. As soon as he surfaced from the lake, Lu Chen saw something unusual on the other side of the Black Bone Mountains. The sky was filled with 10 large fireballs. Let's go! Let's go check it out quickly. Upon arriving at the Black Bone Mountains, Lu Chen witnessed a surprising scene. Bai Li Song Feng and the others had actually found the job change divine stone. What just happened? Did the appearance of the job change divine stone cause an anomaly? Lu Chen immediately inquired. As soon as Big Red saw Lu Chen, he happily jumped into Lu Chen's arms and said obediently, "Master, no, it's just that a dark monster attacked, so I released a skill." What? Those 10 fireballs were your skill? Lu Chen was astonished. Although surprised, Lu Chen didn't ask much. Since the distance was too far just now, Lu Chen didn't see clearly that they were 10 suns, he only thought they were 10 large fireballs. A battle pet with such a rare skill was not that surprising. What about the dark monster? Roasted. Lu Chen also thought that the dark monster that appeared was of low level, which is why it couldn't withstand the damage from Big Red's skill. Bai Li Song Feng and Dong Li could only act like obedient babies, listening to Lord Lu Chen and his pet's conversation. Since we have obtained both the job change divine stone and the advanced upgrade divine stone, let's head back first. Lu Chen took the 4 of them and quickly left the extraterritorial battlefield, returning to the Blue Star world. At this moment, in a huge dark royal city in the extraterritorial battlefield, the 7 major dark royal families had already learned that Qi Shao, who was qualified to obtain the true king position, had fallen. And they also learned that the 4 human intruders who entered the extraterritorial battlefield had returned to the Blue Star world. For a moment, the entire dark royal city erupted with unprecedented roars of anger. Damn human ants, how dare they kill the future new king of our dragon race, we must crush these ants under our feet. Great Xia, Shengjing. Upon his return, Lu Chen immediately had the people of Great Xia who were over 18 years old start their job change. The older ones transitioned to life professions, while the middle-aged ones all transitioned to combat professions. Thus, the era of universal job change began. The Great Xia War Zone now had initial combat power to contend with the monsters. Leader, I have some unused equipment here, consider it a contribution to Great Xia. While everyone was changing jobs, Lu Chen had already purchased enough equipment. Since the gold coins obtained from this alternate timeline could only be used here, they would probably be useless once they left. Spend it. It must be spent. This is great. With you, little brother, Great Xia is truly fortunate. I'll have the job changers with good talents distribute the equipment. The leader and others were all overjoyed. Although everyone had completed their job changes, their levels were still too low. The monsters outside were still too strong for them. With equipment, as long as the elite job changers were trained and equipped, they would truly be stable. But who knew, Lu Chen took out countless pieces of equipment from his backpack. Yes, piles of them. Directly pile up the spacious square. This quantity, even if it's not 1,000,000 sets, there must be tens of thousands of sets, right? At this moment, everyone present, from ordinary people to the leaders, were all stunned. Are these the unnecessary equipment that Lu Chen mentioned? Don't be polite, these are just some early stage equipment that we used. Each person can take 2 sets casually, and if it's not enough, I still have more. More? Who exactly is Lu Chen? Where did he get so much money to buy equipment? After changing jobs, everyone also opened the extraterritorial mall, knowing that various equipment and props could be purchased in the market. But it requires gold coins. After a long time, the leaders and others tightly held Lu Chen's hand. Besides expressing gratitude and bestowing the title of Guardian War God upon Lu Chen, they had nothing else to offer. And after doing all this, Lu Chen's expression was somewhat dim because he knew that everything he was doing now was just an illusion. He was born at the wrong time. If the plot of this time and space continues, then when he completes this task and leaves, the human race will still be oppressed by invading monsters for decades to come, living a difficult and dark life until the moment he reappears. At this point, it has been over a month since Lu Chen started the 5th tier mission. In the following month, Lu Chen led everyone to level up by killing monsters and attacking various special areas to obtain materials for building the magic array cannon and defensive magic array. The Great Xiao War Zone was rapidly becoming powerful at an exaggerated speed. Both the defensive facilities on the front lines and the strength of the job changers were strengthening at an astonishing speed. When other countries that were still suffering from monster invasions and facing the threat of extinction learned that Great Xia had not only survived the crisis of extinction but also possessed the power to resist monsters, they were all shocked. Subsequently, they immediately contacted the leaders of Great Xia seeking a way to save their countries. Most of the heads of state expressed their willingness to become allied countries of Great Xia as long as Great Xia provided them with the power to resist monsters, and even becoming a vassal state was not a problem. However, there were still countries that were not awake from their dream of world domination. such as the beautiful country. They openly stated that Great Xia should consider the interests of the human race on Blue Star and contribute the power to resist monsters for free to fight against the monsters together. In response, the leaders also held a meeting and asked for Lu Chen's opinion because without Lu Chen, the current safe environment of Great Xia would not exist. Xiaoyu, the leaders of the countries that still exist in the world are seeking our help, and the vast majority of countries have actively expressed their willingness to join us to form a human alliance, with Great Xia as the leader. There are also a few countries, led by the beautiful country, who hope that we will openly provide them with the secrets of the power to resist monsters for free. What do you think about this? Hearing this, Lu Chen sneered, the beautiful country thinks it's the strongest country in the world. Leader, my opinion is that we don't need to pay attention to countries like the beautiful country with ambitions, let the monsters wipe them out. As for other countries, we can indeed form an alliance force. Once the human alliance is established, we can build a unified front line worldwide and start implementing the plan to build the alliance headquarters in the extraterritorial battlefield to prevent dark monsters from entering the Blue Star world. To achieve this, a large number of people are needed, and it is not feasible with just the population of Great Xia. Therefore, the human alliance was quickly established. While countries like the beautiful country lamented and regretted, they were wiped out by monsters one by one, departing peacefully. Soon, the era of universal job change in the Blue Star world arrived. With the assistance of a large number of job changers from Great Xia, 8 super war zones were established worldwide. Meanwhile, Lu Chen, along with future leaders such as Beili Congfeng, Shi Tianxing, and Hodman, went to the extraterritorial battlefield and established the headquarters of the Human Alliance in the S War Zone. In this way, the people in the major war zones no longer need to worry about being eaten by monsters. On the first day of the completion of the Alliance headquarters, Lu Chen, the first-generation Guardian War God, issued the first War God decree. Execute all remaining people of the Sakura Kingdom in all war zones. What? Excuse me, War God Lu, why is this? Everyone was surprised. In theory, the Sakura Kingdom has been destroyed, and the remaining people of the Sakura Kingdom have an irreconcilable blood feud with the monsters. Why did Lu Chen order their execution? At this time, Lu Chen turned to Dong Li and asked, if the Great Xia Kingdom fights against the Third Kingdom, which side would you support? Dong Li answered without hesitation, of course, I would support the Great Xia Kingdom because I am a Great Xia person. What if it's the Third Kingdom fighting against the beautiful kingdom? Dong Li hesitated for a moment, not quite understanding Lu Chen's meaning. After thinking for a moment, she said, I would support the Third Kingdom because I am Asian. Lu Chen looked at Dong Li with a slight smile, nodded, and continued, what if it's the beautiful kingdom fighting against the aliens, who would you support? This time, not only Dong Li was puzzled, but also the others. However, Dong Li seemed to understand Lu Chen's meaning and said, I would support the beautiful kingdom because I am a Blue Star person. Very good, one last question. What if the Sakura Kingdom fights against the aliens, who would you support? A hint of anger flashed in Dong Li's beautiful eyes, and she answered without hesitation, I would support the aliens because the devils are not human. Lu Chen laughed, exactly. That's the point. Everyone. In this alternate time and space, the devils of the Sakura Kingdom were completely wiped out. Shortly after, the 3-month test of the professional heart was about to end. Just when Lu Chen thought everything was going well, the biggest crisis struck. It turned out that besides the cowardly Sakura devils who betrayed the human race and joined the monsters, there were also the evil followers of the Faxes, and the Dark Holy Sea appeared. They closed and destroyed the defensive array of the S War Zone, targeting the Dark Monster royal families here, launching a collective attack and surrounding the S War Zone. The leading Dark Monster King, a total of 6, all reached the 7th rank level, and the real test had just begun. In order to avenge the deceased Qishao, the Dark Royal families concentrated all the spawn monsters, surrounding them heavily in the sky, on the ground, and even underground, setting up a tight net. With the defensive array of the S War Zone destroyed and difficult to repair in the short term, the huge crisis made Lu Chen frown. Although this alternate time and space is just a place for advanced missions, if one is killed by monsters here, they will truly die. However, at present, without a strong defensive array to resist, it is impossible to withstand the massive attack of the monsters. The only way is to kill a way out as soon as possible, pass through the vortex channel, and return to the Blue Star world, only then will there be a glimmer of hope. By present, it is not a problem to escape back to the Blue Star world with some people. But if he leaves, the other soldiers will be torn to pieces by the monsters, with no possibility of survival. Therefore, Lu Chen faced a choice, whether to retreat to the Blue Star world or stay and live or die with the others. It's hateful. Those traitors of the Faxes, all the human races are sworn enemies with them. Beili Congfeng immediately wanted to draw his sword to kill these fallen traitors. Zongfeng, stop. It's useless to kill them now. Let's hear what War God Lu has to say first. Everyone looked at Lu Chen in unison, their eyes filled with anticipation. They all knew that the mysterious sword immortal in front of them was the only hope for their human race. Whatever decision Lu Chen makes, they will support it unconditionally, even if it means going to their deaths. At this moment, Lu Chen's heart was extremely complicated. He can't die yet. There are still many things he hasn't done. He also promised his big and little sisters to attend their future career change ceremony. But he can't withdraw. He withdrew. How can he face the trust of countless soldiers in the war zone? Although he knew this was a different time and space, after spending nearly 3 months together, Lu Chen had already regarded them as living people. Once he really withdrew, leaving them to die, he would live forever in guilt, and also be ashamed of being their guardian war god. For a moment, Lu Chen was in great agony. He really didn't know what to do. At this moment, the Dark Royal family had already led a large number of monsters to launch an attack. War God Lu, you are the hope of our human race, you cannot die here, you must quickly take Song Feng and the others back to the Blue Star World. Only if you are alive, our human race will have hope, will have a future. Long Tu and others also saw Lu Chen's difficult decision and made a decision for him. Yes, War God Lu, hurry and withdraw. When Song Feng and the others are trained, then we can seek revenge. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. Other alliance pillars also persuaded one by one. I'm not leaving. I will fight the monsters. Shi Tianqing was about to go out and fight. Nonsense. You come back to me, quickly follow War God Lu. Long Tu stopped Shi Tianqing, who wanted to fight desperately. Lu Chen gritted his teeth, summoned Bai, and took Bai Li Song Feng, Shi Tianqing, Hotman, Tu Tianweiwa, Dong Li and other top human race elites to break through. Long Tu and others all went into battle, intending to use their lives to stop the powerful dark monsters and buy time for Lu Chen and the others to escape. A great battle erupted. In an instant, blood rained down. The sounds of fighting, roaring, and screaming formed a special melody echoing in the war zone. The huge fortress collapsed. The ground was also covered in red, dyed with the blood of the heroic human defenders. They fell one after another, fearless of death. In their eyes, death was just a long sleep. As long as Lu Chen and the others returned to the Blue Star World, the human race would still have a future. For this belief, what fear was there in death? Kill. Even if we die, we must chop off a monster's head. Gentlemen, our mission has come, clear a path of blood for War God Lu, for the human race, die without regrets. For the human race, die without regrets. The soldiers were united in heart and fearless of death, bursting out in unimaginable power, blocking the advance of the dark monsters who were far ahead in level. This made the 6 dark true kings angry, but also showed a hint of fear in their eyes. This human race had a strong explosive force. If they were allowed to rise, it would be very difficult to destroy the human race in the future and completely seize the resources of the Blue Star. Stop all those escaping human race, don't let a single one go. A dark true king roared. The monsters were fierce. But at this moment, the Alliance army was even more ruthless, using hammers when their weapons broke, kicking with their feet when their hands broke, biting with their mouths when their feet broke. Everyone fought the monsters with the thought of dying together. Watching everyone die tragically, Bai Li Song Feng and the others were all in tears, their teeth almost crushed, their clenched fists turning red. Ah, damn monsters, you wait for me, one day, I, Shi Tianqing, will make you pay with blood. Shi Tianqing shouted in pain, venting his anger. Watching everyone sacrifice themselves, watching Bai Li Song Feng and the others cry in pain, Lu Chen's gaze gradually shifted from confusion to determination. Thinking back to what Bai Li Tong had said to him, in this test of professional heart, everything follows the heart. Lu Chen touched his heart, feeling the voice inside, a wave of fighting spirit transmitted to his palm. Yes, his heart still yearned to stay and fight. Alone. Only after experiencing the baptism of blood and tears, feeling pain and despair, will one truly feel their inner world. Lu Chen really wanted to escape once, or cry a lot. After changing jobs and with the help of the system, he crushed all the monsters he encountered, even the Dark Royal family. Lu Chen also easily crushed them, feeling an unprecedented joy of victory. But now, facing a massive number of powerful monsters, facing the 6 Dark True Kings, Lu Chen was at a loss. He did not think he would be a match, leaving one battle would be certain death, which made him feel the taste of true failure for the first time. He could only flee around with the help of everyone with lower levels, watching his companions cry in pain. At this moment, Lu Chen grew up. His understanding of swordsmen has changed. Before, he thought that a swordsman should be carefree, flying with a sword, invincible in all directions, just cool. But now, he believes that a swordsman is one who uses a sword to punish evil and uphold justice. How can he face powerful evil monsters and not fight but flee? As for death, as for the concerns in his heart, Lu Chen had none. Because Lu Chen had already made the decision to live for death, he firmly believed that he would not die easily, because he still wanted to become a true sword immortal of Dixia. Soon, with everyone's help, Lu Chen led the crowd to successfully kill through the vortex passage. But suddenly, Lu Chen turned back with his sword. While Dabai continued to lead the crowd through the vortex passage, everyone was stunned. Oh my goodness, Lu War God, why are you staying? Why did you choose to stay? The dark monsters were also stunned for a moment, then burst into bloodthirsty laughter. Through the battle just now, they saw that Lu Chen was the most powerful among these humans. As long as they killed him, it would be difficult for the human race to rise. I, Lu Chen, as your guardian war god, how can I not fight and flee? Moreover, I am the sword immortal of Dixia. How can I leave an image of being defeated by monsters in your hearts? With that, Lu Chen pointed his sword at the 6 dark true kings and said lightly, my name is Lu Chen, the sword immortal of Dixia. Remember it well, because this name will be engraved in your souls, always causing fear. Dixia sword immortal? Make us afraid? I didn't expect the human ants to be quite humorous. I couldn't help but laugh, hee hee hee. After the evil laughter, the group of dark true kings' eyes emitted a crimson bloodlight. Then you, this Dixia sword immortal, come and let us see what makes us afraid. Lu Chen no longer wasted words. The sword god form was instantly activated. Then, Lu Chen controlled thousands of flying swords, releasing various powerful sword techniques towards the dark true kings. The unstoppable momentum, the powerful sword god technique, all made the dark true kings feel shocked. Is this the human swordsman? How can he be so powerful? This one person can withstand 1,000 troops. However, this only shocked them for a moment. Because in their eyes, Lu Chen was already a dead man, no matter how amazing his potential, would eventually turn to dust. Kill! Roar! The 6 dark true kings all revealed their huge bodies, even larger than Dabai. Of course, their combat power was also very terrifying. Lu Chen, with only a 4th order attribute, could not threaten them with the power of the sword god technique. It was only by relying on the characteristics of the sword god technique that he temporarily resisted their attacks. Let's see how long your talent effect can last. The 6 true kings were shrouded in a storm of divine swords, making it difficult for them to approach Lu Chen for a while. Although the pressure on the Alliance army was greatly reduced when Lu Chen returned to join the battle, this was only temporary. Once Lu Chen's talent effect ended, they would still face a desperate situation of certain death. In the pet space, Xiaotsong turned into a mini dragon, held by Xiaohong, and Xiaotsong's dragon head was scratched by the cat's paw. Since the Abyssal Azure Dragon entered this pet space, it originally wanted to rely on its powerful dragon aura to become the owner's #1 battle pet, and intended to recruit Little Red as a follower. However, after being intimidated by a strand of terrifying pressure from Little Red, the Abyssal Azure Dragon completely abandoned this idea and transformed into a mini dragon, respectfully calling Little Red Big Sister and considering itself as the Little Dragon Brother. Little Red, shall we not go out to help the owner? No need. This is the final test of professionalism. The owner is undergoing a transformation. If we go out to help the owner, it would be equivalent to ruining the owner's good fortune. Don't worry. This is just a test. The owner will be fine. With the owner's abilities, combined with Big White's defense, enduring until the end of the test is not a problem. Upon hearing this, Little Azure obediently nodded. Big Red Sister is the best. The bloody battle outside continued. Seeing that his transformation effect was about to end, Lu Chen recalled Big White, decisively using Big White as a shield to withstand the Dark True King's counterattack. Boom! The powerful skill of the Dark True King hit Big White, but did not cause much damage. After all, Big White's health and defense were equivalent to a 10th rank S-class overlord, very thick. Even a 7th rank Dark True King, no matter how powerful, could not instantly defeat Big White. With Big White's damage resistance, Lu Chen endured the 3-minute cooldown of his talent transformation and transformed into the Sword God once again, delivering the most intense blows to the monsters. For a moment, the battle reached a stalemate, continuing until Big White's health was almost depleted. Only then did Lu Chen recall Big White back into the pet space. Sun God's Light. Little Red released a healing skill on Big White. Instantly, Big White was fully healed, with no trace of wounds on its body. Thank you for healing, Little Red Sister. Big White spoke, its voice as pure and melodious as moonlight. If Lu Chen knew that Big White could also speak, he would surely be astonished. According to his understanding, mounts and battle pets were different. Mounts did not have thoughts, lacked much intelligence, and certainly did not speak, only obeying commands. Like the S-class angel mount of the God of Heaven, it also had no thoughts and did not speak, but angel battle pets possessed intelligence. Who knows if the old man Hodman would occasionally let the angel mount ride him? Lu Chen, the healing rate of your mount is very slow. Without your previous mount, let's see how you can withstand our attacks. The bloodthirsty evil laughter of the eight-armed demon king. At this moment, Lu Chen's talent transformation effect entered cooldown once again. Just when everyone thought everything was about to end, Lu Chen mysteriously transformed into the sword god once more. This time, Lu Chen used the proof of God to refresh all skills, including the talent effect. This is impossible. You just ended your transformation. The 6 Dark True Kings were dumbfounded. Through the previous endurance battle, they had confirmed the duration and cooldown of Lu Chen's sword god form. But now, just as Lu Chen had ended the sword god form, he immediately transformed back into the sword god, as if his talent effect had been refreshed. This was simply impossible because there was no item in the world that could directly refresh talent effects, unless it was a divine means. But that was even more impossible. How long had the rules been in the Blue Star world? How could humans possibly touch anything related to the gods? So what if you have a means to refresh talent effects? Your transformation only lasts for 10 minutes. In another 10 minutes, we will still defeat you. The 6 Dark True Kings vowed to kill Lu Chen. With such terrifying potential, if humans were not eliminated, they would be on edge every day. As the 10 minutes were about to pass, Lu Chen was not worried at all. On the contrary, he ignored the 6 Dark True Kings, turned around with a smile on his face, and headed towards the blood-soaked warriors, wielding his sword. This was a kind of freedom in the face of death. This is a calm and heroic atmosphere. It touched the hearts of everyone present. The great Xia sword immortal should be like this. Seniors, my time is up. I couldn't kill these monsters to give you a truly safe environment. I'm really sorry. Everyone thought Lu Chen was going to face death calmly. No! God of War Lu, without you, we would probably have been in the darkest era long ago. It was you who prevented the darkest era and allowed the human race to enter the transitional era ahead of time. Being able to fight and die side by side with the God of War Lu, we can also die in peace. The future is left to Song Feng and the others. Everyone stood hand in hand, smiling and facing death together. The sword formation shattered. The divine sword dissipated. Die! The 6 Dark True Kings all opened their bloodthirsty mouths and crazily attacked Lu Chen and the others. The next second, the entire battlefield suddenly froze. A pure and extremely white sword flew out of Lu Chen's heart, almost transparent. This sword was very small but contained a terrifying sword intent that could shatter everything. Buzz! The pure white sword emitted a sword aura. This sword aura evolved into a supreme divine sword, dispersing from Lu Chen as the center. Wherever it passed, all the monsters were pierced through and then shattered by the sword intent. Even the Dark True Kings were pierced through and shattered like paper. The sword intent pierced through heaven and earth. Everything turned into dust. With a notification sound, Lu Chen woke up. He realized that he had returned to the starting point, and everything in the alternate timeline no longer existed. Ding! Congratulations on successfully completing the Heart of the Profession test, evaluation, perfect. The next second, the 5th order baptism light descended. Lu Chen successfully advanced to the 5th order and received the highest attribute reward, all attributes plus 960. Ding! Congratulations on receiving the highest reward for completing the Heart of the Profession test perfectly. The reward has been issued and can be viewed on the professional panel. Lu Chen quickly opened the professional panel. The story has just begun, and it will become more exciting. Please stay tuned. Thank you handsome men and beautiful women for giving 5-star ratings. I will continue to work hard and improve. Name, Lu Chen. Occupation, Swordsmaster. Title, Swordmaster. Lava Warrior. Level, LV 120. 5th Order. Health points, 38,705. Mana points, 23,250. Physical attack, 19242. Physical defense, 109650. Magic resistance, 69750. Strength, 3207. Stamina, 3505. Intelligence, 1987. Agility, 2956. Spirit, 2325. Free attribute points, 0. Increase by +5 per level. Talent, Heart of the Sword God. Will, Ice Will. First turn, Sword Will. First turn, Skills, Sword Breaking Style, Shadowless. Sword, Flying Sword Art, Swordsmanship, 7-star Sword Formation, Blue Lotus Sword Dance, Sword Flight, Sword Shadow Clone. Equipment, a set of LV90 orange equipment. This is Sword Intent? Lu Chen never expected this. The highest reward for the 5th Order Heart of the Profession test turned out to be a will reward? Opening the introduction of the Sword Will, first turn, you have obtained the inheritance reward of the Sword God's Will, awakening the Sword Intent. The current Sword Will is at the first turn. Since you have not advanced to the divine rank, you can only receive the 1% effect of the first turn of the sword will and cannot be upgraded. Effect: after activating the sword will, all your attacks come with a one-strike kill effect, ignoring any rules. As long as the target's health is below 30%, there is a 0.1% chance of a one-strike kill, and it has an invincible effect. After activation, all skills ignore the target's defense, shields, and damage reduction, lasting for 10 minutes, with a cooldown of 24 hours. Hiss. One-strike kill, ignore defense, so awesome. Although the probability of triggering a one-strike kill is only 1 in 1,000, this is the effect of 1% of the sword will. If it's 100%, then it's a 10% chance. And this is just the effect of one sword intent. If it's 10 sword intents, wouldn't it be a 100% chance of triggering a one-hit kill? Moreover, this is an ignore all rules one-hit kill, regardless of the opponent's level or how many life-saving skills they have. As long as the one-hit kill is triggered, it's a guaranteed kill. Just thinking about it is terrifying. Indeed, swordsmen are the most handsome profession. Close the panel. Lu Chen began to draw exclusive skills of the 5th rank. Ding! You spent 800 gold coins and drew an F-grade exclusive skill, cross sword slash. Ding! You spent 800 gold coins and drew a B-grade exclusive skill, Moonbreak. Ding! You spent 800 gold coins and drew an S-grade exclusive skill, One Sword Opens the Gate of Heaven. This time it took a total of 2.5 billion gold coins to draw the S-grade skill, becoming more and more expensive. If it weren't for the coin bursting system, I really couldn't afford it. Name: One Sword Opens the Gate of Heaven. Grade: S-grade. Rank: 5th rank. Requires gold coins to upgrade. Skill effect: with one sword, the Gate of Heaven opens. A powerful sword containing sword aura descends from the sky, with a suppressing and intimidating effect, and a 100% chance of causing large-scale critical damage, enough to make opponents tremble, with a cooldown of 180 seconds. Tip: upgrading this skill can enhance the power of the sword aura. A skill with sword aura? Lu Chen was delighted. Sword aura has a deterrent effect and adds significant damage. Immediately, a teleportation array appeared. Lu Chen was teleported back to the real world. At the same time, Tong also returned from completing the Heart of the Profession test, but he did not receive the highest reward. Instead, he received the reward of a second awakening of talent, which was still a very good reward. Brother Yu, what reward did you get? Guardian Will. Guardian Will? Everyone was puzzled. What kind of reward was that? Lu Chen didn't say much, and everyone didn't ask. However, everyone also noticed some changes in Lu Chen. They always felt that after Lu Chen completed the Heart of the Profession test, he became different. At this time, Tu Tianwei were returned with a blood-stained sword. He alone scared off the foreign forces that wanted to take advantage. If it weren't for these forces fighting monsters in the foreign battlefield, he would have cut them all down. Of course, as the sword of the god of killing, once drawn, it must be stained with blood. This time, Tu Tianwei was specifically went to cut down the S-rank 10th rank overlord of the South China Sea. Lu Xiaoyu, why do I feel a special power emanating from you? As a 10th rank great swordsman, Tu Tianwei vaguely sensed the sword intent fluctuations emanating from Lu Chen, which was the supreme power he had always pursued. After reaching the 10th rank, it was no longer possible to level up or advance by killing monsters. To go further, one had to find a breakthrough. But no matter how hard he searched, he never had a clue. It was Bai Li Feng, as a hidden swordsman, who had shared with him that beyond the 10th rank was the realm of the gods, and the power of the gods belonged to the power of will. Senior is truly extraordinary. This is the reward I obtained from completing the Heart of the Profession test, the will of the sword. Lu Chen did not hide it and directly informed him. In fact, Lu Chen was a bit dazed. When he looked at Tu Tianwei, he seemed to see the young and inexperienced him, standing beside him, constantly calling him the Sword Immortal Master. Lu Chen knew that this was a residual effect from just returning from a different time and space. What? Will of the sword? Tu Tianwei widened his eyes. Will? Wasn't that the power wielded by the gods? Lu Xiaoyu, come with me. With that, Tu Tianwei quickly took Lu Chen to a deserted sea area. Lu Xiaoyu, can you release your will of the sword for me to feel? Only I know that this is a great opportunity. Perhaps by sensing the will of the sword, he can gain some insight and find a way to break through the 10th stage. If Lu Chen knew what he was thinking, he would probably advise him to give up. Because to become a god, there is no other way. The only way is to obtain the proof of the gods. Senior, take a look. This is the will of the sword. With these words, Lu Chen actively activated the will of the sword, and a vague and inexplicable force of will surged from him. Only I can clearly feel the terrifying power contained in this will of the sword. And this is only 1% of the effect of the will of the sword. Is this the power belonging to the gods beyond the 10th stage? While being shocked, only I also showed deep seriousness. He knew that this power was no longer something that a 10th stage transcender could deal with, it was a complete level of crushing. And dark monsters have such dark demon gods beyond the 10th stage. If the dark demon god appears and attacks the blue star world, the human race will disappear from the world in an instant, without any doubt. However, just thinking that Liu Ken, who is only at the 5th stage, has mastered this power and has divine level talent, it means that Liu Ken has the potential to become a god. He is the only hope of the human race. Only I felt slightly relieved in his heavy heart. As long as Liu Ken becomes a true sword god in the future, the human race should have no worries. Liu Ken, in the future, when facing dark monsters, either do not show this power, or strike to kill, leaving no survivors. Otherwise, if the dark demon god beyond the 10th stage finds out, I am afraid it will try everything to come and kill you. Liu Ken fully agreed with the warning of the senior, please rest assured, I know what to do. Liu Ken, on this journey across different time and space, you seem to have grown a lot, only I casually asked. Having witnessed history, participated in history, experienced the joy of victory, the choice in the face of death, people will always grow up. I will continue to pursue becoming a carefree sword immortal, but the difference is that I want to be the guardian sword immortal of Great Xia, the guardian sword immortal of the human race. I swear by the sword, one day, I will lead the human race to battle on the extraterritorial battlefield, expel monsters, and restore our homeland. Listening to Liu Chen's bold words, only I seemed to see the figure of his teacher in a trance. Teacher, have you returned? Only 1 month left. Liu Ken decided to run the lava hell dungeon again, and then head to the mist battlefield, so he could maintain the combat feeling in the mist environment. On the other side, Zone A. Safe Zone, Jinchang No. 1 Middle School. Since coming to the school, Lu Xue and Lu Yue have been amazed by the luxurious environment here. Each student has a separate dormitory, which is spacious with all the facilities. However, the two sisters chose to live together instead of separating. They are used to being frugal, only wearing the school uniform on Mondays, and wearing simple clothes at other times. This makes the two sisters stand out in this elite school. Because the students who can enter here are basically privileged students, either their families have mines or they have big shots in their families. There has never been a precedent for admitting commoners before. Because the original intention of establishing this school was to concentrate resources to train the offspring of the privileged and powerful, in order to cultivate more powerful transcenders and strengthen the human race. As for commoners, even if they have talent, if their families have no minds and they cannot draw good talents, they will be insignificant among the crowd. Although it is cruel, this is reality. The arrival of Lu Xue and Lu Yue undoubtedly broke the tradition of the school and admitted 2 commoner students. Naturally, they have suffered from a lot of cold bullying from privileged students. Cold bullying means being isolated by classmates, despised, looked down upon, and even verbally attacked. This is because the school has strict rules, no fighting on campus, violators will be expelled from school, otherwise it will not be as simple as just cold bullying. In their view, these sisters who entered Jinchang No. 1 Middle School through some backdoor means are here to discuss them, just like dropping 2 mouse droppings into a pot of soup. At lunchtime, Lu Xue and Lu Yueru only had a little meat and mostly vegetables, eating happily. Bang! A lunch tray suddenly fell on the sisters' table, making a crisp sound, startling them. Lu Xue looked up, slightly frowning. It was Mijia, a classmate who had been bullying her since the beginning of the school year, tall and pockmarked, with a fierce look that was intimidating. Although she was of Western descent, she did not have the peaks of Westerners, but rather a very flat plane. The others were her followers. It is said that Mijia's father is one of the big shots in the A war zone, a former handsome national, with considerable power. Lu Xue, don't you know that the cafeteria is off limits to commoners and dogs? Faced with Mijia's deliberate provocation, Lu Xue did not respond, but signaled her sister to eat in peace. You're quite good at pretending. Damn Xia scum, dare to score higher than me in yesterday's vocational simulation exam. Do you believe that with just one phone call, I can make you 2 scum roll out of school? Hearing this, Lu Xue stood up suddenly, like a spear ready to be unleashed. She could tolerate being bullied by the other party in any way, but if they dared to bully her sister, she would not stand idly by. Mijia, if you have any grievances, come at me. If you dare to bully my sister, even at the risk of being expelled, I will confront you. I, Lu Xue, always keep my word. You! Mijia exploded in anger. She did not expect Lu Xue to confront her. Damn scum, confront me? My dad is a 9-star general, even if you get expelled, I won't dare to confront me, watch me tear your damn face apart. Mijia's jealousy was very strong. She hated it when others were more beautiful and talented than her. With Lu Shue's nutritional supplements, she became more and more beautiful, with snow-white skin, graceful and poised, showing signs of becoming the #1 school flower at Jincheng 1 Middle School. In addition, Lu Shui ranked first in the monthly vocational simulation exams, showcasing her strong talent in marksmanship. This naturally made Mijia very jealous. She had long wanted to destroy Lu Shui, the Xia scum. Dare to hurt my sister and see what happens. Lu Yueru also stood up, her face cold. At this moment, Lu Yueru, who had lost a bit of her childishness, had eyes that were no longer cute and lively, but cold and angry, exerting an invisible pressure on Mijia, making her palms sweat. The two sisters came from a commoner background, with a difficult family situation. They were afraid of being poor, and they knew that their brother worked hard to earn money, so they maintained frugal habits. But that didn't mean they lacked courage. Soon, the commotion here caught the attention of others, but no one came to intervene, because most people still looked down on the two commoner sisters. At this time, Jean Ruojie, who had just finished her meal, also noticed the commotion here, furrowing her brows and walking over. When she saw Lu Chen's two sisters, Jean Ruojie was stunned for a moment, then looked incredulous. She stood there pondering for a while, and then suddenly realized. It turned out that the Alliance hero who discovered the star source vein was her student Lu Chen. Otherwise, Lu Chen's two sisters would never have come to Jincheng 1 Middle School. The fact that she was personally brought here to teach the special class by Zhang Dalu must have been at Lu Chen's request. This child Lu Chen has really grown up. Thinking of this, Jean Ruojie quickly walked over. Whether out of her duty as a teacher or to repay Lu Chen's kindness, she had every reason to protect Lu Chen's two sisters. What are you doing? Originally, Mijia, who was going to teach these sisters together with her followers, stopped temporarily when she saw teacher Jean Ruojie stepping forward to intervene. Teacher Jean? What are you doing here? Lu Shui and Lu Yu also showed surprised expressions when they saw the newcomer. Teacher Jean had visited their home many times before, so the two sisters naturally recognized her. When Mijia heard that the new homeroom teacher was familiar with Lu Shui and Lu Yu, she felt a surge of resentment. She immediately understood that this common teacher had come to defend the sisters. Teacher, I advise you not to meddle in this, just be a good homeroom teacher, or else, believe me, with just one phone call, you will be fired. You! Jean Ruojie was threatened by a student for the first time, and it was a 16-year-old child, which made her feel shocked and angry. How can you say such things? We are all classmates, we should be friendly and united, and work together for the human race in the future. Humph. Only elites like us can make contributions, not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry. You are so disrespectful to teachers, come with me to the office. Humph. Just a teacher like you who got in through improper means? You are not qualified to order me. You. Jean Ruojie was so angry that her face turned red and she trembled all over. She never imagined that a child could have such a bad heart. Today, she must educate her properly. Teacher Jean, forget it. There's no need to use your future as a teacher to defend us, let us handle it ourselves. Kind-hearted Lu Shui spoke up. No. As a teacher, when a student makes a mistake, they must be educated, otherwise it's the teacher's negligence. Jean Ruojie had her own principles. You are so arrogant as a teacher. Today, let the school dismiss you. Mijia immediately called home. Daddy, someone is bullying me, it's three big Xia scum. At this time, the school's female dean of discipline walked over, and after understanding the situation, instead of blaming Mijia for causing trouble, she started to educate Jean Ruojie. Teacher Jean, is this how you teach? Getting in through connections means nothing. Dean, it's these students who are bullying these sisters, and this ringleader student is disrespectful to teachers. Disrespectful to teachers? It depends on the teacher. This female dean of discipline was also a Westerner and was aware of Mizia's family background, so naturally, she wouldn't stand on Jean Ruojie's side. Shortly after, a squadron of eagles appeared over Jincheng 1 Middle School. A 9-star general with a pipe in his mouth and sunglasses arrived, causing a stir among the entire school. Isn't that General Masarak, the 9-star general? Principal's office. What did you say? General Masarak, the 9-star general, is here? The principal of Jincheng 1 Middle School, Lei Zhang, immediately felt a headache. General Masarak was probably here for his beloved daughter again, and Mijia had probably bullied a classmate. Every time Mijia caused trouble, General Masarak would come to protect his daughter forcefully. If he didn't satisfy his daughter's demands, this big shot wouldn't leave. Yes, Principal, General Masarak went straight to the school cafeteria, and it seems that the new transfer student sisters were bullied by Mijia. The secretary reported. What? Mijia dared to provoke those sisters, even General Masarak, her father, can't protect her now. After speaking, Lei Zhang hurriedly rushed to the cafeteria and sent a message to the higher-ups. On the other side, when she saw her father rushing over, Mizia ran over, tearfully complaining, "Daddy, this new teacher who got in through improper means teamed up with these two scum to bully me, and even threatened to hit me. If it weren't for the dean stopping them, I might have been seriously injured and might never see you again." Sob. What the F***? K. Mazer AK has never been willing to be dominated by the great Xia people in the alliance. It was only because of the powerful combat strength of the sword god of the sky and the dragon blood war god, as well as the inaction of the god of heaven, Hodman, that he had been holding back, occasionally oppressing the great Xia people within his power range in secret. Now, seeing a great Xia female teacher and a pair of great Xia sisters daring to bully his only beloved daughter, how can this be tolerated? The resentment in his heart was instantly ignited. "Do you three lowly people know that she is the daughter of Mazer AK?" Saying this, Mazer AK looked at the headmaster. "I, as a 9-star general, order you to immediately find your principal and expel these three lowly people." Yes. Please calm down, General, I will inform the principal right away." As a mere middle school headmaster, he couldn't withstand the powerful aura of Mazer AK and was trembling in fear. "General Mazer AK, aren't you being too overbearing? The situation is not as your daughter described. It was your daughter who bullied these sisters first and even resorted to violence against them. As a school teacher, I came to stop it and kindly teach her the correct values. Why do you rush to judgment without knowing the full story?" Although Jean Rouagie was also shocked by the powerful authority of General Mazer AK, she chose to bravely resist authoritarianism and argue based on reason. "Shut up, you damned great Xia woman, what my daughter said is the truth. When you are expelled, you will have your time to cry." Mazer AK threatened fiercely, "And you two great Xia lowlifes, you will also get what you deserve." "Who are you calling lowlifes?" Lu Shui coldly confronted Mazer AK. As a 9-star general, behaving so arrogantly and unreasonably, bullying the weak with strength, such a person is simply not worthy of being a general in the human alliance. "Humph, of course I'm referring to you." Mijia put on a proud posture, smirking triumphantly. "Indeed, you are the lowlife," Lu Shui retorted. "You! How dare you call me a lowlife?" Mijia immediately complained to her father in a very aggrieved manner. "Daddy, look at her, she called me a lowlife. If I'm a lowlife, then you are a lowlife too." Mazer AK was at a loss for words. If she wasn't his beloved daughter, he would have definitely slapped her away. A lowlife dares to disrespect the authority of this general in public. "Guards, slap her mouth until it's swollen," Mazer AK angrily ordered. "Do you dare?" Jean Rouagie stood in front of Lu Shui. This is rebellion. This woman's mouth should also be slapped until swollen, then take her back for trial." Mazer AK was completely enraged. These great Xia commoners repeatedly humiliated him in front of everyone. He couldn't bear it. He wanted to capture her immediately and play her to death. As for the alliance side, as long as it is reported that this woman is a new fallen one, that's enough. He has done this kind of thing before. Mazer AK's guards immediately restrained Jean Rouagie, Lu Shui, and Lu Yu. Facing the opponent's overwhelming strength, the three of them had no power to resist. Not far from the cafeteria, in a dark corner, a figure slowly emerged, a dagger appearing in his hand. "Money received. Must do the job." This is the creed of the shadow assassin. Even if the opponent is very powerful and unbeatable, he will still take action. Jean Rouagie's face changed drastically. She never expected Mazer AK to be so overbearing, wanting to publicly slap her and Lu Chen's mouths. No! She must not let Lu Chen and her sister get hurt. Just as Jean Rouagie was about to reveal the true identities of Lu Shui and Lu Yu, a loud shout stunned everyone. "Stop it all! This is the Supreme Jinchang First Middle School of the Alliance, who dares to act here?" Lei Zhang arrived just in time. Seeing Mazer AK's guards about to take private action against Lu Chen's homeroom teacher and sister, his heart was in his throat. Mijia was actually bullying Lu Chen's two sisters. No one can protect her now. That's fine. Kick out this troublemaker who always causes trouble by relying on her father being a 9-star general all day long. It's also good to keep the campus peaceful. "Principal Lei, you came just in time. These two sisters, and this teacher, openly bullied my daughter, and showed no respect to me at all. I have reason to suspect that they are all dark and fallen, infiltrating Jinchang No. 1 middle school. For such dark and fallen individuals, there is no need for Principal Lei to handle. I will personally take them back for questioning." With that, Mazer AK ordered someone to prepare to take the three away, showing no face to Lei. The principal of Jinchang No. 1 middle school, only treated at the level of a major general, not even in his eyes. Furthermore, Lei Zhang is also from Daxia, so naturally he will not give face. Like father, like daughter. This Mazer AK is too arrogant and too self-righteous. Relying on some past achievements and some strength, he became a 9-star general in the A war zone and became conceited, disrespectful. However, Lei Zhang did not stop him. His status is indeed not as high as a 9-star general, but there are many who can deal with him. Boom! Suddenly, a large number of troops appeared in the sky above Jinchang. At the same time, Mazer AK's channel also kept showing information prompts. When opened, Mazer AK's eyes bulged instantly. What did he see? All are messages from the big shots above. Without exception, all of them are scolding him. You idiot AK, do you know that disaster is coming your way? You dare to touch Lu Chen's sister, are you floating to the Pacific Ocean? Mazer AK, the god Hodman has personally gone to Jinchang No. 1 middle school, good luck to you. What the heck? These two sisters are Lu Chen's sisters? Do others not know what the name Lu Chen represents? But as a 9-star general, he knows. That is the young sword god with divine talent, the 4th future war god designated by the 3 major war gods alliance. Messing with him. Not to mention a 9-star general, even the commander-in-chief of the A war zone would have to step down. This time he was ruined by this prodigal daughter. If he had known earlier, he would rather kick God's ass than wade into this mess. Daddy, after you bring them back, I will teach them a lesson, Miaoya said arrogantly. Slap. Swish. Thud. Mazer AK slapped Miaoya hard, sending her flying hundreds of meters, her face swollen like a pig's head, already unconscious. This sudden change. The onlookers were all confused. What's going on? Mazer AK slapped his precious daughter? Jean Ruojie was stunned. When she saw the principal's meaningful smile, Jean Ruojie suddenly realized that the principal was fooling people. General Mazer AK, the god wants to see you. The commander-in-chief of the A war zone came in person. At this moment, in the foggy battlefield, Lu Chen had just activated his new S-level skill, the domineering sword body. While fighting monsters, he familiarized himself with all 10 of his S-level skills. Beep beep beep. A channel voice and video call came in. Lu Chen opened it and saw that it was from the senior god Hodman, so he answered directly. Senior Hodman, why did you suddenly contact me? Is there any change in the misty secret realm? At this moment, Hodman had already tied up the 9-star General Mazer AK and his daughter. Lu, I am now at the A war zone headquarters, and something unpleasant happened today. The daughter of the 9-star General Mazer AK, Miaoya, bullied your 2 sisters at school and was stopped by your homeroom teacher. What? The elder and younger sisters were bullied at school? Hearing this, Lu Chen suddenly erupted with a murderous intent, instantly cutting all nearby monsters into pieces with his flying sword. Bai Li Tong walked over in confusion. Later, Mrs. Mizerak learned about this matter and went to Jinchang No. 1 middle school, intending to arrest your homeroom teacher and sister on the charge of being dark fallen ones. Fortunately, Principal Lei of Jinchang No. 1 middle school promptly sent a message to the commander-in-chief of Zone A, who arrived in time and controlled Mizerak and his daughter. I deeply apologize for what happened. Hodman is considered the leader of the Western race in the Human Alliance. Some Westerners hope that Hodman will become the first ruler of the Human Alliance, rather than the great Xiao's sky sword god, Bai Li Zongfeng. Of course, Hodman has no such intention. He knows his own strengths and weaknesses. Moreover, now is not the time for internal strife within the Human Alliance, otherwise the dark monsters will definitely take advantage. For those who still hold on to the idea of Western dominance, Hodman has no choice but to try to persuade them to prioritize the unity and future of the alliance. But the effect is minimal. They still deeply believe that Westerners are superior to the great Xiao people and should control the alliance. Senior Hodman, how do you plan to deal with Mizerak and his daughter? Lu Chen asked expressionlessly. Family is his bottom line. Whoever dares to harm his family, he will return it 1,000,000 times over. This is also the main reason I contacted little Lu. Since they targeted your sister, it is up to you, little Lu, to decide how to punish them. Upon hearing Hodman's words, Mizerak and his daughter, who were kneeling on the ground like dead dogs, immediately begged for mercy. Lu Chen, everything is my daughter's fault. If I knew she was bullying your sister, I would have personally punished her. Daddy, save me. Misha had long lost her previous arrogance and was now just a frightened coward, trembling in fear and even losing control of her bladder. Save you? If you mess with the wrong person, will I end up like this? I disown you as my daughter. In order to protect himself, Mizerak decided to sacrifice his own family. No, Daddy, I was wrong. Lord God, please spare me as I am still a child. I beg little Lu for a chance to redeem myself. Misha begged frantically, knocking her head on the ground. She was scared. Scared for the first time. She even wet her pants in fear. If she had known that bullying would lead to this, she wouldn't have bullied her classmates so often. But Lu Chen would not easily forgive those who bullied his sister. From childhood to adulthood, how much suffering his two sisters had endured. In order to ensure that he could go to school with a full stomach, he often went hungry to save money for food. He knew all of this and kept it in his heart. Of course, the money he saved, Lu Chen also used to buy meat on weekends for his sisters to eat. It can be said that the three siblings had gone through a lot together, and their bond was very deep. Watching Misha regretfully crying in the video, Lu Chen felt no pity. Anyone who dared to bully his sister had chosen their own path to death. Now that she is begging for mercy on the ground and regretting her actions, it shows that she has come to her senses. Senior Hodman, such inherently bad people cannot change. Even if she escapes this time, she will continue to bully others in the dark corners. Moreover, daring to bully my sister, death is already the best outcome for her. Hearing this, Hodman had to continue asking, so, how does little Lu plan to deal with Miserak, the 9-star general? The reason for mentioning Miserak's military rank. In fact, Hodman still hoped that Lu Chen would spare his life. After all, Miserak also had military achievements and there were people who believed in him. From a moral and logical standpoint, he had to try to help him. It all depended on whether Lu Chen would agree. Lu Chen could not ignore Hodman's intentions, but he had always maintained that family was his bottom line, and anyone who crossed that line would face death. Hodman Sr., if he dares to use his power in public to give others groundless accusations, it means that he has lost himself. Doesn't he like to give others the name of dark and fallen ones? Then let him personally experience this accusation. Senior Hodman, please start the trial. Lu Chen wanted to witness the father and daughter being sentenced to death. Seeing this situation, Hodman no longer said much. Lu Chen is the future of the entire human race. He is also collectively recognized as the future leader of the Alliance. Whether the human race can eliminate monsters, restore their homeland, and even counterattack the monster world to create a new era, it all depends on Lu Chen. Not to mention him, even the god of the sky sword would have to give face to Lu Chen. Miserak has already fallen into darkness, and Myaxia has started to harm her classmates at a young age. In order to prevent the father and daughter from harming the Human Race Alliance in the future, I, the god of the sky of the Human Race Alliance, Hodman, hereby pronounce judgment on them, sentenced to the punishment of holy fire, as a warning to others. The next moment, Hodman took out his staff and waved it. The purifying holy fire ignited on the bodies of Miserak and his daughter. Ah! The two rolled on the ground in agony. But facing the immensely powerful god of the sky, all they could do was wail in agony. Before long, the two were burned to ashes by the holy fire. Afterwards, the god of the sky Hodman released the video of this trial on the Alliance's main channel to deter those Western compatriots who were eager to follow in Miserak's footsteps. Seeing this, Lu Chen finally restrained his killing intent and headed directly to Jincheng-no, One Middle School. At this moment, all the teachers and students of Jincheng-no, One Middle School were silent. They never expected that the three individuals who had infiltrated Jincheng-no, One Middle School through improper means would possess such terrifying power. The commander-in-chief of Zona personally came to arrest them. And now, it was the god of the sky Hodman himself who carried out the punishment of holy fire on Miserak and his daughter. They were completely puzzled. What kind of terrifying figure was behind Lu Shui and Lu Yu, the sisters, that could lead the god of the sky to directly execute Miserak and his daughter? After all, it takes quite a bit of military merit to become a 9-star general, so it's hard to believe that they would be executed just for protecting their daughter. Thinking about this, they all felt a chill down their spines and secretly vowed not to provoke these sisters, as well as the new homeroom teacher, who were too terrifying. The female head teacher's face turned ashen. While she had been opportunistic and sycophantic, she hadn't committed any unforgivable offenses. However, Lu Shui did not forgive her, her expression cold. Principal Lei finally gave this head teacher a severe punishment, kicking her out of the school and banning her from ever being employed again. This made her repeatedly thank him. Otherwise, the person behind the sisters would definitely have her killed. After this incident, the alliance was somewhat stabilized. The students of other middle schools were also shocked and no longer dared to bully their classmates. In their eyes, bullies will undoubtedly die a miserable death. Jincheng-no, One Middle School. Mom, Dad, you're here too? As soon as he arrived at Zone A Jincheng-no, One Middle School, Lu Chen saw his parents accompanying his two sisters. The god of the sky has publicly released a video. When we learned that our elder and younger sisters were being bullied, we rushed here at the first time. It was the personal escort of the Tiger Commander-in-Chief's guard that brought us here. When they first saw the video, they were frightened, but fortunately, the elder and younger sisters were not harmed, and the bullies left peacefully. Seeing that their brother had also come, Lu Shui and Lu Yu were happy, holding hands with their parents and brother, strolling around the campus. This was the first time they had smiled so happily since entering Jinchangno 1 middle school. This made Lu Chun feel somewhat guilty. He should have thought of it earlier. Although there are hidden souls protecting in secret in school rules, it is inevitable to avoid being coldly bullied by classmates. After all, the younger sister is dressed plainly and does not have the aura of a privileged child, so she will inevitably be looked down upon by the students here. He should let the big shots show up in advance. However, after this incident, no one will dare to bully his sister again. Lu Chen decided to spend the remaining time with his family until the misty secret realm opens. Fatty, you go level up first, I'll stay at Jinchangno 1 middle school for a while. Brother you, look at what you're saying, whether to level up or not doesn't matter. The key is, I also want to experience the campus atmosphere of Jinchangno 1 middle school. Fatty smiled, feeling that without brother you, the monster leveling wouldn't be as enjoyable. Uncle, aunt, and 2 sisters, I'm by Lidong, brother you's good buddy. And this is a little gift I prepared for you. Brother by Lidong, if you could give me 2 pounds of meat, that would be great. Lu Yu joked. Ahem. Actually, I'm not fat, I'm strong. Bai Lidong wanted to show off his muscles, but ended up showing a bunch of fat, making the 2 sisters giggle. That night, Lu Chen's family of 5, plus the thick-skinned Bai Lidong, enjoyed a delicious dinner together. Dad, Mom, how's your leveling going? Lu Chen asked. It's going great. With the gold coins you gave us, and the personal care of the Commander-in-Chief, we don't need to prepare leveling materials ourselves, we can just level up directly, and our levels naturally increase quickly. Your dad has already broken through to the 5th rank, and Mom is close behind. Han Yunji smiled, very happy. Yes. Son, you don't know, once I reached the 5th rank, the Commander-in-Chief personally awarded me the rank of Colonel. I'm now the 2nd in command of the blacksmith camp, 2 ranks higher than my previous boss. You don't know, now when I go out, there are many leaders from other professions coming over to greet me. Knowing that I have a son like you, they are even more enthusiastic in recommending their daughters to me, all wanting to introduce their daughters to you, praising you as a dragon among men, destined for greatness in the future. By the way, son, do you have someone in mind? If not, your mom and I can help you find someone. Lu Shan smiled happily and even poured 2 glasses of wine to celebrate. Hearing that his parents were going to find someone for him, Lu Chen couldn't help but think of Luo Qingxian's flawless figure. Mom, Dad, you don't need to find someone for me, I'm only 18, still young, let's talk about it in a few years. Lu Chen quickly changed the subject. Mom, Dad, how's Uncle whose gem synthesis going? Old who? With the large number of gems you gave him, he's smiling every day, leveling up faster than me, he's already at the 6th rank. As you know, as long as a gem master has enough gems, their level will skyrocket. It won't be long before he reaches the 10th rank and can produce enough level 10 gems for you. Lu Shan said. Seeing his family so happy, Lu Chen showed a contented smile. Then, Lu Chen transferred some more gold coins to his parents, 100 billion each. As life professions reach the 5th rank, the need for leveling materials becomes more complex and demanding, and many materials may not even be available in the war zone. In short, after reaching the 5th rank in life professions, if you want to increase the limit, you still have to spend money, and it has to be a lot of money. This is also the main reason why there are not many high-level life professions. After the Misty Secret Realm opens, it will take at least a year and a half. During this period, with these gold coins, his parents can completely solve the leveling problem, and he can explore the Misty Secret Realm with peace of mind. Son, you've given too much, you don't need to give so much. But when they saw Lu Chen's amount of gold coins, they were stunned, and suddenly 100 billion gold coins didn't seem like a lot. Wow! Is our son a gold coin producer? The mysterious and extraordinary rich man who ranked first on the wealth list turned out to be their son, whom they had always thought was a super powerful figure. Billions of gold coins. How did the son accumulate them? Son, the Misty Realm is about to open. Be extremely careful when you go there. The Commander-in-Chief said it is extremely dangerous with powerful monsters inside. Han Yunji's eyes showed deep concern. The son is very powerful. But no matter how powerful he is, she still worries. This is a common problem for mothers, no matter how capable their children are, they still worry. Don't worry, Mom. The big shots at the Alliance headquarters will take care of me. I'll be fine. Lu Chen knew that no matter what he said, he couldn't ease his mother's worries, so he could only comfort her like this. The next day, Lu Chen met with his homeroom teacher, Jean Ruojia. Seeing the transformed Lu Chen, Jean Ruojia was momentarily stunned but genuinely happy for him, smiling and saying, "It's good to see you succeed, it's good to see you succeed." Lu Chen stood in front of Jean Ruojie, towering over her. Looking up at him, Jean Ruojie's eyes were moist as she said, "Lu Chen, thank you." Lu Chen smiled warmly and replied, "Teacher Jean, I should be the one thanking you. Thank you for taking care of me at school. In the future at Jincheng No. 1 Middle School, I'll trouble you to look after my 2 younger sisters." "I will." Time flew by quickly. Soon, it was the end of the month. Lu Chen bid farewell to his family and, along with Bailey Tong, headed to the teleportation array in Zone A to prepare to gather at the Alliance headquarters and depart for the Misty Realm. "Fatty, how much information do you have about the Misty Realm?" He, you've asked the right person, brother you. I know as much as Sister Zhanwu and the others." With that, Bailey Tong took out a map and said, "Brother you, this is the map drawn by our predecessors exploring the Misty Realm. Wow! Truly worthy of being the great-grandson of the Sword God." He even got hold of this confidential map. But this map is incomplete, only showing a corner of the Misty Realm. The Misty Realm is very large, and no one knows exactly how big it is. It's like an independent world. What? So big? Lu Chen was astonished. In his opinion, the realm was probably like a rule-based instance, but it seemed not as he had thought. The monsters inside the Misty Realm can drop special mist coins, which are much more valuable than gold coins. Grandpa said that this special currency is very valuable even in the monster world, serving as their reserve currency rather than gold coins. The role of mist coins in the Misty Realm is significant. Besides exchanging for powerful attribute sets, they can also open epic level sets and even legendary level set chests. If you have enough mist coins, you can even directly purchase maps of the Misty Realm as your territory, gaining permanent ownership. With a territory, you can build towns inside and live permanently without waiting for the closing time to be transported out. But to purchase a territory, you need a huge amount of mist coins. Not to mention our human race, even the dark monsters have not bought a piece of territory to this day. Listening to Bailey Tong's explanation, Lu Chen was extremely shocked. Mist coins have such a significant role. Besides exchanging for sets, they can open epic level or higher set chests, and even directly purchase territories. This completely refreshed his understanding of this world. Lu Chen glanced at the system display showing the unlocked mist coins, a slight smile forming on his lips. Only a child would make a choice. He wanted it all. The first step in the Misty Realm. Get some top-tier sets to wear. In the current stage, other forces in the extraterritorial battlefield were also preparing for the Misty Realm. Meanwhile, at the Soul Concealment headquarters, today welcomed an unwelcome Dark Fallen One, Elder of the Black Holy Sea. A ninth-order Dark Transcender. After spending a lot of gold coins, it finally got the opportunity to meet the leader of the Soul Hidden, Luningi. The Black Holy Sea is mainly composed of followers of the Faxus religion and surviving ghosts from the Sakura country. Moreover, the ghosts of the Sakura country often do nothing, and on the side of the human forces, they are considered targets for everyone to kill. If this elder appeared at the headquarters of other forces, he would have been besieged and killed long ago. But the principle of Soul Hidden is to only look at gold coins and not at people. At this moment, Lu Ningyi was dressed in a dark tight assassin outfit, outlining her graceful figure. She wore a black mask surrounded by mist, exuding a strong killing intent all over her body, as if she would disappear in the next second and then deliver a fatal blow to the Elder of the Black Holy Sea. Faced with this legendary figure, the leader of the Black Holy Sea, feeling the substantial killing intent and aura of the other party, the Elder of the Black Holy Sea suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. "This time we, the Black Holy Sea, have come to make a deal with you, Soul Hidden." The Elder of the Black Holy Sea in a black robe finally spoke and presented a document. A powerful Soul Hidden assassin revealed himself by his side, took the document, and respectfully handed it to Luningi. "I want Soul Hidden to take action and kill this person. Money is not a problem." Luningi opened the document, which only contained a photo and a brief introduction. She immediately had her subordinates investigate. In a few minutes, the subordinates sent the most detailed information. It can be seen that the intelligence network of Soul Hidden is very powerful. The person the Black Holy Sea wants to kill is a new generation of the Human Alliance, named Lu Chen. The information shows that Lu Chen was designated as a human hero by the 3 major war gods of the Alliance for finding the Star Source Vein in the Starry Illusion Realm. Normally, if Lu Chen knew the location of the Star Source Vein, the Black Holy Sea should capture him and interrogate him to find out the location of the Star Source Vein, rather than send someone to assassinate him. Does the Black Holy Sea also know the location of the Star Source Vein? Furthermore, why would the Black Holy Sea want to assassinate Lu Chen? Before becoming a hero, Lu Chen was just a commoner swordsman. What Luningi did not know was that the reason the Black Holy Sea wanted to assassinate Lu Chen was because someone had filmed what happened in the Starry Illusion Realm and, through special means, provided it to the Black Holy Sea. As for who provided it, even the Black Holy Sea did not know. Lu Ningyi fell into contemplation. What? Are you hesitating? Isn't the principle of Soul Hidden to prioritize money? As long as you can afford it, doesn't Soul Hidden accept any task? Moreover, isn't Soul Hidden rumored to be feared even by the three major war gods of the Human Alliance? Are you afraid to kill a mere hero of the Human Alliance? Our Black Emperor said, as long as we can kill Lu Chen, we will pay any amount of gold coins. Although the elder of the Black Holy Sea was very afraid of the Soul Hidden leader in front of him, he still resorted to provocation. Hearing this, Lu Ningyi showed a wicked smile, and no one knew what she was thinking. You wait outside the hall. For such a major matter, we, Soul Hidden, need to hold a meeting to discuss it. Of course, I will wait outside for your good news. When the elder of the Black Holy Sea left, the leaders of the Soul Hidden elders gradually revealed themselves. Miss Luo Qingxian of Soul Hidden also participated in the meeting. Upon learning that the Black Holy Sea wanted to assassinate a young hero named Lu Chun from the Human Alliance, she immediately thought of the young man who had been haunting her dreams recently. Looking at her mother's expression, she seemed to be hesitating. Therefore, Luo Qingxian spoke up first. Mother, I really want to know, does Soul Hidden count as a force on the side of the Human Alliance? Of course it does. Then why do you want to take on the task of assassinating a hero of the Human Alliance? What Soul Hidden wants is survival, and for survival, we need a large amount of gold coins to sustain it. Soul concealment was entrusted to her by her husband before his death. In this lifetime, she only does two things: love her daughter and protect the family business of soul concealment. But for survival, we also need to have our bottom line. As heroes of the human race, we should not eliminate each other for the sake of interests. Lu Ning looked at her precious daughter in confusion. The usually obedient and loving daughter, why is she acting so unusually today? She's even lecturing herself with grand principles. Luo Qingxian continued, if one day, monsters break through the Human Alliance's war zone, which side should our soul concealment organization stand on? Of course, we should stand with the Human Alliance to resist the monsters. After all, if the Human Alliance is destroyed, we will soon meet the same fate. This is beyond doubt. Currently, among the human forces, the Human Alliance is the most powerful and guards the passage to the Blue Star world, naturally becoming a thorn in the eye of the dark monsters. However, if the Human Alliance is breached, the dark monsters will eradicate the remaining human forces. But for the monsters to break through the war zone, it's not that simple. The three war gods are not to be trifled with. So, we at Soul Concealment will continue to focus on making money, strengthening ourselves until we have enough self-defense capabilities. After speaking, Lu Ning fell into silence. Luo Qingxian also fell silent. The others remained silent as well. They could see that the leader had already made a decision, but it probably wasn't to assassinate the human hero Lu Chen. Suddenly, Luo Qingxian took the documents and coldly said, I will kill this person. Lu Ning looked at her daughter with a strange expression. She knew her daughter best and seemed to have figured something out, a slight smile appearing on her lips. Do you know this young human hero? Luo Qingxian blushed slightly but maintained a cold demeanor. I don't know him, but I know he will definitely go to the Misty Secret Realm. I will kill him there. Lu Ning just smiled knowingly and let Luo Qingxian take on the task. In fact, Luo Qingxian didn't really intend to kill Lu Chen. She wanted to take on the task to prevent other assassins from soul concealment from targeting Lu Chen, giving him some time. As for what to do next, they would have to take it step by step. In that case, it's settled. The enemy's gold coins are still gold coins. Let's earn their down payment first. It's getting late. Qingxian, I don't object to you going to the Misty Secret Realm, but you must be well prepared and cautious. Luo Qingxian seemed to be lost in thought, then nodded and left. The Elders of Soul Concealment. It seems that our participation in the meeting was just for show? At this time, Lu Ning called the elder of the Black Church and expressed willingness to take on the deal, with a commission of 1 billion gold coins, requiring the Black Church to pay a down payment of 500 million first. 10 billion gold coins for Lu Chen's head, a great deal. The elder of the Black Church readily paid. Because the Black Emperor had estimated it at 12 billion, the leader of Soul Concealment gave them a fair price. This female leader of Soul Concealment is quite sensible. She can be cultivated as a forbidden fruit in the future. The elder of the Black Church smirked inwardly. What it didn't know was that Lu Ning was already thinking about how to cook the old enemy in front of her after the Misty Secret Realm ended. As for the Black Church's retaliation, let's not talk about whether they can find the location of the Soul Concealment headquarters. Even if they do, they won't be able to attack. No foundation. Soul Concealment is not among the 6 major forces and would have been destroyed by the dark monsters long ago. War Zone. Dark Underground City. The S-level 10th Order Dark Lord, through the container provided by the Half-Monster Association and his special secret technique, merged half of his consciousness into the container. Hiss! The Dark Lord felt the new body and showed a very comfortable expression. With this new body, it could leave its territory. The feeling of freedom is so wonderful. Monsters like it, derived in the Blue Star world, could only stay in the Blue Star world for a lifetime, with limited range of activities, unable to be as independent and free as dark monsters. The Dark Lord dreamed of getting rid of the identity of a derived monster, achieving true freedom, going wherever it wanted, and mocking the human race. For this purpose, it had been working hard, even at the cost of its precious S-level monster factor, cooperating with the Half-Monster Association. This 7th Order cloning container is temporary, lasting at most 1 year. You can use any ability you possess, but it can only unleash your 7th Order combat power. The Elder of the Half-Monster Association said lightly. 1 year is enough, let's go. The Dark Lord's crimson eyes emitted a chilling light. It originally just wanted to personally destroy Lu Chen in the Misty Secret Realm, but it didn't expect the Half-Monster Association to bring it such a huge surprise. Body container. It could clearly feel that the stronger the potential of the container's body, the more souls it could transfer. And once the body could withstand all of its souls, it would have obtained a completely new body. By then, its strength would enter a whole new realm, able to do whatever it wanted. As for what would happen when the new body was perfectly integrated, it didn't care. And it didn't tell the Elder of the Half-Monster Association about this secret. The Elder of the Half-Monster Association also didn't know what kind of result it would lead to. He just wanted to use the Dark Lord to deal with Lu Chen, so that the Half-Monster Association could easily obtain Lu Chen's genes. In the Dark Lord's view, the body of the young sword god Lu Chen could definitely withstand all of its souls. So, it had to obtain Lu Chen's body in the Misty Secret Realm, even if it meant death. On the other side, Dark King City. The 7 true kings of the Dark Monsters also gathered all the clansmen. The terrifying royal power made the Dark Royal clansmen below all half kneel on the ground, bowing their noble heads. You have all seen the tribute video from the Dark Church. The Starry Illusion Realm, the destruction of the Crimson Chief, all done by a young sword god named Lu Chun from the Human Alliance. This is a shame for our Dark Royal clan. If this matter spreads to the monster world, we will surely be severely punished by the great and supreme Lord of Darkness. The Misty Secret Realm is an opportunity for us to regain the royal power of the Dark Royal clan. We must kill Lu Chen inside, and also exterminate the other human races, in order to vent our hatred. The Dark Royal clan, the true king of the Demon Dragon clan, Shi Xiao, said with overwhelming killing intent. Shi Kuai was a new generation it valued, with the potential of a true king, but unfortunately died in the Starry Illusion Realm. Since they did not bring back Star Source Stones for the first time from the Starry Illusion Realm, the Demon Dragon clan had to compensate the other 6 major royal clans with other special resources. It could be said that the Demon Dragon clan was at a loss. Therefore, true King Qi Xiao had never felt such a strong desire to kill a human before. Misty Secret Realm? That's just a name made up by ignorant humans. Red Dragon King, why are you using it? Red Dragon King, you seem confused. That was after the fall of the Mist God. Its divine domain was assimilated into a misty small world by the rules. It should be called the realm of the Mist God. A true king with 8 huge arms spoke lightly, not belonging to the 7 dark royal clans, responsible for guarding the main camp of the Dark King City. Demon Ape King, are you looking for trouble? Shi Xiao was already full of anger, coldly glancing at the 8-armed ape demon true king. Alright, the most urgent matter now is who to send to the realm of the Mist God. The realm of Mist is also a regulated area, where only beings born with a rank not exceeding 7 can enter. With the Mist coins we have accumulated over the years, we can almost buy a piece of Mist territory. So, the top priority is to brush Mist coins to purchase territory. As for hunting down Lu Chen, we can wait until we have purchased the Mist territory before going for the kill. Once we have a piece of territory, we will essentially control a treasure trove for obtaining the special resource Mist Source Stone permanently, which is most important for us. Speaking was a true king with black flame wings but only 1 leg. Other true kings agreed one after another. Majority rules, so the Red Demon King no longer spoke. Originally, the true kings of the 7 major Dark Royal families wanted the 2 most powerful young generations of the Dark Royal families within the 7th rank to lead the way. At this moment, a huge magical teleportation vortex appeared in the sky above the Dark King City. Feeling the power of the Demon God, the 7 true kings quickly led their entire clans out of the Dark King's palace, facing the sky vortex, and collectively worshipped. They did not understand. How could the demon god suddenly open a teleportation vortex? Especially the 7 true kings, all sweating in fear, worried that the demon god would blame them for not taking over the Blue Star world and send divine servants to punish them. Despite being esteemed as the dark royal families, they were no different from ants in front of the demon god, and the divine servants alone had the authority to kill them at any time. Buzz! A figure emerged from the dark teleportation vortex. The 7 dark true kings looked up, all showing expressions of astonishment. What did they see? A divine servant. But it was only a 7th-ranked divine servant. This made them incredibly shocked and puzzled. Normally, to become a divine servant, one must have the strength of a demigod, so what was going on with this divine servant before them? Becoming a divine servant at only the 7th rank? If not for the genuine demon god mark on the forehead of this divine servant, they would definitely think it was a creature disguised as a divine servant to deceive them. Moreover, this divine servant was different from before. The clothes it wore were not the dark divine servant attire but silver white, and it was not a compatriot of the 7 major royal families they knew. It had the form of a human. Its skin had some translucent silver white scales, its hair was mist-like, its eyes were also misty, and it carried a long slender sword at its waist. We respectfully welcomed the arrival of the divine servant. Although curious as to why a creature not of the dark royal families could become a divine servant of the demon god, they still had to respectfully welcome it. My name is Baishwandi, and I lead the way to the realm of mist in the realm of gods. The mysterious divine servant's words shocked the 7 kings. What? This young divine servant wants to go to the realm of mist? Suddenly, the 7 true kings were ecstatic, although they were not clear about the purpose of this divine servant. If the divine servant really went to the realm of mist in person, it would surely fulfill their wishes and sweep away all the human races. Despite this divine servant being only 7th rank, it already gave them a palpable sense of oppression, the most powerful 7th rank being they had ever seen. Human race. They were going to suffer heavy casualties now. Everyone, hold tight to your tickets. Once the Mist Realm opens, these tickets will automatically take you to the entrance of the Mist Realm. If you happen to lose it on the way, you will only fall down and be devoured by the monsters of the extraterritorial battlefield. A big shot explained from the high platform. Lu Chen glanced around. This time, there were a total of 50,000 people heading to the Mist Realm. And the basic 7-tier middle-aged and young generation is basically a group of 7-tier middle-aged and young generations, and there are only 6 new generations like themselves. Fatty, is there a level restriction in this Misty Secret Realm? Well, brother you, the Misty Secret Realm is also a regulated area, but unlike other regulated areas, the rules of the Misty Secret Realm are not just one, you will know when you enter the Misty Secret Realm. There are 2 rules for entering the Misty Secret Realm. One is that you must have a ticket for the Misty Secret Realm, and the other is that the level must not exceed the 7th tier. Lu Chen looked at the special item in his hand, the mist ticket, and couldn't help but ask curiously, how did you get this ticket? When my grandfather and others were fighting in the foreign battlefield, they were chased by the powerful royal family of dark monsters. By chance, they discovered the Misty Secret Realm. It is estimated that at that time, the human race had just entered the era of job transfer, and all rules did not restrict our human race. Therefore, my grandfather and others successfully entered the Misty Secret Realm, escaped a disaster, and also obtained good things inside the Misty Secret Realm. My grandfather said that at that time, as long as you did tasks, you had the opportunity to get orange equipment rewards, which was considered a welfare secret realm. However, later this welfare was gone, and you needed to exchange Misty coins for it. It was precisely because they could obtain good things such as equipment inside that my grandfather and others were able to escape the pursuit after coming out. And then they established the S-War Zone relying on the resources and treasures obtained inside. Later, with the rule restrictions, if you want to enter the Misty Secret Realm, you need to buy tickets in advance. Before the last closure of the Misty Secret Realm, the Alliance bought 50,000 tickets with Misty coins. Hearing this, Lu Chen finally understood. No wonder the predecessors were able to establish a front line in the foreign battlefield and guard the passage to the Blue Star world. It turned out that they had entered the Misty Secret Realm and obtained great opportunities inside. Brother you, the value of Misty coins is far higher than that of gold coins. The biggest value is that you can buy territories inside the Misty Secret Realm, just like real estate. The richer the resources of the territory, the higher the price. Once purchased, you can establish a town in the territory, and you can stay permanently in the Misty Secret Realm without being forcibly teleported out by the rules. Although each territory has a limit on the number of residents, even if only one team can stay, you can continue to accumulate resources inside. Therefore, our alliance has always been accumulating Misty coins, prioritizing the purchase of territories. So far, we have not exchanged for a set of orange equipment, as the drop rate of Misty coins is even lower than that of gold coins. Dark monsters have also been farming Misty coins all along. they also want to buy territories inside. Tong told Lu Chen everything he knew about the Misty Secret Realm. The level of detail was much more detailed than that of the big shots on the stage. This also led to many people gathering around, making the big shots on the stage lose face. Seeing that it was the grandson of the Sky Sword God causing trouble, the big shot could only pretend not to hear. Not long after, the tickets in the hands of the crowd emitted a mysterious misty light. The Misty Secret Realm has been opened. Please work together to farm Misty coins in the Misty Secret Realm and strive to achieve the strategic goal of the Alliance to purchase a territory in the Misty Secret Realm as soon as possible. The next moment, everyone with tickets flew up. Under the misty light emitted by the tickets, everyone passed through walls, defense formations, and monster bodies, flying in one direction. This magical effect made Lu Chen and the other new generations who experienced it for the first time feel very curious. People like Xin Yuanqi, Situi, and Daisy always thought that going to the Misty Secret Realm would be escorted by the big shots of the Alliance headquarters, and many people might die on the way. Unexpectedly, it completely exceeded their imagination. The tickets would take them there automatically, without having to worry about being attacked by monsters. Many monsters saw the crowd flying out and roared, releasing their attack skills towards the crowd, but the skills were absorbed by the misty light. In the face of the rules, the monsters' attacks were just a joke. The Misty Realm has been opened, the dark monsters' attention will all shift over there. Now is our best opportunity to attack the Tianqian Pass. Are you all ready? The three war gods looked at the soldiers who were already prepared for battle. All preparations are complete. Please give us your orders, war god. Let's go. With the command of the Sky Sword God, by Li Tsongfeng, the strongest expeditionary force composed of at least 8th-tier professionals set out. Swish! The Sky Sword God took the lead, riding his sword into the midst of the monster group to pave the way. Monsters? The next moment, a huge sword aura that split the heavens and earth surged out from Bai Li Tsongfeng's legendary great sword, instantly killing tens of thousands of powerful monsters, staining the sky green with blood. With one sword, all monsters fell, bloodless and unscathed. This was the extremely domineering hidden sword technique of the Sky Sword God. Quick, inform the true king, the Sky Sword God has come out. The other monsters were terrified and retreated, none daring to approach. On this side, after flying for about 3 days, the crowd finally arrived at the entrance of the Misty Realm, close to the Tianqian Pass. The entrance was shrouded in mist within a huge mountain peak. Many people from other forces had already arrived and entered the Misty Realm. Of course, the 7th-tier dark monsters had also entered long ago. Upon entering the Misty Realm, Lu Chen noticed that the Misty Gate ticket in his hand turned into mist and dissipated, revealing an incredibly huge ancient city before his eyes. Misty Ancient City. There were many NPCs in the city, but they all stayed in fixed areas. At this moment, as the overall commander of the Human Alliance for this expedition, Shi Zhanwu spoke in the channel, the gate of the Misty Ancient City can only be exited, not entered, so you can only return by purchasing a town scroll at the Misty Shop. Lu Chen noticed that there was an additional Misty Shop on the panel, offering only items suitable for exploration and town scrolls for purchase. Town scroll, 10 Misty coins each. Not too expensive. Did everyone see the huge vortex at the city gate? That is the exit of the Misty Ancient City. There are a total of 4 such vortex gates, each corresponding to a different Misty area. Our Human Alliance has always been dedicated to exploring the area outside the East Gate, so we will mainly explore that area, which should be relatively safe. After speaking, Shi Zhanwu looked at Lu Chen and the other 6 new generations. Every time the Misty Realm opens, the distribution of Misty monsters is different. For safety reasons, you 6 newcomers will stay in the city first. After we explore the first Misty map, confirm the distribution of Misty monsters, and draw a new map, then you can join the exploration team. The 3 war gods instructed to protect the new generation, especially Lu Chen. Only after Shi Zhanwu completely confirmed the safety did he dare to let Lu Chen and the other new generations join the exploration. The 6 of them had no choice but to follow the arrangement. At this moment, Lu Chen's coin burst system suddenly received a notification. Ding! Detected that the host is in a special Misty area, Misty coins officially unlocked. Ding! Misty coins unlocked successfully. Finally unlocked. Lu Chen quickly opened the system panel. Name, coin burst system, status, activated, unlock star rating, introduction, burst gold coins when fighting monsters, killing monsters guarantees obtaining gold coins equal to the monster's level multiplied by a base number, killing elite monsters or bosses will also double the amount, the current base number is 80. Misty coins, unlocked in specific Misty areas, killing Misty monsters guarantees obtaining Misty coins equal to the monster's tier multiplied by a base number, killing bosses will yield a fixed 10x increase. Tip: the gold coins and misty coins burst out by the system cannot be seen by others and will automatically enter the host's backpack. Magic crystal coin, locked abyss coin, locked. Looking at the introduction, Luchan could not hide his excitement. It's a 100% drop rate again. This drop coin system is simply amazing. Although the number of missed coins dropped is calculated based on the level of the monster, it is still quite impressive. You should know that for the unlocked 5-star drop coin system, the base number is 80. 80. In other words, by killing a first-level missed monster, you will get 80 missed coins 100% of the time. And there are still many special coins yet to be unlocked, making people more and more excited. It is known that besides the missed monster boss, which will drop a certain amount of missed coins 100% of the time, it is very difficult for other ordinary missed monsters to drop missed coins. Even if they drop missed coins, the quantity is very small, and getting 10 coins is considered a big drop. The city gate has been opened. We are ready to set off. This time, we aim to collect 5 million missed coins and break the previous record. After speaking, Shi Zhanwu led the way. At this time, a group of people from the Half Monster Association appeared. Lord, it seems that Luchan is not leaving the city for the time being. You stay on this side of the East City Gate and inform me when Luchan leaves the city. Yes, my lord. The Dark Lord decided to go out and explore first. In the future, to obtain Luchan's body, he also needed to control resources and develop his own power. Fatty, is the map of the Misty Realm not fixed? Luchan asked. Brother Yu, the Misty Realm's mist map is fixed and does not change. However, each time the Misty Realm opens, the distribution of mist monsters, as well as the location and types of resources, will change, making it a completely new exploration each time. Bai Li Tong explained. This is the main reason why the ancestors of the human race only drew the outline and environment of the map without marking the monsters and resources. But the ancestors recorded the characteristics of the monsters explored in the mist map, so we have an advantage in exploring the mist map on this side of the East City Gate. Lu Chen nodded. This is the case of planting trees for future generations to enjoy the shade. However, here, besides the mist monsters, one also had to guard against attacks from dark monsters. There are two misty ancient cities, one is a gathering place for humans, and the other is a gathering place for monsters. So far, humans do not know the exact location of the other misty ancient city. Even if they happen to find it, it is not of much use. Not to mention that it is impossible to break in. Even if they search again next time, it is difficult to find because the visibility in the mist is too low. Of course, the dark monsters are the same. They only erupt in battle when encountered during exploration. As for the Dark Church, they dare not enter. In the past, members of the Dark Church entered the Misty Realm, but they were surrounded by major forces outside the 4 city gates and were killed as soon as they went out, so they dare not enter again. Rarely unlocking mist coins, Luchan would not stay in the city. Despite being at the 5th level, his combat power far exceeded that of other 7th level job changers. I'll take a stroll in the misty ancient city first. Others also felt that it was better to familiarize themselves with the ancient city environment first, so they dispersed. There is no danger inside the city. Only Bai Li Tong's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. He knew that Brother Yu was so powerful and would not be afraid of the mist monsters here. Brother Yu would definitely leave the city. Brother Yu, wait for me, I'll go with you, he. Reporting to the Lord, Lu Chen and a fatty have left the city. They went through the West City Gate. Seeing the information reported by his subordinates, the Dark Lord, who had just left the city, was speechless for a moment. This Lu Chen is not following the rules. Shouldn't he have obediently stayed in the misty ancient city, waiting for the other members of the Alliance to explore the first map before going out? Forget it. Let's collect some mist coins first, and then go hunt down Lu Chen. Outside the city, the mist is thick. The sky and earth are all unclear, only a hazy white expanse. The environment is quite similar to the misty battlefield of the Blue Star World, except there are not many corpses here. Ding! You have discovered a new map, Misty Bone Forest. This is the first misty map outside the West City Gate. As for what misty monsters are on this map, both Lu Kan and Bai Li Tong are not sure because the Human Alliance ancestors have not explored the West City Gate area. Ding! Unable to summon a mount. Lu Kan was still thinking of using Debai's special effect to improve the visual environment, but unexpectedly, he could not summon a mount. But thinking about it, this is a map that only players under the 7th rank can enter, and the appearance of powerful mounts would easily disrupt the balance. Fatty, follow my footsteps closely, don't get lost. Brother Yu, rest assured, even if you kill me, I won't leave you more than 3 steps away. May. Inside the mist, many strange monster cries rang out, along with sounds of battle. These are people from other forces exploring this area, fighting with mist monsters. Liu Ken chose a direction without the sound of battle, directly flew forward with his sword, while Tong used the snow feather item to transform into a flying fat thorn, stealthily following Liu Ken. Not long after, a mysterious monster's shadow appeared in the mist ahead. This mist monster looked quite fierce. Liu Ken stopped. The mist monster seemed to sense Liu Chen's presence and walked towards him. But when this mist monster entered everyone's sight, Liu Ken was stunned. It was a small mist monster, half a meter in size, appearing right in front of him. Name, Sheep-Headed Monster, Level, LV30, only a level 30 mist monster? Liu Ken was surprised. Is this the mist monster that the big shots have been warning to be extremely careful of? Put. Tong directly backstabbed and killed it. Brother you, the mist monster levels are under the 7th rank, so it's normal for low-level monsters to appear in the first mist map, but don't take it lightly because every mist map has a powerful boss. Tong explained. Ding, congratulations on obtaining 1 times 80 is equal to 80 mist coins. Since they were in a team, naturally, the monsters killed by Tong were also considered killed by Liu Ken, triggering the coin drop system. Oh wow! They got 80 mist coins. The two continued to explore forward. The mist monsters they encountered became more frequent, and their levels also increased. They fought all the way. The mist monsters only dropped a pitiful dozen or so mist coins, barely enough to buy a town portal scroll. Tong complained all the way. But because of the coin drop system, Liu Ken had already obtained thousands of mist coins. At this point, there were no sounds of people from other forces around, only occasional sounds of battles in the distance. Brother you, these mist coins are so hard to come by. At this rate, by the time the Misty Secret Realm closes, we probably won't have earned many mist coins. Before he could finish his sentence, suddenly, Tong was dragged into the mist by something. The next moment, Tong's screams rang out. Just a moment later, the screams disappeared. Oh no! Shadow clone. Liu Ken immediately released the clone skill. 7 clones appeared and spread out in all directions, searching for Tong's trace. The clone's vision was connected to the main body. If there were any powerful mist monsters nearby, Liu Ken could find them first. One of the clones quickly found a huge figure. During the monster grinding earlier, Liu Ken had discovered another rule of the Misty Secret Realm. That is, during battles with monsters, the mist in the battle area would dissipate, and after the battle, the visibility range would return to 5 meters. It was a 6-rank level, 5-meter-tall sheep-headed humanoid monster, the boss of the Misty Bone Forest. It was currently battling a lump of extremely agile fat. This boss originally wanted to ambush Liu Chen, but with this grab, it caught a stealthy fat guy. At this moment, the fat guy was like a ball, seemingly clumsy, but extremely fast in speed, with afterimages surrounding the boss for backstab attacks. This is the flying fat stab. Even Liu Chen didn't know the true strength of this fat guy after reaching the 5th rank. How could he let a Misty boss easily kill him? Seeing this, Liu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. However, strangely, the battle between the boss and Tong did not make any sound. Liu Chen speculated that the boss had released a skill similar to a soundproof barrier. At this moment, the flying fat stab executed an incredibly beautiful assassination art. A black shadow flashed out from the boss's head. Splat! Black blood sprayed from the top of the sheep's head, and a large chunk of health bar dropped. Liu Chen was intrigued to see how much strength this fat guy had hidden. Not long after, with the help of his second awakening talent, Tong easily beheaded the 6th rank boss. Damn it, dare to ambush me, have you ever seen such a handsome flying fat stab? Ding, congratulations on obtaining 4,800 mist coins from 6 by 80 by 10. The boss died. The mist around began to churn. Just as Liu Chen was about to call Tong, suddenly, the head of the sheep-headed boss exploded, producing a large amount of purple mist, which merged with the mist around and the ground cracked like a spider web. Tong, with the snow feather item, didn't fall. But Liu Chen, unprepared, lost his balance and fell down. When Liu Chen tried to fly with his sword, the crack above him closed directly. Meanwhile, on the other side, everyone, be careful, the boss in the Mist Bone Forest has a special ability. After death, it will open a mysterious crack centered on its head, and no one who falls in has come out alive. So, when encountering the Mist Bone Forest boss, be prepared to fly before killing it. Those who cannot fly should retreat from the battlefield. The leader of the exploration team on this side explained in the channel. Tong blinked his eyes, as he seemed to have seen Brother Yu's figure during the battle just now. Brother Yu, I was ambushed by the boss, but luckily it wasn't strong and I dealt with it. Tong spoke in the team channel, but after waiting for a while, Tong received no reply. Tong had to send a private message to Liu Chen, but got a prompt, ding, the other party is in a special area and cannot receive messages from you. What? Bailey Tong pouted, "Damn it, brother I just left you for a moment, and you entered a special area. Did I miss another chance to gain a great opportunity?" On this side, Lu Chen appeared in a dim ancient ruin. He was initially worried about the fat guy, but considering the extraordinary strength of the fat guy and his character, he must have prepared many life-saving methods before entering the misty realm, so he was no longer worried. Moreover, the boss also dropped some mist coins, enough for the fat guy to buy a scroll to return to the city. With that in mind, Lu Chen cautiously surveyed his surroundings. The range of this ruin was vast. Because there was no mist covering here, he could clearly see the surrounding environment, but at a glance, he couldn't see the end of the ruin, and it was unusually quiet all around. This was a new discovery. Ding, you have discovered a new map, a rare map, Abandoned Ruins. A rare map? I wonder what this place is, Lu Chen muttered with a frown. With curiosity and anticipation, Lu Chen cautiously walked towards the front. Gradually, the sound of clanging iron came from the front, which seemed very eerie in this environment. How could someone be forging iron in a place like this? In the dilapidated ruins ahead, there was a bald, chubby man with bare arms, somewhat resembling an elf but very fat, even fatter than Beitong. Blue mist emanated from his head, and important parts were also covered in blue mist. He shouted 80 while hammering on the iron, looking quite comical. Seeing this mysterious iron-forging chubby man suddenly appear, Lu Chen rubbed his chin, pondering if this was an NPC in the misty realm. "Hello?" Lu Chen walked up to the bald chubby man and politely greeted him. The bald chubby man glanced at Lu Chen and said, "Another ignorant human transferer, find a place to bury yourself. Don't disturb me while I'm forging weapons." With that, the bald chubby man continued to vigorously hammer the unknown weapon in his hand, shouting 80 repeatedly. Lu Chen was speechless, truly a peculiar NPC. In this situation, if he wanted to extract useful information or benefits from the other party, he had to spend money. Hopefully, the thousands of mist coins he had accumulated earlier would suffice. "Esteemed weapon master, this is a small token of my appreciation. Could you tell me how to get out?" Lu Chen took out 100 mist coins, but to his surprise, the bald chubby man didn't even look at him and threw the mist coins into the furnace. Sizzle! The mist coins were burned to ashes. Lu Chen was almost enraged and drew his sword to strike the NPC, but he refrained because it seemed like he couldn't harm him, as he didn't have a health bar. Damn it, Fire Shia might not have liked a small amount of gold coins back then, but at least she would accept them. This NPC not only refuses but also throws them into the furnace. Wait, could it be that NPCs don't like mist coins? Only gold coins? The rules of the monster world had not been in the Blue Star world for too long, and currently, gold coins remained the primary currency. Under the influence of the rules, could these NPCs temporarily only recognize gold coins and not other currencies from humans? Lu Chen immediately tried offering gold coins. It's been a while since I've seen such shiny gold things. Making them into belts or something is not bad. The bald chubby man took the gold coins and kept them. Progress. Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief, realizing his speculation was correct. So, Lu Chen started spending money like crazy. Ding, after receiving 1 billion gold coins from you, Blue Bobo has a 30% favorable impression of you. Ding, after receiving 5 billion gold coins from you, Blue Bobo has a 50% favorable impression of you. Ding, after receiving 10 billion gold coins from you, Blue Bobo has a 100% favorable impression of you. Ding, Blue Bobo now considers you a close friend. It worked out. So, this bald chubby man was called Blue Bobo. What a name. You are the most considerate human friend I've ever met. From now on, in this abandoned ruin, I've got your back. Then I'll have to trouble you, Big Brother Bobo. I'd like to ask, where is this place? And how do I get out? This is a rare map, the Abandoned Ruins, sealed with a mysterious divine object. What? A divine object? Lu Chen's breathing quickened. Items related to gods were always legendary. He had to get his hands on it. Otherwise, how could he justify the billions of gold coins spent? This was truly a huge surprise. As for what the divine object is, I don't know. Have you seen the barrier ahead? Hold on to the barrier token I gave you, and you can enter. As long as you can slay the mist monster boss inside, you can leave, but never enter the sealed area inside. That simple? Half believing, Lu Chen thanked him after receiving the barrier token and headed towards the faintly glowing gray barrier ahead. As the barrier opened, Lu Chen felt a moment of confusion. Upon recovery, he did not notice any changes in the scene before him, but a dense crowd of monsters appeared in the previously empty space. At a glance, it was pitch black. The upper bodies of these mist monsters were dark, with eyes emitting red light, while the lower bodies had a mist floating in midair one by one. Name, Black Mist Fiend, Level, LV210, Health Points, 228,0000. Skills, Illusion, Ghost Mist. Mist Deathclaw, extremely powerful attributes, comparable to a powerful 7th-tier dark monster. The key is that there are too many of them. With so many mist monsters with strong attributes, anyone else who falls in here is basically doomed. But in Lu Chen's eyes, these were not abnormal mist monsters, but shiny mist coins. How fragrant! The black mist fiends also noticed Lu Chen, each of them inexplicably trembling. I suddenly feel a bit panicked. Fiend! As Lu Chen entered the barrier, the black mist fiends instantly transformed into fierce ghosts and surged towards Lu Chen. Sword God form, release. Will of the sword, release. Sword gate opening. Lu Chen fully released the skill, sword gate opening. Swish! Suddenly, a huge crack opened in the sky above the ruins, and a brilliant golden supreme sword descended. The giant sword exuded a terrifying sword aura, causing the black mist fiends to scream in fear, not daring to move easily. Boom! After the golden sword appeared, it swiftly descended, unleashing a massive range of critical damage, with a screen full of bright red damage sprouting like mushrooms above the mist monsters' heads, dazzling Lu Chen's eyes. Awesome! Lu Chen marveled at the exaggerated effect of this skill in his heart. Not to mention, this sword technique is simply a reaper on the battlefield. Subsequently, Lu Chen unleashed various sword techniques, crazily slaughtering the black mist fiends here. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 7 times 80 is equal to 560 mist coins. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 7 times 80 is equal to 560 mist coins. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 7 times 80 is equal to 560 mist coins. Just after a while, Lu Chen had accumulated over 1,000,000 mist coins. Watching the value in the mist coin column skyrocketing, Lu Chen became even more excited, wielding his sword alone, leaving a trail of corpses wherever he went. On the other side, in the misty ancient city, the first mist map outside the east city gate. Captain Sure, big loot, big loot. This boss dropped 300 mist coins. A 7th-tier professional shouted excitedly. That's great. This is a good start. Keep up this pace, and we really have a chance to reach the big goal of 5 million mist coins before the misty secret realm closes. As long as we achieve the goal, we can gather enough mist coins to buy the cheapest ordinary territory, and then leave a team in the misty secret realm. Captain Shi Zhanwu clenched his fists, his eyes full of anticipation. When the other members of the Human Alliance learned that Captain Shi Zhanwu had successfully killed a boss and obtained 300 mist coins, they were all filled with confidence and high morale. It's unknown how long had passed. Lu Chen looked around and found it empty. When he sheathed his sword, there were no more black mist fiends, only countless black mist fiend corpses on the ground, along with a pungent smell of blood and gore. Of course, there was also a huge black mist fiend boss ahead, trembling all over with bloodstains. Name, Black Mist Fiend Boss, Level, LV210, Health Points, 460,0000. Innate Skill, Ghost Mist Annihilation, Skills, Illusion, Ghost Mist. Mist Deathclaw. At this moment, as the Black Mist Fiend boss, its crimson eyes were not fierce and bloodthirsty, but filled with endless fear, its body trembling uncontrollably, almost dispersing in fear. Clang! The black weapon in his hand was so scared that it couldn't be held and dropped. This human youth is not human. There are tens of thousands of his men. All of them were slaughtered by him with just one sword. Boss, if you want to go out, you don't have to kill me. Here, this is the array source stone. Just activate the teleportation giant stone array behind me, and you can go out. The Black Mist Demon boss took out a mysterious black stone very politely, almost handing it over. Put. Before the boss finished speaking, Lu Chen cut it down. Sorry, the scent of the mist coins on you is too tempting. Looking at the number of mist coins. Mist coins, 266401130, over 2 billion. There are probably more than 40,000 monsters here. It truly deserves to be a special map sealing a divine object. The number of monsters is truly huge, but I really like it. Although mist coins can be used to purchase orange quality sets and even epic set chests, Lu Chen obviously doesn't care about these now. If he were to buy, he would buy the most expensive legendary set chest and obtain the highest quality legendary set. Immediately, Lu Chen walked to the side of the teleportation giant stone array and saw a mysterious cave in front of the giant stone array, surrounded by mysterious runes. Lu Chen knew that this mysterious cave should be the place where the divine object was sealed. Putting away the black array source stone, Lu Chen directly stepped into the cave. Ding! You discovered a new map, Seal Mist Cave, first floor. Suddenly, Lu Chen found that there was heavy mist ahead again, just like the Mist Bone Forest map, only able to see a 5-meter radius around. Suddenly, smack! A mysterious hand tapped Lu Chen's shoulder from behind. Startled, Lucan turned around and slashed with his sword. Put. Miss. Little brother, didn't I tell you not to enter the sealed area? Lucan looked and was stunned. Isn't this NPC Blue Bobo that he met before? How did this NPC follow him? Bobo, I was just curious. Lucan smiled awkwardly. As a human, you can't get out once you come in like me. Can't get out? Really? Why not? You should be able to see the prompt. Lucan then noticed a prompt, stating that once you enter the Seal Mist Cave, you will be trapped here forever unless you obtain the divine object. Bobo, how did you get here? Lucan was not in a hurry. No matter how strong the monsters guarding the divine object were, he was confident he could slay them. After killing tens of thousands of black mist demons, Lucian's level had already reached 150, and he had equipped the 12 level 5 orange-gray gems given by General Zhou Liang, greatly increasing his attributes and damage. I'm running out of materials to craft equipment, so I came here to get some. I see. Bobo, what kind of equipment are you crafting? An NPC crafting equipment in this abandoned ruin definitely had a story behind it. I can tell you, but don't tell anyone. I have been working on crafting a world-class divine sword. Maybe I can finish it in a few more years, or it may take hundreds of years, who knows? A world-class divine sword? Isn't that an artifact only gods can possess? How could an NPC like you craft it? Lucan shook his head and smiled, but he quietly remembered this special NPC. Bobo, I'll go get the divine object first. With that, Lucan swaggered forward with his sword. Hey, wait, little brother. I have a torch here, it might help you. Blue Bobo took out a unique torch and lit it. Name, Blue Bobo's torch. Category, illumination tool. Grade, ungraded. Effect, can dispel mist, illuminate the environment, increase visual range by plus 50 meters. Damn. This tool is great. Lucan took the torch and his field of vision instantly widened, making things much more convenient. Thank you, big brother Bobo. Making friends with NPCs brings surprises. Immediately, Lucan rushed inside and soon encountered the sheep-head monster. Not many in number, but all of them were 7th-order sheep-head monster bosses. It seems that the sheep-head monster bosses in the Mist Bone Forest will trigger cracks, which are related to this seal. Done. Blue Bobo saw Lucan's mighty power and marveled at Lucan's strong combat strength. This young human has the potential of a sword god. It seems that the divine sword I will forge in the future has found its owner. After clearing the first layer of sheep-head monster bosses, Lucan arrived at the second layer. The monsters here were all rabbit-head monster bosses. Although their health and other attributes were similar to the sheep-head monster bosses, they had stronger combat power, mainly due to more powerful innate skills. But Lucan still easily swept through and reached the final layer. Here, Lucan did not encounter a large group of bosses, but only a huge deer-head monster. Name, Divine Artifact Guardian Deer-Head Monster Boss. Level, LV210. Health, 6 million. Skills, 6 million health? Truly a ultimate boss. But in Lucan's eyes, it was just a boss with thicker health. Before this seemingly powerful boss could even speak, Lucan struck down with his sword. It just took a bit longer than other bosses, and this deer-head monster boss also fell in a pool of blood. Lucan then turned his gaze to the sealed divine artifact. It was a mysterious stone, somewhat similar to a class-changing divine stone, green in color, with occasional mist emanating, but only the size of a fist. Ding, this divine artifact is sealed and needs to be unsealed to obtain. This seal was not difficult to break. All that was needed was to break the seal formations in 4 places. Several hours later, when the last seal formation was broken, the barrier sealing the divine artifact disappeared. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the mysterious divine artifact. Name, Mysterious Divine Artifact, 1/4. Hint, you need to collect all 4 pieces of this divine artifact to activate its effects. Seeing the hint, Lucan was surprised. There were 4 pieces of this kind of divine artifact? Does that mean there are 3 more special sealed places like the abandoned ruins? After receiving the artifact, Lucan contemplated for a moment, then returned to the outside of the sealed mist cave. However, he did not see the NPC Blue Bobo along the way. Presumably it had returned. So, Lucan activated the teleportation stone array with the source stones. With a flash of teleportation light, Lucan quickly returned to the Mist Bone Forest. Having been out for so long and earned so many mist coins, Lucan decided to return to the Mist Ancient City first to avoid worrying others. Just as Lucan was using a return scroll to go back to the Mist Ancient City, a mysterious figure appeared at the sealed mist cave. Emitting a misty aura, the figure was indistinct, with only faint silver scales shimmering. Damn! How could someone have taken the divine artifact here before me? Who did this? Looking at the boss's corpse in front of him and the empty seal, the mysterious figure revealed its face. It was none other than the young divine servant White Xiandi who had appeared in the Dark King city before. He had finally found a deer head monster boss, killed it, triggered a crack, and fell into this abandoned ruin, only to find it empty. You're late. Blue Bobo appeared mysteriously again, bending down to pick up the special stone fragments scattered on the third layer. Is it you? Legendary blacksmith Blue Bobo, who took the divine artifact? The human race shouldn't have the ability for this. I'm just an NPC blacksmith, I have nothing to say about the rest. Humph. It's fine if you don't tell me. Once I get the other 3 pieces of the divine artifact, I will naturally find it. By then, I'll see who's ruining my good fortune. With that, White Xiandi turned around arrogantly and left. Misty Ancient City. When Lu Chen returned, Bai Li Tong's messages came pouring in frantically. Brother Yu, where have you been? I've been trying to contact you all along, but it kept saying you were in a special area and couldn't be reached. Brother Yu, War Dance Sister said the first map exploration is done, and she wants us to leave the city to explore and grind monsters as a team. I told her you should stay in the ancient city and explore some more. Brother Yu, remember to come find me when you get back. I get nervous grinding monsters without you. Lu Chen glanced at the channel and saw Shi Zhanwu and others had finished exploring the first map outside the East City Gate and were starting on the second map. He needed to hurry. Immediately, Lu Chen found the bored tea-drinking lord in the castle, an old man with a white beard, his face covered in a hazy mist that made it hard to see his true appearance. Name, Chen Daofu. Identity, Lord NPC of the Misty Ancient City. Hobby, values money over people. Young friend, what brings you to me? Give me money, and I can help you solve any trouble. Lu Chen was speechless. This lord really valued money over people, much like the way of the soul hidden. Lord, I would like to inquire about the sets of equipment and the purchase of territories. Lu Chen spoke directly. Alright, oh my, it's been years since anyone came to trade with me. The sets of equipment in my warehouse are starting to rust. Chen Daofu waved his hand, and a set of equipment page appeared in front of Lu Chen, with detailed information on profession division and equipment quality. Lu Chen clicked on the swordsman profession set of equipment, all of which were 7th tier level 210 sets, ranging from white to orange quality, with the best being a 6-piece orange set. 7th tier orange set. How coveted by so many career changers. It surpassed even epic grade single pieces of equipment, and even legendary grade single pieces of equipment, due to the insane additional attributes and effects of a complete set of equipment. However, Lu Chen was not interested in orange sets at all right now, because he was very wealthy at the moment. If he was going to do it, he would go for the most powerful set of equipment. Ha! Lord, didn't you say that in this misty secret realm, you can exchange mist coins for equipment above orange quality? Why isn't it showing? Lu Chen frowned and asked. Young friend, those are treasures I've collected over the years. How can I easily reveal them? It'll cost you. Not much, just 1,000 mist coins to reveal it for you. Ah, this old man's eyes were truly only on money. Lu Chen had no choice but to pay up. Ding, you spent 1,000 mist coins, and the Lord happily opened the hidden equipment page for you. A new page immediately popped up, but besides the profession options, there were only 2 lonely mysterious boxes, one showing an epic grade equipment chest, and the other showing a legendary grade equipment chest, with prices that made Lu Chen's face change involuntarily. Epic grade equipment chest price, 20,000 mist coins. Legendary grade equipment chest price, 50,000 mist coins. Just one epic grade equipment chest cost 20,000 mist coins, not to mention the issue of probability. Just this price alone would deter countless career changers. Seeing Lu Chen's shocked expression, the Lord smiled and said, Young friend, how about buying a legendary grade equipment chest to try your luck? You might get a legendary set. Lu Chen rubbed his chin and asked, what is the probability of getting equipment pieces from opening these chests? The Lord Old Man smiled and replied, the probability is quite high, mainly it depends on luck. Looking at the shrewd merchant lord, Lu Chen cursed a few words in his heart, but if he could really complete a set of legendary quality equipment, his combat power would truly skyrocket. If he was going to spend money, he would spend it to become invincible. Sure, give me 100 legendary grade equipment chests first. Lu Chen waved his hand and directly took out 5 million mist coins. Oh my, young friend, you are truly generous. Please have a seat, bring the best crimson robe mist tea, and also bring the mist spirit fruit. The lord of the city laughed so hard his teeth almost fell out. A big deal. A big deal. Young friend, you are truly a true dragon among the human race. Your generosity is unmatched. Unlike others, who hesitate even to buy a white suit, let alone an orange suit. Lu Chen rolled his eyes, ignoring the flattery of the city lord, and directly opened the treasure chest. Ding, you have obtained air, please try again. Ding, you have obtained air, please try again. Ding, congratulations on obtaining a legendary mist shard. Phew, after opening 10 treasure chests in a row, he finally got a legendary mist shard. What a probability. Wait, a shard? Oh my goodness. City Lord, are you tricking me? Shard from the suit chest? Lu Chen immediately burst out cursing. Young friend, don't be upset. Indeed, the suit chest can only give out shards, but as long as you collect 99 shards, you can exchange them for any corresponding level suit piece. At this moment, in Lu Chen's eyes, this city lord was a supersized black marketeer. But that's the rule. He had no choice but to continue spending money to open the boxes. Ding, you have obtained air, please try again. Wow. After opening 100 treasure chests, he only got one legendary shard, a 1% probability. Other people would probably be spitting blood. Besides, others couldn't possibly have so many mist coins to splurge. Lu Chen didn't care about that. Keep spending. Crazy spending. Spent 30 million mist coins. Opened the 10th legendary mist shard. Spent over 2 billion mist coins, just managed to get the 99th legendary mist shard. Over 2 billion mist coins. Just enough to exchange for one piece of legendary suit. But Lu Chen was very excited. Just over 2 billion. As long as he explored more and killed more monsters, he would soon have it. The most exciting moment was yet to come. Legendary suit. This was the highest quality suit equipment ever seen among humans, even among the Dark King tribe. Thinking that he would soon own one, Lu Chen couldn't wait to say, I want to exchange for a legendary suit, the 6-piece set. Of course, young friend, you can choose the suit part yourself. Lu Chen immediately chose to exchange for a weapon, the legendary sword. After receiving the 99 legendary mist shards, the city lord casually took out a mist sword emitting a golden light. Ding, congratulations on obtaining one of the 6-piece set of the Swordmaster legendary suit, the 7th tier legendary sword, Mist Skylock sword. Name, Mist Skylock sword. One of the Mist Skylock suit part, weapon, quality, legendary, wearable level, LV210, suitable profession, swordmaster, strength, plus 8,520, stamina, plus 8,200, spirit, plus 8,140, agility, plus 8,400, all attributes, plus 800, all resistance, plus 70%, critical hit damage, plus 210%, special effects movement speed and attack speed plus 210% health and mana recovery plus 20% lifesteal plus 20% mist sword sky reverse. When attacking, there is a 50% chance to emit a mist sword. Attack on surrounding targets, causing damage and affecting the target's vision for 3 seconds. Other parts of the suit, Mistlock Sky Armor, Mistlock Sky Boots, Mistlock Sky Crown, Mistlock Sky Ring, Mistlock Sky Gloves. Collecting 3 pieces activates attribute effect, all attributes increase by 20%. Collecting 4 pieces activates attribute effect, all attributes increase by 40%. Collecting 5 pieces activates attribute effect, all attributes increase by 60%. Collecting 6 pieces activates attribute effect, all attributes increase by 80%. Special effect of collecting the full Mistlock Sky 6-piece set. Lucky Strike, 70% chance to cut off 7% fixed health of the target with each attack. Mistlock Sky Control, activate to be immune to any skill damage, cooldown 3 minutes. Mistlock Sky, activate to summon a huge sword of mist, completely block one side of the world, weaken the target's attributes by 50% in that side of the world, lasting for 3 minutes, cooldown 10 minutes. Hiss, is this the legendary suit? This is simply outrageous, ridiculously overpowered. They say the suit is awesome. I didn't expect it to be this awesome. This is like gearing up to go to the moon. What is a legendary suit? This is a legendary suit. Insane attribute bonuses. Now Lu Chen can't wait to collect the legendary 6-piece set and wear it. Maybe just one basic attack can instantly kill the boss. The only regret now is that you need to be level 210 to wear this legendary sword. Hee, young man, are you excited? Thrilled? Can't wait to use this legendary sword and dominate the world? The Lord chuckled like a cunning merchant. Do you have a way for me to wear it now? Lu Chen caressed the sword, reluctant to put it in his backpack. As a swordsman, the sword is his beloved possession, especially a legendary great sword. Of course. There must be a way. At this, Lu Chen's eyes lit up, quickly asking, what's the way? Hee, considering the amount you've spent, I'll tell you for free. Legendary equipment can have 4 sockets, set with 4 gems. Just set a level 6 specialized gem, and you're good to go. A level 6 specialized gem can reduce the required level by 60 levels, so you can wear it. The Lord took a sip of his giant red robe mist tea and said leisurely, specialized gems? Are there such gems? Why haven't I heard of them before? Lu Chen had opened many gem chests before, but had never obtained a specialized gem. There are countless gems in the world. The ones you open in the foreign domain store are common attack, defense, and resistance gems. Rare gems like specialized gems cannot be obtained there. Lord, do you have these gems in your collection? Seeing the fish taking the bait, Lord Qian continued, I do have a few specialized gems, but they are not for sale by me. Hey, Lord, as long as you don't sell them, that's fine, right? For example, if you accidentally lost them. Lu Chen handed over 100,000 missed coins to the Lord. This made the Lord very happy. Ahem. Indeed, not selling is also fine, but these rare gems are my beloved possessions. Beloved possessions also have a price. Lu Chen had to give another 100,000 missed coins. Now one specialized gem is no longer a beloved possession, but still in the beloved state. At this, Lu Chen had to give another 100,000 missed coins. Well, beloved has turned into liked. After some back and forth, Lu Chen spent a total of 700,000 missed coins to make the black market lord reluctantly part with it. Oh, I suddenly remembered that I haven't collected my clothes yet. I have to go get them. As for buying the territory, come back to me when you have enough missed coins. With that, the lord got up and left, but as he did, a rare gem emitting a radiant light fell from him. Name, specialized gem, rare, level 7 effect. After inlaying, it can reduce the equipment wearing level to level 70. Although the lord of the misty ancient city is very dark, he is really efficient in collecting money. Obtained a level 7 specialized gem. Lu Chen immediately went to the city to find a gem NPC. Hello, I would like you to help me inlay a gem. No problem. I wonder how many levels of gem the hero wants to inlay? Different levels have different prices, and also, I only accept Misty coins here. Level 7 gem, Misty coins are not a problem. At this time, Lu Chen still had tens of thousands of Misty coins on him, so it shouldn't cost over 10,000 Misty coins just to inlay a gem. Level 7 gem, that will be 7,000 Misty coins. Hearing this, Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. This was still normal. It seems that only the Lord is a money-grabbing NPC, the other NPCs in the city are quite normal. After paying 7,000 Misty coins, the NPC immediately started working, and in less than a minute, the inlaying was completed. Hero, it's done, welcome to come again next time. Lu Chen couldn't wait to put it on. Buzz. Lu Chen felt instantly filled with infinite power. The attributes soared in a leap. What a terrifying attribute bonus. I wonder if there is any 5th-tier job changer in the world who can have this. Lu Chen is confident that as long as the opponent does not have skills that ignore defense or deal real damage, they won't be able to harm a single hair on him in this misty secret realm. And this, it's just the bonus brought by a legendary 7th-tier sword. Hidden equipment effect. The mist-locked sky sword in Lu Chen's hand no longer emits the unique golden light of a legendary sword, but it is still very cool and handsome, with the sword body occasionally surging with misty sword energy, chilling and extremely sharp. Now, can I one-shot a 7th-tier mist monster with just a basic attack? Since Lu Chen is in the misty secret realm, the legendary sword he obtained does not appear in the equipment rankings. Grind monsters. Must grind more. Accumulate more misty coins. Exchange for the other 5 legendary set pieces. And get the Lord's specialized gem too. By then, with a full set of legendary 6 pieces, the attributes will be astonishing. Fatty, I'm back. Lu Chen sent a voice message to Bai Li Tong. Brother you finally came back. While we were exploring the second map, the Poison Mist Swamp, we accidentally fell into a mysterious cave map, and we are fully focused on grinding monsters. Seeing Fatty's reply, Lu Chen quickly said, send me the map. Boss, that's a considerable income of misty coins. Can't miss it. Brother you, this swamp cave is already sealed off, others can't come in, and we can't get out temporarily either. We need to find the final boss, the 9-headed snake of this map, kill it to get out. Brother you explore other places first, I'll take down the 9-headed snake boss and then find you. The misty secret realm is full of dangers and opportunities, so Lu Chen can only give up and prepare to explore other maps outside the East City Gate first. But just as he walked to the city gate, a graceful figure of a veiled woman appeared. Lu Chen, long time no see. It's you, Luo Qingxian. Seeing the woman he had intimate contact with again, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a bit delighted. At this moment, Luo Qingxian was dressed in a white tight-fitting battlesuit, with skin as white as snow. Her temperament and charm were needless to say. But at this moment, Lu Chen was imagining her without clothes in his mind. Seeing Lu Chen's expression, Luo Qingxian couldn't help but know what Lu Chen was thinking about the embarrassing scene of the two of them being naked together that day. Even she, upon seeing Lu Chen, had the same reaction, blushing involuntarily. What are you thinking? Luo Qingxian asked with a coquettish tone. Lu Chen immediately came back to his senses and said, Ahem. I was just thinking about the legendary great sword I just obtained. I'm still excited about it. Lu Qingxian frowned at the words. In her heart, she thought, who would believe you? Legendary great sword. It's almost impossible for you to obtain an epic-level sword. Unless the Alliance is willing to give you all the fog coins accumulated before to open an epic-level set box for you. But that's even more unlikely. For the major forces, storing fog coins to purchase territories is far more valuable than directly exchanging for a set. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so few human figures with sets until now. Only those who entered the Misty Secret Realm for the first time obtained sets through tasks, but they are all big shots now. Enough idle talk, Lu Chen, I came to find you this time because there is something very important I need to remind you of. Seeing Lu Qingxian getting serious, Lu Chen also became serious. What's the matter? The ghosts of the Black Church are targeting you. They dare not enter the Misty Secret Realm, so they paid the assassin of soul concealment to assassinate you. The Black Church is targeting me? Lu Chen stroked his chin, thinking that if the Black Church contacted soul concealment, it must be done in secret. Since Lu Qingxian knows about this secret matter, then the identity and background of this beauty. Did soul concealment accept it? I did. Lu Chen was puzzled. You accepted it? Lu Qingxian did not explain much. The reason she said this was that she did not want soul concealment to be involved with the Black Church. Whatever consequences arise, she will bear them alone. She will not let the legacy left by her father be destroyed by the Alliance, nor does she want her mother to face danger. Lu Chen could see through Lu Qingxian's thoughts. Everyone knows that once they get involved with the Black Church, it means standing against all human beings. Lu Qingxian said she took on this task because she did not want soul concealment to have any connection with the Black Church. Did they offer too much? Yes, but I know I am not your match, so I must follow you. Lu Chen was speechless. What does it mean not being my match, so you must follow me? Are you looking for an opportunity to attack me? But Lu Chen clearly did not see any killing intent in Lu Qingxian's eyes, indicating that she did not want to kill him. I will record the entire process of assassinating you, as if it were a play. When the time comes, you pretend to die once, and that will be the end of it. In this way, I can also easily get half of the commission from the other half of the Black Church. After the matter is settled, I will split it with you. Lu Qingxian directly stated her plan. Lu Chen could only smile wryly. But Lu Chen did not have time to accompany Lu Qingxian in acting now. He had to explore more maps, kill more monsters, quickly collect a complete set of legendary equipment, and buy enough territories. After completing these tasks, if there was still time, he could accompany Lu Qingxian in acting later. Sorry, let's talk about acting later. For now, I have to go explore. With that, Lu Chen stepped out of the east gate. Seeing this, Lu Qingxian stomped her foot in anger. What do you mean talk about it later? Why can't we do it now? This jerk, I went against my mother's wishes to protect him, and he doesn't appreciate it. Then, Lu Qingxian had to follow him. Since Lu Chen's combat power was stronger than hers, if he didn't cooperate, she would find an opportunity to record the assassination video herself. Lu Chen, seeing Lu Qingxian following him, was also speechless, thinking, if you can keep up, then just follow along. Over the years, the Human Alliance has explored a total of 9 maps in the direction of the East Gate, and Lu Chen knew very well what monsters and resources these maps roughly contained from Bai Li Tong. These were considered ordinary maps, with not particularly many monsters. Therefore, Lu Chen decided to explore new maps that no one had explored before. With that in mind, Lu Chen flew his sword, heading in one direction at the fastest speed. This jerk! Lu Qingxian immediately turned into a remnant shadow and followed up. With starlight flashing in her eyes, like 2 bright stars, she could see Lu Chen clearly in the mist. Reporting to Lord, Lu Chen has appeared. After leaving the East City Gate, he flew directly in a certain direction. The invisible person responsible for monitoring at the East City Gate saw Lu Chen leaving the city and immediately sent a message. Very good. Lu Chen, you are mine now. The Dark Lord immediately returned to the city to begin the hunt for Lu Chen. An elite team from the Half Monster Association also followed. Purple Rose, once the Dark Lord captures Lu Chen, sees the opportunity to obtain Lu Chen's genes. Don't worry, Captain, if I, Purple Rose, don't catch him this time, I will never be content in this lifetime. After leaving the East City Gate, the Dark Lord and the elite team also quickly flew in the direction of Lu Chen. At this time, Lu Chen also noticed that Lu Qingxian was following him. Her speed was very fast, which surprised Lu Chen. Lu Chen knew she was a hidden professional star warrior, with strong combat power, and he didn't expect her speed to be so fast. It can be said that besides Fatty Beilatong, she was the second transcender who could keep up with him. Lu Chen took out the item Blue Wave Torch, instantly increasing his field of view to 50 meters, and saw a lake ahead. Lu Chen flew directly over. He didn't believe he couldn't shake her off. The speed of a star warrior moving on land was fast, but surely not as fast on water, right? Trying to shake me off? No way. Lu Qingshan's feet emitted starlight as she ran on water. The next moment, Lu Chen was stunned. Because Lu Qingshan's speed running on water was not slower than on land, in fact, it seemed even faster. Damn, is this star warrior so amazing? At this moment, a fierce mist water monster emerged from the lake. Swish! Lu Chen casually made a basic attack. The 7th rank mist water monster was directly beheaded by a single sword strike, instant kill. How is this possible? Lu Qingshan was stunned. A 5th rank swordsman, killing a 7th rank mist water monster with a basic attack? This was just a basic attack, not transforming into a sword god or using a powerful sword god technique. Lu Qingshan believed that with her 6th rank level, she could easily kill this mist water monster, but definitely not with a basic attack. It's only been half a year, and he has become so terrifyingly strong? While shocked, Lu Qingshan was even more eager to follow Lu Chen closely and see how strong he had become. As for the assassination video, record it if possible. If not, there was nothing she could do. As long as they left the Mist Realm, Lu Chen also had the protection of the Alliance's big shots. On the other side, inside the 9-headed snake cave map, Beilatong and others found the cave where the 9-headed snake boss was located. Ha! It seems like the 9-headed snake boss is guarding some treasure. Beilatong squinted. This treasure, he was going to take it, even if it meant crossing 3 maps. Lu Chen finally arrived at a new map that had never been explored before. Ding! You have discovered a new map, Advanced Map Misty Abyss Mountains. Before entering, Lu Chen noticed many strange lanterns floating in the mist ahead, as if evil spirits were waiting for a delicious meal. Ding! This map is an advanced map, requiring 100,000 mist coins to unlock the map exploration rights before you can begin exploring. What? You need mist coins to unlock the exploration? Lu Chen suddenly realized something. Why did the Alliance ancestors only explore 9 fixed maps and not explore more maps? It turned out that advanced maps required mist coins to unlock for entry. 100,000 mist coins. It didn't seem like a lot, but considering that since the discovery of the Mist Realm by the Alliance ancestors, it had only been opened 10 times, and the accumulated mist coins were only 10 million. Doing the math, 100,000 mist coins were quite expensive. And this was just unlocking the exploration rights for one person. Moreover, exploring such an advanced map, even the 7th Order Supernova's Battle Dance, would be very difficult for one person. As long as the profit does not exceed 100,000 mist coins, it would be a loss. Therefore, the senior members of the Alliance did not spend mist coins recklessly to explore such advanced maps, but instead accumulated enough mist coins in ordinary maps with the main purpose of buying a regular territory. On the way there, Lu Chen happened to kill many monsters, and he easily obtained 100,000 mist coins. I hope there are enough monsters in the Misty Abyss Mountains. He smiled slightly. Lu Chen paid 100,000 mist coins and entered. Luo Qingxian had to stop in her tracks upon seeing this. She also received a notification, but seeing Lu Chen enter so easily, she was surprised. How did this guy have so many mist coins? And does he really want to ditch me like this? She had a lot of gold coins on her, but she couldn't come up with 100,000 mist coins. Helplessly, Luo Qingxian had to kill monsters in the ordinary maps connected to the Misty Abyss Mountains, waiting for Lu Chen to return from his exploration. I hope this guy doesn't die in there. Shortly after, Luo Qingxian suddenly saw a group of people from the Half Monster Association. They seemed to want to enter the advanced map of the Misty Abyss Mountains, but there seemed to be a disagreement. Strange. Shouldn't the Half Monster Association be exploring near the South City Gate? Why are they here at the East City Gate? Luo Qingxian was very puzzled. Could it be that besides the Dark Church sending people to assassinate Lu Chen, they also sent people from the Half Monster Association? Damn! Why do you need mist coins to unlock exploration rights to enter the advanced map? The Dark Lord was very annoyed. It was the first time it had come to the extraterritorial battlefield through a vessel, so it knew nothing about the Misty Realm. Half Monster Association, give this lord 100,000 mist coins. Seeing Lu Chen already exploring and killing monsters alone in the Misty Abyss Mountains, with sword light flashing in the mist, this was a rare opportunity that the Dark Lord did not want to miss. Lord, 100,000 mist coins is not a small amount. The captain of the Half Monster Association, Dong Glishan, said somewhat discontentedly. Quickly give it to me. After the matter is done, I will give you 10 bottles of S-rank monster factors. In order to obtain the divine level container that is Lu Chen, the Dark Lord was willing to pay a hefty price. No! Dong Glishan refused. What did you say? The Dark Lord was furious. A mere 7th Order and dared to refuse it. Regardless of whether you succeed or not, after you go out, you must give us 10 bottles of S-rank monster factors, otherwise, I cannot explain to my foster mother. Also, when you catch Lu Chen, you must hand him over to us for 1 hour. Dong Lishan showed no fear of the Dark Lord's killing intent. Damn it! I'll remember you, deal. The Dark Lord gritted its teeth. So, Dong Lishan immediately transferred 100,000 mist coins to the Dark Lord. In order to successfully obtain Lu Chen's genes, the president of the Half Monster Association also provided Dong Lishan with 500,000 mist coins as a guarantee, just to prevent Lu Chen from entering the advanced map for exploration. Exploration rights unlocked. The Dark Lord immediately rushed in. You guys wait here, Purple Rose follows me in. Dong Lishan only brought Purple Rose, and after spending 200,000 mist coins, he followed closely behind the Dark Lord and also entered the Misty Abyss Mountains. With the help of a stealth item, Luo Qingxian, who was hiding on the side, could now confirm that this group from the Half Monster Association had indeed come for Lu Chen. The only thing that made Luo Qingxian suspicious was that the captain of the Half Monster Association actually referred to the man in the black robe as Lord, and the man in the black robe also referred to himself as the Lord. And it involved S-rank monster factors. What's going on? If that man in the black robe is some kind of monster lord, how did he end up on the human side of the Misty Ancient City? Shouldn't it be on the other side of the Misty Ancient City where the monsters belong? Luo Qingxian's gaze was solemn. This was a major discovery. The Half Monster Association seems to be cooperating with the monsters. Whether it is because of the Black Holy Sea or for some other reason, that is unknown. Anyway, their target is Lu Chen. After witnessing Lu Chen's powerful combat strength, Luo Qingxian was not worried that those 3 intruders could pose any threat to Lu Chen. What Luo Qingxian is very interested in now is what kind of cooperation the Half Monster Association has reached with the monsters, and how far the integration of human and monster factors has come. Could it really have reached the ideal state of perfect integration, creating a completely new human race? Thinking like this, Luo Qingxian took the initiative to appear. She needed to get the information she wanted from this group of people. At this moment, these people were holding torches, which were items that could be purchased in the Misty Market to increase visibility. It was clear that they were willing to spend Misty coins to capture Lu Chen. Who are you? When a woman suddenly appeared, the members of the Half Monster Association were greatly surprised, thinking they had been discovered by the Human Alliance. But upon closer inspection, it was not a member of the Human Alliance, as they all wore uniform clothing, either formal military attire or monster hunter attire, not like the woman in white battle attire before them. 3 questions. 1. What kind of cooperation have you reached with the monsters? 2. Was the person in the black robe just now the monster lord? Why can it act in the form of a human? 3. What is your purpose in capturing Lu Chen? Luo Qingxian's tone was cold and elegant, her tall figure exuding a unique pressure. This pressure was like a sky full of stars, making everyone in the Half Monster Association feel immense pressure both physically and mentally. Someone quickly reported the sudden situation to the chief commander Dong Lishan. Upon learning that their secret had been discovered, Dong Lishan immediately ordered the elimination of Luo Qingxian, block the area channel, kill. We must not let her leave alive. Once the secret of the cooperation between the Half Monster Association and the monsters is exposed, it will cause a lot of trouble for the foster mother. It is not the time to expose it now. That woman must die. The members of the Half Monster Association quickly released the channel blocking items, preventing the other party from communicating with anyone through the channel. Then, they attacked with all their might, each revealing a terrifying half-human, half-monster appearance. It seems that the Half Monster Association has completely fallen. We cannot let you become the second Black Holy Sea. Fight. Luo Qingxian suddenly radiated with starlight all over her body. In the Misty Abyss Mountains. In order to attract the Misty monsters to attack him actively, Lu Chen directly summoned Shao-Tsang. Although he couldn't summon a mount, having a battle pet was no problem. After all, the level of the battle pet cannot exceed that of the owner. Shao-Tsang was a Sea Abyss Azure Dragon, also at the 5th rank, with a considerable size. Under Lu Chen's command, Shao-Tsang continuously let out deafening dragon roars all around. The dragon roared. Ah, no. It should be, Azure Dragon Roar. Azure Dragon Roar. Azure Dragon Roar. Oh whoa! Shao-Tsang was having a great time. A large number of lantern mist spirits were attracted and directly killed by Lu Chen's numerous flying swords. All were one-hit kills. At this moment, Lu Chen's attack attribute was too high. Coupled with the critical damage bonus from divine-level talents, legendary equipment, and so on, the damage of a random flying sword possessed terrifying power. In Lu Chen's eyes, the advanced misty monsters in the Misty Abyss Mountains did not have much more health than ordinary misty monsters, just slightly higher attack and other attributes. But in Lu Chen's eyes, they were no different. All were one-hit kills. Ding! You have obtained 7 times 80 is equal to 560 Misty Coins. The number of monsters in this unexplored high-level map is high. In just half a day's work, Lu Chen had already harvested millions of Misty Coins. Estimated to explore the Misty Abyss mountain range, you can also earn billions of Mist Coins. At this moment, in Lu Chen's eyes, these Lantern Mist demons are not mist monsters, but legendary suits waving at him. Lu Chen's defense is high enough to ignore the attacks of Lantern Mist demons. The sword was flying wildly. Even if triggered by special map rules, traps, prohibitions, etc. Lu Chen is not afraid. A few attacks can restore full health. The 60% lifesteal effect is no joke. If other members of the Alliance see this, they will probably be shocked. Damn it! We explore cautiously step by step, fearing encountering powerful mist monsters or rule traps. You, on the other hand, feels like you're on a sightseeing trip. No! It should be said to be strolling in your own backyard. Who explores like this? Masterine, just now Little Red Sister sent me a message saying there are special resources on that mountaintop. Little Song suddenly spoke up. What? Special resources? Lu Chen was surprised. Wait, Little Red sent a message? Can pets communicate through messages? Also, did I summon Little Red? How does she know there is a mountaintop and special resources there? Looking in the direction pointed out by Little Song, Lu Chen only saw hazy mist, not a mountaintop. Even with the blue wave torch in hand, with an added 50 meters of visibility, he couldn't see a mountain ahead. Lu Chen was half believing, and flew over. After flying for over 1,000 meters, Lu Chen really saw a big mountain. The monsters here are not Lantern Mist demons, but the peculiar cloud-swallowing bull-headed spiders. Name, Bull-headed Spider Monster, level, LV210, the number is not many. However, at first glance, the combat power of these mist monsters is much stronger than that of Lantern Mist demons. But, under Lu Chen's sword, they still couldn't withstand a single blow. Put! Flying swords swept over the mountain. Whether they had shown themselves or not, all the bull-headed spider monsters were pierced and killed by the flying swords. Even the bull-headed spider monster boss that hadn't had time to show itself on the mountaintop was quickly turned into a lifeless corpse by the flying swords. Lu Chen easily flew to the mountaintop. Here, there are indeed many special resources. Name, Mist Source Crystal, category, special resource, effect, can serve as an energy material, consumed by creatures in the monster world, with a chance to successfully baptize and upgrade bloodlines, and a very low chance to increase levels. Lu Chen was pleasantly surprised. Isn't this the same effect as the Star Source Stone in the Starry Illusion realm? Wait, how could a Misty Secret realm have special resources similar to Star Source Stones? In the Starry Illusion realm, he encountered the projection of the Star God boss on the 3rd floor of the Star Temple, and after killing it, he obtained the Star God's inheritance, the Proof of God. If special resources appear in this Misty Secret realm, does that mean there is a place here similar to the Star Temple, with special bosses like the Star God projection? If that's true, does it mean that this so-called Misty Secret realm is actually a space for the inheritance of gods like the Starry Illusion realm? In other words, inside the Misty Secret realm, there is the inheritance of gods. This made Lu Chen have to speculate like this, especially since he had previously obtained a mysterious divine object in the abandoned ruins. Could this be the key to finding the inheritance of gods in the Misty Secret realm? Lu Chen instantly had a lofty goal. Once he collects the legendary suit, he will explore the entire Misty Secret realm madly, find the remaining 3 mysterious divine objects, and see if it is really as he thinks. If it is, then he will hit the jackpot. Even more than obtaining the legendary suit. The inheritance of gods. That is the key to becoming a god. It must be obtained. After putting the Fog Source Crystal into the backpack, Lu Chen summoned Xiao Tsang back, summoned Xiaohong out, and curiously asked, Xiaohong, tell Master Yin, how did you know there is a big mountain here and that there are special resources here? The longer they spent together, Lu Chen increasingly felt the extraordinary aspects of Xiaohong, this 0-star pet. For example, the 10-star battle pet he collected, the Abyssal Cyan Dragon, and the S-Class mount, the Moon White Dragonfoal, both showed great respect to Xiaohong, as if they were meeting a big sister. For example, this time, even though Xiaohong was in the pet space and did not come out, she knew about the misty environment, which was too strange. Master Yin, because when I reached the 5th rank, I awakened the Sun Eye skill without level, which allows me to ignore any environment, any restriction, see anything, including hidden information. But there is a distance limit, just a few kilometers. I was bored and released this skill to help Master Yin take a look. Xiaohong obediently said, My goodness, Xiaohong has such a magical skill? Suddenly, Lu Chen regretted it. If he had known that Xiao Hong had such a powerful skill, he should have brought Xiao Hong out more. It was his fault. During this time, he only focused on leveling up Xiao Tsang and neglected Xiao Hong. No! As a cat lover, how could he not cherish Xiao Hong? I can forgive myself, and others cannot forgive me either. Thinking about it, Lu Chen put Xiao Hong on his shoulder, looking very serious. Xiao Hong, it's time to fight alongside Master Yin, any problem? Hee, of course not. Xiao Hong actually likes to be with Master Yin the most. Xiao Hong was very happy. It seems that in the future, I have to find a way to solve the method of summoning only one battle pet. Lu Chen suddenly remembered something and asked, Xiao Hong, how can you send a message to Xiao Tsang? That's because Xiao Tsang and I signed a pet soul contract, which means she recognizes me as a big sister, and I can send her a message anytime, anywhere, but she cannot send me a message. There is such a contract? How did you get it? I don't know. As the level increases, it naturally happens, but other than this contract method, there is nothing else. So magical? Lu Chen looked at Xiao Hong in amazement. She was truly an immeasurable special pet. However, Xiao Hong should belong to the functional type of battle pet, so she has the soul contract and the Sun Eye skill that can ignore the rules of the mist. Her attack power is probably average. Thinking like this, Lu Chen prepared to continue exploring the misty abyss mountains. Xiao Hong suddenly said, Master Yin, 3 people are coming this way. 3 people? Lu Chen was surprised. This advanced map requires 100,000 fog coins to unlock for exploration. Who could be so bold? Definitely not from the Alliance. Because the people from the Alliance haven't even explored all 9 ordinary maps, how could they spend so many fog coins to explore the misty abyss mountains? Xiao Hong, can you see who they are? The Sun Eye skill duration has passed, I can't see anymore, but they are all wearing black robes, and there are monster factors in their bodies. Monster factors? Then they must be from the Half Monster Association. Previously, Li Tong mentioned the exploration targets of various major forces. Apart from the War Alliance and Seoul Hidden exploring the West City Gate, the Bright Church exploring the North City Gate, the Half Monster Association is exploring the South City Gate. But how could 3 people from the Half Monster Association come to the East City Gate? And they spent 300,000 fog coins to enter the advanced map. What's even stranger is that they are coming towards his location. This puzzled Lu Chen. Could they be coming for him? Lu Chen couldn't help but become interested and wanted to see what these 3 people from the Half Monster Association were up to. On the other side, the 3 had already arrived at the foot of the mountain. They came all the way towards the flashing sword light of the flying sword. The sword light appeared here, and now it is all concentrated on the mountaintop. Lu Chen is on top of this mountain. Later, there is no need for you 2 to take action. This lord will use overwhelming combat power to take down Lu Chen. The Dark Lord Badier is very confident in his own strength. It is an S-level 10th order lord. Even if the current container has a peak power of the 7th order after soul fusion, apart from equipment, it believes that it is not much worse than the 7th order Dark Royal family. In its view, Lu Chen, who is only at the 5th order, no matter how powerful he is, cannot possibly be its opponent. Dong Glishan and Purple Rose also nodded in relief at the words. Being able to obtain Lu Chen's genes without taking action, why not do it? As the 3 of them quickly climbed the mountain holding torches. Seeing the bodies of powerful 7th order misty bullhead spider monsters scattered around the mountainside, Badier's face became somewhat serious. It could see that these misty monsters were all killed in one sword strike, because without exception, the bodies of the misty monsters all had only one pierced sword hole. 7th order bullhead spider monsters can be killed in one sword strike? How can Lu Chen be so monstrous? Isn't he only at the 5th order? Approaching the mountaintop, a huge bullhead spider monster boss's body stood upright there, green blood flowing from various holes on its body. The boss's expression was full of confusion, fear, and despair. Obviously, it didn't even see the enemy's shadow and was killed by the flying sword piercing through it. Otherwise, it wouldn't have died with its eyes wide open like this. This bullhead spider monster boss is obviously much stronger than the ordinary misty monster bosses on the map. If it were to face this boss, although it could also kill it, it would definitely take a lot of time. It wouldn't be this easy. Add #Yuan. Badier was speechless in his heart. Did Lu Chen really do this? If the bodies of the misty monsters encountered earlier made it somewhat serious, then the body of this boss made Badier uncertain. But it still didn't quite believe that Lu Chen had such powerful combat power. It believed that Lu Chen must have used some special item to restrain the bullhead spider monster boss, and then used the flying sword to kill the boss. Such a powerful special item should have been given to him by the Alliance War God. Yes, definitely, even if it's not a disposable item, it would have a long cooldown time. Thinking of this, Badier's serious expression relaxed, and confidence filled him again. Lord, do you really not need our help? Dong Lishan suddenly became a little uneasy. Humph. Besides the Dark Royal family, no one at the same level can defeat this lord. Lu Chen is just a fifth-order brat. There is no need for others to help take him down. After speaking, Badier released his body technique skill violently and quickly climbed to the mountaintop. Seeing this, Dong Lishan had to instruct, Purple Rose, get ready to fight. Don't worry, Captain, I'm all set. Watch how I suck out all of Lu Chan's 18 years of savings in one go. With that, Purple Rose took off all her clothes, only putting on a loose robe, and even brought out a pink waterbed. Then, the two of them also climbed to the mountaintop. At this moment, Badier looked expressionlessly at Lu Chen sitting on a large stone in front. As for the lovely little red, Badier ignored her. Because Badier's eyes were all attracted by the legendary sword in Lu Chen's hand that was extremely sharp. Although Lu Chen had turned off the equipment's aura effect, Badier's soul was an S-level 10th order lord. How could its soul's eye not see that this was a 7th order legendary great sword? And it was one of the 7th order legendary sets. A 7th order legendary great sword that can be wielded. That means Lu Chen has embedded a rare specialized gemstone of at least level 6 in this sword. Now Badiel understood. The reason why the bullhead spider boss was defeated was not because Lu Chen used any special items, but because he was wearing a legendary sword of the 7th rank, which greatly boosted his attributes, allowing him to defeat the boss in seconds. Lu Chen at the 5th rank was already extraordinary. Now that Lu Chen is also wearing a 7th rank legendary sword, how extraordinary must he be? No wonder he dares to explore advanced maps alone, flying with his sword, and his flying sword techniques, ignoring the mist monsters in the advanced maps. Based on this analysis, even though he is strong, there is no absolute certainty of defeating Lu Chen with the legendary sword. It seems that one must unite with the members of the Half-Monster Association and plan carefully. For example, setting a trap, capturing someone Lu Chen cares about, and so on. From a distance, Dawn Lydian and Purple Rose, full of question marks. What's going on? Why is this Dark Lord standing there like a wooden log? Why don't you do something? What are you waiting for? Do strong people have to show mutual respect? Lu Chen was also puzzled. What is the Half-Monster Association up to? They run up and stare at him without saying a word. Does he have a special hobby? Is he infatuated with his handsome face? Lu Chen stood up. Since the other party didn't speak, he took the initiative to approach and ask what this guy wanted to do. After all, they were one of the major forces of the human race against monsters. They had also assisted the human alliance in the starry illusion realm, so they were considered comrades in arms with common enemies and should be treated with respect. Run! Badiel shouted at Dong Lydian and Purple Rose, then turned and ran, his speed unknown. Dong Lydian and Purple Rose were immediately petrified. They spent 300,000 mist coins. They tracked him all the way. Finally catching up with Lu Chen, Purple Rose's clothes were stripped off. Is this what you give us? If it weren't for the fact that he ran so fast, he would have cursed the Dark Lord himself. Now that the Dark Lord has fled, Dong Lydian doesn't think he can handle Lu Chen himself, especially since the bodies of the 7th rank mist monsters they encountered along the way were real. Lu Chen's combat power was definitely above his. Retreat! Dong Lydian had no choice but to order a retreat. Purple Rose hesitated, holding items like a whip and sticky potions, not knowing where to put them, reluctantly looked at Lu Chen, then turned and followed the captain in retreat. What's going on? Why retreat? Is it so difficult to deal with him once? Watching the three suddenly turn and run, Lu Chen was puzzled in the wind. What is the Half-Monster Association up to? The behavior of half-monsters is really incomprehensible. Shaking his head, Lu Chen had to continue exploring with his sword. Fooling around. Just wasted some time. Lord, why did you run? Dong Lydian was angry. He had spent 200,000 mist coins. 200,000. That was a huge sum. Just wasted like that. No matter who it was, their hearts were bleeding. Humph. This lord didn't ask you to follow, it was your own choice. This made Dong Lydian grit his teeth, almost bursting with anger. Alright, I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. Lu Chen had an adventure and obtained a 7th rank legendary set sword. This lord is not sure he can defeat him directly, so we need to plan carefully. Badiel, as the Dark Lord, had grand ambitions and was a generation of monster lords, never doing things without certainty. What? Lu Chen's sword is a 7th rank legendary sword? And a set? This is impossible. Dong Lydian and Purple Rose were incredulous. Everyone knows that in today's world, if humans want to get a set, they can only find the Lord of the Misty Ancient City in the Misty Secret Realm and purchase it with mist coins. And epic and legendary sets can only be obtained by opening set treasure chests. The president of the Half-Monster Association had previously instructed someone to purchase a set treasure chest, but instead of equipment, they obtained fragments of mist. It requires 99 mist fragments to exchange for a corresponding grade piece of a set. It can be imagined how many mist coins one would need to obtain a piece of a set. It can be said that even if all the mist coins accumulated by the Human Alliance were used to open the set treasure chest, it is not guaranteed to obtain a piece of epic set equipment. Now you are telling us that the sword in Lu Chen's hand is one of the legendary set pieces? You might as well tell us that Lu Chen is the reincarnation of the sword god. Humph. Whether you believe it or not, this lord needs the cooperation of your half-monster association to ensure that Lu Chen is caught. Badier said coldly. That's even more impossible. Our half-monster association still needs to explore the mist map and accumulate mist coins. Dong Lishan directly refused. Speaking of which, you little devils still don't trust this lord. This lord can use the soul to establish a rule contract. What this lord says is not false. Lu Chen does indeed have a legendary sword in his hand. Otherwise, think about it, how can a 5th order sword master dare to wander alone in advanced maps? Badier was also determined for Lu Chen, the extraordinary vessel. Seeing the Dark Lord really swearing with his soul and forming a rule contract, Dong Lishan hesitated for a moment and could only believe it. With the monster factor integrated into him, he naturally knew how terrifying a rule contract could be. Once formed, going against the oath would result in the soul being annihilated. In this world, rules reign supreme. But why does Lu Chen have a 7th order legendary set sword? And how can he wear it? Purple Rose couldn't help but ask. I'm not sure. Perhaps all the Alliance's mist coins are on him, and he used them to open the treasure chest, and with good luck, he exchanged for the legendary sword. As for why he can wear it, it's because he embedded at least a level 6 rare specialization gem in the legendary sword. It's a special gem that can lower the wearing level. This kind of rare gem is not sold in the extraterritorial mall, probably obtained from the lord of the misty ancient city. Badier shared his speculation with the two. If it weren't for needing the assistance of the Half-Monster Association, it wouldn't want to deal with these little devils. Assisting the lord is fine, but I have a new condition. After capturing Lu Chen, the legendary sword in his hand must belong to our Half-Monster Association. Dong Lishan wouldn't make a bad deal. If they could get the 7th order legendary sword, it would be worth it for all members of the Half-Monster Association to assist the Dark Lord in capturing Lu Chen. Badier's gaze darkened, suppressing the killing intent in his heart. After a while, Badier agreed, deal. Compared to the legendary sword in Lu Chen's hand, Badier was more interested in Lu Chen himself, a young man who he couldn't completely understand. Just as the three were leaving the Mist Abyss Mountains, they witnessed an angry scene. The members of the Half-Monster Association waiting outside, except for one who was being interrogated, were all killed by a mysterious woman. You have the audacity to lay hands on the members of my Half-Monster Association. Dong Lishan immediately struck out in anger. These were all elite youths of the Half-Monster Association. Losing so many of them was a huge loss. At the same time, Dong Lishan was also very shocked by the strength of the woman in front of him. She could single-handedly kill a large group of them. Seeing the three return without Lu Chen, and the flying swords still flashing with sword energy in the Mist Abyss Mountains, she could guess that the three had returned empty-handed. The Half-Monster Association collaborating with monsters shall be punished. Luo Qingxian put on a 6th order epic short sword. She was a star warrior, and besides fists and feet, she had learned more sword techniques, which was the specialty of the martial artist profession, with a higher ceiling. I'll cut you down. Star shift. Swish. Luo Qingxian suddenly appeared in front of Dong Li Tian and immediately connected her fist, foot, and sword skills seamlessly, making it difficult for the 7th rank level 210 Dong Li Tian to defend himself. Such powerful martial skills, such powerful talents, and the flawless use of combo skills, she is not an ordinary martial artist, she is a hidden profession. Dark Lord Badier was shocked in his heart. It never expected to encounter a hidden professional martial artist here. It was very familiar with hidden professions because it was chased for 3 days and nights by a hidden swordsman, who is now the strongest Sky Sword God of the Human Alliance. Last time it sensed the aura of the Sky Sword God, it immediately cancelled the plan to attack the F War Zone and hid in a secret underground city that only it knew, trembling with fear. It was afraid of being found by the Sky Sword God and being killed by that lunatic with his chaotic sword. Catch her. We must catch her. If they couldn't catch Lu Chen, temporarily using this hidden profession container would also be acceptable. With the strength of the hidden profession, she could bear her entire soul. Badier acted decisively. He looked completely different from the way he ran away just now. When Luo Qingxian saw Badier take action, she realized that Badier's skills were not those of a normal human transferer, but those of a monster. Half-Monster Association. The evidence is clear now, you have indeed cooperated with monsters, and even turned the monster lord into a human. This is an unforgivable crime. Luo Qingxian could clearly feel that the mysterious monster's strength was extremely powerful, far from being an ordinary 7th rank lord. If she didn't fight with all her strength, she would definitely not be able to match the opponent. Talent effect, Starry Female War God Form, release. Luo Qingxian released a dazzling and powerful talent effect, fighting against the two in the strongest posture. Hidden talent, Starry Martial Soul, legendary, can summon the Starry Martial Soul to possess, transform into the Starry Female War God, increase movement speed by 500%, all attributes by 100%, life recovery speed by 500%, reduce damage by 30%, and have Starry Protection, can rebound 50% of the damage received to the opponent, increase attack and defense. Skills learned without chanting, no mana consumption, cooldown reduced by 70%, lasts for 10 minutes, cooldown of 180 seconds. In the form of the Starry Female War God, Luo Qingxian believed that besides Liu Ken, she was not afraid of any human or monster below the 7th rank. What kind of talent effect is that? Dong Li Tian was shocked. We must get her. Dark Lord Batier's eyes emitted a strong crimson light. Immediately, a fierce battle unfolded in this misty place. One clash. Luo Qingxian and Batier were both shocked. Batier was shocked by the power of Luo Qingxian's hidden talent. Luo Qingxian was shocked by the strangeness of Batier's soul effect skills. This monster that fused with the human body was definitely an S-rank lord, otherwise it would not have such a terrifying soul skill enhancement. But Luo Qingxian was still fearless. She was the second hidden profession of the human race, and besides Liu Ken, no one below the 7th rank level could defeat her. In the end, Luo Qingxian and Batier fought to a draw. After all, Luo Qingxian was only at the 6th rank, and the attribute bonus of the 6th rank equipment of the same grade was much lower than that of the 7th rank. Being able to fight Batier to a draw was considered a very good record. Knowing that she couldn't defeat the opponent quickly, Luo Qingxian had no intention of fighting again. It was meaningless, so she directly fled. This made Batier furious for a while. It was actually fought to a draw by a human girl who had just reached the 6th rank, even in the case of its full effort. Truly deserving of being a hidden profession, indeed abnormal. If a human race produces a divine-level genius like Liu Ken, it would be remarkable, and now there is such a powerful hidden profession. Is the human race going to rise? Batier's gaze darkened. As for these matters, Liu Ken was unaware. Not long after, Liu Chen had easily swept through the entire Misty Abyss mountain range, discovering many high-level materials, but not so many special resources. 5 billion Misty coins. Should be able to open a few more legendary sets. With that, Liu Chen tore open a scroll to return to the misty ancient city, quickly finding Lord Qian Daofu who was drinking tea. Oh my! Young friend, you're here again, please sit down quickly. Seeing the young rich man Liu Chen again, Lord Qian Daofu was extremely enthusiastic. With so many wealthy young people from the human race, Lord Qian Daofu naturally liked them very much. Lord, I won't beat around the bush, just bring out the legendary set chest. This time I want to buy 10,000 legendary set chests. What the heck? 10,000? 5 million Misty coins for one legendary set chest. 10,000 is 50 billion Misty coins. This could buy 3 high-level territories. This is too OP. How could a human easily earn 5 billion Misty coins? This is obviously impossible. Even after grinding for so long on the Dark Monster's side, they only earned a little over a billion Misty coins, which is already a lot. How did Liu Chun earn Misty coins? But as an NPC, there are rules and limitations, and it won't inquire about anyone's secrets, only doing what the rules allow. Furthermore, the more Misty coins it earns, the more permissions it can unlock, such as leaving the Misty Ancient City or becoming a free NPC, just like that blue wave, free to go wherever. So, Lord Qian Daofu was eager for Liu Chen to earn more Misty coins. 10,000 legendary set chests. I wish young friend to open enough legendary mist fragments at once to exchange for 5 other legendary set pieces. Liu Chen looked disdainfully at the Lord. If it were that easy, he wouldn't have spent over 2 billion Misty coins last time just to exchange for one. Ding! Congratulations on opening a legendary mist fragment. What? The first chest opened a legendary fragment? Is the Lord manipulating things in the background? Or is it because he spent too many Misty coins, triggering some hidden benefits? Liu Chen's heart was slightly delighted, full of anticipation, and then he crazily opened the chests, even sparking. Ding! You opened air, please try again. Ding! You opened air, please try again. Ding! You opened air, please try again. Ding! Congratulations on opening a legendary mist fragment. Liu Chen's hands were about to break from opening for so long, finally finishing opening 10,000 legendary set chests, checking the number of fragments. Number of legendary mist fragments, 200. Damn! Only 200? Can only exchange for 2 legendary set pieces? Scam. Too damn scam. But Lu Chen also had a sense of it. The probability of these legendary set chests should be fixed. To exchange for a legendary set piece, you need to spend at least 2 billion Misty coins. That's the value of one legendary set piece. But this is also considered a rules benefit. Otherwise, if it were like the equipment chests in the foreign domain store, all random, it wouldn't be possible to open with just over 2 billion Misty coins. It might take tens of billions to exchange for a legendary set piece. Young friend, which 2 pieces do you want to exchange this time? Lord Xian Daofu looked at Lu Chen with a smile. Lu Chen instantly understood that this old man could know the number of fragments he opened, probably knowing exactly how many Misty coins he had. Xian Daofu, clear. Clear. Must be clear. As long as you give me money, I can solve all your troubles. The other 5 pieces, 3 main defense, clothing, hat, headgear, 1 main speed, shoes, 1 main attack, ring. Lu Chen thought. His defense was already high enough. The speed still felt a bit lacking. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been followed by Luo Qingxian. Exchange shoes and rings. In this way, the speed can be increased by 1 level, and the attack power can also be increased. By then, I estimate that within the 7th rank, no one or monster can keep up with my speed. After confirming, Lu Chen smiled directly and said, Lord City Master, exchange the Mistlock Sky Boots and Mistlock Sky Ring for me. Okay. Lord Xian Daofu happily exchanged them for Lu Chen. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the Mistlock Sky Boots, one of the legendary 6-piece set of the 7th rank. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the Mistlock Sky Ring, one of the legendary 6-piece set of the 7th rank. Name, Mistlock Sky Boots, one of the Mistlock Sky set part, shoes, quality, legendary, wearable level, LV210, suitable occupation, swords master, strength, plus 8050, stamina, plus 8310, spirit, plus 8200, agility, plus 8520, additional agility, plus 10%, all resistance, plus 70%, all attributes, 800, special effects movement speed plus 210% agility-based skill effects plus 70% evasion plus 210% traceless step, moving in misty environments grants additional movement speed bonus and does not trigger the surrounding mist flow, silent and invisible. Collect 3 pieces to activate attribute effect, all attributes increase by 20%. Name, Mistlock Sky Ring, one of the Mistlock Sky set part, ring, quality, legendary, wearable level, LV210, suitable occupation, swords master, strength, plus 8520, stamina, plus 8200, spirit, plus 8100, agility, plus 8130, all attributes, plus 800, all resistance, plus 70%, attack damage, plus 210%, special effects trigger lethal attack probability plus 21% hit rate plus 210% skill cooldown minus 20% Mist Sword Thunder. When attacking, there is a 50% chance to trigger the Mist Thunder effect, causing additional lightning damage to the target while paralyzing the whole body for 3 seconds. Collect 3 pieces to activate attribute effect, all attributes increase by 20%. This attribute, this effect, Lu Chen could only say, this time it's really amazing, awesome to the extreme. If I wear this, when encountering the Dark Royal family again, as long as the level difference is not too great, Lu Chen is confident that he can easily kill it without transforming into a sword god. Specialized gemstones. I must get them immediately, then go to embed them and wear these 2 legendary sets. Lord City Master, on my way here, I heard from a certain NPC that you lost 2 specialized gemstones last night, is that true? Indeed. Lord Xian Daofu and Lu Chen, one old and one young, smiled at each other knowingly. Clang! Lu Chen handed over 1 vermilion mist coins and said very seriously, as a member of the Great Xia human race, I have always upheld the fine tradition of the ancestors of the Great Xia, not knowing if the Lord City Master can tell me where you lost them, I will help you find them. Ahem, alright. Young friend is truly great, but I didn't lose 2, I lost 3, young friend, you need to add more money. Preferably more, otherwise, it will be very difficult to lose them in the future. Lu Chen had to give the city master another 1 million mist coins. Only then did he successfully find 3 level 7 specialized gemstones in the city master's backyard. Immediately, Lu Chen rushed to the gemstone NPC and had the gemstones embedded, also embedding the epic fire Xia necklace with specialized gemstones. Wearing the 3 top quality items, Lu Chen's attributes soared directly, far surpassing the vast majority of 7th rank professionals. Ding, congratulations on successfully obtaining 3 legendary set parts, activating the first set attribute effect, all attributes plus 20%. Ding, as you are the first to collect 3 parts of the legendary set at the 7th rank, you have obtained the title of honored guest of the Misty Ancient City, with a reputation reward of 100,000. Ha! Reputation? Lu Chen clicked on the additional reputation bar. At a glance, he was shocked. Reputation can exchange reputation badges, extra experience bonus for monster hunting, increased drop rate, improve NPC favorability, easier to trigger hidden information, etc. Tip: reputation badges are similar to equipment, with attribute and special effects bonuses. The higher the level of the badge, the more bonuses it provides. Reputation badges are divided into basic, requires 100,000 reputation, intermediate, requires 1 million reputation, advanced, requires 10 million reputation, epic, requires 50 million reputation, legendary, requires 500 million reputation, divine, requires 10 billion reputation. Seeing the tip about reputation badges, Lu Chen stood still for a long time. Isn't this equivalent to the 13th piece of equipment? Just imagine. Others have 12 pieces of equipment, but you have an extra one, which can increase many attributes and enhance a lot of combat power. And this, reputation is just one aspect of its effects. The other effects are also very powerful. Just the extra experience bonus and drop rate increase from monster hunting are enough to make countless job changers envious. However, reputation is not easy to obtain. It took over 6 billion Misty coins to exchange for 3 legendary set pieces, just enough to trigger it once. Before this, Lu Chen had never heard of reputation. Basic reputation badges require 100,000 reputation points. Lu Chen shook his head, deciding not to exchange them for now. He would wait to accumulate more reputation points in the future and then directly exchange for a legendary or divine reputation badge, which would be more cost-effective. Then, Lu Chen took out a map drawn by an alliance ancestor, circled a connection point on a regular map, marked the advanced map, Misty Abyss Mountains, and noted the monsters, resources, materials, etc. found there. After sorting these out, Lu Chen set off again. While exploring the Misty Abyss Mountains to the end, Lu Chen also discovered new advanced maps, which were connected one after another, similar to the monster territories in the Blue Star world. On the other side, the Dark Lord Badir and the members of the Half-Monster Association had already begun a new operation. First, they used the friendly relationship established between the Half-Monster Association and the Human Alliance in the Starry Illusion realm to gather relevant information. They planned to capture a supernova-level genius job changer from the Alliance to threaten Lu Chen. They originally wanted to capture Bai Li Tong, who had the best relationship with Lu Chen, but they learned from other Alliance members that Bai Li Tong had fallen into a mysterious map while exploring with Shi Zhanwu, and had not come out yet. Therefore, Badir had to change targets. They learned that a new supernova named Daisy was exploring not far from the first map outside the East City Gate, Misty Canyon. Badir and his group quickly rushed over and launched a surprise attack. Before the team where Daisy was could react, she was captured and tied up in an M shape. This made the beautiful and delicate Daisy feel doubly humiliated and desperate. She couldn't understand why someone would ambush her here. If it were dark monsters, that would be one thing, but it happened to be members of the Half-Monster Association. At this time, Dong Tian and others also knew that their Half-Monster Association was getting darker, but they had no choice. Since their secret cooperation with the Dark Lord had been discovered by a mysterious woman, they had to obtain enough good things before being exposed. In this way, when they returned, they would not be severely punished by the guild leader. Otherwise, they might be used as scapegoats by the guild leader and be doomed. At this moment, Badir and Dong Tian and others were hiding in the mist, their eyes fixed on the East City Gate, waiting for Lu Chen to appear. Daisy scattered her hair, wanting to send a distress signal through the channel, but the channel was blocked, making it impossible to send out any information. Her mouth was also stuffed with a ball, unable to make a sound. Soon, Lu Chen stepped out of the city gate. Dong Lishan and others quickly jumped out. Anyway, most of the Alliance members were exploring other maps in depth, and there were only a few teams left in the Misty Canyon. Moreover, the channel information in this area was all blocked. Even if discovered by other small teams, the main forces of the Alliance would not know the situation here and come to support. Lu Chen, this time, I've got you. Purple Rose's loose bathrobe swayed, licking her seductive lips, full of charm. Lu Chen, I advise you not to resist recklessly. We have set up a net, and you can't escape. Dong Lishan smirked, as if victory was in his grasp. Lu Chen? What are these half-weird association people up to? Are they here to deal with me? But why do they suddenly want to deal with me? Do I have any deep hatred with the half-weird association? Looking at the information of the leader on the other side, name, Dong Lishan, occupation, martial artist, level, LV210, Dong Lishan? Is it a compound surname Dongli? Lu Chen couldn't help but think of the little girl he met in a different time and space while doing the 5th order advancement task, Dong Li, the childhood sweetheart of the Sky Sword God. She was extremely talented and a heroine, leaving a deep impression on Lu Chen. Could the current Dongblishan have any connection with Dong Li? Brother, is there any misunderstanding between us? We are both part of the human race resisting monsters. If there is any misunderstanding, we can talk it out. Regardless of whether the other party is related to Dong Li, the Half-Weird Association is currently one of the major forces resisting monsters, and the misunderstanding must be clarified. Misunderstanding? Sorry, none. After speaking, Dongblishan turned to look in the direction of the Dark Lord, indicating that it could take action. But who knew, damn it, where is the Dark Lord? That's right. The Dark Lord Badier was long gone from the ambush location, empty and deserted, not even a hair in sight. The scene shifted. Badier was running frantically. Damn it! What the hell? How come in such a short time? Lu Chen has 3 legendary sets. The moment Lu Chen appeared, Badier's soul I saw at a glance that Lu Chen's shoes and ring equipment had been changed to 7th tier legendary sets. Oh, and the necklace. It had also changed from an orange necklace to a 6th tier epic necklace. Damn it! Just with this 3-piece 7th tier set and an epic necklace, what's the point? Previously, it just wasn't sure about capturing Lu Chen. Now, it had no chance at all. As for threatening Lu Chen with the hostage? Don't joke around. It was afraid that once Lu Chen made a move, all the people from the Half-Weird Association would be killed, and it might be killed too. 3 pieces of 7th tier legendary sets. At least one legendary set attribute effect was activated. Lu Chen's current attributes were definitely far superior. After all, the equipment on this body was just all orange gear. Probably only the Dark Royal family with all top quality equipment could possibly compare with Lu Chen in terms of attributes. No! I have to find the Dark Royal family and use their help to deal with Lu Chen, then I will have a chance to take him down. Confirming that the damn Dark Lord had run away, Dongblishan squeezed out a very ugly smile. At the same time, he was also very shocked. The Dark Lord ran away at the sight of Lu Chen, which meant it was 100% sure that it was not Lu Chen's opponent, that's why it ran away. Although he didn't know what had happened. But Dongblishan was not a fool, he knew he had to retreat now. Brother Lu Chen, I won't hide it from you. Actually, we are here to watch you. Everyone just wants to see you show off in the starry fantasy realm. Do you believe it? I believe you're full of it. Lu Chen thought to himself. Before Lu Chen could react, Dongblishan directly fled and ordered a retreat. The speed was so fast that it didn't take away any mist, leaving the purple roses scattered in the wind. No! Captain, why did you run away? Ha! Where is Lord? The others were confused but followed orders and quickly ran away. Purple Rose had no choice but to retreat in anger. This left Lu Chen even more confused. Damn it! The actions of this half-monster association are so puzzling. Are they a bunch of clowns brought in by monkeys? Just as Lu Chen was about to leave, unattended Daisy rolled out of the mist, crying in her mouth. Lu Chen was surprised. Daisy? What kind of unique look is this? Lu Chen cut the ropes binding Daisy with a sword and took the elastic ball out of Daisy's mouth. Cough, Lu Chen, quickly chased the people from the Half-Monster Association. They ambushed my team and kidnapped me.